Chapter 1. I am Ma Hongjun. In the kingdom of Balik, within the city of Soto, there lies a quaint and somewhat dilapidated square nestled in a remote village. In this square, a youth clad in a crimson outfit, standing at approximately 1 meter and possessing a somewhat stout physique, scurried about with a basket slung over his back. His hair, styled in a fiery red mohawk, contrasted with his robust body, yet his face bore a strikingly resolute expression rather than a portly one. The square, modest in size, measured a mere 200 meters in circumference, and the youth had lost count of the number of laps he had completed. With each pass, beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. The boy's name was Ma Hongjun, a student of the Shrek Academy. Ah, has the plump fellow turned over a new leaf today? You seem quite fatigued. Would you care for a delicious sausage? Inquired a man dressed in gray, his hair neatly cropped. Oscar, just as I'm feeling hungry, do bring me one, Ma Hongjun replied, halting to catch his breath. Certainly. Oscar smiled slightly, chanting an incantation. Super recovery sausage. In the next moment, a sausage materialized in Oscar's hand, conjured from his soul power. Here you go, a recovery sausage for just 1 copper soul coin, Oscar stated. Ma Hongjun accepted the recovery sausage from Oscar. How stingy. We are from the same academy. Must you charge me? He retorted. Heh, even brothers must keep accounts. 1 copper soul coin is quite a bargain, Oscar replied, not genuinely expecting to collect a fee, merely jesting. Few within the academy were inclined to sample the sausages crafted from his soul skill. He rarely sold even one. Here, take Visa gold soul coin. For the next 99 days, I expect a recovery sausage from you every morning. Ma Hongjun was well aware of the benefits of Oscar's recovery sausages. His rigorous training over the next 3 months would hinge upon them. Then I shall not be modest. It's a deal, Oscar chuckled. Plump fellow, what has prompted this change in you? I heard you recently started dating someone named Xiao Chui. Have you two parted ways? How did you know? Ma Hongjun asked. News travels fast in the village, Oscar replied. Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Let it be my focus must remain on cultivation, Ma Hongjun declared earnestly. What Oscar was oblivious to was that the Ma Hongjun before him was no longer the same person. That morning, Ma Hongjun had awoken to discover he had transmigrated into the character from the novel he had once read into the body of Ma Hongjun from Douluo. Although years had passed since he read the novel, many plot points remained vividly etched in his memory. Additionally, having recently watched over 100 episodes of the Douluo anime, he was acutely aware of his current predicament. Having entered Shrek Academy as a child, he had now been there for 6 years and had only turned 12 2 months prior. Only 100 days remained until the academy would next enroll new students. This meant that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others would arrive on that day. After much contemplation, Ma Hongjun resolved to undertake the most rigorous training regimen during this 100 days. Regardless of how much soul power he could amass, shedding his excess weight was paramount. Observing the serious expression on Ma Hongjun's face, Oscar tossed the gold soul coin back to him. Considering your heartbreak, you should keep the money. You don't have much, and I won't need it for now. Just come find me whenever you need recovery sausages. With that, Oscar strode away from the square. Turning his back to Ma Hongjun, he muttered, Oscar, how foolish of you. That was a gold soul coin. Since Oscar had declined the coin, Ma Hongjun accepted it. Like Oscar, they were among the poorest students at Shrek Academy. Especially Ma Hongjun, whose total assets barely amounted to 3 gold soul coins. In contrast, Dai Mubai, a prince, faced no such financial concerns. Neither Oscar nor he had yet reached the rank of Soul Master. Each month, they could only receive a stipend of 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall upon reaching Soul Master status. That stipend would increase to 100 gold soul coins, alleviating any financial worries. As for Ma Hongjun, at the level of a 26th rank Great Soul Master, he too received only 10 gold soul coins monthly. Yet, after expenses, he barely retained 2. The remainder was paid to the academy, as Flanders had begun charging him tuition since he became a Great Soul Master. 100 gold soul coins per year, payable in installments each month. Truly, Flanders was as astute as depicted in the novel. After resting for about 10 minutes, Ma Hongjun did not immediately consume the recovery sausage provided by Oscar. He continued to carry the basket, which contained at least 50 kilograms of stones. This was still lighter than the 80 kilograms he was accustomed to training with under his master. Ma Hongjun had his own approach to training, believing in gradual progression. Even 50 kilograms was proving to be exceedingly taxing. An hour later, Ma Hongjun reached his physical limits, staggering as if he might collapse at any moment. I cannot falter, I must push on. I must endure, I want to grow stronger, Ma Hongjun declared. As a fervent fan of Douluo, He had recently been moved to tears while watching Tang San rescue Xiao Wu, who had sacrificed herself for him. As an outsider then, he had felt a deep emotional connection to their plight. Now that fate had granted him the opportunity to embody Ma Hongjun, a member of the Shrek Seven monsters, he was determined to transform himself and grow powerful, refusing to squander the chance at divine ascension due to laziness. With newfound resolve, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Onward he pressed. Half an hour later, however, Ma Hongjun could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground, motionless. From a distance, atop a loft, a comment was made. It seems the plump fellow has experienced quite a blow. Why not introduce him to someone? Oscar suggested to a tall blonde youth nearby. Dai Mubai glanced at Ma Hongjun before turning away. Let it be this time. The plump fellow has genuinely changed. I heard he initiated the breakup himself this morning, citing the need to focus on his training while he went on a date. If he needs anything, do lend him a hand. Is that so? Oscar hadn't anticipated that Ma Hongjun had truly transformed. Witnessing this change were not only Oscar and Dai Mubai, but also Flanders, the Academy's founder, who observed silently from the shadows. After a brief respite, Ma Hongjun's strength gradually returned. In this initial training session, Ma Hongjun aimed to discover his limits, yet unexpectedly, he had surpassed them. He retrieved the recovery sausage he had received from Oscar and consumed it. This was no ordinary sausage, it was a creation of Oscar's martial spirit and soul power, effective upon ingestion. In an instant, both his physical and soul power were significantly restored, alleviating nearly half of his fatigue. Recovery sausage, a marvelous item. Having such a teammate is indeed a blessing, Ma Hongjun remarked as he rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. However, his sweat had mingled with his attire, merging into the dirt and grime on the ground, rendering him quite filthy and odorous. Chapter 2, Divine Artifact Tattoo, Rebirth. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ma Hongjun took a hot shower and donned a fresh set of clothes, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Yet, during his bath, he made a peculiar discovery about his body. An emblem resembling a tattoo had emerged on his chest. This detail was never mentioned in the novel. Ma Hongjun found the pattern oddly familiar, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Initially, he paid it little mind, but while washing himself, an inexplicable wave of heat surged within him, filling his mind with visions reminiscent of certain films from Japan. Having read the original work, he knew that such sensations were indicative of a need for release, or perhaps an overindulgence in food to manage his weight otherwise. He wouldn't have become so corpulent. Engaging in such activities? That was out of the question. If he resorted to eating, it would render his efforts for the day futile. Consuming a substantial amount of food after intensive exercise would only exacerbate his weight gain, rather than facilitate any loss. In a moment of inner turmoil, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. As the saying goes, one must work for their sustenance. Just as he prepared to act, he felt a warm sensation emanating from his chest. An inexplicable surge of heat gathered there. Suddenly, an image of a fiery red spear, approximately 18 centimeters in length, appeared as if etched onto his chest. Remarkably, the heat dissipated, absorbed by this spear-like tattoo. Instantly, clarity returned to his mind, and all distracting thoughts vanished, leaving no trace of impure intentions. Lying on the bed, he once again recalled the appearance of the pattern. Unable to resist, he pulled open his clothing to take another look, confirming it repeatedly. Isn't this the blessing of Zhu Rong Temple I visited the day before my transmigration? The spear of the fire god Zhu Rong? Ma Hongjun was astounded to discover that the pattern of the Zhu Rong spear was emblazoned upon his body. He thought to himself, I knew I had seen it before. It wasn't this color when I was at the temple. The spear and the statue of Zhu Rong shared a hue akin to stone and concrete. Yet, the spear on his chest now radiated a fiery crimson. Having visited the Zhu Rong temple, Ma Hongjun had some knowledge of Zhu Rong, who was surrounded by various legends. Regardless of aversion, Zhu Rong was undeniably the god of fire, and the spear he wielded was his weapon, the Zhu Rong spear. It was said that this spear was forged by Zhu Rong using 10,000-year-old dark iron, creating an unparalleled divine weapon. There were also rumors that the Zhu Rong spear was crafted from the eternal dark flames of the fire domain, capable not only of controlling fire, but also possessing immense destructive power. In ancient times, Zhu Rong wielded this spear to become a dominant force. No matter which tale one believed, the Zhu Rong spear was an extraordinary artifact. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of excitement within him, although it was not a true divine weapon. The mere presence of this pattern could resolve the malevolent fire afflicting his body. He was uncertain what status it would hold in the Douluo continent, but he was confident it would not be inferior to any artifact in this world. Starting off with a divine weapon, Enjoying the privileges of a protagonist, Ma Hongjun was ecstatic. Although he felt a twinge of regret for not possessing the legendary dual martial souls like others who had transmigrated, he firmly believed that with the divine weapon and the evil fire phoenix martial soul, he would not be outdone by anyone, including the destined child Tang San. Perhaps without the peril of the evil fire, his martial soul should now be a legitimate fire phoenix. Unable to contain his eagerness, Ma Hongjun cautiously unleashed his martial soul within the confines of his room. He had to be careful. The wooden structure of the house was susceptible, and the flames emitted by his martial soul were tremendous, igniting upon contact. However, as soon as his martial soul manifested, a wave of malevolent energy surged forth. The mark of the Zhu Rong spear seemed to engage in a struggle with his martial soul, frantically absorbing the power of his martial soul, including his soul energy. Please don't. After all the effort I put into cultivating my soul energy, just absorb it to eliminate the evil fire, but don't take my soul energy, Ma Hongjun exclaimed anxiously. In an instant, flames engulfed the room, and yet his martial soul seemed to have completely disregarded his commands, as if entirely consumed by the mark of the Zhu Rong spear on his chest. His soul energy was being devoured as well. The mark of the divine spear appeared to be an insatiable abyss, swallowing everything in its path. Ma Hongjun's martial soul began to exhibit a spectral form. All right, you can have my soul energy, but please don't obliterate my martial soul, he said, genuinely concerned and somewhat resigned. Just moments ago, he had been rejoicing over possessing a golden finger. Yet now that very golden finger threatened to devour his cultivation and consume his martial soul. What kind of golden finger behaved like this? Not far from Ma Hongjun lived Oscar, who promptly noticed the flames emanating from Ma Hongjun's residence. Here we go again. Oscar glanced over before retreating to his own room. He had lost count of how many times Ma Hongjun had set his room ablaze, and now his vicinity was devoid of any other buildings. Standing alone in a clearing, this would remain the case until he could control the evil fire. Given the frequency of these incidents, Shrek Academy had taken precautions. Otherwise, the academy and the village would have been reduced to ashes. Oscar and the other soul masters from various academies shared the sentiment. At most, they would mutter, "That kid will have to rebuild his house again." When fires became commonplace, no one rushed to extinguish them. After all, the flames produced by Ma Hongjun's martial soul posed no threat to him. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Ma Hongjun, surrounded by flames, was on the verge of tears, and even if tears were shed, they would evaporate instantly. This is the end. I feel like my second spirit ring has vanished. You want spare even this, you bastard. Ma Hongjun cursed, lamenting the cruelty of his golden finger. My soul energy has dropped again. Level 19. Level 16. Ma Hongjun had no idea how many times he had cursed the mark of the Zhu Rong spear, yet it showed no signs of relenting. Would this absorption of soul energy lead to my own demise? That would make me the most unfortunate transmigrator in history. Level 12. Level 11. Ma Hongjun sensed his spirit rings fading, being devoured. No please, big brother, esteemed elder, leave me one. With a sigh, he muttered, is it gone? From a great soul master to a mere soul practitioner, without any compensation to boot, how can I possibly keep up with Tang San, who is over 20 levels ahead? Despair began to creep in as he lashed out at the mark of the Zhu Rong spear on his chest. You already swallowed my grandfather, I fear you not. At that moment, he expected his soul energy to decline further. Yet, it seemed the mark of the Zhu Rong spear had been roused from its slumber by his curses. It ceased its consumption of his soul energy. Is it finally over? Ma Hongjun sighed in relief, grateful to have retained at least level 10 of his soul energy, still holding on a hope. What? You bastard, not again. Just as he spoke, the Zhu Rong spear seemed to stir once more. No, wait. What is this? Ma Hongjun felt an unusual sensation of comfort enveloping his body. Are you trying to make me die in peace? It felt as though a particularly soothing energy coursed through him. The wicked fire phoenix had transformed into a mere shadow, and even the martial soul that seemed to be fading was beginning to recover and evolve. Is this an attempt to reshape me and my martial soul? Ma Hongjun pondered. Chapter 3. Reshape the Fiery Scripture. The transformation of his martial soul brought a flicker of joy to Ma Hongjun's heart. In the Douluo continent, cultivating one's martial soul was paramount. A strong martial soul was indeed a valuable asset. However, he could not fully agree with the adage that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. You are the protagonist, blessed with various advantages, and you possess the Blue Silver Emperor. If that is considered a useless martial soul, then hardly anyone in the world would have a worthy martial soul. This notion seemed rather hypocritical. While losing some soul energy was manageable, resolving the issues surrounding his martial soul was of utmost importance. Ma Hongjun distinctly felt the changes in his martial soul, not a trace of evil fire remained. This surge of energy enveloped his entire being, seemingly transforming his very physique. Suddenly, a peculiar and somewhat frigid energy surged into his consciousness. Could this be the essence of a cultivation technique? A wave of joy flooded Ma Hongjun's heart as a plethora of information manifested within his mind. The source capable of imparting such a profound technique could undoubtedly be traced back to the tattoo upon his chest. After all, the disappearance of his soul power and soul rings was entirely attributable to this mystical tattoo. Now, it had bestowed upon him an entire system of cultivation, the fiery scriptures, a comprehensive method of training that also encompassed several accompanying martial skills. Indeed, everything was worthwhile. Every moment was truly deserving. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was devoid of anger and complaints. I apologize, my esteemed spirit. I misjudged you earlier. You are truly magnificent. And I vow that we shall coexist harmoniously from now on. I shall never overlook your significance, he proclaimed. The martial spirit continued to transform. As he had recently acquired the technique, which was now firmly entrenched in his mind. Let us cultivate. Ma Hongjun, following the techniques and energy pathways outlined in the fiery scripture, successfully harnessed the power of the energy from his fiery tattoo. Remarkably, he achieved this on his first attempt, allowing his inner strength, which could also be referred to as soul power, to gradually converge towards his dantian. As half an hour elapsed, his wooden hut had completely collapsed, and the ground was still smoldering, with his garments reduced to ashes. His corpulent form floated a meter above the ground. Meanwhile, Flender, who had previously paid little attention, approached Ma Hongjun, sensing a change in him. What has happened to this boy? He seems somewhat different, Flender mused, observing closely. This lad possesses quite substantial potential. He might even rival my own. But wait, he is merely 12 years old. Flender's face flushed with embarrassment. Cough, cough, in comparison to me. He still has a ways to go. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was deeply immersed in the cultivation of the Fire Sutra, which comprised 12 levels, surpassing Tangsan's 9 levels of the Xiantian skill by 3. In Ma Hongjun's contemplation, if one level corresponded to a realm, then the 11th level represented divinity. But what of the 12th? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, as time gradually slipped away. An hour passed, and Ma Hongjun sensed that the energy within him had dissipated, while his Fire Sutra had remarkably reached perfection at the first level. Suddenly, he stumbled, landing directly in the warm ash of the burnt remnants below. Ma Hongjun, what just happened to you? Flender inquired immediately as he noticed Ma Hongjun emerging from his previous state. Dean, my house has burned down again, Ma Hongjun replied. What do you mean? Flender asked with concern. You were suspended in mid-air for an hour. Are you all right? Despite his astuteness, Flender was genuinely caring towards his student, particularly towards the larger-than-life Ma Hongjun. Dean, where are my clothes? Ma Hongjun glanced around, and, seeing that Flender was the only one present, felt a sense of relief. I was exposed for an hour. That is 2 full hours of being observed like this? He stole a glance at his younger brother, relieved to find him well. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Put on my clothes, Flender instructed, retrieving a set of garments from his soul guide and tossing them to Ma Hongjun. This odor. Upon receiving the clothing, Ma Hongjun was struck by a strong, unpleasant smell of sweat. It was clearly a piece of worn clothing that had yet to be washed. Dean, could I possibly have a different one? This one seems rather. Just put it on, or go without, Flender replied, leaving no room for negotiation. Fine, I will make do, Ma Hongjun sighed, conceding. You're quite ruthless. By the way, my tattoo. Ma Hongjun suddenly recalled the tattoo of the god of fire spear on his chest, hoping it had not been seen by the dean. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that besides a bit of extra flesh, his chest was pale and devoid of any markings. Struggling to don the strongly scented clothing, he asked, Dean, was there something on my chest earlier? Ma Hongjun inquired tentatively. Is there something amiss? Flender, with a look of confusion, replied, What do you mean? Did you not observe anything? Ma Hongjun pressed again. Did you merely see a body of flesh? What else could there be? Flender, seemingly unperturbed, declared, If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. This evening, you can find Oscar and the others to make do. As he turned to depart, he added, By the way, remember to wash the clothes after you finish wearing them. Dean, please wait a moment. I have matters I wish to discuss with you, Ma Hongjun interjected. He resolved to share the recent developments with Flender, believing that the latter would not harbor ill intentions towards him. Currently, he could be considered a soul master at the 10th rank, seemingly on the verge of innate full soul power. Reducing tuition fees? Do not entertain such notions. Focus on your cultivation and strive to become a soul sage as soon as possible. Then you shall be entitled to 100 gold soul coins as an allowance. Flender advised. Ma Hongjun raised his head and said, "That's not it. I mean, my martial soul has undergone a transformation and may have mutated again. Reducing tuition fees is out of the question. What about your martial soul?" Flender turned around, astonished. Ma Hongjun's martial soul had long been a source of concern for him, yet he found himself unable to resolve it. Moreover, he could not locate that individual, leaving the matter unresolved. Dean, could we find a place to discuss? My martial soul might no longer be an issue, Mahongjun chuckled. All right, follow me, Flender replied with a smile. The prospect of resolving Ma Hongjun's dilemma certainly indicated that he was one of the most gifted individuals at Shrek Academy. Flender led Ma Hongjun to a secluded spot. Now, unleash your martial soul so I can take a look, Flender instructed. Ma Hongjun unleashed his martial soul, and at once, a fiery red brilliance radiated like the sun. A supreme fire phoenix? Flender exclaimed in astonishment. As soon as Ma Hongjun released his martial soul, Flender sensed an extraordinary power. The searing energy was almost overwhelming. There was no trace of the sinister flame left. Ma Hongjun, this is remarkable. How have you achieved this? Flender inquired curiously. The question that had long troubled him was unexpectedly resolved by this young man. Dean, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. The further mutation of my martial soul has resulted in some losses, Ma Hongjun replied softly. Flender scrutinized him once more and remarked, You still possess your physical form. What exactly have you lost? My soul power and soul rings are gone. Presently, my soul power stands at merely level 10, Ma Hongjun confessed with a hint of embarrassment. This implied that he would need to seek out soul rings once again, which was the critical reason he needed to inform Flender. Chapter 4, The Fiery Phoenix. A New Beginning. Your soul power and soul rings are gone? Flender gazed at him in disbelief. Ma Hongjun could only nod and said, I am unsure of what has transpired. It seems that my soul power and spirit rings have all been absorbed by my martial spirit, resulting in this transformation. Therefore, I kindly request the Dean to assist me in locating new spirit rings so that I may start afresh. This was indeed his intention. As for seeking spirit rings on his own, perhaps not. To seek spirit rings and begin anew? Flender echoed thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, Flender inquired, Have there been any further changes to your body? Ma Hongjun shook his head and replied, Almost none. If I were to say there is any, it might be that my current physique has become stronger, and I believe I could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. A 1,000-year soul ring? Have you lost your mind? Flender retorted. The first martial soul is a 1,000-year soul ring. It is unheard of, let alone seen. Dean, my original first soul ring was 270 years. And the second was 590 years. In this case, I have now cultivated to the 26th level. This means my body should be approaching the rank of a 30-level Great Soul Master. Furthermore, this recent mutation of my martial soul seems to have enhanced my physique. I believe that even a soul master who has already obtained a third soul ring may not possess a physique stronger than mine. Therefore, my current physical strength can undoubtedly absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, Ma Hongjun explained. This is somewhat akin to Tang Xin later on, where his physical strength increased. He gave the soul ring to Xiao Wu and then replenished his own, directly elevating all previous soul rings to the 10,000-year level. It must be said that this is indeed a method of altering soul rings, albeit only Tang San, and I possess such an opportunity. Although I may not reach the 10,000-year level this time, I should at least attain a 1,000-year level. This is what is referred to as gaining fortune through adversity. With loss comes gain. Flender pondered for a moment and nodded. What you say may not be incorrect, although there are no records of anyone having such an experience. I believe you should give it a try. Very well, Dean, when shall we depart? Ma Hongjun inquired excitedly. You are indeed quite eager. This afternoon. Go buy yourself some clothing and prepare. We will depart as early as tomorrow morning, Flender replied. Thank you, Dean. But it seems all my money has been completely melted away. Could you possibly assist me? Mahongjun said. His flames easily melted common metals, leaving him without even a copper coin. Remember to pay me back. I will first speak with Zhao Wujie about this matter. You should consider where you will spend the night, Flender remarked before vanishing in an instant from Mahongjun's sight. Mahongjun received a silver soul coin from Flender, which felt rather meager. However, it was sufficient to purchase a new outfit, with some funds left over. With the coin in hand, he hurried to the village's soul tailor. He was eager to rid himself of the foul-smelling garments he wore. In less than half an hour, a new ensemble was fashioned for him, costing merely 3 copper soul coins. Though the fabric was not of exceptional quality, it was certainly a marked improvement over his current attire. Afterward, Ma Hongjun made his way to a nearby stream to wash himself and cleanse the borrowed clothes from the director. Although Flender could be somewhat excessive at times, he had not truly wronged him. It was possible that Flender possessed no other garments to offer. Unbeknownst to him, Flender was currently discussing matters with Zhao Wuji, wondering to himself if giving him a second-hand piece would result in reproach, considering the state of his soot-covered form. It was astonishing that the lad found himself in such circumstances, trading his 16th-level spirit power for a flawless martial soul, complemented by a millennium-old spirit ring, certainly a worthwhile exchange. Zhao Wuji exclaimed with delight. "Prepare yourself. We shall set off tomorrow morning," Flender instructed. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, declaring, "Of course." Upon returning to the academy, Ma Hongjun initially intended to seek out Oscar, yet he was acutely aware that he might be met with rejection. Therefore, he resolved to first approach teacher Lu Qibin, who was in charge of accommodation assignments. Teacher Lu, possessing the martial soul known as Star Chess, was a formidable soul emperor at the esteemed rank of 65. Curiously, when it comes to the art of persuasion, no one in the entirety of Douluo continent could rival the prowess of Flender. This esteemed instructor of Shrek Academy boasted 2 soul emperors and 3 soul saints among the faculty, surpassing many other institutions in strength. Furthermore, the students they admitted were typically around 12 years of age, each a prodigy with soul power exceeding level 20. "Teacher Lu, may I request a room designated for ordinary students?" Ma Hongjun inquired, recalling that this was his 4th attempt to do so. His previous inquiries had met with the same fate. Each time, without exception, he was turned away due to the destruction of the housing in a fire. To his delight, this time he was not rebuffed. Lu Qibin produced a key and handed it to Ma Hongjun, saying, "Here is your key. The principal has just informed me that I may assign you to an ordinary student S room. Has your martial soul issue been resolved?" "Thank you, Teacher Lu. According to the principal, there should be no problems regarding my martial soul now," replied Ma Hongjun. "Indeed, the principal is truly capable," remarked Lu Qibin. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction that Flender had taken the initiative to inform him of the situation. He felt a sense of joy in receiving the key to a room he had long desired to inhabit. A small compliment seemed quite appropriate. Upon obtaining the key and glancing at the room number, he noted its somewhat obscure location, one that, even in the event of a fire, would mitigate the potential for loss. It was secluded, yet it offered a tranquility that made it worthwhile. Ma Hongjun recalled that this was the room of a student who had only recently departed from the academy. That individual had failed to graduate. At the age of 20, possessing a soul power at the pinnacle of 38, it was a lamentable fate. The student had pleaded with Flanders for an extended period, but ultimately, he was dismissed. This incident accounted for the current situation of Shrek Academy, which was left with merely 3 students. However, according to the Academy's regulations, given his present circumstances, he was not qualified to be a student of Shrek. As night fell, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of excitement, his emotions tumultuous and restless. Sleep eluded him for a long time, prompting him to rise and practice the flame scripture. The flame scripture encompassed 3 distinct martial techniques. The first was the flame divine eye, seemingly possessing the ability to see through all, akin to the mythical fire-eyed golden phoenix, which enhanced mental acuity. The second technique was the flame wraith, a martial skill of agility. The final technique was an offensive one, known as the Flame Divine Palm. Collectively, these 3 martial techniques could be regarded as equivalent to 3 different soul skills. Such abilities would grow in power alongside his own, promising a lifetime of utility. As he contemplated a fresh start, he realized his martial soul could no longer be called the Evil Fire Phoenix. It would henceforth be known as the Flame Phoenix, a name that, while not particularly flamboyant, was fitting. Chapter 5, Ma Hongjun's decision. The following morning, before dawn, the entirety of Shrek Academy remained ensconced in slumber. At that moment, Flanders and Zhao Wujin had already set off with Ma Hongjun from Soto City. Without a carriage or any mode of transport, they traveled entirely on foot. The Balak Kingdom bordered the Star Luo Empire and was adjacent to the Star Do Forest, a distance not too far. This was Ma Hongjun's inaugural venture to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings since becoming a new student, and he felt a touch of nervousness. "Hongjun, let me see your martial soul," Zhao Wujin inquired with curiosity. Certainly, Ma Hongjun promptly unleashed his martial soul. Zhao Wujin, the unmoved king, stood just over 1 meter 70 tall, his robust physique exuding strength. Unlike those in his previous life who merely focused on building muscle, his form was not merely superficial but conveyed genuine power. Director, Teacher Zhao, I have named my martial soul the Flame Phoenix, Ma Hongjun announced as he revealed his soul. It was indeed a true phoenix, a top-tier martial soul. Upon its emergence, Zhao Wujin sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from it. This is indeed different, he mused. Though he struggled to articulate his thoughts, recognizing that Ma Hongjun's martial soul was far from ordinary. Flanders, you truly have a knack for this, Zhao Wujin praised once more. Believing that Flanders had played a significant role in this development. As Ma Hongjun retracted his martial soul, he added, I owe my progress to the director. Hearing both Zhao Wujin and Ma Hongjun commend him caused Flanders' cheeks to flush slightly, though the early morning light concealed it. Not at all. It is Hongjun's own diligence that has brought him to this point, Flanders replied, contemplating how this chubby man had learned to give compliments. I truly did nothing, nevertheless. It is pleasant to hear. The trio traversed from the darkness of night to the break of dawn, and from the blazing sun to the evening. They eventually arrived at a small town named Black Soul Town, situated just 20 kilometers from the Douluo forest. Let us rest for the night, Flanders instructed. We shall depart early tomorrow. If fortune favors us, we might find a suitable soul beast by afternoon. They had already made arrangements for their journey. Mahongjun's first spirit ring was once again sought from the same spirit beast, the fire scale beast. He desired a spirit ring aged over 1,000 years. And Flender suggested that adhering to the previous choice might mitigate potential dangers. After all, absorbing the spirit ring from the same beast a second time would likely enhance his body's resistance and provide a degree of familiarity. At this moment, Mahongjun possessed only theoretical knowledge from memory. Early the following morning, the trio embarked on their journey anew. Flender was well acquainted with the location of the spirit beasts, having visited it several years prior. By noon, they reached the very spot where Mahongjun had once acquired his first spirit ring. Continuing ahead, I recall that the king of the fire scale beast was a spirit beast of the millennium rank, perfectly suitable, Flender remarked. The fire scale beast king? Mahongjun inquired. Indeed, this area lies on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. A millennium spirit beast is indeed worthy of kingship. I wonder if this fire scale beast king still resides here, Flender continued. As they pressed onward, it was Mahongjun's first encounter with the primordial wilderness of the Douluo forest. Along the way, he beheld an array of peculiar spirit beasts, both flora and fauna. Though he could scarcely recall their names, if at all, it was evident that his prior education in these foundational subjects had been woefully inadequate. As a spirit master, a comprehensive understanding of various martial spirits and their characteristics could prove invaluable in future confrontations. Knowledge of spirit beasts could also inform his decisions regarding future spirit rings. Regrettably, Mahongjun had allowed the teachings of his academy instructors to slip through his mind like water through a sieve. Mahong secretly resolved that upon returning, he would not only expedite his cultivation of soul power but also supplement his foundational knowledge of soul masters. With 2 soul saints accompanying him, he felt remarkably secure. Any foolish soul beasts that dared to approach were swiftly dealt with by Zhao Wujia and Flander. After all, Mahongjun was still only at the 10th level. After approximately 20 minutes, the trio arrived at a canyon. This gorge was devoid of plant life, and upon entering, a wave of scorching heat enveloped them. Be cautious. This is the territory of the fire scale beast. Zhao Wujia, you and Mahongjun stay here while I go capture the fire scale beast king, Flander declared. He then dashed into a cave at the canyon's entrance. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed as the cave erupted. Flander unleashed his 7th soul skill, revealing his martial spirit's true form, which ensnared a lizard-like soul beast covered in scales. Flander, really? Do you need to use your martial spirit's true form to catch a 1,000-year soul beast? It seems you haven't fought in a while, Zhao Wujia chuckled. Follow me, he instructed, leading the way out of the canyon, with Mahongjun promptly following. He understood that they were heading to a relatively safe location to absorb the soul ring. Attempting to do so in the lair of the fire scale beast would certainly invite attacks from other beasts. After running for several minutes, they unexpectedly returned to the very spot where Mahongjun had first absorbed a soul ring. What had taken 20 minutes to walk could now be traversed in mere minutes. With a thud, Flander dropped the fire scale beast from the air, dispelling his martial spirit's true form. For a level 78 soul saint to use his 7th soul skill against a soul beast over 1,000 years old was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Principal, how old is this fire scale beast? Mahongjun inquired, intrigued. He vaguely remembered Flender mentioning it in the past. Yet he found no such information in his previous memories. You rascal, didn't I tell you before? Judging by the size of its scales and body length, this fire scale beast king is over 1,500 years old. Can you absorb it? Flender questioned. 1,500 years? Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of apprehension. He was confident in handling a 1,000-year beast, but the prospect of a 1,500-year-old one was daunting. If it's too much, we can find another, Zhao Wujie advised. Remember to act within your capabilities. If you cannot manage, I will catch another. Flender looked at Ma Hongjun, leaving the decision entirely in his hands. Ma Hongjun gazed upon the languishing fire scale beast king lying on the ground. He was acutely aware of the peril that came with absorbing powers beyond his level. A single misstep could result in catastrophic destruction of his own body. Having come to this world with great difficulty, he pondered whether such a risk was truly worth taking. To embrace or to refrain? He had already acquired the flame scripture, mastered various martial techniques, and possessed the mark of a divine artifact. Although these might not be manifest at this moment, he firmly believed they still resided within his being. His body was inherently close to level 30. Further enhanced by a unique energy that had transformed him, while the limit of his third spirit ring was over 1,700 years. This challenge, nearly 1,500 years, was certainly within his grasp. Dean, Teacher Zhao, I have made my decision. My first spirit ring shall be this one. Ma Hongjun declared resolutely, pointing at the ailing fire scale beast king. Chapter 6. The New Phoenix Flame Line. After Ma Hongjun spoke, he retrieved the dagger he had meticulously prepared from his waist. Poor and pitiable, he had yet to possess a soul tool. The dagger was his only adornment. Flender made no attempt to intervene. Instead, Zhao Wujie approached Flender and whispered, Why do you not stop him? What if something goes awry? I have faith in Mahongjun. It seems he has undergone significant transformation. Should he successfully absorb this soul ring, he may very well become one of the greatest soul masters in this world, Flender replied. Reflecting on the day he witnessed Ma Hongjun fervently training in the academy square. Very well, let us hope for his success. Otherwise, Flender, you shall bear the burden of being Shrek's transgressor, Zhao Wujie remarked, letting out a sigh. Ma Hongjun plunged the dagger into the neck of the fire scale beast. A method capable of swiftly dispatching over 80% of soul beasts, including the one before him. In his recollection, he had employed this very technique several years prior. The blood of the fire scale beast flowed forth, exuding a scorching aura akin to molten lava. However, as a being of the same fire attribute, Ma Hongjun felt no aversion to the searing sensation. Rather, he found it somewhat pleasurable. In the fleeting moments that followed, soul rings began to coalesce around the creature's body. A purple 1,000-year soul ring materialized before Ma Hongjun's eyes. With hands trembling in excitement, he lowered the dagger. Ma Hongjun took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain composed. After all, it was merely a millennium and a half. He was certain he could endure it. He then swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, focusing on his martial spirit. With utmost care, he controlled the soul rings, allowing them to merge with his martial spirit. In the next moment, a surge of intense and explosive warmth enveloped him as the soul rings activated. The essence of absorbing soul beasts lay in harnessing the energy contained within the soul rings. Ma Hongjun immediately activated the fire scripture to quell the intense, searing energy. The invocation of the fire scripture swiftly alleviated much of Ma Hongjun's burden. Ma Hongjun recalled that when a soul master absorbs a soul ring from a soul beast, it transforms into two streams of energy. One stream manifests as the soul ring's soul skill, while the other is absorbed by the soul master for advancement. Otherwise, how could every soul beast soul ring absorption lead to an increase of one level in soul power, with even greater increases when absorbed at a higher level? At this moment, Ma Hongjun was undoubtedly experiencing a level-up absorption, akin to the energy impact faced by a soul master at the 30th level. However, Ma Hongjun was merely at the 10th level. Fortunately, he had previously cultivated to the 26th level. Although his soul power had regressed, his physique had become significantly stronger. With the aid of the fire scripture, he seamlessly assimilated the energies produced by the soul ring, akin to a fish gliding through water or a bird soaring through the sky. At this moment, Ma Hongjun felt that absorbing a soul ring of 1,500 years was not an insurmountable challenge after all. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, carefully absorbing the energy without allowing any mishap to occur. Zhao Wujie, initially concerned, observed that although Ma Hongjun experienced some discomfort at first, he soon appeared unaffected. It seemed that a 1,500-year soul ring was not beyond Hongjun's limits. Flender, who was even more anxious than anyone else, spoke up. He had brought Ma Hongjun to the academy at the tender age of 6 and had essentially raised him. seeing Ma Hongjun manage the situation well. His previously anxious heart finally found ease. As the fire scripture continued to circulate, Ma Hongjun's soul power gradually increased, although the soul ring had yet to be fully absorbed, keeping his soul power level restrained. Time slowly passed. Half an hour later, a purple soul ring appeared around Ma Hongjun's body. Wonderful! Ma Hongjun has succeeded. Zhao Wujie exclaimed joyfully. Ma Hongjun did not rise immediately. His soul power surged dramatically, ascending in rank. The flame scripture had reached its second tier. Level 11, level 13, level 15, and it showed no signs of abating. The increase in soul power escalated with the velocity of a rocket. An hour later, Ma Hongjun sensed that the energy bestowed by the soul ring had been entirely expended, and the augmentation of his soul power was now solely the result of his own diligent cultivation. His soul power level had achieved a state of stability. With this conclusion, Ma Hongjun, who initially harbored concerns about his performance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As an ardent admirer of Douluo, observing was one matter, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different endeavor, one that proved to be quite challenging. As Ma Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, the sky remained resplendent with sunlight. Rising to his feet, he spoke softly, "Dean, Teacher Zhao, I have succeeded." "It is good to hear of your success," Flender replied with a smile. Only Zhao Wujie approached Ma Hongjun, inquiring, "Hongjun, how do you feel now? Has there been any change in your soul skill?" "My first soul skill has not changed significantly from before. I have named it the new Phoenix Fire line. However, its power has increased by at least threefold." "Threefold?" Flender expressed his surprise. "Indeed, my new Phoenix Fire line not only possesses 3 times the power, but it was previously limited to being emitted solely from my mouth. Now, I can unleash it from my hands as well." With that, Ma Hongjun's purple soul ring glowed, and he immediately employed his first soul skill, the new Phoenix Fire line, allowing flames to swirl around his hands. With a resounding boom, he directed the skill towards a colossal rock, towering over a person. The rock shattered into several pieces upon impact. It has indeed increased threefold, as expected of a Millennium soul skill. The disparity in power compared to the first soul skill is remarkable, Flender analyzed. There is also a small technique associated with this first soul skill. It can simultaneously unleash 3 Phoenix Fire lines from 3 points, my mouth and both hands. However, the power of these simultaneous Phoenix Fire lines may be only half of what I can currently achieve. After finishing his explanation, Ma Hongjun activated the skill once more. 3 Phoenix Fire lines surged forth, consuming more of his soul power than the previous attempt. "Excellent. This first soul skill is truly impressive," Zhao Wujie applauded. "I must extend my gratitude to the Dean and Teacher Zhao." "Thank you both," Ma Hongjun said, bowing deeply to the two, a gesture he felt was well-deserved. Both men recognized that Ma Hongjun had indeed matured. "Hongjun, I have heard that absorbing soul rings beyond one's level can significantly enhance soul power. Have you advanced multiple levels?" Flender inquired. Ma Hongjun understood that the person referred to by Flender was indeed the master, and he responded without hesitation. "My current soul power has reached level 17. 17? That many?" The two were once again astonished. Ma Hongjun nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "I am uncertain. Perhaps it has awakened the soul power that vanished a few days ago. It might have returned to me somewhat." In truth, he was not surprised at all. A soul power of level 17 was quite commonplace. After all, it is not merely about absorbing a soul ring each level up, but rather every 2 levels, particularly from a soul beast over 1,500 years old, which brings him close to the threshold of the 3rd soul ring. Were it not for the profound inner strength of the fire scripture, which consumes considerable energy, he might very well have reached level 20 by now and could have set out to seek his 2nd soul ring immediately. Moreover, given his relatively low soul power at present, it is entirely reasonable for him to experience such a significant increase. Had a level 20 individual attempted to absorb a 1,500-year soul ring, they would likely not have seen an increase of 6 levels in one go. Achieving an elevation of 3 or 4 levels would be commendable. Chapter 7. You are a monster, no need to conceal this time. During the absorption of the 1,500-year soul ring, Ma Hongjun underestimated his body's capacity to endure. He dared to contemplate that even with an additional 200 years, reaching the general limit for a 3rd soul ring would not be impossible. Regretting now was futile. After all, who could blame his lack of willpower? Nonetheless, he felt quite satisfied with the current soul ring and acknowledged that opportunities to elevate the age of his soul ring would arise again in the future. Once he returned and perfected the 3 sets of techniques from the fire scripture, his strength could ascend to another level. As time was of the essence, they needed to hasten their return to Black Soul Town before nightfall, ensuring an early return to the academy the following day, as Flender suggested. On the journey, Ma Hongjun's initial exhilaration from obtaining the 1,000-year soul ring began to wane, and he contemplated the potential troubles it might bring. Regarding his first soul ring, which was 1,000 years old, he wondered if powerful soul master researchers might seek to capture and study him. Observing Flender and Zhao Wujie ahead, he resolved to share his concerns with them. Principal, do you think there is a way to conceal my 1,000-year soul ring? Ma Hongjun inquired. Why would you want to hide it? Flender countered, turning to face him. My 1,000-year soul ring is likely unprecedented in the history of our Douluo continent. Might its exposure lead to complications? Ma Hongjun responded. Flender chuckled and remarked, Indeed, you have shed your chaotic fire temperament, now pondering such matters. Principal, Teacher Zhao. What should I do then? Ma Hongjun pressed on. There are methods to conceal or alter a soul ring, perhaps through certain unique soul bones. Alas, we do not possess such items, Flender mused after a brief pause. But why must we conceal it? Have you forgotten the regulations for enrollment at Shrek Academy? Regulations? Only accepting monsters? Ma Hongjun replied. Precisely. You are indeed one of our academy's little monsters, and there is no need for concealment. Should anyone dare to trouble you? They will have to reckon with me, Flender asserted earnestly. With my presence, and alongside Flender, even a soul Douluo would not prevail. You need not worry, Ma Hongjun. Zhao Wujie declared, clenching his fist. The heart of Ma Hongjun was touched, and his inner turmoil was instantly resolved. Thank you, Dean and Teacher Zhao. He could be considered a direct disciple of Flender, who was notoriously protective of his students. Zhao Wujie, fully aware of the peril he faced, willingly chose to hold the rear, confronting the Titan Great Ape alone for the sake of his students. Indeed, I need not conceal anything. In fact, I am already unmasked. You little rascal, you've learned to be courteous now. Hurry along, or you won't reach Black Soul Town before nightfall, Flender remarked, patting Mahongjun's shoulder. They quickened their pace. And by 3 o'clock the following afternoon, the three returned to Shrek Academy. Fatty, where have you been with the Dean these past few days? You weren't out hunting soul beasts, were you? You're only at level 26. Did you perhaps indulge in some debauchery? As soon as they returned, Oscar approached with inquiry. Debauchery? The mere thought of the place Flender had taken him to previously made Mahongjun realize it was about getting the most for the least. In the past, he had indeed been reckless, welcoming all experiences without discrimination. Reflecting on it now, he felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. A deep-seated nausea that evoked shadows of his past. Mahongjun, of course, would not admit to having ventured into the Stardow Forest. Although he no longer needed to conceal his experiences, Flender still instructed him to wait. He would share the news with the Academy once he acquired his second spirit ring and ascended to the rank of Great Spirit Master. After all, according to Flender's rules, the students of Shrek Academy were expected to be at least Great Spirit Masters. It would be quite embarrassing otherwise. Flender would never indulge in such self-deprecation. Oscar, it's sufficient that you are aware. There is no need to voice it, Mahongjun stated with utmost seriousness, his expression devoid of any indication of deception. Really? It seems this time has been quite fruitful. Glowing with vitality, Oscar chuckled. What do you think of my training method the other day? As an auxiliary spirit master, you should also engage in physical training. It certainly wouldn't do any harm. Mahongjun swiftly redirected the conversation. Oscar waved his hand dismissively, replying, Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm not foolish enough to think that excessive training will change my role. After all, as an auxiliary spirit master, I cannot possibly be at the forefront of battle. Mahongjun merely mentioned it. Yet in his heart, he thought, in a few months, you shall understand. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. After bidding farewell to Oscar, he casually took a restorative sausage. The hour was still early, prompting Mahongjun to make his way to the library of Shrek Academy. The library, overseen by Xiao Xin, a rank 70, soul saint specializing in culinary arts with the martial spirit of a jelly bean, was a modest establishment. Xiao Xin, resembling a chef, lounged in a rocking chair before the library, eyes closed in bliss, a steaming cup of tea resting beside him. Adjacent to the library was his dormitory. Such were the conditions of the academy. Materials had to be extracted, and management was simplified, with nearly every instructor assuming multiple roles. For instance, the former Lucibin was responsible for managing room allocations. Flender also possessed a talent for administration, had the admission standards been lowered. Shrek would undoubtedly not be in such dire straits, yet where would one find so many prodigies willing to come here? Teacher Xiao, I am here to borrow some books. Mahongjun respectfully inquired, recalling that he had seldom visited this place in his previous life. Ah, Mahongjun. It is rare for you to visit the library. The door is unlocked. Feel free to peruse at your leisure. Once you have made your selections, please register with me, a maximum of 3 books at a time. And they must be returned within a month. Very well, thank you. Mahongjun expressed his gratitude. The library of Shrek Academy was not particularly spacious, measuring less than 30 square meters. For bookshelves housed perhaps fewer than 500 tomes, their appearance rather worn, leaving one to wonder where Flender had procured such discarded items. An hour passed. Ma Hongjun departed from the library, cradling 3 substantial tomes in his arms. One volume delved into the intricacies of soul beasts. Another explored the essence of martial souls, while the final book contained a collection of anecdotes chronicling the myriad wonders and peculiarities of the Douluo continent's history. Upon returning home, Ma Hongjun immersed himself in his studies. Perhaps due to his recent cultivation of the sacred fire eye, his mental acuity had notably increased, enhancing his memory and significantly bolstering his efficiency in absorbing knowledge. Although he could not claim to read at lightning speed with perfect retention, he found that reviewing the material multiple times allowed the information to firmly take root in his mind, thereby accelerating his learning process. As evening descended, he concluded his dinner half an hour later. Ma Hongjun once again shouldered the heavy burden of his backpack. This time, he increased the weight to 20 kilograms and resumed his vigorous running in the square, repeatedly pushing his limits. After an hour of running, he indulged in a restorative sausage. With the night cloaked in solitude, it was the perfect opportunity to practice the techniques from the fiery scriptures. The fiery palm and the fiery trace are 2 techniques that share a common origin, complementing each other and wielding greater power when combined. Under the moonlight, a robust figure tirelessly honed his skills. Chapter 8. Sparring. The display of martial prowess. The subsequent days returned to tranquility, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly passed. Every day, Ma Hongjun engages in physical exercise during the day and diligently practices the fire scripture along with its accompanying martial techniques in the evening. In his spare time, he immerses himself in the foundational knowledge of soul masters. Flender, on the other hand, refrains from participating in any teaching activities at Shrek Academy, seemingly existing independently from it. After a month of rigorous training and weight loss, he has already noticed a reduction in the circumference of his abdomen. Through his relentless efforts, he has shed 13 pounds in this short span. In another couple of months, Ma Hongjun believes he will attain a normal physique. In his previous life, he too was once overweight. Yet through a combination of exercise and dietary control, he successfully lost 36 pounds and bid farewell to his corpulence in less than 4 months. The key to weight loss lies in unwavering perseverance. Often, the initial month does not yield significant fat loss, which leads many to abandon their efforts. However, the optimal results are typically observed during the persistent 2nd and 3rd months, while the 4th month may present a plateau, with results potentially even less than those of the 1st month. Throughout this month, Ma Hongjun's gains extend beyond mere weight reduction. More crucially, his soul power has seen notable enhancement, as his progress in cultivating the fire scripture has been remarkably swift, likely due to his prior attainment of the 26th level. This time, it feels as though he is recultivating, with no obstacles in his path. Within a month, he has elevated his soul power to the pinnacle of the 18th level. He has also made initial strides in mastering the 2 formidable techniques, the fire palm and the fireless trace, though he still lacks a bit of finesse in their execution. As night falls, Ma Hongjun, as usual, practices the fire palm and fireless trace in the plaza of Shrek Academy. Just as he prepares to begin, he notices a tall figure striding across the square. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, it's truly miraculous that you're not spending the night in the city today, Ma Hongjun exclaims, maintaining his customary form of address. He is indifferent to such formalities. After all, in his previous life, calling someone boss didn't necessarily make them one, nor did it define the beauty or handsomeness of individuals. Fatty, are you still training here? Why don't you join the Dean and me in battling at the Soto City Great Soul Arena? By rights, with your 26th level, you should be eligible to participate. Ma Hongjun pondered to himself, if I possess the strength to participate, why would I still be here? At the very least, competing in the Soul Arena would allow me to earn some money to improve my living conditions, rather than relying solely on the monthly subsidies from the Spirit Hall, most of which I end up giving to Flender. I am at a loss. Surely the Dean has other plans. It seems you haven't visited the Grand Soul Arena in quite some time, Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity. Over a year ago, after Dai Mubai broke through to the 30th level and became a Soul Master, he suffered a string of more than 10 consecutive defeats. facing opponents who were all above the 37th or 38th level, proving far too formidable. After enduring such losses, he ultimately decided to suspend his participation in the Seoul arena. Ma Hongjun recalled that before his arrival, it seemed that Flender had intended for him to participate, but alas, upon his arrival, his soul power diminished. And the matter was not mentioned again. Dai Mubai smiled wryly, remarking that he had been at the pinnacle of level 36 for several months now, suggesting that the dean hoped for him to achieve a breakthrough in battle. How have your recent battles fared? Ma Hongjun inquired, aware that Dean Flender was urging Dai Mubai to train harder. This fellow, both wealthy and handsome, often spent his time amidst the flowers. If he had dedicated himself to training, he might have already reached the status of soul sect by now. Given his exceptional talent and abundant resources that far surpass those of ordinary individuals, Dai Mubai replied with a grin, recently, I've triumphed in all 3 of my battles, 2 of which were against 38-level soul elders. My record now stands at 27 victories and 23 defeats. Congratulations! In less than 2 months, you'll reach level 37. Ma Hongjun congratulated, recalling that 2 months later, when Tang San enrolled, he and Dai Mubai had yet to become acquainted, and at that time, Dai Mubai was already at level 37. Let us hope so. Training becomes significantly more challenging after reaching level 30, Dai Mubai responded. Come, fatty. I am in high spirits today. Let us spar. In Ma Hongjun's recollection, his previous sparring sessions with Dai Mubai had often resulted in his defeat, and his soul power had even diminished as a consequence. No matter how extraordinary his first soul skill might be, it could not rival the prowess of a 36th level Dai Mubai. Dai, it's one thing for you to have bullied me in the past, but do you really think I would remain so naive? As a 36th level soul master, how could I possibly be your match? Ma Hongjun lamented. Dai Mubai replied, seeing your relentless training of late, I am curious to witness the fruits of your labor. If you manage to defeat me, I shall reward you with 10 gold soul coins. What do you think? Dai, are you trying to be charitable? Ma Hongjun retorted. However, I do have one condition. We shall not utilize soul power, only engage in a contest of physical prowess. How does that sound? This stipulation offered him a glimmer of hope for victory. Only a contest of physical prowess? Dai Mubai inquired, puzzled. Indeed, while my soul power may not match yours, I believe my skills in hand-to-hand combat have improved sufficiently, Ma Hongjun asserted. This arrangement would allow them to spar while concealing his current martial spirit. More importantly, he had been diligently practicing the fiery palm and fiery trace techniques without any real combat experience, which had hindered his progress in both martial arts. Dai Mubai contemplated for a moment before responding, very well, it is settled then. We shall compete without utilizing our martial spirits or soul skills, relying solely on our physical abilities. Ma Hongjun picked up a pile of dry twigs from the edge of the square, and with a gentle flicker of his soul power, the twigs ignited, illuminating the square once more. He then sought out a stone and inscribed a circle with a diameter of approximately 10 meters upon the ground. Anyone who steps outside this circle shall be deemed a loser, Ma Hongjun proclaimed. No problem, Dai Mubai replied, harboring a lingering curiosity about Ma Hongjun's transformation over the past month. He had often observed Ma Hongjun practicing diligently even late into the night, which sparked the idea of this contest. Let the duel commence. Ma Hongjun prepared for the flame palm technique, moving in an unusual manner. A flicker of malevolence sparkled in Dai Mubai's eyes as he abruptly raised his right fist, lunging forward directly towards Ma Hongjun. The motion was unadorned, lacking any superfluous embellishments. In that instant, the force and velocity of his punch surged to their zenith, a feat unattainable without extensive combat experience. Ma Hongjun did not retreat. To do so would diminish his momentum. He slightly bent his left leg, his right arm curved inward, his right foot firmly planted, and his right hand transformed into a palm to meet Dai Mubai's punch head-on. This was the first form of the fire palm, fire without regret, characterized by its unwavering resolve. Though lacking internal energy enhancement, its potency was undeniably formidable. With a resounding clash, palm met fist in a fierce encounter, halting Dai Mubai's forward momentum abruptly as both combatants staggered back 2 or 3 paces. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun could withstand his blow with such resilience. Indeed, there had been considerable progress. Let us go again, Dai Mubai declared. His interest peaked as he leaped into the air, charging towards Ma Hongjun. Come at me with all you have, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him, for the first time igniting a fervent desire for battle within his heart. Chapter 9. Successful Weight Loss, Level 20. As Ma Hongjun's fighting spirit surged, he braced himself to confront Dai Mubai's impending onslaught. The form of this strike was familiar, reminiscent of one of Dai Mubai's signature techniques. His limbs extended in an unusual manner, seemingly exposing vulnerabilities throughout his entire being. Yet, the subtle movements of Dai Mubai's limbs suggested an inexhaustible array of follow-up attacks. Ma Hongjun's expression shifted slightly. Dai Mubai's technique was immensely powerful and versatile. The flame of the untraceable fire, rather than passively receiving the blow. It was far more prudent to take the initiative. The utilization of the flame of the untraceable fire instantaneously accelerated Ma Hongjun's speed. Dai Mubai did not anticipate that Ma Hongjun would choose to strike first, yet in such a state, he feared no one. Impossible. Is this speed really from the chubby one? Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment. Ma Hongjun noticed Dai Mubai hesitating and swiftly moved to his side, delivering a powerful strike to Dai Mubai's shoulder. Instantly, Dai Mubai was sent tumbling downward. Fortunately, his extensive combat experience allowed him to twist his waist midair, executing a 1.5 rotation before landing steadily on the ground. However, the moment Dai Mubai's feet touched the earth, Ma Hongjun was already poised to unleash his next move. With the fiery technique of Li Huo Wu Chun, Ma Hongjun inadvertently and flawlessly integrated his attack. A forceful palm struck Dai Mubai's chest, propelling him away. This strike was nothing short of perfection. Despite their previous lack of synergy, it was executed flawlessly in that fleeting moment. The might of Ma Hongjun's palm was not to be underestimated. He employed the techniques of the fire palm. Although devoid of internal energy enhancement, its power surpassed the ordinary strength of a mere palm strike. Big brother Dai, you seem to have fallen behind, Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile. Having just absorbed a soul ring of 1,500 years, his physical strength and power far exceeded that of his previous self at level 26. Moreover, with the augmentation of 2 formidable martial skills, he still stood a chance of victory even without utilizing soul power. However, should he resort to his soul power, the disparity of 18 levels between them would render any hope of triumph utterly futile. Earlier, Dai Mubai had exhibited a moment of hesitation, which allowed Ma Hongjun to execute a rapid succession of strikes, ultimately knocking Dai Mubai out of the ring. I lost? Dai Mubai stood up, realizing he had stepped outside the designated circle. Ma Hongjun, what are these skills? Why have I never seen you employ them before? He inquired, seemingly unperturbed by his defeat in the sparring match. These are skills I have diligently researched, 2 soul techniques of my own creation. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? Ma Hongjun replied with a grin. Dai Mubai, clearly incredulous, responded, you can create your own soul techniques? Ma Hongjun remarked, of course, do not look down upon others. If I were to utilize my soul power, its might would far exceed this. Very well, let us engage in a friendly spar using our soul power. Dai Mubai eagerly proposed. Boss Dai, I believe it would be prudent to refrain. In a contest of soul power, I am certainly no match for you. You must not default on the 10 gold soul coins, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Let us forego further sparring. All right, here you go, Dai Mubai said, producing 10 gold soul coins and handing them to Ma Hongjun before turning to leave. Perhaps it was due to pride, or perhaps he truly had matters to attend to. With the 10 gold soul coins in hand, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of delight and resumed his training. However, from that day forth, it seemed Ma Hongjun had indeed provoked Dai Mubai. For the next fortnight, Dai Mubai sought Ma Hongjun each evening for a bout of sparring. They fought a total of 16 times, and beginning from the second night, Ma Hongjun suffered 3 consecutive defeats. Realizing that his previous victory had been somewhat fortuitous, Dai Mubai had underestimated him, and the injuries he sustained in the Great Soul Arena during the day had contributed to his loss. It was not until the 8th night of their sparring that Ma Hongjun finally emerged victorious. In the final 8 matches, he achieved an equal score of 4 wins and 4 losses, demonstrating that he had reached a commendable level of skill to rival Dai Mubai. Before this, however, his record stood at 2 wins and 6 losses, making his overall performance against Dai Mubai 6 wins to 10 losses. After Dai Mubai ascended to the 37th level, he ceased to seek out Ma Hongjun for sparring, reverting to his former playboy persona. It seemed that since Dai Mubai's breakthrough, Flender had not interfered with him, nor had he returned to the Great Soul Arena or sought Ma Hongjun out. The 16 bouts had proven immensely beneficial for Ma Hongjun. He had successfully mastered 2 martial techniques, achieving a level of proficiency in their application. Additionally, his soul power had smoothly advanced to the 19th level. At this moment, Ma Hongjun felt no pride. He was acutely aware that even the 29th level Tang San could effortlessly suppress Dai Mubai in hand-to-hand combat. He recognized that he was merely on par with Dai Mubai, still considerably distant from Tang San's prowess. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun held firm in his belief that with diligence, overcoming and surpassing Tang San would not pose a challenge. Upon careful reflection, he concluded that he was not inferior to anyone, including Tang San. You possess the Haotian hammer. Does that mean I lack the Zhu Rong divine spear? You have the blue-silver emperor. Is my fire phoenix not equally formidable? Furthermore, with the fire scripture and my familiarity with the storyline, I am well equipped. Ma Hongjun realized that his aspiration to attain divinity was perhaps rather modest, considering that the fire scripture encompasses 12 tiers. Achieving divinity is merely a starting point, not an endpoint. With newfound motivation and direction, Ma Hongjun devoted himself to his cultivation with even greater diligence, employing every method he knew to enhance his physical strength. Furthermore, with the daily assistance of Oscar's restorative sausage, he was able to sustain prolonged training, effectively doubling his efforts. It is even said that within the academy, he has acquired a new nickname, Hornet, signifying that Ma Hongjun has gone a bit mad. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half has passed. On the 93rd day of Ma Hongjun's existence in this world, he remarkably refrained from venturing out for his morning training. Some instructors, noticing his absence from the usual practice, found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to this deviation. However, at this moment, Ma Hongjun was not idle. He sat cross-legged within the confines of his room, diligently cultivating his skills. The flame scripture coursed through his entire being, emanating a resplendent crimson aura, as strands of internal energy coalesced in his dantian. After an indeterminate passage of time, the fiery radiance enveloping his body gradually faded. Upon opening his eyes, he murmured to himself, "Level 20, I have succeeded." Transitioning from level 17 to level 20. He had accomplished this ascent through 3 soul power tiers in a mere 3 months, 90 days. Although the accelerated pace of his recultivation was significantly swifter than before, it was still the culmination of Ma Hongjun's relentless efforts over the span of 90 sunlit days and moonlit nights. Ma Hongjun rose and approached the mirror. His short, red mohawk stood out, and his physique was well proportioned. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to his former self. In the first month, he shed 13 pounds. In the second month, 18. And in the third month, 15, totaling an impressive 46 pounds over 3 months. His height had also increased slightly, now surpassing 1.60 meters. As the saying goes, a single excess in weight can ruin all. A slender figure can hide a multitude of flaws. Although his charm still paled in comparison to the striking features of Dai Mubai and Oscar, he was not far behind. Ma Hongjun surveyed himself with a sense of pride and remarked, "This is the true me. However, my attire no longer fits as it once did. It is time for a change." At that moment, he was still clad in his old garments, which now hung on him like a robe. Chapter 10. A Dinner Invitation. First encounter. As Ma Hongjun stepped outside, he encountered Oscar. "Ma Hongjun, I must say, you look rather good after losing some weight. Do you need my sausages today?" Oscar inquired. "Today is a day of rest. I do not require them. I am preparing to visit Soto City, as I have yet to collect this month's Spirit Master subsidy," Ma Hongjun replied. Oscar expressed his surprise. "You haven't gone yet? This is the last day. If you do not go now, it will be considered an automatic forfeiture." In the past, Oscar recalled that Ma Hongjun would rush to collect his subsidy on the very first day it became available, indulging himself at the tavern immediately afterward. "That is precisely why I am going today. Would you care to join me? Your sausages have been of great assistance to me during this time." "Allow me to treat you to a fine meal," Ma Hongjun suggested with a smile. For 3 months, he had relied on Oscar to craft recovery sausages, and this was the only way he could express his gratitude at present. "Haha, I must admit, you do have a conscience, since someone is treating." "I shall not hold back," Oscar grinned mischievously, as if plotting a grand feast for Ma Hongjun. Upon leaving Shrek Academy, the two walked for just over an hour before reaching Soto City. They arrived at the Spirit Hall, where they presented their Spirit Master credentials and successfully collected 10 gold soul coins. After accounting for the rewards from their first battle with Dai Mubai and the contributions to the academy, Ma Hongjun found himself with merely 12 gold soul coins and 8 silver soul coins. Once they exited the Spirit Hall, Ma Hongjun proceeded to order 5 sets of clothing, spending an entire gold soul coin. It is worth noting that a single gold soul coin could sustain an ordinary family for 3 months. Such an expenditure on garments was indeed extravagant. "Ma Hongjun, why spend so much on clothing?" The village tailor can craft outfits for merely 2 or 3 copper soul coins. This is an utter waste, Oscar remarked, puzzled. You fail to understand. One must dress well, if I do not present myself handsomely. What impression will I leave on beautiful women in the future? Mahongjun replied, then leaned closer to Oscar, whispering, I suggest you also order a few nice sets. You never know, there might be some lovely ladies during the academy's recruitment. You wouldn't want to regret it later. Really? Oscar looked at Mahongjun with skepticism. Of course. Am I not as good as you now? Hiki, Mahongjun declared, elated by his weight loss and newfound confidence. After pondering for a moment, Oscar said, Boss, I too desire 5 sets. As the clothing would not be ready immediately, Mahongjun then visited the blacksmith shop, where he ordered 20 kilograms of iron beads for a silver soul coin. In his training regimen, the era of carrying stones in a backpack had long passed. Instead, he opted for garments crafted from cloth, filled with iron beads, and also had weights for his arms and legs. Each of these 4 areas received an upgrade. The clothing would contain 20 kilograms of weights, with 5 kilograms for each arm and 5 kilograms for each leg, should he successfully absorb a spirit ring this time. His physical strength would once again increase, necessitating an upgrade of his current equipment, and he intended to incorporate all 20 kilograms into his attire. Mahongjun persistently urged Oscar to engage in physical exercise, yet Oscar remained obstinate, believing that such efforts would yield little benefit. After completing their activities, mealtime finally approached. Oscar eagerly inquired, What are we having today? Not so fast. I need to visit the director's shop first. I have a matter to discuss with him. Mahongjun replied, Surely you aren't going to bring up that troublesome issue again? My problem has been resolved. There is no need to revisit it, and I would appreciate it if you refrain from mentioning it in the future, Mahongjun said, a hint of irritation in his voice. Recalling that place made Mahongjun feel nauseous, it nearly left him with lasting trauma. The thought of potential impotence in the future due to such influences was unsettling. He longed to erase those unpleasant memories from his past. Honestly, what kind of people did Flender recruit just to save a few pennies? It seems he actually resolved the issue, Oscar remarked. Mahongjun chuckled. Otherwise, how could I have transformed into who I am today? The two traversed a bustling street and made their way directly to Flender's quaint little shop. What brings you here? Flender inquired. Principal, it's me, Mahongjun. He gestured with 2 fingers. Flender, who spent a significant portion of his day at the shop in Soto City, quickly understood the context. I see, he replied. However, just as Mahongjun was about to take his leave, Oscar, in his usual cheeky manner, remarked, Principal, Mahongjun says he wants to treat us to a meal. Flender instantly sprang up from his reclining chair and declared, Let us go, we shall head there at once. Mahongjun was at a loss for words. Is this what they call a pig teammate? At noon, Oscar said, Let's order 2 more portions of these 2 dishes, and also 1 more of that. Yes. I want this as well, Oscar added. Mahongjun remarked, Is this little enough for you? Are we going out to enjoy a meal and improve our lives? Oscar looked at Mahongjun with an innocent expression. At this moment, the heart of Mahongjun was bleeding. Introduced by Flender to such an upscale restaurant, this meal would conservatively cost at least 5 golden soul coins. However, he was indeed on a diet. Satisfying his body's needs was sufficient. For excess would inevitably transform into fat. After all, he was acutely aware that his physique was prone to gaining weight, necessitating moderation in his consumption. The lunch had directly cost him 6 golden soul coins, a painful expenditure. Now, he had become quite impoverished, with less than 6 golden soul coins remaining. Wow. This meal is exquisite. It's my first time dining so lavishly, exclaimed Oscar, reluctant to indulge in such luxury himself. As his wealth was not much greater than that of Mahongjun. What does it matter? Once you become stronger, you can eat whatever you desire. Keep cultivating. And the future will hold everything you wish for, Mahongjun replied. In the afternoon, Mahongjun and Oscar received their new outfits and promptly changed into them. Instantly, Mahongjun felt a shift in his demeanor. The fiery red garments complemented his crimson hair splendidly. Especially with his current physique, he resembled a dashing young man. A stark contrast to his former self. Even Oscar, donned in new attire, seemed to shine brighter. Indeed, the adage clothes make the man held true, provided one possessed the figure to carry them. Bearing the weight of 20 kilograms of iron beads and their clothes, the two made their way toward Shrek. Just as they were about to exit the city, Oscar tugged at Mahongjun's sleeve, exclaiming, Look over there, a beautiful girl. A beauty? Mahongjun turned to glance in that direction. There, he beheld a tall, slender girl in white, seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, accompanied by 2 women as they strolled down the street. The girl, appearing as if she had never encountered the world, exhibited curiosity toward everything around her. Ma Hongjun felt that this scene resembled those television shows he had watched in his previous life. The exquisite beauty of the young lady before him, coupled with her impressive entourage, undoubtedly suggested a background far beyond their reach. Oscar, don't stare. Let's move on. No matter how beautiful she is not meant for you, Mahongjun reminded, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Such a stunning beauty was a rare sight, and it was only natural to steal a few glances for the sake of visual indulgence. Oscar's eyes seemed ready to pop out. His current disposition left him quite susceptible to the allure of beautiful women. It must be said that the girl before them was indeed breathtaking, enchanting in her youth, yet capable of evoking the imagery of fish sinking and birds startled, of flowers feeling shy and the moon dimming in comparison. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun was not the same person he once was. Otherwise, he would have approached her, and in the next moment, thoughts of intimacy would have danced in his mind. Unbeknownst to them, the young lady had noticed their presence. In a swift motion, she appeared before Ma Hongjun and Oscar, directing her inquiry at Oscar. Uncle, what are you looking at? Chapter 11. The Frost Dragon. Cold Frost. Oscar, with his beard still intact, found it quite normal to be referred to as uncle at the age of 14. However, he was displeased and retorted, "What do you mean, uncle? Haven't you seen a handsome guy like me before?" The girl in white chuckled, "There are no handsome guys like you. With a face full of beard resembling a middle-aged man, the one beside you just barely qualifies." Oscar never anticipated that his facial hair would lead to such a significant loss of reputation. "Thank you for your kind words, beautiful miss. We have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave," Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Who doesn't appreciate a compliment? Ma Hongjun hastily seized Oscar and made a dash. Although Oscar wished to retort, he found himself being dragged away by Ma Hongjun. "Hey, who is the old man? Clarify this for me." Oscar protested, yet his strength paled in comparison to that of Ma Hongjun, who effortlessly pulled him along. As they vanished from the sight of the young maiden, two women approached her from behind. "My dear, that young man in the red attire is no ordinary individual. You must exercise caution in your interactions. Do not engage with strangers so readily," one of the women advised. "Is it merely a conversation? What makes that individual so remarkable?" The white-clad maiden inquired. "That young man in red is of a similar age to you, yet he must be carrying a considerable weight in his pack. At least 20 kilograms. Remarkably, without exerting even a trace of soul power. He managed to drag the man beside him while maintaining a steady breath and moving with the swiftness of the wind. Do you truly believe such a person is unremarkable? Could it be that this youth possesses greater talent than I?" The white-clad maiden's eyes sparkled with interest. The woman nodded in agreement, saying, "It is indeed possible. This world is rife with individuals of exceptional talent, some even possessing innate full soul power. However, there are few across the continent. Thus, even if one has innate full soul power, it may not surpass your innate 9th-level soul and top-tier mutated martial soul. We should not linger here. Let us hasten to Spirit City, lest we miss the enrollment deadline. No, I must follow and discover the nature of his talent. He may very well attend the Spirit Hall Academy," the white-clad maiden declared. Her curiosity piqued as she dashed in the direction of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. One of the slightly plump women sighed, remarking, "The young lady is far too playful." Fortunately, Spirit City is only 3 days away, and there are still 6 days until the registration period. If she continues in this manner, we may have to resort to binding her, the other, more slender woman remarked. "Upon my return, I shall shave my beard. Let us see who dares to call me old man again." Oscar fumed, reminiscent of a disgruntled spouse. Deciding to shave? Ma Hongjun chuckled, inadvertently altering a small plot twist. It turned out that Oscar was to shave only after the arrival of those beautiful ladies at the academy, but now it was happening prematurely. "Of course, I shall shave upon returning to the academy," Oscar asserted resolutely. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun's brow furrowed. "Someone is following us." Having trained for 3 months with the Fire God's Eye, his spiritual power had ascended to the level of a soul master, granting him a heightened awareness of his surroundings, far surpassing that of Oscar. "What do they want with us?" Oscar queried. As they turned to investigate, they were astonished to find it was the white-clad woman they had encountered in Soto City earlier. Ma Hongjun's current soul power is rather limited, and Oscar possesses little combat prowess. In an effort to avoid trouble, he chose to accompany Oscar, but was surprised when the latter followed him. The two women behind the girl in white exuded an air of calm that suggested they were formidable adversaries. "Greetings, may I inquire about your innate soul power levels?" the young woman asked curiously. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. What sort of dialogue was this? Was it customary for someone to inquire about such a thing right off the bat? My innate talent is rather mediocre, with a level 4 innate soul power. Naturally, Ma Hongjun would not disclose the true extent of his innate soul power. The girl in white, reflecting thoughtfully, expressed her disappointment. Surely not. How could you possibly possess only a level 4 innate talent? Hey, little sister, why don't you ask me? My soul power is quite impressive, Oscar proclaimed, brimming with pride. In terms of innate soul power, Oscar had already ascended to the pinnacle of the pyramid. I have no interest in knowing your soul power level. The girl in white retorted disdainfully. Oscar, feeling a surge of indignation, exclaimed loudly, I don't mind telling you, dear sister, that my innate soul power is at its maximum. Ma Hongjun was still contemplating how to intervene, but Oscar's response came too swiftly, revealing his youthful naivety. The girl in white chuckled softly, clearly incredulous. You possess innate full soul power. Do not jest, she remarked. Her attention was solely captivated by Ma Hongjun, her enchanting gaze fixed intently upon him. What is your true innate soul power? You cannot deceive me, she pressed. It is indeed innate level 4, Ma Hongjun replied. I do not believe you. Unless you reveal your martial soul and soul rings, allowing me to ascertain your soul power level, the girl in white retorted, her irritation evident. Ma Hongjun, unwilling to reveal too much, replied, I think it's best to refrain from such actions. The girl in white, undeterred, declared, in that case, allow me to test your prowess. With that, she charged toward him. Very well, he conceded. I possess an innate spirit power at level 9. Is that sufficient? Despite his words, the girl in white remained skeptical, insisting, I do not believe you. Let us compete. As soon as she finished speaking, she activated her martial spirit. 2 golden soul rings encircling her form. Her martial spirit revealed itself as the rare frost dragon. I am Leng Shuang'er, hailing from the city of eternal snow. And I am a level 27 soul master specializing in offense, she introduced herself. Observing this, Oscar swiftly took cover behind a nearby boulder. A typical maneuver for a support-type soul master. Ma Hong cast a glance at the 2 women behind Leng Shuang'er, who showed no signs of intervening. It was evident that he had no choice but to engage, otherwise, should the elder decide to act, the situation would spiral beyond control. Ma Hongjun, hailing from Shrek Academy, was a level 20 soul master specializing in offense. For the first time in 3 months, he revealed his martial soul and soul rings. A fire phoenix? A millennium soul ring? Oscar was taken aback. Wasn't the familiar Ma Hongjun at level 26? Could this be an imposter? The thought of Ma Hongjun's unusual behavior during this period sent a shiver down Oscar's spine. In truth, the release of Leng Shuang'er's martial soul had caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Curiously, Leng Shuang'er inquired, You are still a soul master. But why does your first soul ring span a millennium? Are you frightened? Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. Looking for a fight, Leng Shuang'er retorted, immediately unleashing her first soul skill, Frost Strike. In an instant, a chilling wind surged forth, swiftly forming 2 ice pillars aimed directly at Ma Hongjun. Is that all? Ma Hongjun smirked sideways, feeling no need to employ his first soul skill. He transformed his hands into palms, concentrating flames within. Flame palm. Is he truly daring enough to confront the young lady's first soul skill without utilizing a soul skill of his own? The 2 women behind gasped in astonishment. Chapter 12. Habitual movements. As the 2 ice pillars approached, Ma Hongjun caught one in each hand. Water can extinguish fire, but fire can also melt ice and snow. This is not good. Its power is surprisingly formidable. With both palms firmly grounded, Ma Hongjun found himself unexpectedly pushed back a step by the formidable force of the icy pillars. The chilling soul power and strength he faced were truly extraordinary. Indeed, the ancient and supreme martial spirit, the frost giant dragon, proved to be unparalleled. What appeared to be 2 exceedingly ordinary ice pillars harbored such immense power. However, my blazing phoenix is no mere pushover. Furthermore, my cultivation of the blazing fire sutra has significantly enhanced the fiery attribute of my soul power. Melt away, Ma Hongjun bellowed, as intense flames erupted from his palms, enveloping the ice pillars of cold frost air. In the blink of an eye, they melted away under the searing heat of his flames. Cold Frost Air's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. For the first time, her primary soul skill had been treated in such a manner, vanishing before the flames of her opponent. Ice and fire possess a mutually restraining effect. During her training, her family had sought out various attribute soul masters to battle against her, yet none had been able to so effortlessly dissolve her primary soul skill. The elders of her family had informed her that to achieve such melting, The opponent's soul power must either vastly exceed hers or possess a martial spirit of comparable or superior rank. Yet, the youth before her, Ma Hongjun, was not only 7 levels below her in soul power but also lacked 1 soul ring, yet he effortlessly melted her ice. This indicated that the martial spirit of this young man was undoubtedly superior to hers. Ma Hongjun's martial soul has been transformed by the divine artifacts mark. Although it retains the name of the Blazing Phoenix, it is anything but a mere top-tier martial soul. I think it is better not to fight. Let's preserve our camaraderie and be friends, Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile, acknowledging that his opponent was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, a true monster. Cold Frost, however, was not easily swayed. Let us see if you can defeat me first. Spare me the talk of friendship. What if we were to pursue romance? She retorted, her words tinged with disbelief at her own audacity. Yet, in an instant, she dismissed the embarrassment, for she had never tasted defeat among her peers. As long as she remained victorious, her bold declaration would hold weight. Behind her, a slightly plump woman interjected, "Should we intervene, miss? This seems rather reckless." "I believe it's unnecessary. This young man is exceptional, and it is rare for our lady to encounter a rival of her age. Let her have her bout." Another woman replied. Throughout this exchange, Oscar lingered in a shadowy corner, contemplating, has spring finally arrived for the rotund one? No. Perhaps it is time to dispense with that moniker. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, for such words were somewhat unexpected. Observing Ma Hongjun's distraction, Lang Shuang'er smiled playfully and swiftly charged at him, her fist clenched. As she approached, Ma Hongjun braced himself to counter her attack. His sparring sessions with Dai Mubai had significantly enhanced his combat experience. He met her punch with an open palm, with a resounding clash. The instant their fists and palms connected, Ma Hongjun deftly seized Ling Shuang'er's hands. She attempted to break free, unaware of the immense strength he possessed. Her efforts were futile against his formidable grip. Then, an icy aura enveloped the air as a chilling essence radiated from Lang Shuang'er's fists. A faint smile graced Ma Hongjun's lips as he remarked, "You seem rather cold. Allow me to warm you." Instantly, their hands became a battleground of ice and fire. And as time elapsed, the exchange of their soul powers intensified. For a moment, it appeared that neither could best the other. However, only Lang Shuang'er understood that it was her desire to break free that kept her tethered. Her own soul power was utterly restrained by her opponent. Infuriating. A fierce competitive spirit ignited within Lang Shuang'er, for she had always been the one to dominate others, never once had she been subdued. In the next heartbeat, her 2 yellow soul rings began to glow softly. Ma Hongjun silently thought that something was amiss, suddenly feeling as if his hands were about to slip from his grasp. The hands of Lang Shuang'er began to swell, and the frigid aura contained within them intensified, imparting an unbearable sensation of frostburn to his own hands. Ma Hongjun hastily released his grip and utilized the technique of fire without trace, twisting his feet to retreat several meters. At this moment, Lang Shuang'er's hands had transformed into pristine white dragon claws. Although her martial soul was the frost giant dragon, these claws were not colossal. They merely expanded her hands slightly. This was her second soul skill, Frost Claw, which enhanced both her strength and defense by 60%, in addition to augmenting the chilling power by 20%. Just as Lang Shuang'er was preparing to launch an attack, she was taken aback to see Ma Hongjun had swiftly evaded to a distance of 3 meters, his speed astonishing. "Why did you run away? Let's go again," Lang Shuang'er stated earnestly. As Ma Hongjun's purple soul ring illuminated once more, he chuckled. "How can this be considered running? Allow me to showcase my first soul skill." The brilliance of the purple soul ring captivated all eyes, drawing attention to Ma Hongjun. "Miss, be cautious," urged a slightly plump woman behind her. The first soul ring, being a millennium skill, undoubtedly bore immense power, incomparable to that of a century ring. In the blink of an eye, 3 lines of the new phoenix fire erupted. Seemingly unavoidable, Lang Shuang'er's expression turned grave, and she instinctively stepped back. Having already employed her second soul skill, she simultaneously activated her first soul skill once more. A chilling aura of frost materialized, instantly forming 2 colossal ice pillars before her. Under the influence of her second soul skill, the potency of his first soul skill appeared to amplify, rendering the ice pillars even larger, twice their previous size. Given Lang Shuang'er's slender physique, the 2 ice pillars completely obscured her. A thunderous crash echoed, akin to the sound of shattering glass, as the 3 lines of new phoenix fire collided with the ice pillars, shattering them instantly. This was no mere flame slowly melting ice. It was a true display of formidable, aggressive power. Terrified, Lang Shuang'er retreated 2 steps, her heart racing. How could this be? My defensive technique. combined with my second soul skill, was so easily dismantled? Beautiful lady, you have lost. Suddenly, Lung Xuanger felt an intense heat around her neck. When did you get so close? She gasped, realizing her defeat. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's right hand was firmly gripping her neck, poised to extinguish her life at any moment. Miss, stop this at once. Release her. The two women appeared frantic, unleashing their martial souls, a 6-ring soul emperor and a 5-ring soul king. Yet, Lung Xuanger remained surprisingly calm, stating, "You needn't concern yourselves with me. I accept my defeat." It dawned on her that, apart from herself, there existed such formidable talents in the world. Mahongjun, in truth, harbored no intentions of causing harm to Lung Xuanger, particularly given that she was backed by a soul emperor and a soul king, figures he could not afford to provoke at this moment. His sole desire was to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. With the opponent conceding defeat, Ma Hongjun reluctantly relinquished his hold. Yet, he found himself instinctively lifting the object to his nose, inhaling its scent and contemplating that both its aroma and texture were rather pleasant, albeit slightly chilled. You? Lung Xuanger exuded an unmistakable aura of menace. Ma Hongjun suddenly sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere and quickly clarified, "I apologize. That was merely a habitual gesture. Shall we proceed now?" Chapter 13. Digging at the Spirit Hall's corner? The name Lung Xuanger prompted Ma Hongjun to carefully recall the plot of the Douluo novel. This character had never made an appearance. Of a similar age and possessing a spirit power of 27, she wielded the ancient Ice Frost Dragon spirit, which should not render her obscure. Yet, here she was, appearing in Soto City. With a disdainful snort, Lung Xuanger retorted, "Is that truly a habitual gesture? It seems rather intentional to me. Who exactly are you? Are you still Mahongjun?" Oscar emerged nervously from behind a boulder, inquiring with unease. Ignoring Lung Xuanger, Mahongjun replied to Oscar, "Of course I am who I am. Who else could I be? As for my spirit ring situation, I will explain it to you later." Just as they were about to depart, it appeared that someone would not allow their exit. "Wait a moment, stop them for me," Lung Xuanger instructed the two women, who were left with no choice but to comply. Ma Hongjun silently lamented the situation, wondering whether they were about to sever the bridge after crossing the river. Before he and his companions could fully comprehend the unfolding events, a slightly plump woman had already obstructed their path. The 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, illuminated around her, emanating a formidable aura characteristic of a soul king, seemingly in discontent with Ma Hongjun's earlier grip on Lung Xuanger's neck. Yet, the pressure of a soul king, while daunting for an average great soul master, was not particularly overwhelming for the two of them, who had previously endured the oppressive presence of a soul sage. Faced with this sudden surge of power, they remained largely unfazed. The plump woman and another lady displayed a hint of surprise. They recognized that the young man before them was no ordinary individual, as he maintained his composure even under her imposing aura. Did they truly believe they could simply depart? Ma Hongjun's expression grew serious, sensing the impending confrontation. He glanced at Oscar and whispered, "If they make a move, I'll hold them off. You should flee and fetch help." "All right," Oscar replied readily. Aware of his limitations as a support-type soul master, he knew that if he could quickly locate Zhao Wujia or Dean Flender, there was a chance to rescue Ma Hongjun. "What do you intend to do?" Ma Hongjun directly confronted Lung Xuanger. Just as he was about to hear her response, an overwhelming aura began to approach. The two women suddenly appeared grave. This presence was extraordinary. Oscar exclaimed with delight, "It's the Dean. The Dean has arrived." Above, the two women simultaneously looked skyward. Above Ma Hongjun and Oscar, Flander's soul rings began to glow, retracting his flying soul skill as he descended, with 7 soul rings manifesting one by one. 7-ringed soul saint. The two women stood in shock, not expecting assistance to arrive so swiftly. Flander landed beside Ma Hongjun and Oscar, coldly stating, "You, a soul emperor, and you, a soul king, dare to bully 2 children. Allow me to confront you." With Flander's appearance, the weight on Ma Hongjun and Oscar's hearts lifted. They were safe. The plump woman quickly joined the tall, slender one, shielding Lung Xuanger behind them, asserting, "Miss, rest assured, we will protect you." Lung Xuanger seemed to have something to say. She stepped forward and declared, "You misunderstand. I still have words left unspoken." Suddenly, her icy white face flushed with a hint of crimson as she softly uttered, "Just now, you bested me, and I wish to propose that we become friends." Her voice was barely audible, so soft that even the two women behind her could only discern fragments of her words. Ma Hongjun and Oscar merely observed as Lung Xuanger opened her mouth to speak. though they could not discern her words. Flender, with a knowing smile, promptly retracted his spirit rings among those present. Perhaps only Leng Shuanggo had not heard as clearly as he did, with the exceptional hearing of the four-eyed cat eagle. Even the faintest sounds could not escape Flender's keen ears. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?" Mahongjun inquired directly. Leng Shuanggo's face flushed deeper, and she suddenly raised her voice, stating, "I said, we could be friends. Shouldn't we be talking about romance?" Mahongjun promptly replied. Feeling emboldened by Flender's presence, for under the shade of a great tree, one can find solace. Leng Shuanggo abruptly turned away, utterly mortified. Disregarding Mahongjun and the others entirely, it seemed that the battle would not commence. The two women, having ignored Leng Shuanggo, approached Flender and bowed respectfully with one hand placed on their chests. Long Swan, a level 62 Battle Spirit Emperor, pays respects to the elder. Long Ling, a level 53 Battle Spirit King, pays respects to the elder. We hail from the Frost Giant Python family of the far northern Snow City. And this is the current clan leader, Lang Zhan's daughter, Leng Shuanggo, whose martial spirit is the top-tier Frost Giant Dragon, a mutation of the Frost Spirit Python. A faint smile graced Ma Hongjun's lips as he realized that this was indeed a formidable combination known as the Cold Acid Spirit. It was undeniable that Leng Shuanggo had exceptional fortune, as her martial soul had successfully mutated from the Frost Giant Python into the Frost Dragon. In comparison to the master, the difference was astronomical. After all, he had the potential to evolve into the Golden Sacred Dragon, a being far more powerful than the Frost Dragon. Flender seemed to be lost in reminiscence, chuckling softly. "So it is that lad, Lang Zhan. I encountered him over a decade ago when he was merely a Soul King. Who would have imagined he has now ascended to the position of clan leader? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Flender, a level 78 Battle Soul Saint." The revelation of his impressive rank brought relief to both of them. They were grateful that they had refrained from engaging in combat earlier. Moreover, the fact that their adversary was acquainted with their clan leader made matters significantly easier. It appeared that they were not enemies after all. "How fortunate that you are familiar with the clan leader. How's he faring these days? Has he managed to win over the goddess of his heart?" Flender inquired suddenly. The slightly plump woman, Lang Ling, glanced at the nearby Leng Shuanggo, uncertain of how to respond. However, the tall, slender woman, Leng Swan, interjected. The clan leader faced defeat in that endeavor, yet he subsequently devoted himself to cultivation and has now reached the rank of level 71 Soul Saint. Abruptly, Leng Shuanggo turned her head and asked, "Who else has my father pursued?" "My dear, perhaps it would be best for you to inquire directly with your father regarding this matter," Lang Ling suggested, hesitant to broach such a personal topic. The Snow City and the Heavenly Dough Empire are two cities at nearly opposite extremes. Flender pondered aloud. "What brings you from Snow City to Soto City?" "Senior, a close friend of the clan leader, is a teacher at the Spirit Hall Academy, and he wishes to invite our young miss to begin her training there upon turning 12. Our journey is merely a passage through Soto City on our way to enroll in Spirit City," Lang Swan replied candidly. Suddenly, Mahongjun noticed a subtle smile at the corners of Flender's mouth. He realized that the dean was about to employ his persuasive tactics once again, undoubtedly aiming to poach talent from the Spirit Hall Academy. It was evident that Leng Shuanggo possessed the innate abilities that met the admission standards of Shrek Academy. Flender, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Why go to the Spirit Hall? What is so appealing there? Such remarkable talent would be squandered. It would be far better to join us at Shrek Academy, where we can undoubtedly nurture this young Leng Shuanggo into greatness." Chapter 14. The Art of Persuasion. Faced with Flender's disparaging remarks about the Spirit Hall Academy, the three of them were momentarily taken aback. Mahongjun was deep in thought, realizing that the cold and aloof Leng Shuanggo was heading to the Spirit Hall Academy. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Indeed, Soto City was a route to the Spirit Hall, and it was not unreasonable to take a detour to explore. As for Leng Shuanggo's absence from the original narrative, it could be attributed to her lack of participation in the Advanced Soul Master competition during the early stages. This competition was the only opportunity in the novel for lower-tier Soul Masters to gain substantial recognition. Afterward, besides the Shrek 7 monsters, the rest faded into mere supporting characters. Even Feng Xiaodian eventually became just a larger supporting role. Observing the configuration of the Spirit Hall's participants, most were nearing level 50. Given the current circumstances, Leng Shuanggo would not have the same fortunate encounters as those at Shrek, where they had access to heavenly herbs. In terms of soul power, during this edition of the Advanced Soul Master competition, she would only qualify as a Soul Zune and would have to wait for the next competition to make her appearance. Unfortunately, 5 years after that competition, the Spirit Hall had begun to exert its influence over various factions across the continent, preparing for unification. And that year marked the conclusion of the Advanced Soul Master competition. After a while, the tall and slender woman, Lang Xuan, finally spoke. Senior. The Spirit Hall Academy cannot be so inferior. After all, they have consistently been the champions of the Advanced Soul Master competition. Huh. What does being a champion signify? That's merely because my academy did not participate. If we had, the Spirit Hall would have been irrelevant, Flender retorted. Only Ma Hongjun understood that they would undoubtedly secure the championship in the next edition. However, Oscar thought differently. You can't even muster enough participants. Yet, Lang Shuanger looked at Ma Hongjun with particular interest before glancing at Oscar, who had just claimed to possess full soul power, and inquired, "Is it true that you are indeed a full soul power user?" Flender exchanged a meaningful glance with Oscar, seemingly indicating that it was time for him to showcase his abilities. Seizing this opportunity to shine, Oscar stepped forward and introduced himself. "Allow me to formally present myself, Oscar. 14 years of age, a naturally full soul power possessor, with the martial spirit of a sausage, currently a level 29 food system soul master, nearing level 30. After his introduction, Oscar proudly released his martial spirit, displaying it for all to see. Super Recovery Sausage. In an instant, he conjured a large sausage before the crowd. "Miss, you've expended quite a bit of soul power and stamina. Would you care for a replenishment?" Oscar offered. Lang Shuanger immediately felt a wave of nausea and declined. "Perhaps not." Once Oscar finished his display, Flender chimed in again. "Indeed, he is a natural full soul power possessor. Our academy is not limited to him. We also have a prodigy who, at 15, has already reached level 37 as a soul zone." Flender noticed the two women and Lang Shuango exhibiting expressions of astonishment and continued. "Since its inception, our academy has only accepted geniuses, only monsters. Any soul master who has not reached at least level 21 by the age of 13 is ineligible for admission. Even if they do qualify, they may still fail the assessment to officially become a student. You must consider this carefully at Shrek. You will train alongside a cohort of prodigies who are either your equal or far superior. But how is it possible for someone at level 20 to possess a 1,000-year soul ring?" Lang Shuanga pointed at Ma Hongjun. Her curiosity piqued. The two women gazed at Flender, astonished by the notion of a 1,000-year soul ring. "Ma Hongjun, perhaps you should explain," Flender suggested, offering him the opportunity to elaborate. He believed that since they were encouraging her to enroll, there was no need to conceal the truth. "In fact, 3 months ago, I was merely a level 26 Great Soul Master. Recently, the Academy had resolved the issue with my mutated martial spirit, allowing it to evolve again. But this resulted in a reduction of my soul power to level 10, causing my soul rings to vanish. I had to regain them anew." He attributed all of this to Flender, which only served to enhance Flender's formidable reputation. "Is that so? Achieving a rise from level 10 to level 20 in just 3 months is truly impressive. However, I am curious, what issue did your previous martial spirit encounter?" Lang Shuanger asked suddenly. That was a question Ma Hongjun found difficult to answer. Fortunately, Flender interjected, "So, have you made your decision?" "I have no reservations. I wish to attend Shrek," Lang Shuanger resolved. In her heart, she believed that Shrek would be exceptional and powerful, a place filled with elite talents. Moreover, having lost to the young man in red today, she vowed to reclaim her honor by defeating Ma Hongjun. "Miss, the clan leader has specifically instructed you to attend the Spirit Hall Academy, where they have promised to nurture you with utmost dedication. They will even assign you a teacher of the Soul Douluo level. If a title Douluo were to take notice of you, you might even become their disciple." The plump woman, Lang Ling, remarked. Their task was to ensure Lang Shuanger's enrollment at the Spirit Hall. Yet now she was opting for an academy with little renown on the continent like Shrek. Although Flender was a level 78 soul sage, he still paled in comparison to the resources of the Spirit Hall. "I do not care. I will not go to the Spirit Hall Academy. I shall attend Shrek," Lang Shuango asserted firmly. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but commend the young lady before him, raising his thumb in approval. "But how will we explain this to the clan leader?" Long Ling continued. "I don't care. Just tell them the truth when you return. This is my own decision," Lang Shuanga asserted, seeing that the situation was progressing favorably. Flender interjected, "That brat Lang Zhan owes me a favor from years ago. I'll write him a letter, and you can deliver it." "I doubt he will dare to say much. Can we have 2 days to consider this?" Lang Swan inquired. Pondering that a slight delay wouldn't hinder their timely arrival at Shrek, and they must persuade the young lady thoroughly during this period. 2 days? Isn't that a bit excessive? Flender remarked, if we truly start inquiring about Shrek, it would be disastrous. Flender then glanced at Ma Hongjun, seemingly hoping he would add something, especially since he had noticed the different glances Lang Shuanger cast at him. Understanding Flender's expression, Ma Hongjun promptly suggested, perhaps it would be better this way. You have not witnessed the distance between our academy and others, which makes it hard for you to believe. Upon hearing this, Flender's face darkened, as if to say, why are you bringing this up now? Will this take us there? Lang Shuanger asked. Ma Hongjun tilted his head and said, today is not feasible. Let it be 7 days hence. Come back to Shrek Academy at 9 in the morning, and you shall witness the academy in its most complete form. 7 days? Indeed. 7 days from now is when our academy will be at its pinnacle. That won't do, by then. The young lady will have already missed the enrollment period for the Spirit Hall. You have already conferred with the instructors at the Spirit Hall, and they assured you that a slight delay of 2 days should pose no issue. If our academy's prodigies do not live up to the director's expectations, you may dispose of them as you wish, Mahongjun confidently asserted. Flender was on the verge of cursing Mahongjun 7 days hence. Where would he find so many prodigies? Shrek had not received suitable candidates in quite some time. Very well, 7 days it is. We shall return to Soto City and find a place to stay, Lang Shuanger decisively declared, turning on her heel and departing without a backward glance. The two women hastily followed her. What shall we do? Long Ling inquired of Lang Xuan. What else can be done? Each one of them is more capable of deception than the last. You know the young lady's temperament. We should attempt to persuade her earnestly, if all else fails. We can simply say there was an unforeseen circumstance at the Spirit Hall Academy that caused a delay. Once the figures vanished from sight, Flender struck Ma Hongjun with an open palm. You rascal, what were you thinking? What is there to see 7 days from now? Flender fumed, his face flushed with anger. Over the years, there had been no instance of his schemes falling through. Today, it was almost as if Ma Hongjun had muddled everything. If there were more prodigies at the academy, it would be one thing. That would certainly be an advantage. But if not, when they arrive, they would discover that Shrek is not only remote, but the conditions of the academy are subpar, lacking even a simulated environment. Compared to the Spirit Hall Academy's facilities, they would be at a distinct disadvantage, with no advantage to speak of. Ma Hongjun swiftly evaded Flender's slap, chuckling, rest assured, the academy's enrollment is just 6 days away. Undoubtedly, several remarkable talents will join us then. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun bolted, fully aware that Flender would not take him seriously. And he certainly wished to avoid a reprimand. You rascal, if there are no worthy prodigies in 6 days, I shall certainly give you a sound thrashing. Flender retorted with a fierce expression. Chapter 15, The Food Chain of the Soul Beast Realm. Upon returning to the academy, Ma Hongjun once again faced Flender's reprimand, particularly regarding his statement about the potential influx of talented students. If Shrek Academy welcomed several new students each year, it would not be left with merely the 3 of them. Among the trio, both Ma Hongjun and Oscar were brought in by Flender at a very young age. Otherwise, Shrek would likely have only Dai Mubai remaining, and perhaps the academy would have disbanded long ago, rather than reaching its current state. Nevertheless, on the following day, Flender took Ma Hongjun back to the Stardow Forest after a 3-month interval. The morning of the enrollment day at Shrek Academy was merely 6 days away. Although it was uncertain whether they would actually recruit anyone, it remained a significant annual event for the academy. Consequently, Zhao Wuji did not accompany Ma Hongjun this time. In the novels known to Ma Hongjun, it seemed that Flender had lost much confidence regarding Shrek's ability to attract students. Otherwise, he would not have spent that day in his little shop in Soto City. However, this time felt somewhat different. With Ma Hongjun's fervent assurance of the arrival of impressive talents and the appearance of Lang Shuanger, Flender appeared to harbor some belief in this prospect. The two traveled to the Stardow Forest much more swiftly than before, and shortly after noon, they arrived at the forest's outskirts. Fortunately, my training during this period was not in vain. Otherwise, I would have been rendered ineffective upon arrival here, Ma Hongjun remarked, taking a deep breath after several hours of rapid running, which had proven quite exhausting. Flender, too, felt somewhat fatigued. But observing Ma Hongjun's spirited demeanor motivated him to rally his own energy. Indeed, your intense training has yielded remarkable results. Have you decided what type of soul ring you desire? If it is akin to the second soul ring from last time, a 2,000-year-old one should not be too difficult to find. Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment and then declared, Director, let us set our sights on a fire-breathing lizard spirit ring akin to the second spirit ring from before. Should we encounter other suitable spirit beasts, we may adjust our plans accordingly. However, This time, I wish to seek a spirit beast that is at least 3,000 years old. And I am open to attempting a spirit ring from a beast around 4,000 years of age. 3,000 years? Approximately 4,000? Flender exclaimed in astonishment. While he was already aware that Ma Hongjun's first spirit ring was 1,500 years old, hearing that the second spirit ring could reach 3,000 years still struck him as somewhat disconcerting. A spirit ring over 3,000 years old is a rarity, with many spirit sects possessing rings of such age, yet for the second spirit ring to attain this level is nothing short of extraordinary. They had initially thought that securing a spirit ring for Ma Hongjun within the range of 2,000 to 3,000 years would suffice. But it turned out that this young man harbored grander ambitions. Young man, are you certain you wish to pursue such an ancient spirit ring? This is no trivial matter. A careless misstep could cost you your life, Flender cautioned with genuine concern. Ma Hongjun patted his chest and declared, Dean, I have made up my mind. My body can certainly withstand it now, so you need not worry. Flender, gazing at the disciple he had nearly raised single-handedly, expressed his concern, you must not overestimate yourself. Be mindful of your capabilities. It is perfectly acceptable for the age of the spirit ring to be a bit lower. Thank you, Dean. I understand, Mahongjun replied. It may be premature to discuss this now. In such a vast forest, locating a suitable spirit beast is no easy task. And finding one within the appropriate age range is even more challenging. For now, I am merely speaking out loud. We shall decide once we encounter one. This time, you will scout ahead. Any spirit beasts under 1,000 years of age, you shall handle, Flender instructed. Understood. Upon entering the Stardoe forest, Mahongjun activated his martial spirit. This was a primeval forest, cleared only by human effort, fraught with obstacles and the occasional attacks from spirit beasts. Relying on their memories, the duo made their way directly to the location of the fire-spitting lizard, following the same route as their previous journey, where a volcano once housed the fire-scale beast. And behind it lay the territory of the fire-spitting lizard. As dusk fell, Mahongjun and Flender prepared to bypass the territory of the fire-scale beast when a tremendous explosion echoed from the opposite side of the mountain, illuminating the sky with fiery brilliance. Is the volcano erupting? Mahongjun inquired. That seems unlikely. Could there be others with the same target as us? Flender pondered. In the next moment, a colossal bird's shriek resonated through the air. No, that is the sound of two spirit beasts engaged in battle. We must hurry. If luck is on our side, you may secure your spirit ring tonight, Flender chuckled. The volcano, standing only 100 meters tall, was not particularly imposing, and within minutes, they navigated past the territory of the fire-scale beast to reach the rear mountain where the fire-spitting lizard resided. The fire-spitting lizard, over 3,100 years old, was in a confrontation with a 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle. Mahongjun was the first to speak. Flender, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Mahongjun with pride. He expected Mahongjun to identify both spirit beasts and their ages at a glance. It seemed the past few months had not only been about cultivation but also about expanding his knowledge. Do you understand both types of spirit beasts? Flender inquired, raising an eyebrow. Of course I do. The golden flame eagle is quite large. A 4,000-year-old specimen can reach 8 meters in length. Its claws are exceptionally sharp and powerful, making them its strongest point of attack. Its usual prey consists of fire attribute spirit beasts, and the slightly over 3-meter-long fire-spitting lizard is one of its favored targets. Mahongjun explained, drawing from the knowledge he had gleaned from his studies. The spirit beast realm, much like the human world, was a place of survival of the fittest, characterized by a complex food chain. Flender nodded in agreement. Precisely. The golden flame eagle is indeed hunting, but its appetite is rather large. It has ventured alone to confront the fire-spitting lizard and is now facing an ambush. Have you made your choice? The 3,100-year-old fire-spitting lizard or the 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle? Flender asked once more. Aside from these two spirit beasts, the other dozen or so fire-spitting lizards present were all under 2,000 years old, rendering them unworthy of consideration. Naturally, I will choose the apex creature of the food chain, the 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle, Mahongjun resolved. During his previous absorption of his first spirit ring, he had underestimated the transformation brought about by the Zhu Rong divine spear on his physique. After 3 months of rigorous training, he was confident that a 4,000-year-old spirit beast would pose no issue for him. Are you certain? Flender asked again. He understood that Mahongjun had changed significantly since resolving the issue with his martial spirit, yet the condition he found himself in was still somewhat unclear to him. Thus, he decided to allow Mahongjun to contemplate the matter independently, merely offering gentle reminders. Mahongjun nodded earnestly, affirming, Dean, I am certain. After several inquiries from Flender, the responses remained consistent, leading Flender to refrain from further persuasion. He remarked, "It is good that you have made a decision. Let us wait a moment. After both sides have suffered, I will intervene. You should head to the location where you last absorbed the soul ring. Shortly, I will bring you the golden flame eagle." "Thank you, Dean." However, this was not the actual site for absorbing the soul ring. It would be impossible to eliminate so many fire-spitting lizards here. One must venture further away to a relatively safe location. Ma Hongjun spoke with determination, yet internally reflected that in the Douluo continent, achieving genuine growth without the shelter of a great tree is indeed a formidable challenge, particularly in the pursuit of hunting soul beasts. However, the majority of soul masters do not possess such protection, which is why many of them acquire a white first soul ring. An illustrious figure, Su Yuntao, stands as a prime example of this phenomenon. Chapter 16. It turns out I am the protagonist's destiny. As Ma Hongjun hastened to the location where he last absorbed his soul ring, a place he considered his treasure, he could not help but feel a sense of serendipity. This was to be the fourth occasion he would absorb a soul ring at the same site. Faced with the formidable golden flame eagle, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Among soul beasts, the golden flame eagle occupied a high position within the food chain. Although it was merely 4,000 years old, records in the Tome of Soul Beasts indicated that its overall strength ranked within the top 150 for beasts of that age. Particularly noteworthy were its claws, which were incredibly hard and powerful, feared even by some 10,000-year-old soul beasts. These claws served as its most effective hunting weapon. Perched atop a grand tree, Ma Hongjun gazed at the distant flickering flames, murmuring to himself, Tang San managed to extract an external soul bone from a 2,000-year-old faceless spider. I wonder if my 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle might yield a similar treasure. The probability of a typical soul bone dropping was 1 in 1,000, while that of an external soul bone was even less, at 1 in 10,000. It seemed a daunting prospect, yet not entirely devoid of hope, certainly more promising than the odds of winning the lottery in a past life, and undeniably genuine. He decided to adjust his state of mind and await the soul ring. Sitting cross-legged on the tree, he began to cultivate his energy while remaining vigilant against potential ambushes from other soul beasts. After approximately 10 minutes, a tremendous noise erupted, and Flender appeared, bringing the barely breathing golden flame eagle with him. Back when I sought my fourth soul ring, I also wished to find a golden flame eagle, but alas, I encountered none suitable. You, my boy, are truly fortunate. Never forget your illustrious Dean, Flender exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he set down the eagle. Dean, how could I ever forget you? I am, after all, your most esteemed disciple. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. I shall undoubtedly honor you in the future, Mahongjun replied, embodying loyalty and gratitude. Without Flender's guidance, the notion of absorbing a soul ring at such a level seemed utterly fantastical, especially considering the years of nurturing he had received. Flender, who had never fathered a child, felt a profound sense of purpose at Ma Hongjun's words, as the bond they shared was irreplaceable. His eyes glistened with emotion, yet he playfully admonished, "You rascal." More silver-tongued than ever. Now, prepare to absorb the soul ring. Enough of your empty talk. I want to witness your future actions. Rest assured, you shall see. Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. No sooner had the words left his lips than flames enveloped one of his hands, and with a swift motion, he struck down upon the golden flame eagle. With a resounding explosion, a purple soul ring materialized above the fallen creature. With the appearance of the soul ring, it was evident that the golden flame eagle was beyond saving. Settling into a cross-legged position on the ground, he began to circulate the flame sutra, optimizing his condition. The 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle was a formidable opponent, and Ma Hongjun could afford no lapse in concentration. Even the energy contained within the soul ring could lead to his demise if mishandled. After about 20 minutes, he commenced the absorption of the soul ring. As the energy first entered his body, he was overwhelmed by a torrent of potent force that rapidly spread throughout him. This energy is astonishing, he thought, as it surged within, threatening to overwhelm him. If he were unable to withstand it, the consequence would be catastrophic. Ma Hongjun hastily activated the flame scripture, which began to absorb the surrounding energy with remarkable swiftness, gradually converting it into his own soul power and channeling it into his dantian. At this moment, he felt a slight improvement, prompting him to continue absorbing the soul rings. Observing Ma Hongjun's condition improving marginally, Flender felt a sense of relief, as he had been genuinely concerned at the outset. Soon, it seemed as though they had entered a period of balance. The golden flame eagle's soul ring began to steadily supply energy, allowing Ma Hongjun to proceed with greater stability. However, the more stable it became. The more apprehensive Ma Hongjun grew. An hour passed, yet the situation remained unchanged. Was this all that could elevate him to the 20th level? Had the 4,000-year soul ring merely unleashed a fleeting burst of energy? This was hardly the manifestation one would expect from a 4,000-year soul ring. Just as Ma Hongjun's worries intensified, an even more formidable surge of energy suddenly surged forth. The golden flame eagle's soul ring erupted, releasing an unprecedented amount of energy, at least 3 times that of the initial burst. Ma Hongjun's body trembled, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to adjust in time, narrowly escaping disaster. But wait, why is it still increasing? Beads of sweat continuously streamed down his forehead, and his entire body shook uncontrollably, causing Flender to feel a surge of alarm. Previously, one of Shrek's students had experienced a similar situation, collapsing to the ground and never rising again. Flender understood that his anxiety was of little use. All he could do was silently cheer for Ma Hongjun while feeling a pang of regret for not having prevented him from absorbing the 4,000-year-old spirit ring. Ma Hongjun was laboriously persevering, his blazing fire energy reaching its utmost limit, yet it still could not withstand the overwhelming force. Was this truly the end? He pondered. Had he underestimated himself the last time, only to overestimate himself now? No, I must hold on, since I have arrived in this world. I refuse to be a mere supporting character or an extra. I am destined to be the protagonist, and I must endure. Ma Hongjun encouraged himself internally. He continually adjusted, but the soul ring of 4,000 years truly surpassed his limits. The energy from the golden flame eagle's soul ring continued to surge into Ma Hongjun's body. Ma Hongjun could only grit his teeth and persevere. Could it truly be coming to an end? Is this the conclusion for my body? I am on the brink of collapse. The situation of Ma Hongjun at this moment can only be described as a surge of boundless energy. Any excess could pose a perilous risk to his very existence. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, a sudden warmth enveloped his chest. At that critical juncture, the energy that nearly overwhelmed him swiftly converged towards his heart, only to vanish in an instant. Wonderful. Thank you. Ma Hongjun silently expressed his gratitude. It was once again the divine spear of Zhu Rong that had come to his rescue, aiding him in absorbing the surplus energy. With the assistance of the spear's imprint, he rapidly assimilated the excess energy within his body, which gradually diminished, and his condition began to improve. At that moment, the tense Flender finally released his sweat-drenched hands, genuinely relieved from Ma Hongjun's plight. Having endured the most arduous phase, Ma Hongjun now entered a period of stable absorption of the soul ring. Gradually, an hour passed, and all the energy had been completely absorbed by Ma Hongjun, significantly enhancing his soul power as the completion of the second soul ring loomed imminent. Suddenly, after completing the absorption of his second spirit ring, Ma Hongjun discovered something extraordinary. It had appeared, following the spirit ring. Indeed, he felt the unmistakable essence of a protagonist. Chapter 17, Shrek Academy Enrollment in the Blink of an Eye. 5 days had passed, and it was time for Shrek's annual enrollment. Despite numerous advertisements, the turnout was disappointingly sparse, primarily consisting of common folk. Were it not for Shrek Academy's relatively affordable tuition, they likely would not have considered applying. The faculty at Shrek Academy busily prepared to welcome the newcomers, with Oscar even setting up a small stall to sell his sausages. At this moment, only one individual was immersed in training Ma Hongjun, who had recently acquired his second spirit ring. For days prior, he had returned to Shrek Academy with Flanders, and this journey to obtain a spirit ring had proven immensely fruitful. The memory of that day still stirred excitement within him. Against all odds, he had discovered that the golden flame eagle had bestowed upon him a spirit bone at the last moment, a coveted external spirit bone, which made him feel a hint of protagonist aura. The golden flame eagle possessed 2 particularly formidable attributes: its claws, a lethal weapon for attack, and its eyes. In his past life, Ma Hongjun had known that the vision of an eagle was remarkably superior, at least 3 times that of a human. This ability allowed it to lock onto prey from great heights. The eagle's eye functioned as a means of targeting, while its claws executed the kill. Initially, Ma Hongjun had anticipated gaining the eagle's claws, thereby acquiring a powerful offensive capability. However, upon absorbing the external spirit bone, he discovered it to be the eagle's eyes. Or rather, the eye bone. What was this? Was he to become an ADC? He was meant for frontline devastation. Even though it was merely an eye bone, it was still better than nothing. Ma Hongjun promptly absorbed it, integrating it into his own vision. After the absorption, he realized the eye bone conferred tremendous benefits. His overall physical attributes were enhanced, and even his mental acuity saw a slight improvement. Most astonishingly, His eyesight had improved to twice that of an average person without activating the eye bone. When he did activate it, his vision expanded to over 5 times that. He could clearly see ants crawling on trees hundreds of meters away. He dubbed this pair of eye bones eagle eyes, since he had only recently acquired them. Ma Hongjun had not yet fully integrated their capabilities and had yet to explore their limits. In any case, these eagle eyes were far more than mere enhancements to vision. Even though today was a special occasion, he did not alter his training regimen to accommodate Tang San and the others' enrollment. However, he deemed it worthwhile to observe the battle with Zhao Wujing and perhaps appreciate the beauty of Shrek's 3 ladies. His initial excitement upon arriving in this world had faded. The strength of others was ultimately their own. Only by growing strong himself could he command the respect of others. He was no longer the original Ma Hongjun, reliant on Tang San's assistance to ascend to greatness. Now, even without Tang San, he was confident he could carve out a remarkable existence for himself. Embracing reality. Ma Hongjun donned a vest sewn with iron beads weighing 25 kilograms, alongside 7.5 kilograms on each arm and 10 kilograms on each leg. His total weight load had reached 60 kilograms, nearly that of an adult. Outside Shrek Academy, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing experienced no significant changes, successfully completing the first phase of the Shrek test. The only difference was the addition of a new figure at the back of their group, Lang Shuanger. Although she was supposed to arrive later, upon seeing Shrek's enrollment advertisement, she mistakenly thought Ma Hongjun's arrival was on the wrong day. Is this truly the renowned Shrek Academy? Lang Shuanger remarked coldly. It appears dilapidated, utterly pitiful. Miss, are you certain you wish to enroll? She was asked again. I am certain. Just look at those 4 who passed, and the young spirit master. Plus, that teacher responsible for enrollment is over level 60. Does that not speak for itself? Lang Shuanger replied. But miss, enough with the buts. I will enroll and investigate further. You all wait for me outside, she asserted. Before long, Lang Shuanger swiftly passed the assessment and reunited with Tang San and the others. Since Dai Mubai had personally escorted Zhu Qing, Lang Shuanger entered alone. Given the limited number of individuals at Shrek, upon her entrance, she noticed Oscar promoting his sausages. However, Oscar had since shaved his beard, and with his new attire, he showcased an entirely different charm. Additionally, Lang Shuanger observed a boy and 3 girls who had entered before her. Aside from the boy's ordinary looks, the 3 girls were exceptionally beautiful. Oscar, where's Ma Hongjun? Lang Shuanger inquired directly. Dai Mubai and Oscar immediately turned their attention to her. Why are you here today? Didn't Ma Hongjun ask you to come tomorrow? You should still be training back in the village, Oscar explained. Oscar was composed, but Dai Mubai couldn't help but gaze at Lang Shuanger, nearly drooling over her beauty, which seemed to surpass even Zhu Qing's. Yet, in an instant, Dai Mubai sensed an unusual aura about her and quickly averted his gaze. Everyone, follow me, Dai Mubai instructed hastily. However, Lang Shuanger chose not to follow. Turning to Oscar, she said, Oscar, please take me to see Ma Hongjun. Didn't your dean say I could enter the academy directly? Surely I need to take the subsequent tests? Of course, you have nothing to worry about. Follow me, Oscar replied with a smile, secretly feeling a sense of imbalance. Why is no one coming to see me? I've even shaved. Yet he thought the 3 newcomers were quite impressive, convinced one of them would be his match. He then turned to Dai Mubai and said, Boss Dai, I'm taking her to find Ma Hongjun. She was personally recruited by the dean, so she should skip the remaining tests. Personally recruited by the dean? And going to find Ma Hongjun? Has this kid truly entered a new phase after shedding some weight? Dai Mubai mused, casting another look at Lang Shuanger. Very well. You 2 go ahead. I will handle things here. Chapter 18. Familiar tests. As she followed Oscar, Lang Shuanger grew increasingly aware of the academy's poor conditions, estimating they lacked even a simulated training environment. It was curious that so many talented individuals were willing to join this academy, igniting her intrigue about its hidden allure and unique qualities. Why did you come today? Oscar inquired once more. Of course, I saw your recruitment advertisement. Why have you asked me to come tomorrow? Lang Shuanger retorted. Oscar was at a loss for words and could only suggest. You might want to ask Ma Hongjun about that. The village was small, and they soon arrived at one of Ma Hongjun's training locations by the small river at the back of the village. From a distance, Lang Shuanger noticed a figure clad in a thin garment, layered with an unattractive, somewhat heavy vest. Is this really Ma Hongjun? Is this how he trains? She nearly questioned her own recognition of him. Ma Hongjun was seen half-squatting, leaping forward with each bound, his body stretching gracefully at the apex of each jump. Were it not for his striking crimson mohawk, Lang Shuang might not have been able to identify him. You should go find him. I'll head back now, Oscar remarked, clearly sensing that the beautiful woman before him was not there for his friend. In truth, Ma Hongjun had already spotted Lang Shuang well before she arrived. Yet he chose not to pause his training to greet her, instead focusing on completing his set objectives. Only after finishing did he rise to meet her gaze. When it came to beautiful women, particularly those who exuded an air of pride, it was wise to maintain a respectful distance. In short, one should navigate the relationship with subtlety, avoiding excessive flattery, for the more one fawned, the less one was valued. What brings you here today? Was it not agreed upon for tomorrow? Ma Hongjun queried. Lang Shuang scoffed. Why does everyone ask the same question? Is there really a difference between today and tomorrow? Besides, today is the day of recruitment. There is indeed a difference. You have been specially selected by the dean, so you need not follow today as procedures. You can come directly tomorrow, Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. Glancing at the time, he thought that Tang San and the others should also be arriving soon. And he was eager to witness the impending battle. As he spoke, he began to remove the iron sandbags strapped to his feet and arms. What is this? Is it what you mentioned the other day? May I see it? Lang Shuang asked curiously. At that moment, Ma Hongjun had just removed a weighted vest, drenched in his sweat and carrying a distinct odor. Here, take a look. It's quite heavy, so you'll need to exert some effort, otherwise you might struggle to hold it, he advised. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, Lang Shuang's expression soured slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, preparing to catch it with both hands. With a thud, Ma Hongjun's weighted vest fell to the ground. She had assumed he was teasing her when he casually handed it over, but the sudden weight caught her off guard, and she could only let it drop. Is it really that heavy? Lang Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. Not much, just 25 kilograms, Ma Hongjun replied. What? 25 kilograms? What does that total to? She pressed further. Exactly 60 kilograms, if I recall correctly, he answered. Ma Hongjun casually picked up the vest and placed it into the soul guide device. Indeed, this was a soul guide. And Ma Hongjun had finally acquired his very own spatial soul guide. On the way back from obtaining his second spirit ring, Flender had bestowed upon him a spatial soul guide, acknowledging him as a direct disciple. Perhaps it was Ma Hongjun's heartfelt declaration that once a teacher, always a father, which moved Flender to grant him this gift. Initially, Ma Hongjun felt deeply touched, but Flender's subsequent remark dampened his spirits, stating that once he earned money, he must repay him 10,000 gold soul coins for a cubic meter of space. Although the space provided was not vast, it still amounted to 10 cubic meters, equivalent to 100,000 gold soul coins. The nature of a shrewd businessman was unmistakably revealed. Regardless, now that he possessed it, Ma Hongjun certainly had no intention of returning it, merely suggesting they would discuss it later. Thus, he had acquired a soul guide. No wonder, despite his low soul power, he could wield such formidable strength and possess a millennium-old spirit ring. Lang Shuang emerged from her state of shock. It was the first time she observed someone with talent surpassing her own, coupled with an unparalleled diligence. Let us return to the academy. There should be quite a spectacle unfolding, and it would be a pity to miss it, Ma Hongjun proclaimed, hastening towards the academy. Wait for me. What spectacle? Lang Shuang inquired, her curiosity piqued, eager to learn what had captivated Ma Hongjun's interest. From a distance, Ma Hongjun heard the voice of Zhao Wujie. I am Zhao Wujie. Since the four of you have passed the second and third test without assessment, I shall entertain you. I will give you an incense stick's worth of time to get acquainted and strategize. After that, we shall commence the test, which involves all 10 of you collectively withstanding my attacks for the duration of an incense stick. As long as one of you endures until the end, you shall be deemed successful. Upon glimpsing the icy figure of Lang Shuang behind him, Ma Hongjun promptly called out, Teacher Zhao, wait. I have another student for enrollment. Let them join us. Zhao Wujie, noticing it was Ma Hongjun, chuckled. Another one? Splendid. The more, the merrier. Lang Shuang inquired, pointing at herself, gazing at Ma Hongjun in bewilderment, unsure of his intentions. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others regarded Ma Hongjun, who, dressed in a mere thin vest, appeared rather disheveled, yet somewhat dashing, with curiosity. Could it be that he too was a student of the academy? Ma Hongjun, why should I participate? Lang Shuang questioned. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, it is through shared experiences in battle that one can more swiftly integrate into a group. Do you not wish to enroll based on your own strength? Me? Shall we 5 take on 1? Cold Shuang felt a twinge of unfairness at the suggestion. Rest assured, even the 10 of you may not defeat Teacher Zhao. as he is a formidable soul sage of the 76th rank, Ma Hongjun replied with a triumphant grin. He recalled the precious crystal he had pilfered from Flender's shop, an exquisite piece of metal. Although Ma Hongjun did not fully comprehend its use, he was aware that Tang San had lost his dragon beard needle. It seemed unlikely that he could navigate this stage as effortlessly as in the novels. Furthermore, Teacher Zhao had always treated him kindly. While he could not prevent Tang Hao's actions, he could not bear to witness Teacher Zhao endure the agony inflicted by the dragon beard needle. Cold Schwanger was taken aback and exclaimed, "Is this test truly so difficult? This is precisely why our academy only admits geniuses and monsters. Are you afraid to participate? Are you daunted by my provocation?" Ma Hongjun challenged. "Participate? Why would I shy away? I am determined to enter your academy on my own merits," she declared resolutely. "Very well, go ahead then. I shall seek another companion," Ma Hongjun responded. Upon seeing another person join, Zhao Wujie chuckled and said, "Excellent. This year we have 5. However, I have not yet finished my earlier statement. Allow me to add that you should not attempt any tricks. No one can escape this area through mere speed. I must also caution you against the delusion that you can withstand my attacks alone. Cooperation among you is your only chance. Now, prepare yourselves. For the first incense stick shall begin timing." Ma Hongjun did not wait for the 2 women outside the academy. "Esteemed elders, please accompany me inside to witness the final test of Lung Schwanger. If, after observing this test, you still choose not to retain her, both the dean and I shall not impose upon your decision." Lung Swan and Lung Ling, somewhat unconvinced, replied, "Very well. We shall see what sort of test can validate your claims." This was precisely Ma Hongjun's intent, without discussing anything further. He pointed out that the prodigies of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were all present. What more could they possibly argue? In order to better retain the affection of Lung Schwanger, Ma Hongjun was fulfilling a promise made to Flender. Chapter 19, Testing Transformation, 3 verses. 5. Accompanied by Lung Swan and Lung Ling, they arrived at the battleground, where Zhao Wujie was already dozing off in his chair. At that moment, Dai Mubai was busy imparting various information about Zhao Wujie to Tang San and the 5 others. Suddenly, a gasp escaped from Ning Rongrong's lips as she exclaimed that he was none other than the immovable king, Zhao Wujie. "Immovable king?" Lung Swan remarked in astonishment. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Are you familiar with the immovable king?" "I know a little," came the reply. "It is said that the immovable king, Zhao Wujie, had a conflict with the Spirit Hall and sought to punish him. Remarkably, he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops, each at least a sole emperor. At that time, he was also a sole emperor. Now, after more than a decade, could he really be here at Shrek Academy?" Lung Swan gazed towards Zhao Wujie, who was peacefully napping on a lounge chair, his appearance matching the descriptions from years past. Though they resided far away in the frigid city of Snow City, they were not entirely cut off from news. They were well aware of significant events occurring across the continent. Zhao Wujie's battle was indeed one of the rare monumental events of that period. Zhao Wujie represented the Academy's prestige, and Ma Hongjun had brought them to witness this. Furthermore, Zhao Wujie no longer feared the Spirit Hall's retribution. According to the narrative he was aware of, the Spirit Hall had not pursued Zhao Wujie since, suggesting the matter had settled. Thus, there was no concern about exposing Zhao Wujie's presence at Shrek. Observing the astonished expressions of the Lung sisters, Ma Hongjun stated, "Teacher Zhao Wujie is our academy's vice principal, possessing a soul power of level 76. What are those young ladies doing?" asked Lung Ling. "You see that incense stick? When it burns out, the 5 of them will challenge Teacher Zhao Wujie. Only by enduring for the duration of the incense can they gain entry to Shrek Academy." Ma Hongjun explained. "What? To challenge the immovable king? A level 76 soul sage? Zhao Wujie, who could not be defeated even by numerous soul emperors. And they wish to fight him?" Lung Swan and Lung Ling gasped in disbelief. It seemed an impossible endeavor. "This is Shrek Academy. We accept no waste, only talent," Ma Hongjun reiterated. They watched silently as the 5 began to introduce themselves. Tang San, with the weapon spirit Blue Silvergrass, was a level 29 control-type battle spirit master. Xiao Wu, with the beast spirit Rabbit, was a level 29 assault-type battle spirit master. Ning Rongrong, with the weapon spirit 7 Treasures Glazed Tile, was a level 26 support-type spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing, with the beast spirit Nethercat, was a level 27 agile attack-type battle spirit master. Lung Schwanger felt somewhat disheartened. She had believed her talents were among the best on the continent, with few rivals unless they possessed innate full soul power. Yet here were these peers of similar age. with soul power that matched hers, and one possessed the renowned Seven Treasures glazed tile. Her own talents seemed less remarkable in comparison. Your spirit is actually the Seven Treasures glazed tile? Are you from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Lung Shuang'er inquired once more. All eyes turned towards Ning Rongrong. She stuck out her adorable little tongue and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm just an ordinary person who snuck away from home. Let's see if we can pass this test first. My spirit can enhance speed and strength by approximately 30% for the duration of an incense stick. So that should be manageable." Everyone was astonished. With Ning Rongrong's presence, they felt a renewed sense of confidence. Finally, it was Lung Shuang'er's turn. The pride she had felt earlier diminished as she calmly stated, "Lung Shuang'er, Beast Spirit Frost Dragon, Level 27 Assault Type Battle Spirit Master." Tang San exclaimed, "The Frost Dragon Spirit. A paragon among top spirits. There's no need to feel ashamed. This is nothing special," Lang Shuang'er replied. "Let us begin our preparations," Tang San suggested, taking the initiative to assign tasks and formulate a battle plan. "Are you ready?" Zhao Wujia's voice boomed, seemingly echoing throughout Shrek Academy. The five turned to see that the incense had burned down to its end. Dai Mubai immediately addressed Zhao Wujia, "Teacher, we are ready to begin." Although this was an uneven battle, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, being assault-type soul masters, were eager to seize this opportunity for learning. Zhao Wujia stood once more, clasping his hands and stretching his wrists, a series of ominous cracking sounds emanating from his joints, inadvertently adding pressure to the five. Just as they prepared to engage, Mahongjun noticed Flender's arrival, a character absent from the original narrative. Zhao Wujia, spotting Flender, remarked, Principal Flender has arrived. I was just about to assess these new students. I hadn't expected you to be interested as well. Why not give it a try?" Mahongjun gazed at Tang San, noting the absence of any interaction between him and Xiao Wu, as if they were unfamiliar with Flender. It was hardly surprising. Without the mediation of the spirit crystals, there would be no underhanded dealings. Perhaps they had merely perused the shop and departed upon finding nothing of worth. Or it was even possible that Flender had not visited his little store that morning. The narrative gradually diverged under its own influence. "Zhao Wujin, it would not be prudent for you to intervene. Is this not the task of Dai Mubai?" Flender inquired. Dai Mubai internally lamented the prospect of being compelled to take action. He had just heard the capabilities of the five newcomers, and united, he would surely meet with defeat. As the leader of the academy, a humiliating loss would be a severe embarrassment. Flender delicately waved his index finger near his eye, surveying Dai Mubai, Mahongjun, and the distant Oscar. "Zhao Wujin, you may step back. Let these three handle it." 3 seasoned members against 5 of the newly arrived prodigies. This should prove interesting. What? We 3 against their 5? Mahongjun felt an ominous foreboding upon Flender's arrival, realizing that he, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were to confront the 5 newcomers. Mahongjun felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether it would have been more gratifying to diligently cultivate by the riverside. Losing would be a disgrace, especially since 3 upperclassmen could not triumph over 5 freshmen. Winning would be expected, yet he wondered if Tang Hao might come to administer a reprimand that evening. However, as a peer, Mahongjun believed that Tang Hao would not go so far as to take action. In an unexpected twist of fate, he had inadvertently spared teacher Zhao from an unfortunate encounter. The mere thought of Tang San's hidden weapons left Mahongjun feeling somewhat irked. With their poisonous nature and various needle-like projectiles, dealing with such tactics from Tang San posed a significant challenge. Oh, if only he could obtain the Golden Flame Eagle Claw as an external spirit bone, he might withstand Tang San's hidden weapons. Alas, it was merely an eye bone. Oh, an eye bone. His vision was currently more than double that of an ordinary person. Hidden weapons? Mahongjun appeared to have devised a plan as he strode confidently towards Dai Mubai, exclaiming with a smile, "No problem. Let us 3 veterans experience the prowess of these 5 newcomers." Chapter 20. The battle commences. Oscar, halt at once. Flender suddenly shouted. Apart from Mahongjun and Dai Mubai, this lad was attempting to sneak away from a distance. Upon hearing Flender's call, Oscar finally came to a stop and replied, "Do I really have to participate? You are part of the academy and must take part," Flender asserted solemnly. He had always been rather lenient with Oscar, but with the sudden influx of so many talents into the academy, he could no longer allow Oscar to coast along, lest he squander his gifted potential. Moreover, the arrival of these new prodigies seemed to have invigorated Flender, as if he had been suddenly rejuvenated. "Director, this seems somewhat unfair. I just listened to all their strategies. Let us grant them a moment to regroup," Dai Mubai interjected. "Very well, I shall allow another half an incense stick's time for you all to prepare anew, Flender replied. On the plaza, the participants divided once more into two groups, one led by Ma Hongjun and the other by Tang San. Although Dai Mubai held the rank of a soul master at level 37, having just learned of the full capabilities of the 5 opponents, he appeared exceedingly serious. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, allow me to share with you the characteristics of our adversaries, Dai Mubai said earnestly. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, Brother Dai, there's no need for that. I've already heard it. He continued, addressing Oscar, initially, you should prepare one of each type of sausage for us. Use them at the outset? Oscar inquired. Indeed. They are numerous, and with 2 strong attackers and a control and agility specialist among them. Once these 4 individuals ensnare us, we will have no choice but to disregard your role, rendering you ineffective. Therefore, we should deploy them from the beginning. And then you can strive to flank and eliminate that charming girl with shoulder-length hair, Ma Hongjun analyzed. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, and Ma Hongjun added, That's correct. But I do not require your sausages. Let them be prepared solely for Ma Hongjun. As anticipated, Dai Mubai certainly would not partake. Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly being asked to engage in battle? Suddenly, Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Oscar's ear and whispered a few words, causing Oscar's face to flush instantly. Ma Hongjun, is what you said true? Oscar asked. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Of course, whether we can win depends on your skills. However, I must first have a recovery sausage. I've expended a great deal of energy this morning and need to replenish before the battle. All right then. The half-stick of incense passed swiftly, and both sides had completed their preparations, standing less than 20 meters apart. Dai Mubai positioned himself at the forefront, with Ma Hongjun slightly behind, while Oscar remained at the rear. On the opposing side, Tang San stood at the front, flanked by Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, with Lung Xuanger positioned a little behind them, almost parallel to Ning Rongrong. Let the battle commence. Flender shouted loudly. At that moment, the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda activated, proclaiming strength and speed. I possess a grand sausage, and I possess a small sausage. Oscar and Ning Rongrong simultaneously activated their soul abilities. Ning Rongrong's ability was released instantaneously, bestowing a 30% increase in both power and speed to the other 4. Given the short distance, Mahongjun realized he could not interrupt Ning Rongrong's soul skill, so he decided to confront it head-on. In the next instant, Tang San unleashed a blue-black vine towards Dai Mubai. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked from either side, executing a straightforward strategy. After all, their opponents were Ma Hongjun and his companions, which alleviated some pressure and bolstered their confidence. Allow me to take the lead. Dai Mubai activated his second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. As the leader and a formidable strength-type soul master, he naturally took charge. The White Tiger Light Wave met Tang San head-on, shattering the vine that had been extended. Tang San swiftly activated his first soul skill to shield himself. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at Dai Mubai's sides, their first soul rings illuminating. One utilized the waist bow, while the other employed the nether prowl. With the sudden extension of deadly claws aimed directly at Dai Mubai, it was evident that Zhu Zhuqing exerted particular effort in confronting Dai Mubai. Mahongjun took the 2 sausages from Oscar and swiftly joined Dai Mubai. The 2 surged forward, with Dai Mubai immediately employing his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield, preparing to withstand Zhu Zhuqing's first soul skill. At this moment, Mahongjun had yet to reveal his soul rings, nor did he manifest his martial soul. What significance does the waist bow have? The current physical prowess and strength of Mahongjun far surpass that of Xiao Wu. Even if the waist bow could enhance Xiao Wu's waist strength by 100%, what difference would it make if he does not unleash his martial soul? Xiao Wu felt a surge of astonishment. She leapt into the air, employing the waist bow skill to strike at Mahongjun. In response, Mahongjun spread his legs apart, pushing off the ground with force, and delivered a direct punch towards Xiao Wu's foot. The impact was astonishing. In an instant, Xiao Wu was sent flying by Mahongjun's punch, while Tang San reacted swiftly, using the long vines of blue-silver grass to catch her. At that moment, Lung Xuanger remained still, merely gazing at Mahongjun in disbelief, her heart a tumult of emotions. Had he truly grown stronger in just 6 days? Xiao Wu, let us confront him together. Tang San had discerned the underlying truth from that punch, realizing that Mahongjun was no ordinary adversary. Was Tang San preparing to strike against me? Mahongjun eagerly anticipated this moment, when it was time to demonstrate who the protagonist was and who played a supporting role. Meanwhile, even with a 30% increase in power, The 27th level Zhu Zhuqing stood no chance against the 37th level Dai Mubai. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu preparing to confront Ma Hongjun, Leng Shuanger, recognizing their unity as a team, promptly abandoned her intention to provoke Ma Hongjun and instead rushed to assist Dai Mubai. At the fringes of the battle, Oscar silently drew closer to Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, cautioning him, "Brother, this person's strength is formidable. You must be careful." "I understand. I will exercise caution." "Let me test him first," Tang San replied confidently. In the next instant, Tang San moved towards Ma Hongjun like a fleeting shadow. Was it the phantom shadow technique? Ma Hongjun smiled faintly, asserting that his fire without trace was no trifling matter. Remarkably, he moved with a speed akin to that of Tang San, as if he were a phantom. With a resounding clash, the two engaged at the very center of the arena, their fists colliding. Tang San swiftly retreated 6 or 7 steps, while Ma Hongjun remained steadfast, unmoving in his position. Ma Hongjun understood that at this moment, Tang San's strength would not be formidable. In terms of sheer power, Tang San was undoubtedly no match for him. Shaking his numb arm, Tang San felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, realizing that this young man possessed agility skills as well. After casting a glance at Xiao Wu, he charged once more towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun immediately noticed that as Tang San advanced, his hands had transformed, resembling jade. The mystic jade hands, perhaps? Then allow me to demonstrate my blazing palm. Chapter 21. A brief introduction. As Tang San prepared to strike, Xiao Wu once again approached Ma Hongjun. The two of them were poised to launch a simultaneous attack on him. After all, being a senior student at the academy, and considering that Tang San had to take seriously the previous blow he had delivered to Ma Hongjun, it was evident that the challenge was not to be underestimated. 2 against 1, Ma Hongjun, undeterred, was about to employ his swift and elusive movement technique, Li Huo Wu Hen, when he suddenly realized his legs had been ensnared. Was it Tang San's second soul skill, parasitism? Vines, as if sprouting from his very legs, were gradually creeping upwards. However, Tang San had yet to visit the eye of ice and fire, and thus could not achieve immunity to the dual elements at this moment. The fire was undoubtedly a nemesis to the blue-silver grass. Ma Hongjun sought to break free, yet it was, after all, Tang San's second soul skill, which proved to be quite a challenge. He had underestimated Tang San. In that fleeting moment, a tactical arrangement had been meticulously executed. Xiao Wu and Tang San were poised to approach Ma Hongjun. In an instant, Ma Hongjun's martial soul manifested, accompanied by 2 violet soul rings, enveloping him in flames. Although Tang San's blue-silver grass had become exceptionally resilient under the influence of the 2 soul rings, as a plant, it still harbored a profound fear of fire. As Ma Hongjun's thoughts stirred, the intense flames surged toward Tang San's blue-silver grass vines. With a powerful tug, Ma Hongjun swiftly evaded his restraints. At that moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had initially charged towards him, came to an abrupt halt. What had they witnessed? Someone possessing 2,000-year spirit rings. Tang San was instantly engulfed in contemplation. Was the master's theoretical research flawed? Had it not been stated that the limit for a first spirit was 423 years? Yet how could this young man before him defy such logic? For the first time, doubt crept into Tang San's mind regarding the master's theories. Brother, it is the phoenix spirit. Upon seeing the phoenix and Ma Hongjun's spirit rings, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a chill run down their spines. Among beast spirits, the phoenix stands as one of the most formidable, also known as the rainbow bird. It bestows upon its host not only the ability to soar through the skies, but also an immense fire attribute attack power, making it a superior offensive spirit. At that moment, Ma Hongjun stood before them, towering 2 meters above the ground. His arms had sprouted long, resplendent phoenix feathers, and his hands transformed into claw-like appendages. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai gazed at him in astonishment. When had he undergone such a transformation? Within Shrek Academy, it was well known that Ma Hongjun had experienced a remarkable change. The most apparent alteration was his newfound diligence and weight loss, though only a select few were aware of the changes to his spirit. Behind Ma Hongjun, a 3-meter-wide, fiery red phoenix wing appeared. It was important to note that previously, when Ma Hongjun's spirit was troubled, the manifestation of his spirit would not produce wings, let alone allow him to fly. Moreover, not all flying-type spirits could take flight immediately upon manifestation. Only those of great strength could do so. Typically, a standard flying spirit would acquire a flight-related ability by their 3rd spirit ring. Yet, at this moment, the powerful fire phoenix endowed Ma Hongjun with the ability to fly upon spirit manifestation, revealing the true essence of the phoenix. Although flying was a delightful experience, it must be acknowledged that it was quite taxing on one's soul power. After Ma Hongjun extricated himself from peril, he promptly retracted his martial soul, preparing to resume the battle, for he understood that Tang San's prowess extended beyond mere appearances. Upon landing, Ma Hongjun cheerfully introduced himself. "Allow me to present myself. I am Ma Hongjun, the wielder of the martial soul, the blazing phoenix, and a rank 25 assault-type battle spirit master. Following the absorption of the external spirit bone and the acquisition of a 4,000 year spirit ring, Ma Hongjun's spirit power had ascended to rank 25. Although this was one rank lower than he had been 3 months prior, his combat prowess had surged to more than 3 times that of his former self. "Fatty, no? Ma Hongjun, when did you transform into this?" Dai Mubai inquired. At that moment, all fighting ceased, and everyone turned their attention toward Ma Hongjun. The notion of a phoenix martial soul was one thing, but the introduction of a 1,000-year spirit ring was utterly revolutionary. It just happened inadvertently," Ma Hongjun replied, scratching his nose. "That kid, he seems quite pleased with himself," Zhao Wujin remarked with a chuckle, standing beside Flender. In truth, Flender felt even prouder than Ma Hongjun. After all, he was his cherished disciple. "This lad is, at the very least, commendable," he chuckled. "Are you still dissatisfied? No wonder you had them face 3 against 5. Zhao Wujin seemed to have an epiphany. "It's important for each of them to gain familiarity. From here on, it will be up to us to guide their growth." Flender's heart reignited with fervor, vowing to lead this cohort of Shrek's students to greatness across the continent. Zhao Wujin earnestly replied, "Each of these children's talents surpasses the last. I shall ensure our cooperation." At that moment, the battle had come to a standstill, prompting Flender to bellow, "What? Are you all afraid? If you're fearful, get out of Shrek. We do not harbor the timid here. Prepare for action," commanded Tang San, and rather than dampening his resolve, it invigorated his fighting spirit. This was the first opponent he faced since arriving on Douluo continent, who could compel him to take matters so seriously. "Xiao Wu, let us join forces," Tang San declared. "Brother, I'm ready," Xiao Wu nodded affirmatively. The battlefield remained unchanged. The rank 37 Dai Mubai needed both Zhu Zhuqing and Leng Shuang'er to restrain him, while Ning Rongrong could only provide support from the rear. Ma Hongjun was aware that the 2 individuals before him had lived together for 6 years, their familiarity profound, and their combat coordination remarkably experienced. Thus he could not afford to underestimate them. Suddenly, Tang San's first spirit ring illuminated once more, and a myriad of blue-silver vines surged towards him. Did Tang San truly resort to this technique? Fully cognizant of the fact that his own martial soul attributes countered it, Ma Hongjun was well aware that this was undoubtedly a feint. In the next moment, Xiao Wu unexpectedly materialized not far from him, her second soul ring illuminating and transforming into a vivid crimson hue, her gaze fixed intently upon Ma Hongjun. Yet, at that very moment, although Ma Hongjun recognized that this was Xiao Wu's second soul skill, enchantment, he could not afford to close his eyes. He had to remain vigilant against Tang San's concealed weaponry. Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was sufficiently robust, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into a fiery crimson. This was one of his 3 formidable skills, the Fire Goddess Eye, specifically designed to counteract abilities like Xiao Wu's. In that fleeting moment, Tang San had already appeared before him. As Ma Hongjun had surmised, Tang San's first soul skill was indeed a feint, with his elegant hand manifesting directly in front of Ma Hongjun. As Ma Hongjun executed his fierce fire technique, his hands instantaneously transformed into a hue reminiscent of flames. When a jade-like hand collided with a fiery red one, Tang San's form began to shift. Ma Hongjun suddenly sensed that his blazing palm strike had met an entity as soft as cotton, his strength seemingly diminished by more than half. This was yet another of Tang San's techniques, the controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, capable of wielding great power with minimal effort. In that fleeting moment when Tang San first encountered Ma Hongjun's fierce fire palm, he quickly realized that even employing the mysterious jade hand, he was no match for Ma Hongjun. It was evident that Ma Hongjun possessed unique abilities. His strength was incomparable to that of the formidable figure before him, prompting Tang San to immediately employ the controlling the crane and capturing the dragon technique to counteract the situation. Ma Hongjun's flame palm embodies the utmost strength and vitality. Tang San intends to conquer rigidity with flexibility, but will Ma Hongjun allow him to succeed? The notion of using a gentle force to counter a greater strength is merely a metaphor. In the face of absolute power, such tactics prove futile. Just as Ma Hongjun prepares to unleash his flame palm, Tang San retreats. At that moment, Xiao has collapsed to the ground, her spirit somewhat scattered. Though not entirely devoid of consciousness, unlike in the original narrative where Zhao Wujia's mental backlash caused her to fall into a deep slumber. She had just employed her second soul skill, while Ma Hongjun activated the Flame God's Eye, ruthlessly dismantling Xiao Wu's technique. After all, his Flame God's Eye possesses not only the ability to perceive but also to negate. Xiao Wu immediately suffers from the backlash of mental energy. However, Ma Hongjun remains unconcerned, as he knows Xiao Wu has withstood Zhao Wujia's mental assault before. His own mental power has merely reached the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm after several months of cultivation, bolstered somewhat by the absorption of soul rings and external soul bones. Xiao Wu, are you alright? Tang San hurriedly inquired with genuine concern. Responding to Tang San's call, Xiao Wu gradually regained her composure, though her mental state remained precarious. Brother, I'm sorry. I just suffered a backlash. His mental strength surpasses mine. Reaching at least the level of a soul master, Xiao Wu explained. I should be the one apologizing for not protecting you. You rest for a moment. I will handle the situation from here, Tang San replied, his gaze softening. Meanwhile, the battle on Dai Mubai's side was nearing its conclusion. Both Xu Zhiqing and Long Shuanger, both at the 27th level, had greatly diminished their fighting capacity. Perhaps facing Xu Zhiqing, they had not sustained significant injuries. On the other side, Oscar observed the unfolding events and deemed it inconsequential to seek trouble with Ning Rongrong, opting instead to return to his original position and await the battle's conclusion. It could be said that only Tang San remained standing. Their defeat was inevitable should he fall. Tang San carried Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong's side before returning to confront Ma Hongjun once more. Suddenly, he turned to Flender and inquired, "What must we do to pass the examination before us?" Flender produced a stick of incense, igniting it and placing it in the ground. Their battle is devoid of suspense. If you can defeat him, or at least achieve a draw within the duration of this incense stick, you will pass the test. And all of you will be admitted to Shrek Academy. Very well, let us commence anew, Tang San declared earnestly. He turned to his three teammates, who silently nodded in agreement, having chosen to place their faith in him at this crucial moment. Is this the treatment befitting a destined child of fortune? No matter where he goes, he remains the center of attention. Brother Mahongjun, do take care, Tang San suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head sharply, his violet eyes gleaming intensely. Upon witnessing the radiance of Tang San's violet gaze, Mahongjun smiled, and in the next instant, his own eyes blazed a fiery red. Tang San regarded Mahongjun once more, pondering whether this fellow might also hail from another world, much like himself. Mahongjun's transformation extended beyond his eyes. His hands too underwent a remarkable change. The fiery palm technique was once again employed, augmenting his hands to their utmost potential. Even if your hidden weapons are poisoned, before my flames, all toxins shall be rendered obsolete. In an instant, 10 beams of cold light erupted from the tips of Tang San's fingers, each aimed at crucial points. Mahongjun's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, and abdomen, not a single position was repeated, all targeting vital areas. Fortunately, Mahongjun was aware of Tang San's intentions, unlike Zhao Wuqi, who initially had no choice but to confront force with force. With a swift motion, Mahongjun's fiery feet ignited sparks, and his form transformed. Under the enhancement of the blazing divine gaze, Tang San's hidden weapons became vividly apparent. He evaded them with remarkable agility, and then promptly summoned his martial soul, soaring once again into the sky. All of Tang San's concealed projectiles missed their target. Mahongjun could distinctly identify the trajectory of each concealed weapon aimed at his body. With so many projectiles simultaneously launched, all directed at vital areas such as the throat and heart, a direct hit would surely spell disaster. How ruthless can Tang San be? Just moments ago, he called him brother, and now he resorts to such tactics? Mahongjun initially intended to engage in a friendly contest with Tang San, but under these circumstances, he would no longer hold back. Mahongjun became serious. At this moment, Tang San was secretly astonished. What he faced was the technique of hidden weapons amidst a rain of flowers, with some flying straight, some at angles, and others circling behind, all aimed at Mahongjun's body. Yet, Mahongjun effortlessly dodged them, as if he were the nemesis of Tang San's every attempt. His martial spirit was suppressed, rendering all of Tang San's formidable skills and hidden weapons seemingly ineffective. No, I have not yet lost. I absolutely cannot lose. If only I could strike him with my hidden weapon just once, Tang San thought to himself. Meanwhile, Mahongjun remained enveloped by his martial spirit, his body ablaze with flames that rendered him impervious to ordinary toxins. It is my turn, Mahongjun said softly, as his first soul ring ignited in the air. In the next moment, a line of phoenix fire shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Tang San. It was as if Tang San had anticipated this. As Ma Hongjun launched his attack, his blue silvergrass formed a wall. However, the wall forged from blue silvergrass was no match for Ma Hongjun's first soul skill. Upon contact, a resounding explosion echoed as the phoenix fire line pierced through, striking the ground and creating a fiery pit, as if the very earth had ignited. Nevertheless, Tang San managed to delay the attack for a moment by relying on the wall of blue silvergrass, thereby evading this onslaught. Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly deny Tang San any opportunity, as two additional lines of phoenix fire followed closely behind the first. It seemed as though Tang San's path had been entirely obstructed by Ma Hongjun, forcing him to exert all his effort into evading with the ghostly shadow. Once again, two resounding booms echoed, as if they had struck Tang San directly. However, Ma Hongjun was aware that Tang San must have managed to escape. Yet, he could not discern Tang San's whereabouts. Was the ghostly shadow truly that swift? Suddenly, Ma Hongjun felt a chill behind him and swiftly dodged, only to witness several beams of light flash past him. It was 6 crossbow bolts, nearly hitting him. At that moment, Tang San had already maneuvered behind him, employing hidden projectiles. After using them, Tang San gasped for breath, having pushed the ghostly shadow to its limits for the first time. And now his internal energy from the Xiantian skill was nearly depleted. Come, let us continue, Ma Hongjun said with a wicked grin. Tang San was exceedingly ruthless. Each strike aimed to be fatal. He needed to be taught a severe lesson. Chapter 23, a single punch to overcome Tang San at this moment. Tang San's eyes remained a striking violet, while Ma Hongjun landed, undoubtedly becoming Tang San's living target in the air. It's my turn, Ma Hongjun shouted, as 2 of his soul rings flared to life. Whether it was due to the reabsorption of his second soul ring, the second soul skill bore a resemblance to the previous one. Ma Hongjun affectionately referred to it as the phoenix reborn from the ashes. Previously, the activation of his second soul skill augmented the phoenix flame by 30%. However, upon the activation of his current second soul skill, the potency of the wind phoenix flame surged to an astounding 100%, concurrently enhancing his power and defense by 50%, an augmentation that was previously unattainable. Such formidable enhancements could only be realized after absorbing a soul ring that had existed for 4,000 years. Moreover, under the influence of the second soul skill, the efficacy of the first soul skill is also amplified. This effectively constitutes a combined assault of Ma Hongjun's 2 soul skills. Nonetheless, he hesitated to employ this technique, as he deemed it unnecessary against Tang San, unless the intent was to eliminate him. As Ma Hongjun's second soul ring illuminated, Tang San's body involuntarily began to tremble. Nevertheless, he retrieved a few concealed weapons from his soul guide while simultaneously activating his soul skill. The air sliced through with a swift whisper. Under the second spirit ability, Ma Hongjun's flame of no trace resembled Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing track, as several phantoms swiftly converged upon Tang San. The speed was astonishing. Tang San could not even muster the time to throw his hidden weapons. With a resounding thud, Ma Hongjun did not employ the flame palm, but instead delivered a powerful punch directly to Tang San's chest. A cry of agony escaped Tang San's lips as he was sent hurtling through the air. It felt as though Ma Hongjun's fist had nearly sunk into him. The accompanying phoenix flames instantly scorched a mark the size of a fist on Tang San's attire. Underestimating Tang San's physical resilience, he managed to regain his balance mid-air and land gracefully, though this semblance of a perfect landing lasted less than a second. A spurt of blood erupted from Tang San's mouth, forcing him to brace himself with his arms, while smoke still wafted from the burn on his chest. Brother! Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm. Having nearly recovered herself, she rushed to Tang San's side. Observing Tang San's condition, Ma Hongjun deemed it sufficient. Tang San was not as resilient at this moment, and further strikes would only endanger himself. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the punch's power. Had Tang San possessed even a slightly weaker physique, he would have perished on the spot. However, he believed Tang San could endure it. One must remember that Tang Hao was watching closely. Inflicting injury was permissible, but endangering his life would certainly provoke Tang Hao's intervention. With Tang Hao's temperament, even the protection of Zhao Wujia and Flender would be futile. It was wiser to cease now, granting Tang Hao face while imparting a lesson to Tang San. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, supported Tang San. Brother, are you all right? It's all that red-haired phoenix fault. I will make him pay. With that, she prepared to retaliate. But Tang San immediately interjected. Xiao Wu, I have lost. I even resorted to hidden weapons, which was already unfair to him. Brother, we cannot let it end like this. Are you truly all right? Xiao insisted once more. Though Tang San was fierce, he was not malevolent. The essence of his past life chivalry remained ingrained within him, an indelible part of his being. Ma Hongjun presented the restorative sausage he had received from Oscar before the battle, approaching Tang San with it. Consume this. It will aid in your recovery. Oscar's first soul skill is a remarkably versatile healing technique that promotes the mending of injuries, replenishes stamina and soul power, alleviates fatigue and pain, and enhances satiety. However, the sausage has a rather brief shelf life, lasting only 12 hours. I do not wish to take your possession, my friend. Let us depart. Xiao Wu gently assisted Tang San to his feet. Yet, disregarding Xiao Wu's words, Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun and said, "You are a formidable opponent. I apologize for employing a hidden weapon against you earlier." Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Tang San's unexpected apology. He chuckled, "It's no problem. So this is what you call a hidden weapon. In the future, it would be wise not to aim it at your own. Who said we are on the same side?" Xiao Wu retorted angrily. Ma Hongjun glanced at the already burnt incense stick and remarked, "Do you not wish to enter Shrek Academy?" To be frank, the incense had burned far too swiftly. It likely consumed only a third of the expected time. While others remained oblivious, Ma Hongjun was aware that during the activation of his second soul skill, Flender had employed a subtle stratagem, utilizing his soul power to hasten the incense's demise while everyone was focused on the battle. Thus, before Ma Hongjun could strike at Tang San, the incense had already been extinguished by Flender's cunning maneuver. How could the astute Flender let slip the chance to recruit such gifted individuals? Can we truly join Shrek? Tang San inquired, astonished as he glanced at Ma Hongjun and then at Flender. Flender nodded earnestly in affirmation. "Oh, Director, you are indeed quite frugal. What kind of inferior incense did you purchase? It must surely be from Aunt Wang next door. So flimsy. I wonder what benefits Aunt Wang has bestowed upon you." Ma Hongjun lamented with a series of sighs. At that moment, everyone finally realized that the incense had completely burned away. Has it really extinguished? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged incredulous glances at the remnants of the incense stick, now reduced to mere splinters. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and patted Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "Not bad, or even. You're impressive. Keep it up. I have faith in you. Quickly eat this. It will aid in your recovery." The crowd was filled with delight, having narrowly passed the test. However, only Tang San was aware of the true circumstances, though he chose to remain silent about it. He merely expressed his gratitude to Ma Hongjun and promptly consumed the revitalizing sausage that had been given to him. As soon as he took a bite, Tang San felt the extraordinary properties of the sausage. The wound on his chest, inflicted by Ma Hongjun, began to heal rapidly. Not only that, but his soul power and physical strength were also restored. By the way, this is a sausage crafted from Oscar's first soul skill, priced at 1 gold soul coin each. Don't forget to pay him, Ma Hongjun remarked casually, glancing towards Oscar. Oscar responded with a mischievous smile, as if to say, "Well done, brother. I'll share half with you later." "Thank you," Tang San said, tossing a gold soul coin to Oscar, who accepted it with pleasure, feeling like he had made quite a profit. After completing all of this, Ma Hongjun let out a long sigh, contemplating that if Tang Hao dared to seek him out that evening, then Tang San would no longer enjoy peaceful days ahead. In truth, Ma Hongjun was indeed concerned about this matter, for Tang Hao was quite protective. He spent most of his time safeguarding Tang San. Alas, the fate of Ma Hongjun is indeed unfortunate. Without these formidable experts to shield him, he must remain ever vigilant. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun is not made of clay. He is determined to surpass them all in the future, including Tang San. Chapter 24. You must learn from Ma Hongjun. Defeating Tang San did not come as a surprise to Ma Hongjun. Since his arrival on the Douluo continent and the commencement of Shrek's recruitment, a full 100 days had passed. During this time, Ma Hongjun had undergone intense training almost every day, with rest only during the hunting of soul rings. With the assistance of divine artifacts, if he still could not defeat Tang San, it would be better to find a tofu block to crash into. However, Ma Hongjun understood that the support behind Tang San would only grow larger and stronger. His soul power had already reached the 29th level, soon to ascend to the soul respect level, while he himself was still at the 25th level. Thus, he must hasten his cultivation of soul power to continue enhancing his strength, for he could not allow Tang San to surpass him. This was Ma Hongjun's ultimate bottom line. As for Tang San, how should one put it? From the perspective of anime and novels, Tang San is the protagonist. Most who indulge in these stories naturally favor the main character. After all, who could continue watching if they had no fondness for the lead? However, this is not absolute. as a small portion of viewers may persist for the sake of supporting characters, such as the graceful and charming Bibi Dong, the alluring and seductive Hu Liena, and of course, Zhu Zhiqing, whose beauty and figure are equally remarkable. In his past life, he held a fondness for each member of the Shrek Seven. Therefore, Ma Hongjun also regards and interacts with them as friends, without any deliberate targeting. If you treat me well, I, Ma Hongjun, will reciprocate. Conversely, even if I once admired a character, I will not grovel. Had it not been for Tang San's initial use of ruthless hidden weapons during their battle, he would not have had to resort to severe measures. This is the essence of the matter. Thus, he remarked, never aim hidden weapons at one's own. As he pondered, Ma Hongjun approached Lang Xuan and Lang Ling, then turned his gaze to Ning Shuang'er, saying, Shuang'er, come here for a moment. Oh, I'm coming, Lang Shuang'er responded obediently, immediately jogging over. Shuang'er? Upon hearing this address, Lang Xuan appeared somewhat displeased. Is there something you need? Lang Shuang'er asked, puzzled, seemingly unaware of any impropriety in Ma Hongjun's choice of address. Ma Hongjun spoke earnestly, now that you have witnessed the circumstances of our academy, the decision to remain or depart rests solely with you. After all, the conditions at the Spirit Hall Academy are significantly superior to ours, with countless suitable environments for mimicry training, something we, Shrek, cannot compete with. The choice is yours. I wish to stay. No need to say more. Lang Shuang'o maintained her unwavering stance. Sighing, Lang Xuan remarked, since the genius of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has chosen to come to Shrek, and the young lady is willing, what more can we say? However, this might lead to displeasure with that particular instructor from the Spirit Hall. Ma Hongjun chuckled. There is no need for fear. It is merely a teacher from the Spirit Hall. In the future, Shuang'er will undoubtedly surpass him by leaps and bounds. The principal. Please hand them the letter you prepared. After all, cold Shuang'er has stayed behind. Ma Hongjun laughed, adding that if this task were left unfulfilled, Flender would surely hold it against him for a lifetime. Flender had already readied an envelope, channeling his soul power to toss it over from a distance. Miss, take care of yourself. We both must head to the Spirit Hall to clarify a few matters, and we must also return to inform the clan leader of your situation. All right, I understand. You all need not worry, cold Shuang'er replied, slightly impatient. After all, she was the only one who had brought someone along. The others seemed to have come alone. It felt rather peculiar, akin to the first day of school when classmates arrive solo while their families burden them with bags and packages. Once Cold Swan and Cold Ling, the duo, had walked away, Cold Shuang'er quietly expressed her gratitude to Ma Hongjun, saying, thank you. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback and inquired, what am I being thanked for? Just as he spoke, Lang Shuang'er left without offering an explanation, seemingly a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Flender was in high spirits with the addition of these new members. Shrek Academy was destined to flourish. Dai Mubai guided them to Teacherly in the finance department, where each person was to pay a tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins. Afterwards, they would proceed to Teacher Lu to arrange their accommodations and briefly inform them of the Academy's regulations, as classes would officially commence the following morning. Flender was eager to instruct these children, yet they had just endured a battle and had not yet completed their enrollment. Also, you, come with me, he said. Having recognized Tang San at a glance due to the soul-guiding device at his waist, Tang San entrusted his pouch to Xiao Wu, asking her to pay the tuition on his behalf, while he learned from Ma Hongjun and the others that the man before him was the Dean of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai led the 5 newcomers to complete their enrollment procedures, while Oscar, captivated by the array of beautiful women, eagerly followed along. Only Ma Hongjun returned to his dormitory, having trained through the morning, feeling it was time for a shower and a change of clothes. Flender's office, which also served as his residence, was situated beside the small playground and was decorated quite simply, containing only essential items. After taking a seat, he gazed at Tang San, a complex expression in his eyes, and spoke, allow me to introduce myself. I am Flender, the Dean of Shrek. How is Master faring? Tang San was somewhat surprised that Dean Flender knew Master and quickly nodded in response, he is doing well. Flender looked at Tang San in astonishment. Ah, so you are his disciple. No wonder he entrusted you with this belt. In truth, Flender had already surmised that Tang San was Master's student. He merely sought confirmation. For how else could Tang San possess such a belt? Much like the soul-guiding device he had given Ma Hongjun, such a valuable item could not be easily bestowed. At the moment he gifted Ma Hongjun the soul-guiding device, he had genuinely regarded him as his direct disciple. By the way, before setting off, Master instructed me to deliver this letter to you after you passed the assessment and were admitted. After reading Master's letter and engaging in a moment of reflection and discussion, Flender realized that Tang San was indeed a testament to his good friend Master's teachings. In comparison to his own disciple Ma Hongjun, he felt a greater sense of pride, believing that Ma Hongjun's talent and potential surpassed that of Tang San. Flender said with a hint of pride, "Your name is Tang San, correct? It was not entirely unexpected for you to lose to Ma Hongjun. After all, he is my direct disciple, whom I have nurtured with daily instruction since he was 6 years old, leading to his current accomplishments. You must learn from Ma Hongjun. His abilities have yet to reach their peak. I hope you do not disappoint Master or me." "Thank you, Dean. I will strive to do my best," Tang San replied earnestly. "Indeed, you still have injuries. Take care to recuperate properly. Tomorrow morning's training will not be easy." "Off you go," Flender advised. Chapter 25. A necessary measurement. The following morning, on the playground of Shrek Academy, the 8 students had gathered, each appearing to be in excellent spirits. Ma Hongjun arrived at the playground last, his sweat thoroughly soaking his entire attire, and the burden of 60 kilograms still weighing heavily upon him. As he emerged amidst the crowd, it became evident that he appeared somewhat out of place compared to the others' attire. Yesterday, Tang San and the others were quite intrigued by Ma Hongjun's unusual outfit, and today they were finally confronted with the truth. "You are quite peculiar, dressed like this?" Xiao Wu was the first to inquire, her curiosity piqued. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "This is my training equipment. This lad has already ventured out for training while you were still sound asleep. He has likely been exercising for over 4 hours now," Dai Mubai remarked casually, acknowledging that he could not match such perseverance. Indeed, Ma Hongjun greets the dawn sky at 4 o'clock each morning, which is one of the reasons for his remarkable progress over the past 3 months. "You mean you rise at 4 to train?" Tang San inquired with curiosity, admitting that even he could not manage such an early start, as he only practiced the purple extreme magic eye around 5 or 6 in the morning. "No wonder Dean Flender remarked that I lagged behind Ma Hongjun." Except for the original few from Shrek, everyone looked at Ma Hongjun with astonishment, as if they were witnessing a marvel. "It's nothing extraordinary. It's merely physical training," Ma Hongjun chuckled. "That is quite impressive." "Oh, the dean and the teachers have arrived," Oscar announced. From a distance, Flender and several teachers were seen approaching. "Is that Dean Flender a soul Douluo?" Xiao Wu suddenly asked. Beside her, Oscar promptly replied, "No, our dean is the founder of Shrek, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flender, a level 78 soul sage, even stronger than Teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type martial soul, which is exceedingly rare among battle soul masters. Ma Hongjun is his direct disciple." Xiao Wu seemed to sigh in relief and quietly muttered, "Thankfully, he is only 78. Uncle Sausage, does our academy have any teachers above the soul Douluo level?" Oscar shook his head. "Please call me Sausage Specialty." "Do you think soul Douluo is as common as cabbages?" Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun interjected, "Our academy certainly has soul Douluo level powerhouses, and not just one." "What?" Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, took a step back, her face paling momentarily. Tang San quickly supported her, asking, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" The others looked at her in confusion, but only Ma Hongjun understood, as reaching the soul Douluo level signifies a substantial manifestation of spiritual power, making it evident that Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast. He was merely teasing her, then laughed, "Just kidding. I meant that our academy will undoubtedly have such individuals in the future, but we don't have any at present." "Really?" Xiao Wu looked toward Oscar and Dai Mubai, seemingly skeptical of Ma Hongjun's words. Both nodded in affirmation, allowing her to relax, though she felt a twinge of reproach towards Ma Hongjun, which she did not reveal. "Do you think soul Douluo is as ubiquitous as vegetables? There are fewer than 100 soul Douluo level powerhouses across the continent, all supported by empires and their subordinate kingdoms. As for tidal Douluo, there are only about 10 combined between the two empires. They are not easily encountered," Oscar chuckled, as Flender and Zhao Wujie approached. Ma Hongjun remarked again, "The dean and teacher Zhao will surely break through to the soul Douluo realm in the future." From afar, Flender heard the praises directed towards him, especially from his prized disciple, which brought him immense joy. Little did he know that in the next moment, Ma Hongjun added, "If he weren't so sharp-tongued and stingy, I reckon he would have achieved the soul Douluo title by now." "Haha, how does that relate to becoming a soul Douluo?" Xiao Wu suddenly laughed, her previous tension dissipating. Coughing deliberately, Flander's distinct, gravelly voice resonated. "This year is promising. We have 5 more little monsters. I trust you are aware of the Academy's rules. I shan't elaborate further. Today, we will officially commence your lessons. But before that, allow our Shrek instructors to introduce themselves. I am Flender, your dean. A level 78 soul sage with the four-eyed cat eagle martial soul. Zhao Wujia, martial soul, great strength diamond bear, level 76 assault type soul sage. Liu Song, martial soul, level 63 dragon pattern staff, level 63 assault type soul emperor. Lu Qibin, martial soul, star Luo chess, level 66 control type soul emperor. Xiao Xian, martial soul, jelly bean, level 71 food type soul sage. After the introductions, Flender continued, you are fortunate to have chosen Shrek Academy. Now, let us hear your introductions. The new five were astonished to learn that the lowest ranking teacher at Shrek was a soul emperor. 3 soul sages and 2 soul emperors were tasked with guiding merely 8 students. Which academy on the continent could compare? It was then Tang San and the others' turn to introduce themselves. When it came to Ma Hongjun, who was only at level 25, Flender reprimanded him. It was noteworthy that among the other 7, the lowest, Ning Rongrong, was already at level 26, making Ma Hongjun's soul power the least impressive. Nonetheless, none of them looked down upon him. Flender then addressed Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, I have a task for you. Go to Douluo City at once. Replicate your equipment 7 times and distribute it among them. What? My equipment? That weighs 60 kilograms. Are you sure they can handle it? Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Flander's command. 60 kilograms? Are you pulling my leg? Ning Rongrong voiced her doubt loudly. It should be, if I am not mistaken. Ma Hongjun's gear contains iron beads, totaling around 60 kilograms. Tang San had noticed the equipment when he first saw Ma Hongjun. Now, you each report your maximum weight capacity. Flender smiled. Dai Mubai, 30 kilograms. Tang San, 30 kilograms. Zhu Zhuqing, 15 kilograms. Xiao Wu, 15 kilograms. Lung Shuanger, 20 kilograms. Only Oscar and Ning Rongrong remained silent. We don't need this, do we? Oscar and Ning Rongrong said in unison. I say you do, Flender replied. Oscar, 10 kilograms. Ning Rongrong, 5 kilograms. The rest of you can add 5 kilograms to your reported numbers. As they spoke, Ma Hongjun approached the group of girls and surprisingly pulled out a small notebook. Xiao Wu, your measurements should be a C cup. Zhu Zhuqing. It must be a D. Shuanger should be between D and C, so let's say D. And Ning Rongrong can barely be considered a C, right? I must say, their talents are truly remarkable, Ma Hongjun mumbled quietly as he observed. Ma Hongjun, what are you mumbling about? Flender inquired. Oh, what is this? Well, your judgment is quite accurate. Oscar glanced at Ma Hongjun's notes and then at the girls before him. What is it? Xiao Wu curiously stepped closer. Her face instantly changing color. Ma Hongjun immediately tucked it away, smiling as he remarked, to craft equipment, one must consider the dimensions, right? I shall take my leave now. Do continue your training. Noticing Xiao Wu's irate demeanor, he discreetly slipped away. Xiao Wu, what did he write? The curious Lung Shuanger inquired. He is a scoundrel. How could I possibly have written so little? Xiao Wu seethed, yet she confided in the other girls in hushed tones. Instantly, their murderous intent became palpable, particularly from Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Chapter 26. Ma Hongjun challenges the wealthy. With Ma Hongjun's arrival, a significant transformation began to unfold within the Shrek Academy, which might soon be referred to as the 8 oddities of Shrek. However, Ma Hongjun felt that the name lacked a certain charm. The addition of another seemed to alter its essence. Moreover, the shift in training methods was notable, as Ma Hongjun recalled that the weighted training regimen was initiated only after the Master's arrival. Now, Flandre had employed it prematurely, perhaps due to his influence, and indeed, the past 3 months had brought about monumental changes. This prompted Flandre to adopt this method. After Ma Hongjun departed, the academy gradually resumed its previous trajectory, beginning with Ning Rongrong's objections. As a support-type soul master, she believed such rigorous training was unnecessary, especially involving weight, prompting her immediate refusal. She was then commanded to run 20 laps around the village with Oscar, each lap being no less than 3 kilometers. Ultimately, under Flandre's insistence, Ning Rongrong acquiesced verbally and jogged alongside Oscar for a while, following a quarrel with him. She cleverly utilized her 7 treasure glaze tile to enhance her abilities and swiftly disappeared. In Douluo City, as crafting those minute iron beads required considerable time, Ma Hongjun decided to explore Douluo City. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had yet to truly wander its streets. To his surprise, as he stepped into the bustling commercial district, he encountered a familiar face. There stood Ning Rongrong, savoring a barbecue skewer as she ambled along. only to bump into Ma Hongjun. Although he understood the reason, he still inquired, "Ning Rongrong, what brings you to Soto City?" Faced with Ma Hongjun's question, she appeared somewhat flustered. Ning Rongrong stammered, seemingly at a loss for words. "You must have sneaked away here, haven't you? Did Flender send you out for a run?" Ma Hongjun chuckled, recognizing the true nature of the enchanting Ning Rongrong before him. She was indeed a genuine enchantress, capable of orchestrating sinister deeds without a second thought. Ma Hongjun recalled her earlier attempts to hire Tang San to eliminate Dai Mubai, which had been thwarted by Tang San's rejection. It was only after she faced reprimands from Flender and others that she began to transform gradually. The current Ning Rongrong was a true sorceress, powerful, influential, and wealthy, indeed, wealthy. It appeared that Ma Hongjun had a sudden realization. Indeed, it would require at least one gold soul coin to procure and tailor such equipment from Flender. Ning Rongrong gazed at Ma Hongjun in disbelief and inquired, "How did you know? Please don't let Dean Flender find out. Even if I remain silent, Dean Flender will inevitably discover it." "What will you do then?" Ma Hongjun questioned. Ning Rongrong had already devised a plan, stating, "It's simple. As long as I return before noon and meet Oscar, he will vouch for me. This is a trivial matter for me." "That's a commendable plan. By the way, what materials do you need for the crafting?" "Something akin to mine?" Ma Hongjun asked. Having entered Soto City, he had already changed his equipment and now displayed it to Ning Rongrong. He initially believed she might disdain the odor from his sweat, given that it had been dampened by perspiration throughout the morning. However, to his surprise, Ning Rongrong did not seem bothered. She even touched it and remarked, "This material will certainly be painful to wear." Knowing it will hurt is good. That's precisely the effect I desire," Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Why not accompany me to select the fabric? You could choose something of better quality." Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, "I would rather not. Please assist me in selecting it. By the way, brother Ma Hongjun, could you possibly reduce the weight of my load a bit? Reduce it a bit?" Ma Hongjun anticipated this request from Ning Rongrong. He pretended to lament, "Unfortunately, that seems impossible, as it is a directive from the dean. Moreover, the budget for purchasing equipment is insufficient. I can only afford fabric like this." Throughout, Ma Hongjun had been diligently training. He neither stole nor robbed and had no time to earn money, relying solely on subsidies for his income. On one occasion, he had been severely reprimanded by Flender and Oscar. During his hunts for soul beasts, he had spent some of his limited resources, leaving him with less than 4 gold soul coins. Furthermore, he was aware that he would need to spend one shortly, fully understanding that Flender would not reimburse him for these expenses. While wandering earlier, he had spotted the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, where merely registering required 10 gold soul coins. Regrettably, he found himself in a predicament, as he lacked the funds for registration, epitomizing the adage that a penny can thwart even the most heroic of individuals. Ning Rongrong seemed to grasp Ma Hongjun's predicament, smiling knowingly as she promptly retrieved a bag from her soul guide device. "Here are 100 gold soul coins. Use them to buy equipment for me, so that everyone may benefit." Ma Hongjun smiled, truly a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, well-versed in the rules. After Ma Hongjun received the pouch of gold soul coins, Ning Rongrong continued with a smile, "Is there also a matter regarding weight reduction for equipment in Soto City?" Ma Hongjun chuckled and inquired, "Have we crossed paths in Soto City?" Assured of the arrangement regarding the equipment, he pondered the gold soul coins in his possession, silently reflecting. "At last, I have the capital to commence my venture." He recalled that in the Grand Soul Arena, a solitary victory yielded 10 gold soul coins, with even greater rewards for consecutive wins. With these coins, he could wager on his own triumphs, swiftly alleviating any financial concerns. "Very well, may our collaboration be fruitful," Ning Rongrong declared before turning to depart, mindful that she could not linger for long. Once she left, Ma Hongjun weighed the 100 gold soul coins once more, murmuring, "Though I remain silent, it does not imply that others are unaware. As for the weight, let us reduce it by 1 gold soul coin." With the acquisition of these 100 gold soul coins, he promptly made his way to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. After registering with 10 gold soul coins, he received an Iron Soul badge, and it was anticipated that Flender would bring his companions to this venue that very evening. Originally, Mahongjun's record stood at 32 battles, with 21 victories and 21 defeats. However, his arrival in this world, owing to the peculiar nature of his martial soul, had resulted in him not participating in a single match. Ma Hongjun has also bestowed upon himself a formidable title, the Fire God Zhu Rong. His current circumstances are a direct result of the blessings bestowed by the Zhu Rong divine spear emblazoned upon his chest. Hence, He refrained from adopting the name of the Phoenix, as a mark of respect for the fire god Zhu Rong. Having concluded his affairs, Ma Hongjun did not linger any longer and departed from the Great Soul Arena. However, he invested 2 gold soul coins to procure exquisite fabric, which he intended to take back to his village for tailoring. He also planned to enhance his attire by adding an additional 10 kilograms, thereby reaching a total weight of 70 kilograms. As Ma Hongjun returned to the academy and entrusted his belongings to the village tailor, he had scarcely reached the playground when he overheard Flender reprimanding Ning Rongrong. In the next moment, a heart-wrenching cry escaped Ning Rongrong's lips, and she swiftly turned to flee to her dormitory, casting a furtive glance at Ma Hongjun that left him perplexed. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, prompting Ma Hongjun to approach and say, "Everyone is present. The equipment should be ready for use by tomorrow." What transpired just now? Who could possibly bully a young girl? Chapter 27. The Dance of the Three Fives and the Phoenix Flying Dragon. As Ma Hongjun spoke, everyone turned their gaze towards Flender. At that moment, a hint of smugness graced Flender's countenance, seemingly pleased with having handled the matter of the young girl. However, Dai Mubai interjected, "Dean, should I assist her in gathering her belongings?" Flender shot him a glare and replied, "Do you wish her departure so fervently? Although this young girl has been pampered, her nature is not entirely flawed. Just think of Chu, it suffices. Go fetch Oscar and lift his punishment, despite his mistakes today. He has completed the task of 20 laps." After stating this, he turned his attention to Ma Hongjun, instructing, "Ma Hongjun, you ought to comfort Ning Rongrong." "Me? Wasn't Oscar supposed to be the one to offer comfort?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, bewildered by the sudden shift in responsibility. "Humph. You are well aware of your own actions. Off you go now. The others may proceed to the cafeteria for lunch," Flender declared before departing with his hands clasped behind his back. Realizing that Flender had caught wind of his previous actions, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to follow suit. Pondering how it had come to this, wasn't it supposed to be Oscar? At this moment, everyone was curious about what Ma Hongjun had done to warrant such a task. Ultimately, it was Long Shuangge who spoke up. "Let us all go together. Perhaps it is better if you few girls go." "We shall not accompany you," Dai Mubai suggested. Tang San nodded in agreement, yet Ma Hongjun still trailed behind. However, he remained in the background as several girls went forth to offer their comfort, concluding the matter. That evening, within the Soto City Grand Spirit Arena, under Dai Mubai's guidance, they all registered as Iron Spirit Fighters. And Tang San along with Xiaowu formed a trio known as the Sanwu combination. Ma Hongjun glanced at his pouch. Having received 100 gold soul coins from Ning Rongrong today, and combined with the 3 gold soul coins set aside for crafting training equipment, he found himself with exactly 100 coins remaining. However, this was still insufficient. In their initial battle, everyone would be unfamiliar with their own strengths, making it prudent to wager on oneself. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze towards Tang San, considering it a gesture of goodwill towards him. "Tang San, do you have any gold soul coins? Could you lend me 200? Ma Hongjun was aware that even if Tang San were to produce 200 coins, it would not greatly affect him. As in the original story, Tang San had also spent 200 gold soul coins to purchase this soul crystal. "What's the matter?" Tang San replied, 200 gold soul coins is no small sum, and we've only known each other for less than 2 days. How could I possibly lend you so much?" Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Will you lend it to me? I promise to return it swiftly." Tang San cast a glance at Xiaowu beside him. She was known for her extravagant spending, often borrowing from him without the intention of repayment. At this moment, Tang San was rather frugal, valuing each gold soul coin as hard-earned money from his 6 years of toil at the blacksmith shop. "How about I offer this as collateral?" Ma Hongjun immediately produced a crystal, as he had no understanding of hidden weapons. As Ma Hongjun revealed the item, Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you certain you wish to trade this to me?" he inquired. "Well, if not, I could sell it to you for a discount, considering we are classmates." "Just 200 gold soul coins," Ma Hongjun replied. "Ma Hongjun, is this not merely a worthless stone? How can it be so valuable?" Xiaowu scoffed. At that moment, Flender happened to pass by. Recognizing the object in Ma Hongjun's hand, it was indeed the very piece from his shop. Was it truly worth something? After a moment of contemplation, Tang San declared, "Very well, I will take it. Here are 200 gold soul coins. Please count them." He smiled, feeling as though he had struck a bargain, and was grateful to Ma Hongjun. However, just as Ma Hongjun was about to receive the payment, Flender interjected, "Thank you. But I was unaware that this item bore such value. You little rascal have pilfered my goods." With a chuckle, he continued on his way. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. Ma Hongjun sighed. What else can be done? The dean is truly excessive. After all, I acquired these items from him. In terms of shrewdness, Flender undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle, leaving Ma Hongjun feeling inferior. Brother, is this worthless stone truly worth 200 gold soul coins? Xiao Wu questioned in confusion. Tang San discreetly explained to Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun, realizing he had to borrow money from someone else, recognized that tonight was pivotal for a substantial gain. The only person likely to lend him money here was perhaps Lang Shuanger. Shuanger, could you lend me some gold soul coins? Ma Hongjun directly inquired. Lang Shuanger did not refuse, asking, how much do you need? Whatever you have, Ma Hongjun replied. Well, I didn't bring much with me, just a few thousand gold soul coins. This card has 5,000 gold soul coins. Would you like to take it? Lang Shuanger promptly produced a gold soul coin card. Thank you. You are the best. How about you and I form a duo to participate in the 2-on-2 soul battle? Ma Hongjun suggested with a smile. With the 6 of them present, it was evident that Tang San and Xiao Wu would pair up, while Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing would likely struggle. Even if he extended an invitation, Zhu Zhuqing might not agree. Sure, let's hurry and register. Lang Shuanger replied cheerfully. The two made their way to the registration area, paid the gold soul coins, and received a rather splendid name. Phoenix Source, Dragon Dances. Originally, Lang Shuanger had intended to name it Dragon Source, Phoenix Dances, but Ma Hongjun rejected the idea, insisting he would not want to be associated with Phoenix Dances. Thus, the peculiar name was born. After completing the registration, everyone proceeded to the Soul Battle Arena, with Ma Hongjun arriving a few minutes late. To his surprise, his opponent was a level 29 Assault-type Soul Master who had already achieved 4 consecutive victories, with odds set at 5-1. In the 2-on-2 Soul Battle, the odds stood at 2-1, prompting Ma Hongjun to wager all his money on his 1-on-1 match. While placing his bets, he noticed another individual, Flender, who was also wagering, betting on their entire group to achieve victory. In the 2 matches Ma Hongjun participated in, it turned out that the largest bets were placed on him, each amounting to 5,000 gold soul coins, while the others had only wagered a mere 1,000 each. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware that bringing them into actual combat was one matter, while assisting Flender in earning some money was another story altogether. Yet, he refrained from elaborating further. Maintaining an academy came with its own burdens, and Flender had his own dilemmas. Did one presume that the Soul Sage and Soul Emperor instructors did not require compensation? All these responsibilities fell squarely on Flender's shoulders. Ma Hongjun, where have you been? Why did you arrive so late? Asked Lang Shuanger. Apologies, I may have overindulged at lunch, and my stomach feels a bit unsettled, Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. And how do you feel now? She inquired. Much better. It won't interfere with the upcoming soul battles, Ma Hongjun answered. Throughout the journey, Lang Shuanger conversed predominantly with herself or Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, trailed closely behind Tang San, while Dai Mubai seemed somewhat isolated, never exchanging a word with Zhu Zhuqing, who treated him with indifference, even when he attempted to engage her in conversation. Chapter 28. The Descending Palm Technique. Perhaps due to their early arrival, no soul battle had commenced yet. Despite being divided into separate arenas, the combat stage was notably spacious, boasting a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample room for the soul masters to exhibit their prowess. However, the audience was sparse, with attendance estimated at merely 2/5 of capacity. At the center of the arena stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "We shall now commence the first battle of our 14th Soul Combat Division." Entering the arena are 2 Grand Soul Masters, the Battle Soul Master, Fire God Zhu Rong, who possesses the beast martial soul of the Fiery Phoenix, and the Battle Soul Master, Zhang Long, renowned for his iron-backed Earth Dragon, who has achieved 4 consecutive victories. Will Grand Soul Master Zhang Long continue his winning streak, or will the newly arrived Battle Soul Master, Zhu Rong, seize victory? The clash of the dragon and the phoenix promises to be a spectacle. Let us witness the outcome. Now, let us welcome our 2 Grand Soul Masters to the stage. Having registered earlier that morning, Ma Hongjun was the first to sign up and thus the first to take the stage. The audience erupted in cheers, predominantly chanting Zhang Long's name, indicating his considerable fan base. Soon, a towering man, approximately 2 meters tall, ascended the arena. His broad shoulders and well-defined muscular physique suggested a professional bodybuilder. The dark veins beneath his skin resembled intricate patterns, and as he entered the arena, he let out a mighty roar, perpetually showcasing his formidable presence. It was evident that Zhang Long was a strength-based soul master. The overwhelming cheers were directed toward Zhang Long, while Ma Hongjun appeared diminutive in comparison. Haha, Zhang Long is bound to win. Although his opponent wields a phoenix martial soul, Zhang Long possesses the dragon martial soul. Indeed. I just placed a bet of 100 gold soul coins on Zhang Long's victory. Upon reviewing the records, I discovered that this newcomer is only at level 25 in soul power for his first soul battle, while Zhang Long is a peak level 29. He may soon break through to become a soul master, exclaimed an enthusiastic spectator, prompting many others to take notice. Mahongjun smiled faintly. The dragon martial soul? It is merely an earth dragon, a lowly variant within the dragon hierarchy. How could it possibly compare to my blazing phoenix? Zhang Long clenched his fists and cast a glance at the currently slender Ma Hongjun. Little brat, didn't your family inform you that the Grand Soul Arena is not a place for someone like you? He remarked, his words dripping with condescension. Enough with the nonsense. Ma Hongjun replied coolly. Prepare yourself. Zhang Long activated his martial soul and launched a punch towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun clenched his fist, channeling his soul power into a fiery blow, and struck forward. The collision with the pure strength-type soul master was a first for him. He was eager to witness the true nature of such power. Unfortunately, despite the sheer force of Ma Hongjun's punch, which was enhanced by his unique technique derived from the application of the blazing palm, it was undeniably potent. Zhang Long's massive frame immediately recoiled, his weight of at least 300 pounds causing the ground to tremble as he fell. Wow, Ma Hongjun's strength is indeed formidable, remarked Xiaowu. This guy. I wonder what kind of training he has undergone. His power rivals my own, added Dai Mubai. Zhang Long, seemingly infuriated, rose to his feet, his two soul rings illuminating as his body expanded dramatically, resembling an earth dragon. You're finished, kid. Witness the power of my earth dragon, Zhang Long bellowed, determined to reclaim his dignity after being knocked down. An excited spectator shouted, Wow, Zhang Long is unleashing his most powerful soul skill. It is said that this technique can enhance his strength by 80%, and combined with his weight, the resulting impact could easily exceed 1,000 pounds. He has won countless matches with this move. No one has ever been able to withstand it. I doubt this could stand a chance. Yet, amidst the fervor, a more discerning audience member quietly remarked, Zhang Long seems to be struggling. That child's punch was delivered without even releasing his martial soul. Mahongjun smiled, bemused by the odds of 1 to 3 that someone must have set. The proprietor of the Soul Arena in Soto City would undoubtedly incur significant losses today, as they had evidently overestimated Zhang Long. Was this not akin to giving away money? Despite possessing an overwhelming strength exceeding 1,000 pounds, what significance did that hold? The odds established by the arena were, in fact, quite rational. A novice soul master of merely 25 levels in the assault category was pitted against a seasoned, peak-level assault master at 29. It was perhaps unforeseen that such a substantial wager would be placed on a debut duel. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a resounding boom as Zhang Long charged toward Mahongjun. Yet, in terms of speed, one would expect an advantage against a strength-oriented soul master. But he was up against Mahongjun, a powerhouse of explosive might. Moreover, Mahongjun's swiftness was not to be underestimated. Using the blaze technique, he moved without even needing to summon his martial spirit, rendering Zhang Long disoriented in an instant. For a brief moment, Mahongjun resembled a bull in the ring, or rather, a dragon in combat. Each time it seemed Zhang Long was about to strike, Mahongjun would miraculously evade the attack, leaving Zhang Long in frustration. Enraged, Zhang Long maintained his second soul skill, which was quite taxing on his soul power. Yet, in the next moment, he astonishingly retracted both his soul skill and martial spirit. Standing still and observing Mahongjun as if to say, since you choose not to attack, neither shall I. Let us simply endure this stalemate. However, the duel had a time limit, and should this impasse continue, the Soul Arena would ultimately judge the victor based on the performance exhibited during this encounter. The 5,000 gold soul coins wagered by Mahongjun, along with another 5,000 from Flender, are bound to be lost in the soul fighting arena. Such a notion is simply unthinkable. One stands to gain 10,000 gold soul coins, while the other faces a loss of 20,000. Even if there exists a slight semblance of unfairness, a decision can certainly be made in light of the circumstances. Moreover, the majority of the audience consists of Zhang Long, who have also placed their bets, ensuring minimal dissent. It is a situation that brings universal satisfaction, as no one would oppose the allure of wealth. Very well. Since you so wish for me to demonstrate my prowess, I shall assess your strength. As he spoke, Mahongjun's martial soul began to glow slowly, and in an instant, the atmosphere of the entire arena seemed to become fervent. This is the true phoenix. At the moment his martial soul illuminated, everyone was left in awe. After all, this is Soto City, where such a supreme martial soul is a rare sight to behold. Mahongjun soared into the air, his fiery palm swirling with energy as he charged directly towards Zhang Long. Zhang Long licked his lips and chuckled, just in time. Suddenly, his first soul ring illuminated, and he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry that echoed deafeningly. In an instant, everyone instinctively covered their ears. Beneath the resonance of his dragon's roar, a colossal wave of soul power surged forth, hurtling towards the airborne Ma Hongjun. The fiery palm. In the air. Ma Hongjun suddenly recalled a scene from a particular television drama. In the next moment, a colossal palm imprint formed of flames descended from above. This technique, known as the fiery palm, is one that I, Ma Hongjun, am also capable of executing. The fiery palm can indeed condense soul energy into a striking force. With a thunderous boom, in merely 2 breaths' time, Zhang Long was seen lying on the ground, his arms propping up his body, gasping for air, blood flowing from his mouth. His entire body scorched by Ma Hongjun's flames. Do you refuse to concede? Then I shall continue, Ma Hongjun declared, slowly advancing towards Zhang Long. I admit defeat, Zhang Long quickly uttered, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun. Chapter 29. Aiding Ning Rongrong's growth. Ma Hongjun emerged victorious from the competition, bidding farewell to his companions at the Duhun platform before making his way to the betting settlement area of the Grand Duhun Arena. As he approached the room, he overheard a loud exclamation from within. You fool! How did you miscalculate the odds, setting them at 1 to 3? Did you not notice that the opponent possesses a top-tier Phoenix martial spirit? But wasn't he you who approved this? Came the reply. A 25th level Soul Master facing off against a peak 29th level Zhang Long, and that individual is merely a 12-year-old child. Initially, I suggested 1 to 2. And you changed it to 1 to 3. How can you blame me for this? You need not come to work tomorrow. Just leave. A voice commanded. Hey, check on that so-called fire god Zhu Rong. Are there any other matches available? Yes, there's a 2-on-2 match against an opponent on a 3-match winning streak. From now on, change the odds to 2 to 1, the speaker declared loudly. The sounds of reprimand echoed throughout the Grand Duhun Arena. As long as the duel had yet to commence, the odds could be altered. However, upon settlement, it was essential to adhere to the odds at the time of purchase. For instance, if one initially bet on 1 to 2, no matter how much the odds were modified later, the settlement would strictly follow the original odds. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun spotted a familiar figure, Flender, who was always present during these settlement moments. Hurry and settle my account. I have little time to spare, Flender urged. Noticing Ma Hongjun's arrival. I'm here for the settlement as well. Here's my ticket, Ma Hongjun replied. Quite impressive. You performed splendidly in your first match. But where did you acquire such funds to wager over 5,000 gold soul coins on yourself? With the 1 to 3 odds, you've won over 15,000 gold soul coins. How about you return me 15,000 gold soul coins first? Flender grinned with his characteristic cunning smile. Flender was indeed shrewd. Even in his 2 lives, Ma Hongjun had fallen prey to his schemes. This time, he was resolute in not allowing Flender to outsmart him. He needed to keep that sum of over 10,000 gold soul coins intact. With that amount, he would no longer need to worry excessively about finances. These gold soul coins could serve as capital, and their quantity would only increase over time. The Grand Duhun Arena was one of the best avenues for soul masters to earn money, but it required exceptional skill. After all, in the Grand Duhun Arena, one's fate could sometimes be dictated by others. Some individuals even had the power to influence the outcome of matches. You rascal, if you do not repay me now, I shall demand interest in the future, Flender chuckled. Well, you may collect it then. Tang San's teacher gifted him a 24-cubic soul guide device without asking for a single copper coin. How can it be that, despite being teachers, the disparity is so vast? Ma Hongjun retorted playfully. I want to exchange my winnings with the 1 to 3 odds and the principal. I should receive 20,360 gold soul coins, Ma Hongjun requested with a smile. After repaying 5,000 to Long Shuang'er, he still had over 15,000 left, feeling quite pleased. Guarding his gold coin card as if it were treasure, he placed it securely in his soul guide device, feeling significantly more at ease. With the gold soul coins in hand, he refrained from further betting, winning such a substantial amount was sufficient. Otherwise, the Grand Duhun Arena would not treat him kindly, and as a soul sage, Flender seemed to command a level of respect that the Grand Duhun Arena would not dare challenge. Ma Hongjun arrived at the Dual Spirit platform, where he found Xiaowu standing atop the arena. Remarkably, her opponent was also a power-type fighter, who, it appeared, did not even summon their martial spirit before being swiftly defeated by Xiaowu. Following this, Tang San faced Zhu Qing, and as anticipated, he effortlessly claimed victory. Next was Lang Shuang'er, who battled a level 28 Soul Master, also of the Assault type. With merely her first Soul skill, she secured her triumph. Dai Mubai, a 37-level Soul Sovereign, escorted them to their respective dual spirit platforms before departing. Come, Shuang'er, let us engage in a 2-on-2 duel. After a night of spirited competition, which included 2 2-on-2 matches and 5 1-on-1 encounters, the Shrek team emerged victorious in all. Meanwhile, Flender seemed to have wandered off to enjoy his leisure, leaving the 6 of them to return on their own. Ma Hongjun recalled that in the original story, after this soul battle concluded, Flender seemed to have departed somewhere. Never mind, it is best not to dwell on it. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, as that scene was simply too excruciating to behold. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Lang Shuang'er inquired. No, this is for you. Thank you, Ma Hongjun replied. As Ma Hongjun and his companions returned to Shrek Academy, they unexpectedly encountered 2 individuals outside the gate, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, whose complexion had returned to normal. Oscar appeared somewhat helpless, as if he had been forcibly dragged here by Ning Rongrong. Were you waiting for us? Here, I brought you some food, Ma Hongjun announced, retrieving skewers from his soul guide. Having triumphed in the spirit battles today, it was only fitting to enjoy a meal together before heading back. Of course. We were waiting for you. Wow, you even brought delicious food. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, eagerly accepting the offering and beginning to eat, her spirits evidently lifted, though the reason for their presence remained unclear. While this scene bore some resemblance to the original narrative, it diverged significantly. There was no instance of Flender dragging Oscar to the brothel, nor any quarrel between Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai. Thus, the atmosphere remained harmonious, with no signs of discontent. It seemed that Ning Rongrong had come to terms with her situation, but was it truly so? Dai Mubai then interjected, inquiring of Ning Rongrong, have you made up your mind to stay? While eating, Ning Rongrong replied, of course I must stay. This place is so enjoyable. How could I just come and go as I please? What, do you wish to drive me away? Dai Mubai appeared somewhat displeased, retorting sternly, Ning Rongrong, this is Shrek. It is not a place where you can come and go as you wish. It is not your home. Pfft, I want to listen to you. Ning Rongrong shot back before turning her attention to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, you rascal, did you report me to the dean? Zhu Qing, uninterested in the exchange, glanced away and continued on her way, feeling that this was not her concern. Are you questioning me? Dai Mubai thought, feeling the need to yield his lines to her. Observing your generous demeanor during the day, I shall step in to assist your growth this time, as this truly represents a turning point for Ning Rongrong. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun adopted a serious demeanor and provocatively stated, it was I who spoke of it. So what? Do you think you can be lazy and have no repercussions? Of course I can be lazy. Do you think I need your permission, you fatso? Ning Rongrong retorted, having evidently gathered information about Ma Hongjun. Her exclamation drew the attention of all, even causing Zhu Qing, who had not strayed far, to pause. After all, the current Ma Hongjun was not the same as before. He had transformed into someone entirely different. Although the actions of his former self were inextricably linked to the past, he could not deny the truth of those events. Mahongjun's expression turned fierce as he asked, what? Do you wish to experience that sensation as well? Do you believe I would not deal with you too? To his surprise, Ning Rongrong merely chuckled and replied, oh, I'm so scared. Come on. Show me what you can do. Chapter 30. Sleepless night indeed. As Ma Hongjun had anticipated, Ning Rongrong's temperament was explosively bold, daring to utter such words. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have truly enacted his threat. Yet, he only entertained the thought, feigning anger, as his spirit power surged. Erupting in an instant, Ning Rongrong was almost propelled away. Ma Hongjun and Tang San swiftly stepped in front of her, with Tang San spreading his arms to either side, skillfully dissipating Ma Hongjun's spirit energy with his control technique. Let us not escalate this. We are all classmates, he declared. In truth, Ma Hongjun had not exerted much spirit power, allowing Tang San to easily dissipate it, though it did not come without a cost to Tang San, who was already nursing injuries from the battle earlier, causing his blood to surge violently. Ning Rongrong, who had never faced such humiliation before, was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's audacity to strike at her. Although she remained uninjured, the pervasive pain made her acutely aware of the reality of the situation. She fixed her gaze on Ma Hongjun, momentarily speechless, as tears streamed down her cheeks. This was the plight of a support-type spirit master, rendered voiceless before a formidable attack-type spirit master. Fine, I will spare you for Tang San's sake, Ma Hongjun remarked, then turned to Ning Rongrong, stating, remember, in the academy, you must abide by the rules, regardless of your status. Everyone is treated equally. After delivering this remark, Ma Hongjun sensed that his performance had concluded, leaving the next act to Tang San. Once Ma Hongjun departed, Lang Shuanga followed suit, and Dai Mubai also made his exit, leaving only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar behind. Not long after Ma Hongjun had walked away, Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and suddenly turned to Tang San, asking, Tang San? What is it? Tang San, struggling to suppress his discomfort, faced Ning Rongrong. The injuries from his previous encounter with Ma Hongjun had yet to heal, and now he bore new wounds, leaving him in a rather poor state. Ning Rongrong spoke fiercely, help me kill Ma Hongjun. With your special weapons and a surprise attack, it can be done. I will give you 10,000 gold soul coins, and you will become a distinguished guest of our 7 treasure glazed tile school, receiving our unconditional support. What do you say? If any other spirit master from the continent were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the offer of becoming a distinguished guest of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, along with its immeasurable benefits. However, before Ning Rongrong stood Tang San, who approached her slowly and said, Ning Rongrong, not everything in this world can be bought with money or power. This is an academy, not your home. We are all classmates, and if you continue to carry yourself with the lofty attitude of the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I advise you to leave. Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang San with reluctance and said, you do not understand the strength of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. You will surely regret this. What if? Tang San replied, Xiao Wu, let us go. After speaking, Xiao Wu supported Tang San as they departed, aware that he truly needed rest. Oscar, will you assist me? Ning Rongrong asked, her voice tinged with grievance. I'm sorry, but I just met you. Oscar replied before he too walked away, leaving Ning Rongrong alone, her young heart weeping silently. Many years later, Ning Rongrong would reflect on her youth, recalling a night that stood out as one of her most painful, marking a pivotal moment in her life. However, she later discovered that it had all been a scheme orchestrated by Ma Hongjun. Not far away, Ma Hongjun mused, is this acceptable? Why wouldn't it be? Though it deviates from the original script I presented, it has achieved the desired outcome. Trust me, starting today, Ning Rongrong will undergo a significant transformation, Ma Hongjun replied earnestly. Aside from Oscar, the other 6 members of Shrek Academy were observing from a distance. Witnessing the scene evoked a sense of compassion within them. Yet they also recalled Ning Rongrong's words, pondering what the right course of action should be. What did Ning Rongrong mean by what she said earlier? Is it true? Lang Shuanga suddenly inquired of Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, not expecting Lang Shuanga to bring this up. Well, I am uncertain about that. What do you think? Dai? He suddenly glanced at Dai Mubai. No way. I would never venture into such places, Dai Mubai replied, casting a quick glance at Zhu Shiqing. I suppose I shall take my leave then. After all, I am also quite helpless in this matter, Ma Hongjun said before stepping out, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Continuing down this path would only lead to awkwardness for himself. He thought it best for them to discover the truth on their own. For the current Ma Hongjun was not the same as the one before. I never realized you all once caused trouble for girls, remarked Xiao Wu. But Ma Hongjun doesn't seem like that kind of person. Dai Mubai responded, it's not exactly causing trouble. Didn't we just mention going to a brothel? Did Ma Hongjun frequently visit such establishments? Tang San naturally knew what that place was. It was simply unavoidable. Ma Hongjun's previous martial spirit was not the blazing phoenix, but rather the evil fire phoenix, one of the most formidable beast martial spirits. If he couldn't control the evil fire within his body, it could lead to an explosive demise. All men are filthy, Zhu Shiqing declared. Our Tang San is pure as snow. Don't generalize too much, Xiao Wu retorted. Fine, your Tang San is great, and we are filthy. But my taste is far superior to Fatty's, Dai Mubai said proudly. Zhu Shiqing suddenly turned to Dai Mubai, asking, your taste is better than his? Do you often go there? Dai Mubai immediately realized his blunder, stammering, Shiqing, you're only 15, how disgusting, Zhu Shiqing said before walking away. Meanwhile, Lang Shuanga was left confused, inquiring, excuse me, what is a brothel? Does Ma Hongjun still possess his evil fire? You should ask him directly, Zhu Qing. Wait, it's not what you think, Tang San interjected. You see, I've only been here for 2 days. You should probably ask Ma Hongjun, Tang San suggested. Oh. Then I will go find him now, Lang Shuanga said, heading straight to Ma Hongjun's dormitory. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and asked, brother, does it still hurt? You got injured for my sake. It's nothing, just need some rest. By tomorrow morning, I should be fine, Tang San replied. Brother, do you think Ma Hongjun is really that kind of person? Xiaowu questioned. Tang San pondered for a moment before answering, I'm not sure. But judging by his current demeanor, he seems unlikely. With Xiaowu's support, he slowly made his way to the dormitory. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. Zhu Xing continued to bicker with Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong was undergoing changes, and Oscar was preparing to break through level 30. Meanwhile, Lang Shuang'er, like a curious child, knocked on Ma Hongjun's door. Ma Hongjun, were you really once a chubby boy? Can you tell me what a brothel is and whether your evil fire is under control? How did you deal with it? Could you share the process with me? Lang Shuang'er persistently inquired. In his helplessness, Ma Hongjun decided to speak the truth. Ah. It seems the entire Shrek Academy could hear, he thought. Ma Hongjun, you are a rogue. I will not speak to you again. Chapter 31. Ma Hongjun's sense of crisis one night passed. Some were unable to sleep, others were lost in thought, while a few enjoyed a sound slumber. Yet, Ma Hongjun, as usual, rose before dawn, donning his pristine gear to commence a new day of training. He spent 2 gold soul coins to acquire half a roll of decent fabric, which he donned. Although it felt somewhat oppressive, it significantly reduced the harm to his skin. While he could have done without it, the girls would certainly take notice. This time, he added 10 kilograms, and the pressure was palpable. With this added weight, he reached a total of 70 kilograms, which considerably diminished his speed and agility. At daybreak, after 3 hours of training, he had only managed to complete 1/3 of what he usually accomplished in the same time frame, leaving him breathless and exhausted. Although 10 kilograms was not much, its impact on Ma Hongjun was profoundly evident. That morning, Ma Hongjun arrived at the Shrek cafeteria, grabbing 2 steamed buns, a plate of vegetables, and a bowl of congee to begin his meal. Shortly after sitting down, he noticed Lang Shuang'er and Zhu Xuqing entering. With keen eyesight, he discerned the bloodshot in their eyes, particularly Lang Shuang'er, who seemed to have spent the night awake, pondering the events of the previous evening. Upon entering, the two ignored Ma Hongjun and proceeded to serve themselves a bowl of rice. Soon after, Tang San and Xiaowu arrived. Tang San appeared to be in good spirits, indicating his injuries were not severe. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward, likely due to the events of the previous night. After a while, Dai Mubai sauntered into the cafeteria, his sinister gaze sweeping over Zhu Xing before approaching Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, didn't you say you wanted me to introduce someone to you last time? Tonight. Come with me, and I guarantee I will find you a good match. If that isn't enough, I can find you too. It was clear that Dai Mubai intended to provoke Zhu Xing deliberately, but he shouldn't involve me, Ma Hongjun thought. Although my former self was like this, I have not mentioned it at all in the 3 months since I arrived here. Ma Hongjun immediately chuckled. Brother Dai, when did I ever say that? It was you who wanted to go out. Dai Mubai glanced again at Zhu Xing, who was still dining, seemingly indifferent, and raised his voice slightly. Well then, whether you go or not is up to you. I plan to visit Soto City to find that pair of twins from last time. Surely you must practice during the day. Can you manage to seek out those twins at night? Ma Hongjun teased intentionally. Dai Mubai retorted with irritation. I am the white tiger. I possess energy akin to that of a tiger, so this matter is not for you to worry about. He turned his gaze back to Zhu Xuqing, who remained unresponsive, coldly focused on her rice porridge. Seeing her lack of reaction, Dai Mubai felt it was futile to continue the conversation and chose to remain silent. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out, prompting everyone to finish their breakfast and head to the academy square. Flender, along with the other teachers, had yet to arrive. But a lovely figure was already present on the playground. Ning Rongrong. Her fair face appeared somewhat haggard, with red eyes that suggested fatigue. Flender, arriving late, called out from a distance, Ma Hongjun, bring out the gear you made yesterday. We might need it shortly. By the way, where's Oscar? Still sleeping in? Noticing Oscar's absence, he inquired. Tang Sen quickly responded, I saw Oscar practicing when I left this morning. Should I go fetch him? Flender replied, go ahead. No need, he is here. Ma Hongjun interjected, spotting Oscar running toward them. Flender observed Oscar from afar. Oscar, are you planning to run laps again? Oscar hurriedly shook his head. No, Dean. Let me explain. I've made a breakthrough. My soul power has reached level 30. What? Level 30? Flender exclaimed, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Though Oscar was born with full soul power, as a food system soul master, he faced greater challenges in cultivation compared to battle spirit masters. And he was only 14 years old. Yes, I just leveled up this morning, Oscar said, pride evident in his smile. Flender's eyes lit up. Excellent, Oscar. You have not disappointed me. You are the second among the current students to reach level 30. Congratulations. Congratulations, Oscar, Soul Master. Ma Hongjun chimed in. Everyone offered their congratulations, though Ning Rongrong remained silent, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Now, let us commence today as first lesson. Except for Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Each of you must eat one sausage made by Oscar, regardless of the type. Flender was not concerned about Ma Hongjun. The lad had consumed dozens, if not hundreds. By now, Tang San was somewhat better off. Despite knowing it might be unpleasant, he had eaten one on his first day at Shrek, feeling he had no choice. As soon as Flender finished speaking, the four girls, particularly Ning Rongrong, turned pale, showing signs of nausea. Oscar smiled slightly, producing 2 sausages in his hands. Who wants to go first? I'll go first, Ning Rongrong volunteered. After everyone finished their sausages, Flender instructed them to put away their gear. Not immediately proceeding with training, but allowing an hour for preparation. After the hour elapsed, they all set off for the Stardew Forest to assist Oscar in acquiring his 3rd spirit ring. This time, Teacher Zhao Wujie would not intervene to help Oscar obtain his spirit ring. Rather, he instructed the 8 of them to handle it themselves. Promising to assist only in moments of peril, everyone was filled with anticipation. Tang San, having never been to the Stardew Forest, inquired continuously with Ma Hongjun and Oscar. An hour later, Zhao Wujie led the 8 Shrek students away from the academy. However, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of unease, a pressure looming over him, coupled with a sense of crisis. With over 2 years remaining until the Advanced Soul Master competition, his soul power was still only at level 25, the lowest among the Shrek team. This journey would not only allow Tang San, but also Xiao Wu and Oscar to advance to Soul Master, while he remained stagnant. He realized that the Master would soon return, and he understood the subsequent training methods. If he continued to follow a routine, how much progress could he truly make? He would likely end up no different from the original Mahongjun, who was pushed by the Master to cultivate together, resulting in only marginal improvements. Could he really afford to just follow along, waiting over a year or 2 for Tang San to bring out exceptional items before making significant strides? No, this could not continue. He must find a more effective way to cultivate and not rely on others. I must grow stronger on my own, Mahongjun murmured. Chapter 32. 1,000-Year Soul Beast. The Stardew Forest lies southeast of the Barak Kingdom, not far from Soto City, merely 500 kilometers away. As night fell, the 9 members of Shrek arrived at a small town less than 100 kilometers from the Stardew Forest. Their pace was slower than when Ma Hongjun had traveled alone, as they were now joined by the supportive soul masters Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Ning Rongrong did not use her soul skills to enhance the group, relying solely on Oscar's sausages for sustenance. To accommodate the two, their speed was somewhat reduced. Under Zhao Wujie's guidance, they settled into a very ordinary hotel. Coincidentally, they encountered the Tsanghui Academy, and despite Ma Hongjun's modesty, he still stirred up a commotion, which Zhao Wujie ultimately had to quell. This experience seemed to unite the entire Shrek group, although Ning Rongrong still felt somewhat out of place, not activating her martial soul to assist during battles. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Wujie called everyone to rise with his booming voice. It is indeed rare for Ma Hongjun to have not risen at 4 in the morning, yet he did not remain idle, perhaps sensing a sense of urgency. He devoted the entire night to cultivation, finally advancing his soul power to the 26th level. Previously, after absorbing a soul ring, his soul power had already peaked at the 25th level. However, it was only last night that he encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun did not indulge in complacency, for he had merely restored his original soul power of the 26th level, still lagging behind his peers among the Shrek Academy students. Ma Hongjun, why are you still not out? We have all been waiting for you. Zhao Wujie called out once more. I'm coming. Ma Hongjun hurriedly stepped outside, refraining from announcing his recent advancement. In comparison, ascending a single level after surpassing 20 was hardly a revelation, save for reaching the 30th level. However, as soon as he emerged, he was met with the joyous news concerning Tang San and Xiao Wu. Congratulations, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Did you two plan to reach level 30 on the same day? Congratulated Lung Shuanger. I'm not quite sure. It may just be a coincidence. Xiao Wu responded cheerfully, as she too was eager to find an opportunity to advance to Soul Zone. Well then, we must acquire 3 soul rings this time. It is indeed a momentous occasion for our Shrek, with so many little monsters appearing all at once. Zhao Wujing exclaimed, or rather, he never spoke softly. The group exited the small town and hastened onward, as they were now quite close to the Stardew Forest. Within less than an hour, They arrived at the forest's edge, where they could behold the dense, untamed woodland from a distance. Zhao Wujing addressed the 8 Shrek students before him. Listen carefully. Some of you may have never been here before. I must remind you that the Stardow Forest is unlike the enclosed habitats of domesticated soul beasts. The soul beasts here are exceedingly perilous, and you may encounter attacks from 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts at any moment. Therefore, once we enter, none of you are to stray more than 20 meters from me, especially you two, Oscar and Ningrongrong. You must obey my commands and refrain from engaging the soul beasts on your own. Is that understood? Understood, they replied. Oscar, displaying his understanding, promptly activated his first and second soul skills, producing a generous supply of recovery sausages and detoxifying sausages, distributing one to each member. After ensuring all was in order, Dai Mubai took the lead, his martial soul manifested, clearing the path ahead. The group moved swiftly, with Tang San, a disciple well-versed in the ways of soul beasts under the master's tutelage, skillfully avoiding many encounters and ensuring they remained conflict-free. Ma Hongjun also noticed that upon entering the Stardow Forest, Xiaowu appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts. As the group continued their journey, after approximately an hour of walking, Zhao Wujing suddenly exclaimed, "Something is approaching. Everyone, be cautious." Ma Hongjun leapt into the air, swiftly alighting upon the branch of a great tree. His vision magnified twofold, he instantly spotted the distant phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "What is it, Ma Hongjun?" Zhao Wang inquired. "It appears to be the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, approximately 6 to 8 meters in length, with an estimated cultivation of around 1,500 years, replied Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately conferred with Oscar, concluding that the soul ring of this beast would be exceptionally suitable for him. "It's coming. Everyone be cautious," Ma Hongjun warned. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his martial soul. At the very moment his spirit manifested, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had just arrived. Suddenly sensing an overwhelming force of suppression, it stumbled, nearly falling. The phoenix martial soul naturally exerted a restraining power over the snake. Yet in the next instant, the creature regained its composure and charged at Ma Hongjun. 7 treasures, second, speed. Ningrongrong activated her second soul skill, bestowing upon Ma Hongjun an enhanced lightness. With the technique Flame Without Trace, he dashed through the air, swiftly reaching the sky above the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. He immediately employed his second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix, unleashing a wave of searing energy that made the snake realize the peril it faced, prompting it to flee. Tang San and Dai Mubai rushed forward, their soul rings illuminating. But they could not match Ma Hongjun's speed. Following the activation of his second soul skill, his first was already primed for action. A line of phoenix fire erupted from his fingertips. Originally, his first soul skill had been thrice as powerful, and now, combined with the second, its might had doubled. With a thunderous roar, the phoenix fire line pierced through the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, exploding upon impact. A segment of the snake's body was obliterated, narrowly avoiding its vital points. Otherwise, it would have met its end in that instant. Ma Hongjun swiftly declared, "Tang San, restrain it." Tang San promptly activated his first spirit skill, quickly ensnaring the phoenix-tailed chicken-crown serpent. At this moment, the serpent had already suffered a devastating blow from Ma Hongjun, rendering it nearly lifeless and devoid of any means of escape. Nevertheless, Tang San maintained his grip to avert any unforeseen circumstances. All eyes were fixed upon Ma Hongjun's series of actions, his speed, enhanced by Ningrongrong's support and coupled with the skill of Fierce Fire Without Trace, was nothing short of lightning. Moreover, the synergy between Ma Hongjun's second spirit skill and the first exhibited astonishing power. Zhao Wuji openly commended, "Young man, it seems your hard work has not been in vain. The combination of your 2 spirit skills surpasses that of an average Soul Master's 4th spirit skill." Ma Hongjun chuckled and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Zhao." It was astonishing that Ma Hongjun, merely a Soul Master of over 20 levels, could effortlessly vanquish a soul beast that had existed for over a millennium. Even Dai Mubai, at level 37, would find such a feat unattainable. Must we truly hunt the soul beast? Xiao Wu suddenly spoke, her heart filled with reluctance. Tang Sen quickly intervened, attempting to impart some reasoning to Xiao Wu. Yet, she remained disheartened, her head bowed and her complexion pale, though the others were too engrossed in the soul beast to notice her distress. At that moment, Oscar had already drawn his dagger, poised to end the life of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "Stop!" a hoarse voice abruptly echoed. In the next instant, 2 figures, one old and one young, materialized near the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun slapped his forehead. pondering how he had forgotten about the snake matriarch in Mahongjun. Chapter 33, Ma Hongjun Speculation. This encounter arrived rather abruptly, observing the attire of the individuals before him. It indeed seemed plausible that they were in pursuit of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The elderly woman before him clutched a 3-meter-long snake-headed cane in her right hand, her 6 soul rings shimmering vividly. Her physique remained unchanged, and the manifestation of her soul rings indicated that she had unleashed her martial soul, which was embodied in the cane she wielded. Beside her stood a beautiful young girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, with short hair that brushed her ears and a fitted outfit that accentuated her already well-developed figure. Her large, deep brown eyes fixated intently on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which was under Tang San's control. In her hand, she held a snake-headed cane as well, albeit shorter than that of the snake matriarch, and her soul rings comprised 200-year-old ones. The snake matriarch glanced around at the predominantly 12 to 13-year-old youths, noting that even the oldest among them, Zhao Wujing, was not particularly aged. She then took 2 steps forward, her soul rings continuously illuminating her as a formidable soul emperor. Due to Mahongjun's swift defeat of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Zhao Wujing had not released his martial soul nor revealed his soul rings. Zhao Wujing promptly moved to the front, addressing the snake matriarch. Is there something we can assist you with? The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is our target. Might you allow my granddaughter to claim it? The snake matriarch stated directly. Zhao Wujing examined the snake-headed cane in her grasp and retorted, "Why should we relinquish it to you?" After speaking, Zhao Wujing unleashed his martial soul, his 7 soul rings glowing brightly, 3 of which were profound black 10,000-year rings, each signifying his immense power. In the realm of soul masters, the might of one's fist equates to their authority. At this moment, the snake matriarch, relying on her status as a soul emperor, attempted to coerce them into surrendering the soul beast. Upon seeing Zhao Wujing's soul rings, the snake matriarch's expression softened instantaneously. "Greetings, esteemed soul saint. This snake was discovered by us first, and we initiated the hunt. Otherwise, how could we have pursued it here?" When someone sought to claim his soul beast, Oscar could no longer contain himself. "How can you prove that you were the first to hunt it?" he challenged. The snake matriarch smiled slightly. "Young man, do not rush. Observe the 2 wounds on its abdomen. They were inflicted by my peculiar cane, and there are more beneath its wings." In the next moment, all eyes were fixed on the ailing phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. How could this happen? The snake matriarch gasped in shock. "I apologize. I exerted a bit too much force and rendered it unrecognizable," Mahongjun remarked, having utilized his first soul skill under the influence of his second, thus amplifying its potency significantly. Zhao Wujing inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name?" The elderly woman sighed. "I dare not claim a name of distinction. I am Chao Tianxiang, known in the soul master community as the snake matriarch, and my husband, Meng Shu, is referred to as Dragon Duke. We have come to the Stardow Forest to find a suitable 3rd soul ring for my granddaughter, who has reached level 30. And what is the esteemed name of this soul saint?" Zhao Wujing, he replied, understanding the origin of the woman before him. He felt assured he could handle her alone. But if the Dragon Duke appeared, he would certainly be outmatched. "So, it is the immovable king. My apologies," the snake matriarch acknowledged. Zhao Wujing and the snake matriarch engaged in a brief dispute, neither willing to concede the soul beast. Mahongjun glanced at Oscar, who nodded in agreement. With a snap, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake convulsed, and a purple soul ring illuminated. "You? Why did you take action?" the snake matriarch exclaimed angrily. Oscar replied, "This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is gravely wounded. If we do not slay it now, the soul ring will be lost. To acquire the soul ring, the final blow must be dealt by the soul master absorbing it." Thus, Oscar's action in slaying the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake rendered it futile for them to claim it. "Very well, you immovable king, remember this," the snake matriarch said, somewhat irritated. Aware of Zhao Wujing's reputation, she understood the potential consequences of provoking him and chose to depart with Meng Iran. However, Meng Iran hesitated, glancing back longingly at the purple soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake before reluctantly leaving. "Thank you, Mahongjun. Here, have a sausage to recover," Oscar said as he crafted a restorative sausage. Mahongjun, showing no hesitation, immediately indulged in the feast. Now that everyone has departed, hasten to absorb the spirit ring. "Remember, do not act without my command next time," Zhao Wujing instructed. The group encircled Oscar, and after half an hour, he successfully completed the absorption of the spirit ring. The others congratulated Oscar. Following the acquisition of his 3rd spirit ring, Oscar appeared significantly revitalized. particularly his enchanting peach blossom eyes, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy released by a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. Subsequently, Oscar introduced his third spirit skill, and as for the spirit curse, he reiterated, "I possess a mushroom sausage." This skill allowed him to fly for a minute, proving invaluable for those spirit masters unable to soar, although for someone like Ma Hongjun, who could fly due to his martial spirit, it seemed rather trivial. Nonetheless, it held merit, as Oscar's flying mushroom sausage matched the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. With the objective of finding a spirit ring for Tang San, Zhao Wujie decisively led the group in a different direction, wary of the potential approach of Dragon Gong and Dragon Snake Pa. Should they join forces, even Zhao Wujie would find himself at a disadvantage. Over the next 3 days, the group continued their journey through the forest, yet they had not encountered a suitable spirit beast. Ma Hongjun was also contemplating his cultivation path, pondering how he might accelerate his mastery of the flame scripture. This sacred text was imparted to him through the enigmatic mark of the divine spear on his chest. Despite the passage of time and his frequent observations, the mark had yet to reveal itself. Unbeknownst to him, the group had traversed a location familiar to Ma Hongjun, the very site where he had acquired his soul rings on 2 occasions. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had overlooked something significant upon reaching this familiar place. Ma Hongjun truly wished to slap himself. How could he have forgotten this matter? From the first soul ring absorption to the second, such a situation had arisen on both occasions, as he was solely focused on the ambition of absorbing a soul ring beyond his level, neglecting other considerations. At the moment of absorbing the soul ring, it appeared that the divine gun mark also yearned for energy. During those 2 instances, Ma Hongjun was too preoccupied to attend to this, and he directly commenced the absorption of the soul ring. He recalled that the divine gun mark seemed to possess a thirst for fire attribute energy, likely due to his intense desire for the soul ring, which prevented it from drawing energy during his absorption process. However, while absorbing the second soul ring, an excess of fire attribute energy placed him in peril, prompting the divine gun mark to actively emerge and absorb energy to assist him through this crisis. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, "I am truly sorry, divine spear. For only now have I come to understand your needs." At that moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest, as if the divine spear had sensed his thoughts, responding to him in kind. A surge of joy welled up within Ma Hongjun as he realized they were less than 500 meters from the volcano. He hastily suggested, "Teacher Zhao, shall we take a moment to rest? I need to relieve myself." With the reminder of the divine mark of the sharpshooter, he resolved to sneak over and give it a try, for the clan of fire scale beasts had not been present for over a millennium, and he could effortlessly handle a century-old soul beast. Chapter 34. He is unworthy. As Ma Hongjun's request was put forth, the others refrained from mocking him. After spending several days in the vast Stardow forest, it is only natural for a person to experience such moments. Zhao Wujie chuckled and suggested, "Let us pause for a moment. You should hurry but not stray too far." Ma Hongjun responded with a grin, "It's better to keep a distance. I fear my odor might offend you." With his martial spirit activated, he swiftly dashed away. Given Ma Hongjun's formidable flying abilities, he could easily vanquish the powerful Millennium Soul beast known as the Phoenix-tailed cockatrice, thus alleviating any concerns for his safety as the group settled into a suitable resting spot. Leaving the team behind, Ma Hongjun surged forward at full speed, soon reaching the outskirts of the Fire-scale Beast S Valley. Several days had passed since departing from Shrek Academy, and Ma Hongjun found himself constantly contemplating his future cultivation path. Being well-versed in the narrative, he was aware of the rewards he would gain within the group. However, he also recognized that remaining within the team would likely limit his own achievements. With the trajectory of growth exhibited by his companions, they would swiftly become powerful, while Tang San gradually harnessed the advantages of the external spirit bone, the ice and fire tempering body, and absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring to enhance his strength. In contrast, Ma Hongjun feared he would remain stagnant in his old ways, inevitably being surpassed. With Tang San wielding the Haotian hammer, Ma Hongjun questioned whether he could ever hope to surpass him. It was not his intention to compare himself to Tang San. Rather, the latter served as a benchmark, epitomizing the pinnacle of talent on the Douluo continent at their age. However, Ma Hongjun's ambition was to transcend this pinnacle rather than be eclipsed by it, and then strive to catch up. Foremost among his concerns was his soul power level, which currently stood at a mere 26. His greatest asset was the divine gun mark emblazoned upon his chest. Without it, the current Ma Hongjun would not exist. The divine gun mark required an ample supply of fire attribute energy, thus he resolved to seek out sufficient fire energy to empower it. Upon arriving at the valley, Ma Hongjun beheld two centenarian fire scale beasts lingering at the entrance. Both creatures were of similar size, each boasting an age ranging from 3 to 4 centuries. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Hongjun's figure flickered as his hands swiftly transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. With two resounding thuds, the two fire-scale beasts, caught off guard, were rendered unconscious upon the ground. Ma Hongjun exerted his soul power, skillfully dragging the creature into the nearby woods. After all, the location of the volcanic valley was devoid of divine wood, making it a rather unique area within the Stardow forest. Once he confirmed that there were no other soul beasts in the vicinity, Ma Hongjun struck down once more, swiftly ending the life of a fire-scale beast. The yellow soul ring illuminated the space above the fallen creature. Ma Hongjun swiftly harnessed the soul ring, integrating it directly into his being as if absorbing it. This act was inherently perilous, for soul masters typically undertake such actions only upon reaching a level sufficient for soul ring absorption. Historical accounts recount instances where individuals attempted to absorb a soul ring at a level below the maximum, such as at the 29th level. Ultimately, these endeavors not only failed to secure the soul ring but also resulted in the energy dispersing throughout their bodies, leading to a catastrophic explosion and subsequent demise. Ma Hongjun was also aware of the capabilities of the divine gun mark and recognized that the age of this soul ring was relatively low, under 400 years. Even if the energy were to explode, given his current physical condition, he would sustain only minor injuries and would certainly endure. Upon the entry of this century-old soul ring into his body, the divine gun mark indeed reacted as if it had encountered sustenance, swiftly absorbing the soul ring's energy. Astonishingly, the energy from a soul ring over 300 years old was entirely consumed within the span of less than 10 breaths, a speed that left one astounded. However, the energy traversed through his body, and had his physique not been sufficiently robust, such rapid absorption would undoubtedly have caused harm. It seemed as though the divine gun mark was acutely aware of its own limits, managing the absorption with exquisite precision. Merely perceiving the scorching heat in the wake of the hastened energy, Ma Hongjun swiftly examined the area over his chest, discovering that the mark of the divine spear reappeared after absorbing energy, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. It was evident that the energy from the 300 years of the fire-scale beast was insufficient to satiate its appetite. If one was inadequate, then two would suffice. After slaying another fire-scale beast, Ma Hongjun employed the same method once more. The soul ring entered his body again, and the divine spear mark absorbed the energy anew. Was this how it was meant to be? How much fire attribute energy does one require? Ma Hongjun pondered. At that moment, a wave of remarkably pure energy emanated from the divine spear mark. What could this mean? It was a familiar energy manifesting within his body, reminiscent of the sensation experienced while absorbing the soul ring, capable of directly enhancing his soul power. A surge of joy filled Ma Hongjun's heart as he leapt onto a grand tree. Although absorbing such energy alone in this place was somewhat perilous, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Engaging the flame scripture, he swiftly absorbed the energy transmitted by the divine spear mark. Is the absorption rate truly this rapid? Ma Hongjun was astonished. The energy emanating from the divine spear mark was remarkably pure, akin to what one would acquire after cultivating the flame scripture. In less than a minute, all the fire attribute energy that had been transmitted was absorbed by Ma Hongjun, transforming into his own inner strength or soul power. This was not a trivial amount. It represented about 20% of the energy from these two soul beasts, which together amounted to a little over 700 years. It was nearly equivalent to the energy contained within a soul ring of approximately 150 years. However, this energy was still insufficient to elevate him to the 27th level, yet Ma Hongjun glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Splendid! I had always believed in my destined role as the protagonist. It was foolish of me to neglect the study of the techniques imparted by the divine spear mark. This oversight cost me over 3 months. Had I realized sooner, I would undoubtedly have ascended to the rank of soul master by now. Ma Hongjun cast one last glance at the fiery soul beast lying on the ground, murmuring softly, I apologize, but perhaps one day, when I ascend to divinity, I shall return to repay you, inhabitants of the Douluo continent. This thought echoed within him, as he realized that the divine gun mark had returned to him 20% of its pure fire attribute energy, while the remaining 80% had been absorbed by the mark itself. In comparison to the divine gun mark, this was undoubtedly far more than he required. He contemplated. Divine gun, I shall procure for you an ample supply of fire attribute energy, transforming you from a mere mark into a true divine weapon. As Ma Hongjun finished speaking, a surge of warmth enveloped his chest once more, this time intensifying to more than double the previous heat. I understand now. The more fervently you express yourself, The happier you become, correct? Ma Hongjun chuckled. Although the gun mark could not articulate words, its warmth conveyed much. Suddenly, a thought struck Ma Hongjun. This was the Zhu Rong divine spear from my previous life, the genuine weapon of the primordial fire god Zhu Rong. How could I merely inherit the title of fire god? That would be a diminishment of my worth. I ought to become the fire god myself. As for the fire god of the Douluo realm, he is unworthy. In the Douluo divine realm, within the fire god's temple, Yan. Is that the one reciting my name again? Chapter 35. Pardon me, please call me Hongjun Gu. Having discovered the remarkable utility of the gun mark, he felt a surge of delight and swiftly returned to his team. Perhaps due to the slight delay, as soon as Ma Hongjun rejoined, Dai Mubai teased. You lad took so long. You weren't constipated, were you? At his words, the others burst into laughter. After a brief rest upon Ma Hongjun's arrival, they resumed their quest for soul rings. Unlike Oscar, who had enjoyed good fortune, Tang San faced several days without encountering a suitable soul ring. Among them, Ma Hongjun was the swiftest in locating soul beasts, having ventured twice into the territory of fire attribute soul beasts and finding suitable candidates almost immediately. This led him to mistakenly believe that soul beasts were easily found. However, after several days, he truly grasped the reality that locating an appropriate soul beast was not a simple task. Among the soul beasts they encountered, not a single fire attribute soul beast was present. Had he not known that there were two types of fire attribute soul beasts near the volcano, Ma Hongjun would have had no idea how long he would have searched, though they had not found any soul beasts. The journey through the Star Doe forest allowed the 8 members of Shrek Academy to continuously hone their skills amidst challenges, gradually developing a sense of cooperation, trust, and understanding among them. With Zhao Wujia's guidance, although their soul power showed no marked change, their practical experience and overall strength persisted in a subtle enhancement. Soon, another day was drawing to a close. As night fell, it was once again time to rest. The 4 men were tasked with cleaning and setting up temporary tents, while the 4 female students prepared some food. At night, everything appeared remarkably tranquil. How about you, Tang San? Feeling anxious? Ma Hongjun inquired with a smile. Tang San shook his head, replying, Not really. Searching for soul rings is inherently a matter of luck, and being anxious serves no purpose. Nearby, Zhao Wujia sighed. The Star Doe forest has also grown desolate. If this were 2 or 3 decades ago, one could easily find 1,000-year-old soul beasts everywhere. I wonder if they have retreated deeper into the forest, or if there are other reasons. Regardless of the cause, it is all perceived by us. While the soul beasts are fierce, we humans are indeed more formidable, for we require their soul rings to cultivate. Tang San remarked. Ma Hongjun chuckled. This is simply an inevitable circumstance. The rules of nature dictate such matters, and we all exist within the natural food chain. What is the food chain? Tang San inquired, gazing at Ma Hongjun with confusion. Zhao Wujin, too, had never encountered this phrase and was equally perplexed. The term food chain was one that belonged to a past life, so it was no surprise they were unaware of its meaning. How could one describe the food chain? For instance, plants draw nutrients from the soil, while herbivorous soul beasts consume these plants. These soul beasts, in turn, become prey for carnivorous soul beasts. And the entire cycle culminates with humans hunting these soul beasts to acquire spirit rings. The soul beasts fall victim to powerful spirit masters. Yet even these formidable individuals cannot escape the inevitable cycles of life, aging, and death, ultimately returning to the earth to enrich the soil. Is this not a cycle that epitomizes the essence of a food chain? Every creature's existence serves a vital purpose. Thus, one should not be overly concerned with the abundance or scarcity of soul beasts, as it is beyond our control unless, of course, you aspire to attain a divine status in the future, Ma Hongjun explained. Divine? Do such beings exist in this world? Zhao Wujin pondered. Brother Ma Hongjun, your explanation of the food chain is remarkably astute, surpassing even some of the theories presented by our teacher, Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Ma Hongjun smiled, reflecting on the knowledge he had acquired during his 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, thinking to himself how incomparable his wisdom was. Oh, it's merely some of my immature ideas, he humbly remarked. A master? Haha, I can only say that I am somewhat proficient here in the Douluo continent. At that moment, as everyone gathered together, Dai Mubai suddenly suggested, since we are all in Shrek, why don't we arrange ourselves in order of age? What a splendid idea. Oscar chimed in with a grin. I am 15, and Oscar is 14. We should be the first and second. How about the rest of you? Dai Mubai inquired. Ma Hongjun smiled subtly and said, I am 12 years and 8 months old. You may call me Jungo. Hongjun is also acceptable. What about you all? Oscar and Dai Mubai were taken aback, clearly aware that Ma Hongjun had intentionally exaggerated his age by 2 months. However, they chose not to expose him, as Ma Hongjun's strength had already been acknowledged. Tang San, with a hint of resignation, replied, I am 12 years and 7 months. This was precisely Ma Hongjun's intent, for he was well aware that Tang San was truly only 12 years and 6 months old. Subsequently, everyone announced their ages, resulting in the following order: Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Leng Shuanger, and Zhu Shiqing. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Shiqing was the youngest. Ma Hongjun, inadvertently, stole another glance at Zhu Shiqing, noting her remarkable development. If she were to grow further, it would be quite something. Ma Hongjun, what are you staring at? Dai Mubai seemed to harbor a hint of irritation. Ma Hongjun turned around and remarked, Oh, I rank third now. So does that mean I am no longer to be called third brother? Otherwise, I might think you were addressing Tang San. Xiao promptly replied, I have no desire to call you third brother. Fourth brother feels quite unfamiliar. Come on, call me Mahongjun brother, and I shall relinquish the title of third brother to Tang San, Mahongjun asserted, having already demonstrated his worth through his strength and diligence. No longer resembling the character from the original novel who was merely referred to as Fatty, often lacking the respect of his peers in Shrek Academy. However, the situation had changed. Humph. For the sake of your brotherly status, very well then, Hongjun brother, Xiao conceded. Others echoed, Hongjun brother. What about me? Oscar chimed in, seeking a title for himself. Xiao laughed, you should still be called Little Ao. Yes, Little Ao, the others agreed. Oscar, looking quite aggrieved, protested, why am a Little Ao while you all are not? Before he could finish, Zhao Wujie suddenly exclaimed, everyone, come here, stand behind me. Teacher Zhao, what is the matter? Dai Mubai inquired with confusion. Ma Hongjun urged hastily, hurry, heed Teacher Zhao's words. With that, he swiftly approached Zhao Wujie's side. Except for Ma Hongjun, no one comprehended the gravity of the situation that could render the typically composed Zhao Wujie so anxious. At that moment, they suddenly witnessed a bizarre scene. In the direction Zhao Wujie was indicating, two towering trees abruptly parted ways, allowing a colossal silhouette to emerge silently from their midst. Upon seeing this behemoth, everyone's breath seemed to catch in their throats, and they began to understand Zhao Wujie's concern. This was the Titan Great Ape. Erming and Ma Hongjun were aware that the Titan Great Ape posed no threat to them, yet they, alongside the others, feigned terror. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun noticed that Xiao was also putting on an act, appearing genuinely frightened, leading one to believe she was truly scared. It turned out that Xiao Wu was quite the thespian. Chapter 36. The Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape was astonishingly immense, resembling a small mountain. Its coal-black fur shimmered softly under the moonlight. Even on all fours, its height surpassed 7 meters. If it were to stand upright, it would likely reach a staggering height of over 15 meters. From an outside perspective, it resembled a gargantuan gorilla, its majestic form almost beyond belief, with bulging, powerful muscles that resembled boulders. Such a colossal creature could traverse the dense Douluo forest in utter silence, not even making a sound while breathing. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, Mahongjun declared, an absolute ruler of the forest. A century-old Titan Great Ape is capable of contending with a millennium-level soul beast. Mahongjun was acutely aware that the Titan giant ape before him was not merely a soul beast of 100 or 1,000 years, but rather a formidable being that had existed for an astounding 100,000 years. Even revered title Douluos like Douluo, possessing ranks of 95 or 96, would find themselves powerless against such a mighty creature. Zhao Wujing, suppressing the fear that gripped his heart, recognized the urgency of the situation. For 8 young lives depended on him. As their teacher, it was his duty to stand at the forefront of danger. It is worth noting that Zhao Wujing had once been a notorious figure himself. Yet now he was willing to risk everything for the sake of the 8 students from Shrek Academy, a testament to his noble character. Esteemed king of the forest, we harbor no ill intentions. If this is indeed your territory, we shall depart immediately and will not disturb you, Zhao Wujing declared, attempting to project calmness. However, the Titan giant ape paid no heed to his words, instead taking a single, deliberate step forward. That seemingly insignificant movement was enough to instill profound dread. Though it appeared to be but a small advance, its colossal form loomed ominously before Zhao Wujing and the others. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Wujing urged, I will hold it off. You must consume Oscar's mushroom sausages and escape at once. I fear I cannot endure for long. You must be swift. After uttering these words, Zhao Wujing inhaled deeply, his 7 soul rings igniting in brilliance as he charged toward the Titan giant ape. Simultaneously, the first, second, third, and fifth soul rings flickered to life, allowing Zhao Wujing to unleash 4 soul skills in one decisive action. With the embodiment of his martial soul, the mighty golden bear, he exerted gravitational control centered on himself, directing it toward the Titan giant ape while forcefully thrusting his palm forward. Ma Hongjun recognized that the impending danger was minimal and was eager to ascertain the true might of the Titan giant ape. For it epitomized the pinnacle of strength in this world. Such an opportunity for a risk-free experience was rare indeed. With resolve, he summoned his martial spirit and soared into the sky, declaring, "Big brother Dai, Tang-san, you lead everyone to safety. I shall assist Teacher Zhao. I shall not withdraw either. I will aid Teacher Zhao as well," responded Dai Mubai, who promptly manifested his martial spirit and activated his 3rd soul skill, the White Tiger King transformation, causing his physique to swell with formidable muscle, stretching his garments to the limit. Striking black stripes emerged across his skin, reminiscent of a tiger's hide. "You all should proceed. I too wish to lend my support," Ning Rongrong decisively proclaimed, promptly unleashing the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength, the second being speed. Both soul skills were simultaneously bestowed upon Zhao Wujing, Mahongjun, and Dai Mubai, augmenting their power and velocity by 30%. "Very well, if we are to depart, we shall do so together. If we are to remain, we shall stay united," Tang Xin asserted, as he invoked his blue silver grass. Meanwhile, the illustrious Shrek actress, Xiao Wu, also activated her martial spirit, collaborating with Zhu Zhuqing as they prepared to engage. At the moment when Ma Hongjun soared into the air, he simultaneously unleashed both his 1st and 2nd soul skills, releasing a formidable line of phoenix flames. Zhao Wuji's hands, infused with a staggering 130% of his immense strength, struck heavily upon the Titan great ape's crown. In that very instant, as Zhao Wuji's palms made contact with the Titan great ape, his entire body was propelled backward like a cannonball. It seemed as if the Titan great ape had been incensed by the encounter. Mahongjun activated his Eye of the Phoenix in the Fire Goddess Eye, clearly perceiving a layer of ominous black energy emanating from the Titan giant ape's body. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing was unexpectedly charging forward. If she were to be struck, the consequences would be dire. Everyone hurriedly retreated, Mahongjun shouted. Simultaneously, he swiftly grasped Zhu Zhuqing, who was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just as her 1st soul skill was unleashed, Mahongjun seized her with remarkable speed. Tang San, with his purple extreme magic eye, also discerned the menacing black energy. At that critical moment, he immediately summoned blue silver grass to rescue Xiao Wu. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang Sen moved with astonishing swiftness. One was like an imperceptible flame, while the other employed ghostly shadowy movements. Ma Hong swiftly grasped Zhu Zhuqing with his left hand, positioning her protectively in front of himself, while his right hand deftly seized the nearby Lung Shuanger. With one on each side, he shielded them from the impending onslaught of the Titan giant ape's dark energy surge, his back turned against the chaotic wave. Having executed these 2 maneuvers, it could be said that Ma Hong had pushed his speed to its utmost limit, yet time was not on his side. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as they were simultaneously hurled away, and Dai Mubai immediately spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Ma Hongjun was not faring much better. He shielded both Lang Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing, absorbing all the attacks himself. Instantly, he felt as though a heavy object had struck his back, causing him excruciating pain. With blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, almost simultaneously, all members of Shrek were knocked to the ground. Tang San, using blue silver grass, managed to help Xiao Wu evade harm, sustaining the least injuries. Oscar, closest to Ning Rongrong, reacted swiftly, embracing her tightly. Dai Mubai initially intended to use his tiger claw to reach Zhu Zhuqing, but Ma Hongjun's speed was too formidable, and in the blink of an eye, he had encircled her, stirring an uncomfortable feeling within him. Although Zhu Zhuqing was an agile assault-type soul master, her speed paled in comparison to that of the fiery Ma Hongjun, and when dragged into his embrace, her first instinct was to resist. Just as she prepared to struggle, Ma Hongjun exerted his strength, leaving her with no energy to fight back. Her delicate face flushed, and she comprehended her predicament. With a resounding crash, the Titan great ape raised its forelimb and suddenly reached forward. A ripping sound filled the air as Tang Sen cried out, "No, let go of Xiao Wu." In a frenzy, he attacked the Titan great ape, while Zhao Wujin unleashed his martial spirit in a desperate attempt to confront the beast. Yet their assaults proved futile, and they could only watch helplessly as the Titan Great Ape carried Xiaowu away. Once the creature departed, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiaowu had already been abducted. Dai Mubai disregarded everything else, rising from the pit he had created and spotting Zhu Xing, tightly embraced by Ma Hongjun. Fury surged within him, and in the next moment, his martial spirit manifested once more. He glared at Ma Hongjun and exclaimed, "Ma Hongjun, you glutton, release Zhu Xing." Despite Zhu Xing being under Ma Hongjun's protection, in Dai Mubai's eyes, no one but himself was permitted to touch her, especially in such a manner. Ma Hongjun immediately rose to his feet, releasing Zhu Xing and Lang Shuang'er from his grasp. "I apologize," he said. "I acted out of desperation." Blood stained his lips, a testament to the force he had just endured. Both Zhu Xing and Lang Shuang'er felt the tremors in their bodies, having been in close proximity to the immense shockwave that had surged through Ma Hongjun. All the harm had befallen him, leaving them unscathed. Zhu Xing, her voice tinged with irritation, retorted, "Dai Mubai, what are you saying? Ma Hongjun was saving us." Her words were directed at Dai Mubai, who had been momentarily distracted. Ma Hongjun, undeterred by Dai Mubai's comments, turned his attention to Tang San, who wore an expression of despair. "Tang San, where is Xiaowu?" he inquired. Zhao Wujin's face darkened as he replied, "How could the Titan Great Ape possibly appear at the outskirts of the Star Do Forest? I'm sorry. I was unable to prevent her from taking Xiaowu. Tang San, please accept my condolences." In Chapter 37, The Change of Ma Hongjun. The gravity of Xiaowu's abduction weighed heavily on the group. Despite Zhao Wujin's formidable soul power, capable of matching 10 opponents of equal rank, it proved futile against the Titan Great Ape. He sighed, "Everyone, let us regroup and deliberate in a different location." Yet, how could Tang San relinquish hope for Xiaowu? As soon as Zhao Wujin finished speaking, he sought out Oscar to replenish his sausages. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, revealing his profound distress. Oscar, without a word, swiftly employed his third soul skill to conjure a flying mushroom sausage. At that moment, all eyes turned toward him. Tang San consumed the flying mushroom sausage and resolutely declared, "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao, but I must go after Xiaowu." Ning Rongrong promptly activated her soul skill to enhance Tang San's speed. Though she possessed a spirited demeanor, she would not hesitate at a critical juncture. After consuming the sausage, Tang San spared a glance at Ning Rongrong, who had boosted his speed, and took off towards the direction in which the Titan Great Ape had vanished. Oscar chuckled wryly, "You all saw it. If I hadn't given him the flying mushroom sausage, he would have pursued regardless. So, blame me." Zhao Wujin, somewhat irate, retorted, "Why blame you? Hurry and produce more mushroom sausages. If we're going after it, we go together. If we must die, then let it be together. Anyone unwilling to follow should leave the Star Do Forest at once." Upon hearing this, Oscar began to create more flying mushroom sausages. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached Zhu Xing, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Zhu Xing, how are you? Are you hurt?" he inquired softly. Zhu Xing brushed aside his hand, her tone frosty. "Thank you, their brother. No, I should credit Hongjun for his protection. I am unscathed." As Ma Hongjun was now third in rank, sometimes accidents would occur. Zhu Xing glanced at him, who was wiping the blood from his lips, and recalled Dai Mubai's earlier outburst, calling Ma Hongjun a fatty and demanding he release her. She was aware of Ma Hongjun's past, but he had transformed, and no one referred to him as fat anymore. The words from Dai Mubai felt devalued when uttered. His lack of reason was evident. Even amidst misunderstanding, one ought to appreciate that another was shielding them from harm. Dai Mubai, seemingly aware of Zhu Xing's sentiments, approached Ma Hongjun and said, "I apologize. My words were born out of a moment of panic." Ma Hongjun was taken aback to discover that Dai Mubai genuinely cared for Zhu Xing. However, if he was so concerned, why did he choose to evade? Why did he allow others to seek him out? In truth, despite projecting an image of unwavering strength to the outside world, Dai Mubai was, at his core, a coward. Why? Simply because he distanced himself from the Star Do Empire, escaping to indulge in the pleasures of Shrek and Soto City, leaving Zhu Xing to endure her own suffering and countless hardships. It could be said that Zhu Xing's aloof demeanor was forged in the crucible of a harsh survival environment. In terms of temperament, Dai Mubai could hardly compare to Zhu Xing, and upon closer reflection, one might even feel a twinge of pity for her. With a small smile, Dai Mubai offered an apology to Ma Hongjun. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face, since Dai Mubai had apologized, and they belonged to the same academy. Ma Hongjun replied, "It's nothing. It is my duty. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai felt his apology had been accepted and quickly turned to Zhu Zhuqing. However, the image of Ma Hongjun tightly embracing Zhu Zhuqing lingered in his mind, particularly where that hand had rested. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing too found herself reminiscing about the embrace, recalling how his hand had rested upon her chest. She felt unable to contest this. Firstly, she could not match his strength, and secondly, the situation had been urgent, leaving her little choice. Moreover, Mahongjun had been injured, which further complicated matters, making it difficult for her to pursue any grievances. Yet, when it came to Dai Mubai's apology to Mahongjun, Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent. Mahongjun was acutely aware of the position of his hand moments ago. It was indeed an unintentional act. However, he chose not to clarify, for the more one explains, the darker the implications become. This incident seemed to widen the chasm between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Once Oscar completed the flying mushroom sausage, he could feel his soul power beginning to wane. With a sigh of relief, he proclaimed, "At last, it is finished." The group eagerly consumed the flying mushroom sausage and, under Ning Rongrong's second amplification, swiftly pursued the direction in which Tang San had departed. Approximately a minute later, they had traversed around 3,000 meters. But the effects of the flying mushroom sausage began to fade. At a distance of 3,000 meters from Mahongjun and the others, the human-faced demon spider lay deceased, with a purple soul ring already coalescing above its carcass. Tang San stood beside the fallen spider, while 3 others faced him, 2 of whom were the snake lady Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter Meng Iran, whom they had encountered previously. The third was an elderly man wielding a dragon-headed staff, and his 8 soul rings manifested, evoking a profound sense of awe. Zhao Wujin had sustained injuries during his skirmish with the Titan giant ape and had already activated his martial soul's true form once, leaving him capable of only half his optimal strength. Not to mention the formidable Dragon King Ming Shu. Even Chao Tianxiang beside him posed a challenge he could not handle. Stepping forward, Zhao Wujin smiled and said, "Esteemed Dragon King, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Zhao Wujin." Ming Shu's expression soured as he coldly regarded Zhao Wujin, retorting, "There is no need for pleasantries, not moving king. Is this how your esteemed disciple bullies the Ming family in our absence? Senior, there seems to be a misunderstanding. While I am indeed a teacher to these children, Tang San is not my disciple. He has another mentor," Zhao Wujin clarified. "Dragon King, may I have a moment of your time?" The nature of their conversation remained undisclosed. But upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Ming Shu shared the information with the snake lady, and both exhibited surprise. Consequently, the illustrious couple, the dragon and snake, softened their stance, seemingly willing to overlook Tang San's actions for the sake of his master, yet firmly indicated that there would be no next time, should another incident arise. They would not show mercy. However, Meng Iran was unwilling to let the matter rest. While her grandparents could afford to pay heed to the master's reputation, she had no intention of doing so. She insisted on challenging Tang San. Producing 36 soul-breaking daggers, she proposed a contest of hidden weapons, each wielding 18 in an attempt to pierce the falling leaves from the trees. Yet, facing Tang San, her skills were no match, and she suffered a resounding defeat, ultimately following the dragon and snake couple in departure, but the grudge was firmly etched in her heart. At that moment, Tang San felt exceedingly weak. Oscar, quick to act, recited a spell, "I have a magnificent sausage." After consuming the sausage, Tang San regained some strength, but with Shao Wu still in peril. He disregarded his own condition and rushed to the side of the human-faced demon spider, saying, "I appreciate everyone's assistance." As he absorbed the soul ring, Ma Hongjun realized that this marked the beginning of Tang San's extraordinary ascent, and the stakes were rising higher than ever. Tang San was set to acquire the 8th spider soul bone. However, due to his possession of the Zhu Rong divine spear, Ma Hongjun felt no envy, akin to a king observing a mere bronze figure. What Ma Hongjun was unaware of was that the perspective from which he viewed the world was gradually transforming, slowly aligning him with the higher echelons. Chapter 38. A 3-day leap in levels. Tang San's process of absorbing the soul bone proved to be rather perilous. Upon completion, he acquired the 8 spider lances, akin to gaining 8 additional spider legs. Shortly after Tang San successfully absorbed the soul ring and soul bone, Xiao made her reappearance. This time, she too had ascended to the 31st level, attaining the rank of Soul Master. However, her explanation was somewhat vague. She claimed ignorance as to why the Titan giant ape had discarded her and recounted encountering a soul beast, injured due to the Titan's rampage, on her way back, which she had slain to acquire her soul ring. Nevertheless, due to Xiaolu's safe return and her elevation to Soul Master, no one questioned her account. For apart from Ma Hongjun, the others from Shrek Academy were oblivious to her true identity. Their expedition into the Douluo forest had been fraught with peril, yet fortunately, everyone emerged unscathed and successfully found suitable soul rings. On the following day, as they exited the Douluo forest, they indulged in a delightful feast at a nearby town and enjoyed a peaceful night's rest before preparing to return to the academy. The next morning, outside the town, Zhao Wujia inquired, "What? Ma Hongjun, you wish to return home for a while?" Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "Indeed, it has been over 6 years since I ventured out, and I have never returned to visit. My hometown is merely 700 or 800 kilometers away. I wish to request a 10-day leave to go back and see it." Due to the connection with the mark of the divine gun, Ma Hongjun discovered his own method of advancement. The energy emanating from the divine gun felt akin to what he had cultivated through the practice of the fire of the inferno, and upon absorption, he experienced almost no discomfort, nor did he encounter instability in his soul power. It can be said that he absorbed it flawlessly. After much contemplation, this was the only solution he could devise. Moreover, upon returning, he did not intend to train alongside the master, as his progress far exceeded the master's expectations. Ultimately, enhancing his strength remained of utmost importance. "A 10-day holiday, you say?" Zhao Wujia inquired. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Indeed, the dean intends to employ my training method. As you can see, I have already increased the weight to 70 kilograms, and my training volume far exceeds that of others. Even if they return in 10 days, they will not surpass me." Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, make haste and return swiftly. I shall inform Fland about this matter." "Thank you, Teacher Zhao," Ma Hongjun responded with a smile. In those 10 days, he resolved to venture to the Douluo forest, specifically to the volcano, to hunt the 2 soul beasts that resided there, the fire lizard beast and the flame-spitting lizard. "Ma Hongjun, are you truly considering going home?" Oscar inquired. "It has been quite a while since I last returned. I fear I may forget," Ma Hongjun replied. "I never imagined you to be such a homebody," Tang San remarked, reflecting on his own father, uncertain of his well-being. It had been nearly 6 years since Ma Hongjun had last seen his family. Were he able to return and reunite with them, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to set forth immediately. Ma Hongjun waved his hand and said, "Everyone, we shall meet again in 10 days. With that, he immediately set off. The others quickly followed suit. Their paths diverged slightly, merely differing by a few angles. Yet they were distinctly separate trajectories. In truth, Ma Hongjun's home was also situated over 600 kilometers from Soto City. Departing from here was marginally closer than returning to Shrek, especially since it was Flender himself who had brought him to the academy. Why did Ma Hongjun come to Shrek? It was Flender's endeavor to recruit students by venturing into remote villages to find children of appropriate age awakening their martial souls, and Ma Hongjun's village was among them. However, at present, he retained only a fragment of memories from his previous life, recalling the general direction. After traveling a few kilometers and distancing himself from the others of Shrek, Ma Hongjun promptly turned back. Passing through that small town once more, he headed straight for the Douluo forest. 3 days later, within a volcanic valley of the Douluo forest, the number of fire-scale beasts dwindled continuously. The newly ascended fire-scale beast king had gathered all the fire-scale beasts together, and they were too intimidated to venture out, huddling together in a tight-knit group. Ma Hongjun gazed at the herd of fire-scale beasts from a distance, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared that hunting them was no longer feasible. Before him, the group of fire-scaled beasts had dwindled to a mere 30, a stark contrast to the over 60 that had roamed just 3 days prior. This indicated that within this brief span, he had successfully hunted nearly half of the fire-scaled beasts, specifically 28, each boasting a lifespan exceeding a century. However, apart from the venerable fire-scaled beast king, who had surpassed 900 years, the remaining fire-scaled beasts with lifespans of over 300 years were exceedingly scarce. As Ma Hongjun channeled the fiery scripture, he felt the immense fire attribute soul power coursing through his body. He murmured to himself, from level 26 to 29. I accomplished this in less than 3 days. Moreover, my soul power level is remarkably stable. The fire attribute energy generated by the low-age fire-scaled beast soul rings is becoming increasingly negligible for enhancing my soul power, unless it is from the fire-scaled beast king, which is over 900 years old. However, Ma Hongjun was not inclined to eradicate all. He intended to preserve a formidable leader to protect the fire-scaled beast herd. It is time to venture to the other side of the volcano, he contemplated, swiftly maneuvering around the volcanic valley towards its rear. Upon reaching the volcano's backside, Ma Hongjun distinctly sensed a far greater concentration of fire attribute energy than before. Otherwise, the fire-breathing lizard would not occupy such a prime location. Its population vastly outnumbered that of the fire-scaled beasts, claiming a significant portion of the volcanic territory. The fire-scaled beasts seemed to subsist on the remnants left by the fire-breathing lizards. During his previous visit, Ma Hongjun had acquired his second soul ring from battling the 3,100-year-old fire-breathing lizard and the golden flame eagle. This fire-breathing lizard, the leader of its kind, should still be alive. Aside from this 3,100-year-old specimen, the majority of the others within this region were over 1,000 years old, though there were few exceeding 2,000 years. To hunt the fire-breathing lizard, it was essential to locate a solitary one. Ma Hongjun calculated the distance precisely and located a colossal tree that required at least 4 individuals to encircle. He leaped upward and ascended to the highest point of the tree, which stood approximately 60 to 70 meters tall, making it the tallest tree in the vicinity. From this arboreal vantage, he surveyed the surrounding area, which spanned a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Thanks to the combination of the eye bone and the fire goddess eye, he could see with remarkable clarity at such a distance. At this range, he discerned the age of the soul beast with ease. As the eye bone gradually integrated with him, its capabilities began to manifest, revealing that it was far more than merely enhancing vision. More significantly, the eye bone could synergize with Tang's fire god eye skill, producing unexpected effects and abilities. However, at this moment, Ma Hongjun merely aimed to locate a solitary fire lizard. As he scanned the area, he soon spotted one. Its age, however, was insufficient, only 500 years. This would not suffice. Then, he found one that was 1,200 years old and solitary. In less than 5 minutes, he successfully identified a millennium-old fire lizard. Would this enable my ascension to level 30? Once I level up, I shall promptly return to Shrek to seek out Dean Flender for my 3rd spirit ring. Chapter 39. Reaching an agreement, the 1,200-year-old fire lizard was not particularly large, measuring only about 2 meters in length, which is quite diminutive among soul beasts of its age. Even their leader, with an age of 3,100 years, merely reached a length of 3 meters. Confirming his target, Ma Hongjun leaped forward from his perch 60 to 70 meters high. In midair, his movement was as graceful as gliding, and moments later, he silently landed on a large branch, then swiftly hopped onto the next. Continuing to navigate through the dense Douluo forest, he managed to avoid alarming any other soul beasts. Within 2 minutes, he arrived at the large tree surrounding the 1,200-year-old fire lizard, maintaining a linear distance of less than 30 meters. The fire lizard appeared somewhat comical, having strayed over 1,000 meters away from its kin to slumber in the underbrush. It was remarkably well camouflaged. Even some lower-ranked soul masters passing nearby might not notice it, as it seemed to blend seamlessly with the flora of the forest. Were it not for Ma Hongjun employing the fire goddess eye, he might not have detected its presence. Apologies, he thought. Ma Hongjun sprang into action, instantly activating his martial spirit. He unleashed 2 soul skills simultaneously, utilizing his first soul skill under the form of the phoenix bathed in fire. This strike would undoubtedly obliterate a soul beast of the Millennium class. With a resounding roar, a stream of phoenix flames struck the fire lizard's vital point. Moments later, a purple 1,000-year soul ring materialized above its body. This attack generated a tremendous commotion, sure to attract other soul beasts. Unlike his previous hunts for century-old soul rings, which produced minimal disturbance, a 1,000-year soul beast posed a different challenge. Its overall strength was formidable, and even Ma Hongjun would need to exert all his power to eliminate it instantaneously. In the realm of great soul masters, few could achieve such a feat. Even Tang San might struggle, unless he resorted to his hidden weapons. Once the soul ring appeared, Ma Hongjun wasted no time. He swiftly directed the soul ring toward his body. Due to the gun mark, a soul ring below level 30 could typically not enter his body, as it would be rejected. However, the situation had changed. His body now seemed to serve as a conduit for the gun mark, allowing the soul ring to pass through and merge with it. The purple soul ring entered his body, settling directly into his chest. The gun mark manifested once more, appearing only at this moment, and the purple soul ring began to orbit it as though it were a soul ring of the gun mark itself. This state lasted barely a second, as an immense force of attraction gradually diminished the purple hue of the soul ring, transforming it into fiery red energy that flowed into the gun mark. Ma Hongjun felt an intense heat in his chest as the immense energy coursed through his body. The fiery essence of the Millennium Soul Ring far surpassed that of the Century Soul Ring. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough to endure it. Casting a glance at his surroundings, he noticed Soul Beasts beginning to approach. Seizing this opportunity, Mahongjun resolved to make his escape. He needed to find a suitable location to prepare for the feedback from the Divine Gun Mark. Although there was an ample amount of fire attribute energy for him to absorb, it was imperative that he accept it when it returned to him. After each hunt, he would promptly seek a safe haven during the absorption of the Divine Gun Mark. He had a mere minute at his disposal. After that, the mark would return 20% of the fire attribute energy. Swiftly maneuvering through the dense thickets, his eyes scanned the area for a secure spot. Yet, it seemed that due to his recent kill of the 1,200-year-old fire-spitting flame lizard, the surrounding soul beasts had become increasingly agitated. As time passed slowly, Ma Hongjun still had not located the ideal hiding place. This was one of the drawbacks of energy absorption. It was now critical, the feedback was imminent. And he had found the place. Ma Hongjun swiftly leaped onto a grand tree, finding a sufficiently large trunk to sit upon. Just as he settled down, the presence of energy from the mark of the sharpshooter surged towards him. Hissing, as he began to meditate, Ma Hongjun silently sensed the impending danger. Before him, on a branch, coiled a colossal serpent, measuring 6 meters in length and as thick as a bowl, with an age of nearly 900 years. It now fixated on Ma Hongjun, as if he were its prey. Ma Hongjun hastily rose to his feet, compelled to allow the energy emanating from the divine gun's imprint to course through his body. He pondered whether he could store this energy for later use when necessary. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun unleashed his martial spirit, unfurling his phoenix wings. He had no intention of engaging with the colossal serpent. Instead, he turned and soared into the sky. The massive serpent, witnessing its prey attempting to flee, opened its gaping maw and lunged forward, eager to ensnare the escaping Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun yearned to depart quickly. At that moment, he was unable to absorb the potent energy and, regrettably, had to release it externally to avoid bodily harm. In an instant, the fiery energy erupted from his body, with a portion directed towards the colossal serpent. The great serpent seemed to harbor a fear of the flames, halting its advance and refraining from pursuing Ma Hongjun further. After evading the serpent's attack, he found that more than half of the released fire energy had been consumed. "Brother Divine Spear, could you store it for me to use when I am safe?" This is the third occurrence of such a situation. He attempted to communicate, reiterating his request for the third time, though the final plea was a first. Witnessing the waste of such immense fire energy pained him. If he could preserve it for later use, even a diminished amount would suffice. After all, the locations he sought for these soul beasts were unlikely to be entirely safe. Safety was paramount. Otherwise, what use would an abundance of fire energy be if he were to lose his life? At that moment, Ma Hongjun finally sensed the response of the divine spear mark. Warmth surged in his chest, and the energy within him flowed back toward the mark. Is it possible now? Without the overwhelming energy weighing him down, he felt considerably lighter. After flying for a while and confirming his safety multiple times, Ma Hongjun settled down. He opened his shirt, and to his astonishment, he clearly discerned the faint mark on his chest, accompanied by a message echoing in his mind. It seemed to convey the essence of the divine spear mark. Essentially, it conveyed 2 points. Firstly, the absorbed energy could be stored within the mark, reflected in its color. The lighter the hue, the less energy stored, and vice versa. The complete disappearance of the mark signified the total consumption of energy. Secondly, the energy returned to him would be reduced to 10%, with 90% required for its own restoration. At that moment, Ma Hongjun comprehended that the divine spear existed in this form because it too required healing. "I cannot fathom what you have endured. It must have been quite harrowing. It appears you are in greater need of the fire energy than I." He resolved, "Very well. I shall keep 10%. The rest is yours." A mere 10% of pure fire energy was already quite commendable. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, the divine spear ignited once more, seemingly expressing gratitude. Chapter 40. The soul beasts engage in a fray. Having reached an accord with the divine spear, Ma Hongjun's spirits soared. He glanced at the faint mark on his chest. Although it represented only 10%, he felt a sense of contentment. With sufficient fire energy, he could upgrade infinitely, free from concerns about his cultivation level. For the pure energy emanating from the divine spear would enhance his blaze technique upon absorption. This upgrade mechanism far surpassed that of Tang San, alleviating the need to ponder over boosting soul power. Henceforth, he would prioritize body refinement and mental cultivation, followed by practical combat experience. After a successful hunt, Ma Hongjun entered a frenzied hunting mode, targeting the fire-spitting lizard, commencing with the 1,000-year-old variant. He relentlessly sought out solitary fire-spitting lizards, striking as soon as he found one alone. Thus, 5 days passed, and Ma Hongjun had hunted a total of 20,000-year-old fire-spitting lizards, causing the divine spear to manifest a faint red hue. Averaging 4 hunts per day alerted the tribe, prompting them to gather under the leadership of a 3,000-year-old fire-spitting lizard chief. This chief bore severe claw marks from its previous encounter with the golden flame eagle, some of which were still bleeding. Ma Hongjun has taken a 10-day leave, and now 8 days have elapsed. He requires an entire day to return, which means he can still remain here for 1 more day. According to Ma Hongjun's estimation, the energy contained within the spirit rings of the 20 Millennium Soul Beasts amounts to 10% of each beast's total energy, equivalent to the complete energy of 2 Millennium Soul Beast rings. It is important to note that when a Soul Master absorbs the energy from a Soul Beast's ring, it is divided into 2 parts. One portion transforms into soul skills, while the other assists the Soul Master in advancing to the next level. By absorbing all this energy, Ma Hongjun effectively converts both portions into fire attribute energy. Thus, the 2 complete fire attribute energies equate to the energy required for 4 30th level Great Soul Masters to ascend to Soul Venerable status. At present, Ma Hongjun is certain that he has ample energy to elevate himself to the 30th level. However, on this final day, he plans to undertake a significant challenge, confronting the 3,100-year-old fire-spitting lizard. Although Ma Hongjun found a relatively safe spot to rest during the night, he chose not to advance in level, as doing so would have a negligible impact on his combat prowess. The safety he found was merely relative, not absolute. Hence his decision against absorption. In the morning, Ma Hongjun approached the backside of the volcano, where the 3,100-year-old fire-spitting lizard was accompanied by 3 millennium-grade fire-spitting lizards within their territory. Other fire-spitting lizards had yet to emerge, possibly engaged in cultivation within the volcano. Their appearance seemed akin to a territorial patrol, perhaps driven by a sense of crisis due to the diminishing numbers of their companions. The loss of 20 millennium fire-spitting lizards, their mid-tier strength, was indeed alarming. Ma Hongjun had concealed himself within a crevice behind a volcano, for the terrain was sparse of trees, necessitating a reliance on the landscape for concealment. They had meandered across their territory for a considerable distance when suddenly, the piercing cry of an eagle shattered the silence. Upon glancing skyward, he was astonished to behold 3 golden flame eagles soaring majestically above. What could this signify? Ma Hongjun was somewhat perplexed. These 3 eagles were relatively young, one being over 2,000 years, while the other 2 were merely over 1,000 years old. The fire-breathing lizards, upon spotting the eagles, erupted into a cacophony of hissing sounds. In the next moment, the entire rear of the volcano trembled slightly as one by one, the fire-breathing lizards emerged. It took a full 3 minutes for them all to appear. Remarkably, there were 36 in total, 28 were over 1,000 years old, and 7 surpassed the 2,000-year mark. Led by a formidable leader aged 3,100 years, the 36 fire-breathing lizards regarded the circling golden flame eagles with an air of trepidation. In the following instant, the golden flame eagles emitted another shrill cry, only to be met with a distant chorus of responses, the sounds growing increasingly nearer. Ma Hongjun immediately turned his gaze in that direction, only to behold a flock of 12 golden flame eagles soaring in from several hundred meters away. It became evident that the previous 3 were merely the vanguard. He observed clearly that among them, one was nearly 3,000 years old, leading the charge, flanked by 2 more that were over 2,000 years old, while the remainder were all around a millennium in age. This was a sight Ma Hongjun had never encountered before, and he felt a pang of relief that he had refrained from engaging earlier. Otherwise, with both groups arriving, escape would have been impossible. After all, the spirit beasts would likely prioritize humans as their adversaries. His desire to challenge the 3,000-year-old fire-spitting lizard stemmed from the fact that, with his martial spirit manifested, he could take to the skies, rendering them unable to pursue him. Even if he could not defeat them, he could effortlessly flee. However, the arrival of the golden flame eagles altered the dynamics entirely, compared to the golden flame eagles over a millennium old. He was not yet a match in terms of aerial speed. Moreover, flying under the influence of his martial spirit consumed a significant amount of soul energy, making it unsuitable for prolonged and rapid flight. The considerable force dispatched by the golden flame eagles to hunt the fire-spitting lizards raised a question. Was this an act of vengeance for the 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle he had absorbed? It seemed they had redirected their animosity towards the fire-spitting lizard, igniting a fierce clash among the spirit beasts. As the 6 golden flame eagles arrived, a total of 9 golden flame eagles faced off against 36 fire-spitting lizards, yet neither side made a move. Ma Hongjun remained in close proximity, hesitant to shift his position. For the keen eyesight of the golden flame eagles was formidable. Any movement on his part could easily reveal his presence. The air was filled with the increasingly frantic calls of the golden flame eagles and fire-spitting lizards. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the battle commenced. The 2 formidable groups of spirit beasts engaged in a ferocious skirmish. The golden flame eagles demonstrated a distinct superiority in combat prowess over the fire-spitting lizards. However, given that the latter outnumbered the former by 4 to 1, they were able to maintain a temporary stalemate. Although Ma Hongjun did not stray far, the residual power of the battle lingered. Fortunately, a massive boulder shielded him from the occasional debris that was sent flying. Despite the inherent danger of his position, the prospect of potential gains compelled Ma Hongjun to take a risk. He had already witnessed a 1,000-year-old fire-spitting lizard being seized by a golden flame eagle, its claws twisting and swiftly dispatching the creature. In the next moment, the soul rings illuminated, and one after another, fire-spitting lizards fell, their purple soul rings beginning to glow. However, several golden flame eagles also met their demise at the claws of numerous fire-spitting lizards. As Ma Hongjun observed the gradual emergence of more and more 1,000-year soul rings, all of which were fire attribute, he noted that each soul ring would linger for an hour, during which time the battle would undoubtedly conclude. How splendid, he thought to himself, hoping for a mutual destruction that would allow him to reap the rewards. He had not anticipated such a fierce confrontation among soul beasts. Chapter 41. Harvest. The battle between the soul beasts was equally brutal. Although the individual strength of the fire-spitting lizards was inferior to that of the golden flame eagles, their numbers far surpassed the latter, boasting a 4 to 1 advantage. After half an hour of immobile observation, it became evident that the conflict was nearing its conclusion. Among the 45 participating soul beasts, only the injured leader of the golden flame eagles could barely stand, its wings severely damaged and flight capabilities lost. The leader of the fire-spitting lizards fared even worse, its body marred by the claw marks of the golden flame eagles, consumed by rage. The remaining soul beasts lay scattered on the ground, with over 20 purple soul rings having emerged, while those without rings were likely in a similar state. The decline in soul beast numbers could be attributed not only to the needs of human soul masters for advancement, but also to interspecies battles, territorial disputes, competition for sustenance, and other factors contribute to the dwindling of their ranks, which is hardly surprising. The eagle and the lizard stood facing each other, mere meters apart, seemingly reluctant to engage. However, Ma Hongjun was unwilling to wait any longer. Should powerful soul beasts arrive, he might lose his opportunity. In an instant, he activated his martial spirit, the flames of no trace propelling him into the air above the 2 beasts. Concurrently, his first and second soul rings illuminated, and 2 streams of phoenix fires surged from his hands, akin to pillars of flame targeting the vulnerable beasts. In their already wounded state, the soul beasts attempted to evade, yet their agility was insufficient. 2 thunderous explosions echoed as the phoenix fire struck the golden flame eagle and the fire-spitting lizard precisely at their injured points. These fiery strikes were the proverbial last straw for the beleaguered creatures. Under normal circumstances, Mahongjun's attack would have been bearable for them, as 3,000-year soul beasts and those over 1,000 years old differ significantly in resilience. However, given their grievous injuries, the concentrated flames erupted through their wounds, sending both formidable soul beasts crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Mahongjun's figure flickered, the flames of no trace illuminating the air around him. In an instant, he was beside the golden flame eagle, his hands ablaze with a fiery crimson hue. With a resounding impact, his flame palm struck the eagle's neck, and as he turned to deal with the 3,100-year-old fire-spitting lizard, its purple soul skill began to manifest. Would one strike suffice? Mahongjun cast a glance at the 20 or so fallen golden flame eagles and fire-spitting flame lizards. Some, upon noticing the approach of a human, astonishingly rose to their feet once more. It became evident that in order for the divine gun to devour these soul rings, every last one must be eliminated. With the combined might of the fire palm and fire wraith, Mahongjun surged towards the resurrected soul beasts, though they managed to stand. Most were in a state of utter exhaustion, easily dispatched by Mahongjun with just a few strikes. 5 minutes later, he beheld a magnificent sight, 45 glowing purple soul rings, all clustered within a 100-meter radius. The battle concluded. It was now time to control the soul rings and allow the divine gun imprint to absorb them. The imprint seemed to sense the abundant fire attribute energy surrounding it. Responding even before the absorption commenced, he first approached the soul ring of the nearly 3,000-year-old golden flame eagle, intending to begin with the mightiest and work his way down, ensuring that should any formidable soul beast appear, he would not suffer significant loss. An hour later, as the last purple soul ring was absorbed, Ma Hongjun exhaled deeply, finally having accomplished his task without interruption from any soul beasts. Perhaps it was due to the territory being that of the fire-spitting flame lizards, which deterred lesser soul beasts from approaching. However, some fire-spitting flame lizards emerged from the volcano, only to witness the ground strewn with their 1,000-year-old companions and one of their natural enemies, the golden flame eagles, all dead. They were so overwhelmed by the sight that they retreated in fright. Ma Hongjun was aware that within the clan of the fire-breathing lizards, there were no soul beasts that had lived for over a millennium. He had fortuitously stumbled upon this opportunity, yet regrettably, no soul bone had materialized. After absorbing the energy, he promptly retreated. During his 9 days near the volcano, his gains were substantial. Not only had he advanced his soul power to the 29th level, but he had also stored 10% of the fire attribute energy from 65,000-year-old fire attribute soul beasts within his divine spear mark. This energy could be utilized for enhancing his soul power, although he was uncertain of the exact amount required. However, from his recent cultivation experience, it seemed that the fire attribute energy needed for practicing the fire essence scripture was significantly greater. While others might ascend 2 levels with their energy, he might only manage to rise by 1, or perhaps not even that. Though his advancement was modest, the purity of his fire attribute soul power had greatly improved. It was time to return to Shrek. The master must be diligently training the others by now. As Ma Hongjun hastened through the Stardow forest, he contemplated his future training plans. The following day, an hour after lunch at Shrek Academy, all were present except for Ma Hongjun, who had not yet returned. The others donned weighted clothing, preparing for several rounds back and forth between Shrek and Soto City. Ma Hongjun has it easy. He took a 10-day leave. I should have done the same, Oscar remarked quietly. Me too, Ning Rongrong echoed. The master cast a sweeping glance over the 7 little monsters of Shrek and declared, "Let us depart." The 7 appeared to have formed a tacit understanding, ceasing their complaints, and set off with determined strides. Once the 7 had vanished from sight, the master turned to Flender and inquired, "Is your disciple returning today? Today marks the 10th day of his leave. I wonder what he has been up to at home. However, he should be back today," Flender sighed. The master smiled. "Your disciple managed to defeat a fully unleashed Tang San with his 26th level of soul power. And he even devised such a training-weighted gear. That is truly commendable. I hear his first 2 soul rings are purple. Congratulations, Flender, you have found a fine disciple." "Indeed, as the elder brother of the Golden Iron Triangle, my disciple is destined to be a leader," Flender boasted. "He certainly possesses the potential to become a titled Douluo." The master nodded. Though he acknowledged Flender's disciple's merits, deep down, he felt that Ma Hongjun could not measure up to Tang San, who wielded 2 martial souls. The second being the Hao Tian Hammer, rivaling even the top-tier Phoenix martial soul. Once the second martial soul began to accumulate soul rings, they would undoubtedly be of at least 10,000 years, making him a unique presence on the continent. Ma Hongjun merely held the potential to become a titled Douluo. At that moment, the Ma Hongjun they spoke of was in a hotel in Soto City. "I've reached the 30th level. It's time to return and seek the next soul ring from the Dean," he murmured to himself. Having traveled through the night to arrive in Soto City by midnight the previous day, Ma Hongjun did not return directly to Shrek Academy. Instead, he opted for a fine hotel where he could properly freshen up and rest. He began absorbing the fire attribute energy from the God Gun mark, successfully elevating his soul power to level 30. Chapter 42. Return to the Academy after breaking through to level 30. The fire attribute energy within the God Gun mark had not been significantly depleted, allowing him to continue utilizing it even after advancing to Soul Master. After a morning of cultivation, lunch had long passed, and having not eaten, Ma Hongjun tidied up briefly before departing the hotel for Soto City South Commercial Street to indulge in a delightful meal. He also packed several delicious items to take back. The food provided at Shrek's cafeteria was rather subpar. While it barely met nutritional needs, the taste left much to be desired. Having completed these tasks, Ma Hongjun visited the blacksmith shop to forge some iron beads. Though he already bore a weight of 70 kilograms, a more formidable soul ring necessitated a stronger physique. Currently, his spiritual power was only at the soul master level, leaving a considerable gap to reach the Soul King. From his previous experience absorbing a 4,000-year soul ring, he realized that achieving the level of a 10,000-year Black Soul ring was still beyond his reach. Now, he faced a choice. With the aid of the God Gun mark, he could absorb a soul beast nearing 10,000 years, as the mark allowed him to harness excess energy, mitigating the risk of fatal overload. Alternatively, he could wait until both his body and spiritual power reached the pinnacle of the Soul Master level, ensuring a safer absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring. However, aside from continuous weighted training, there were no other methods to strengthen his physique. Ma Hongjun contemplated which path to take, yet regardless of his choice, continuing to forge iron beads would undoubtedly prove beneficial. After waiting for more than an hour, he produced 50 kilograms of iron beads and set off from Soto City towards Shrek. However, as he exited the city, he spotted a group of familiar figures resting about 1,000 meters away. Thanks to his exceptional eyesight, he immediately recognized that they were clad in the same weighted gear as himself. Has Master begun the training? Ma Hongjun mused, noting that aside from the weighted gear he had provided, nothing else had changed. He strode towards the other 7 members of Shrek. That kid Ma Hongjun is living the good life. These days, he's almost worked us to the bone, Oscar teased. Indeed, it's exhausting, Xiaowu added. Tang San, filled with unwavering trust in their master, remarked, since the teacher has us training this way, there must be a reason, and the results are already evident, aren't they? Dai Mubai agreed. Little San is right. This period of training has significantly improved our physical condition, particularly our endurance. It's no wonder Ma Hongjun has progressed so rapidly. He must have discovered this method. Yes, Hongjun advised me to train this way long ago, had I started a few months earlier. Perhaps I wouldn't be in this situation now, Oscar sighed as he lay on the ground. In truth, it was Tang San who was most intrigued by Ma Hongjun, as he had been the first to directly defeat him since arriving in Douluo continent. His hidden weapons, both in speed and power, had proven utterly ineffective against someone with lower soul power. Furthermore, he was taken aback to discover that his opponent possessed equally mysterious martial skills, leading him to suspect that Ma Hongjun might hail from the same world as himself. Yet, upon reflection, he could not recall encountering such techniques in his previous life's martial world, leaving him unable to discern Ma Hongjun's origins. Today marks the 10th day. Is he returning? Lung Shuanger glanced toward Soto City and inquired. No sooner had she spoken than she spotted Ma Hongjun approaching not far from them. Hello, everyone. Have you missed me? Ma Hongjun greeted as he walked over leisurely. You're back, Ma Hongjun. The group exclaimed in delight. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, everyone has been working hard lately, haven't they? Of course. How did it go when you returned? Oscar inquired. Ma Hongjun had not returned home, so he merely replied, I'm doing all right, just the same. I bought a plethora of delicious treats in Soto City. Let us have a feast tonight. Well, aren't you generous? Dai Mubai remarked. In that case, let us hasten back. This is the final lap. Everyone, pick up the pace. All right then. Ma Hongjun donned the 70-kilogram weighted attire and joined the others in returning to Shrek Academy. After a half hour, they arrived outside the academy, where they could discern a middle-aged man waiting in the distance. Oscar explained to Ma Hongjun, that is the master, a close brother of the dean and a mentor to Tang San. This man, clad in black with short hair, is a pivotal character in Douluo, being Tang San's teacher and one of the Iron Triangle. Throughout his life, he has betrayed 2 unparalleled beauties. While his theories have enjoyed relative success, his personal conduct, especially as a man, has been less than admirable. The master has garnered mixed reviews from readers of the novels in his previous life, to speak fairly. There are aspects of his character that are commendable, yet there are failures that cannot be overlooked. Although Shrek has flourished under his guidance, developing a unique training method, it now seems less favorable for Ma Hongjun. Upon the arrival of the aide at the gates of Shrek Academy, the master glanced at the time and remarked, this time is quite commendable, significantly earlier than our last meeting. He then turned his attention to Ma Hongjun and inquired, you must be Ma Hongjun. I've heard about you from Flender. What is your current weight load? Throughout the journey, they had been voicing their grievances regarding the master's strictness, so it was surprising that he posed such a question upon their arrival. Yet, for the sake of his teacher Flender, Ma Hongjun responded, I just increased it by 70 kilograms. The master was slightly taken aback. This red-haired youth had already achieved a load of 70 kilograms, which was double the 30-plus kilograms of Tang San and Dai Mubai. He understood that a great soul master possessing such physique was akin to those exceptional individuals from the armored sect, for they were all men of considerable heft, often exceeding 300 pounds. Very well, you shall train with them tomorrow, the master declared. Ma Hongjun chuckled. You must be the master, but tomorrow may not be feasible. The master was momentarily taken aback. Why is that? My soul power has already ascended to the 30th level, Ma Hongjun replied. The crowd gasped in astonishment. 30th level? Were you not merely at the 25th level just 10 days ago? Perhaps it was due to my martial soul devouring my cultivation last time. It seems to have erupted all at once, returning what was taken and allowing me to rise by 30 levels, Ma Hongjun explained with a grin. He had long prepared this explanation. After all, it was the truth. You may interpret it as you wish. Chapter 43. Seize opportunities to pursue. The words of Ma Hongjun plunged the master into deep contemplation. He had devoted his life to the study of martial souls and had never encountered a situation quite like Ma Hongjun's. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Flender had informed him of Ma Hongjun's circumstances, hoping he could shed some light on the matter. However, this was a phenomenon he had neither seen nor heard of before, rendering him unable to provide any answers. Nevertheless, the master found himself captivated by Ma Hongjun's martial soul. Can we proceed inside? Ma Hongjun inquired, as everyone, having consumed the prepared saline solution, felt utterly exhausted and yearned for rest. Very well, return to your quarters and rest. Ma Hongjun, come with me. Flender should still be in the academy, the master replied. Understood, Ma Hongjun responded, following the master to Flender's office. What? Level 30 already? How could this happen so swiftly? Flender exclaimed, astonished. It was noteworthy that only 20 days had passed since Ma Hongjun absorbed the soul ring. To achieve such rapid advancement to level 30 in such a brief period was nothing short of extraordinary. Ma Hongjun feigned helplessness and said, I really don't know. On the way back, for some unknown reason, my martial soul displayed another anomaly, as if it returned the soul power that had previously been devoured, allowing me to reach level 30. His martial soul seemed exceedingly unstable. What if it were to consume your soul power again one day? Gang. You must determine why Ma Hongjun's martial soul has transformed in such a manner, Flender earnestly instructed, gazing at the master. The master nodded, his expression solemn as he looked at Ma Hongjun and said, Show me your martial soul. Perhaps we should step outside. I fear I might set the dean's office ablaze. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Flender nodded in agreement, and the three of them proceeded to the academy's playground. Ma Hongjun immediately unleashed his martial spirit, and the blazing fire phoenix emerged, seemingly igniting the surrounding air with its intense heat. As he felt the scorching aura radiating from the fire phoenix, beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the master standing nearby. In comparison to Flender, whose soul power stood at a mere 29 levels, the master found it challenging to withstand the pure fire attribute soul power of Ma Hongjun, who had already reached the 30th level. With keen observation of Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, the master commenced a series of inquiries, ultimately prompting Ma Hongjun to retract his martial spirit after demonstrating 2 soul skills. What do you think? Have you noticed any differences? Flender inquired. The master replied, based on the characteristics of his martial spirit and the various aspects of his soul skills. It appears that, in comparison to your previous descriptions, his martial spirit has indeed evolved and now bears little distinction from a standard top-tier phoenix martial spirit. And what of the soul power devouring aspect of his martial spirit? Flender queried. There's no need for haste. I shall consult some texts to investigate further. For now, I cannot provide a definitive answer, the master responded. Flender then turned his gaze back to Ma Hongjun and asked, having reached the 30th level, when do you plan to seek your 3rd soul ring? Ma Hongjun ultimately decided to wait a while longer, unwilling to hastily seek out a 3rd spirit ring. Given the opportunity before him, he yearned to pursue it further. Dean, I have made up my mind to wait. I aspire to chase a 10,000-year spirit ring. He articulated his thoughts. After all, the absorption of such a formidable spirit ring required the approval of the esteemed figure before him, as his current prowess was insufficient to contend with a 10,000-year spirit beast. Upon hearing this, Flender appeared somewhat irate. Last time you nearly faced disaster with a 4,000-year spirit ring, now you wish to pursue a 10,000-year spirit ring? Are you courting death? The master interjected. Your 2nd spirit ring is of 4,000 years. Theoretically, this aligns with the expected age for a 4th spirit ring of a soul sect. Since you have already reached this milestone with your 2nd ring, it is not entirely impossible for you to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for your 3rd, provided your physical strength has ascended to the pinnacle of a level 50 soul sect. In theory, that is. However, whether it can be achieved remains uncertain. He refrained from mentioning the soul impact of a 10,000-year spirit ring, as he himself was only at level 29 and lacked understanding in this regard. Is your physical strength truly at the pinnacle of level 50 soul sect now? Flender inquired. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "Not for the time being, but it will be soon. I plan to cultivate for a while." After saying this, he turned to the master and asked, "Master, I have my own set of training methods. Apart from the morning practice with everyone, may I arrange the rest of my time as I see fit? It is essential to participate in group training as part of a collective effort. You little rascal, you have no idea how many aspire to train under Gang. Do not underestimate the opportunity," Flanders retorted fiercely. "This kid has been gone for 10 days, and he has grown wings. Principal, I truly have my own training schedule. When have you seen me slack off?" Ma Hongjun replied earnestly. Flanders found himself at a loss for words. Over the past few months, Ma Hongjun had indeed been the most diligent in his training. What about Gang? Flanders even felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It's all right. Since you wish to train independently, feel free to do so. Just be sure to join the group practice in the morning," the master said. "Thank you." That evening, Ma Hongjun took out the delicacies he had brought from Soto City and shared them with everyone. After dinner, while on his way back to his room, Zhu Shiqing caught up with him. "Yu Qing, is there something you need?" Ma Hongjun asked. A hint of a smile finally graced Zhu Shiqing's typically cold visage as she replied, "Thank you for your help during the Titan Giant Ape incident last time. It was nothing. Anyone in our academy would have acted the same way in that situation." Ma Hongjun thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be about that incident. He chuckled to himself, recalling the delightful experience. Lost in thought, he inadvertently glanced again at Zhu Shiqing's impressive figure, a sensation that was simply unforgettable. Yet, Zhu Shiqing did not return his gaze. Instead, she seemed lost in contemplation. Staring into the distance of the night, Ma Hongjun then focused his gaze and noticed a tall shadow flitting by. Wasn't that Dai Mubai? What could he be up to at this hour? "Jun, come with me to take a look," Zhu Shiqing invited. Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. He rather liked this form of address. Big Brother Dai must have his own affairs to attend to tonight. "Perhaps we should refrain from going," he suggested. Vaguely speculating on Dai Mubai's intentions, suspecting he had not indulged in certain pursuits for quite some time and was feeling a longing. Previously, just as he was about to enjoy a rendezvous with the pair of twin sisters he had acquired, Tang San and Xiao Wu had intervened. "I will go alone," Zhu Shiqing declared. Observing her departure into the night, Ma Hongjun remarked, "Is it not perilous for a young woman to venture out alone at such a late hour?" "Indeed. I am going to protect her," he muttered to himself, and without further ado, he hastily followed in Zhu Shiqing's footsteps, maintaining a considerable distance from Dai Mubai. They soon arrived at Soto City. Upon entering, Dai Mubai proceeded directly into an upscale establishment, emerging shortly after, flanked by two tall, elegantly dressed young women who appeared to be in their late teens. Not only were they attired similarly, but they also bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, clearly being a pair of twin sisters. Chapter 44. Zhu Shiqing's transformation. Zhu Shiqing's countenance darkened as she beheld the scene before her, her fists clenched tightly, struggling to contain her fury. "Yiqing, did you know Big Brother Dai previously?" Ma Hongjun inquired deliberately. Acknowledging his question with a nod, Zhu Shiqing confided softly, "I did." Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. "What do you intend to do now?" Ma Hongjun asked. At that moment, Dai Mubai was seen laughing and conversing with the twin sisters, before heading directly into a luxurious couples hotel across the street. Witnessing Dai Mubai and the two women entering the establishment, it was evident to all what their intentions were. Ma Hongjun remained silent, allowing Zhu Shiqing to make her own decision. Internally, Zhu Shiqing was in turmoil. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, "I will return." Upon uttering these words, she turned and walked away, seemingly feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. As she exited Soto City, Zhu Shiqing finally addressed the curiosity that lingered. "You must be wondering why I care so much and chose to follow Dai Mubai on such a late hour. There must be a story between you two." Ma Hongjun responded, "Indeed, there seems to be a tale." Zhu Shiqing then revealed, "In truth, I should be considered Dai Mubai's fiancée." Although Ma Hongjun had long been aware, he still feigned astonishment as he listened to Zhu Shiqing recount her experiences with Dai Mubai. To the casual observer, Zhu Shiqing appeared to be a person of few words, exuding an air of cold indifference that suggested she preferred solitude. Perhaps influenced by the events surrounding Dai Mubai that day, she found herself uncharacteristically open before Ma Hongjun, sharing the entirety of her narrative with him. Even the resolute Zhu Shiqing could not restrain her emotions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she poured out her innermost grievances. Ma Hongjun listened attentively, continuously offering solace to Zhu Shiqing. By the time they returned to Shrek, it was already deep into the night, and Ma Hongjun had patiently heard Zhu Shiqing recount her story for several hours. It became evident to him the immense pressure Zhu Shiqing faced in her quest to find Dai Mubai. His departure had left her to confront the oppressive forces of her sister, Zhu Zhuyun, and the Crown Prince, Davis, all alone in the Star Luo Empire. In truth, Dai Mubai had fled to escape the overwhelming pressure and to avoid the threat to his life. However, his departure had undoubtedly burdened Zhu Shiqing with the weight of their shared struggles. She was indeed a pitiable girl, though Dai Mubai held the position of leader in Shrek. His previous actions were far from commendable. Jun Ge, thank you for listening to my story. I feel much better now. Zhu Shiqing said at the front of the Shrek dormitory building. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly. No worries, it is my duty. He added, I kindly ask you to keep this matter to yourself. Please do not disclose it to anyone besides us. Zhu Shiqing reiterated her request. He assured her, of course. I will not spread this around. You can rest assured. It is quite late. You should retire for the night. We have practice together in the morning. Ma Hongjun reminded her. Zhu Shiqing nodded and turned to head back, while Ma Hongjun watched her, noticing her somewhat weary appearance. Suddenly, Zhu Shiqing turned her gaze back to Ma Hongjun and inquired, I heard you were also planning to visit such places like Dai Mubai did? Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Zhu Shiqing's inquiry, yet it was an undeniable fact, well known to all. He did not conceal the truth. I have been there. But I no longer need it. It was a situation born of necessity. I have heard about it. Could you take me along for morning training? I wish to grow stronger, Zhu Shiqing expressed. You want to train with me? Ma Hongjun replied in surprise. Certainly. I aspire to become more powerful and no longer rely on anyone, Zhu Shiqing affirmed. Ma Hongjun remarked, however, after your cultivation, how will you train during the day? The intensity of the training in daylight is quite formidable. How could Zhu Shiqing endure it? Perhaps the events of the previous night had dealt a heavy blow to Zhu Shiqing. It was unexpected that upon her arrival, Dai Mubai still lingered in reminiscence of that particular place. Noticing Ma Hongjun's hesitation, Zhu Shiqing reassured him, do not worry. I shall not impede your cultivation. Nor will I neglect my training during the day. Very well, if you wish to come, then do so. Meet me at 4 in the morning. For now, go and rest. While cultivation is vital, rest is even more essential, Ma Hongjun replied. Thank you, she responded, and as Zhu Shiqing's silhouette faded from his sight, Ma Hongjun prepared to return to his dormitory for some rest. This was the essence of Zhu Shiqing's character. Though she had discerned the truth, she chose not to confront it directly, instead bearing the burden herself. She was a seemingly strong exterior concealing a fragile heart, yearning for compassion amidst her jealousy. The pressure upon her was indeed immense. In the novels that Ma Hongjun had read, such complexities were often merely glossed over. Yet today, in a moment of emotional turmoil, Zhu Shiqing had unveiled her most vulnerable side. As she recounted her story with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun truly grasped the challenges she faced. He felt an urge to declare that Dai Mubai was unworthy, hardly a man at all. However, one must consider that Dai Mubai, despite his current state, might gradually transform with the support of Master and Tang San, regaining confidence and focusing wholeheartedly on Zhu Shiqing, embodying the notion that a wayward son returning home is priceless. Yet, after the events of this night, would things remain the same? Would Zhu Shiqing find it in her heart to forgive Dai Mubai? The answers to these questions remained uncertain. Perhaps it was due to the fact that his soul was no longer the original Ma Hongjun, subtly influencing every individual within Shrek and altering their fateful trajectories. The following day, at the break of dawn, precisely 4 o'clock, as Ma Hongjun opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Zhu Shiqing clad in her training gear. She was adorned with a weighted vest, patiently awaiting his arrival. Yu Qing, you've come quite early. Are you sure you need to wear a weighted vest during our training? Ma Hongjun inquired. It is worth noting that the weight of Zhu Shiqing's vest was a formidable 20 kilograms. With a chuckle, Zhu Shiqing replied, your own burden has already reached 70 kilograms. What is my 20 kilograms in comparison? Unbeknownst to her, Ma Hongjun had, upon returning the previous afternoon, commissioned the village tailor to enhance his own weighted gear to a staggering 100 kilograms. To absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring, one must be relentless with oneself. Accompanied by Zhu Shiqing, Ma Hongjun swiftly made his way to the riverside where he had previously trained. Yu Qing, this movement is intended to strengthen the waist, correct? Indeed. That is the purpose. Do you see this set of movements? Perform one set, rest for a minute, and then proceed again until you reach your limit, she instructed. Ah, this is quite challenging. Yu Qing, after training, be sure to pat your muscles to relax them and prevent them from becoming dormant, Ma Hongjun advised. What do you mean by dormant muscles? Zhu Shiqing asked. Those are the muscles of a hulking man who appears strong but is, in reality, rather ineffective, he explained. Zhu Zhuqing dismissed the notion with disdain. I have no desire to become like that. The sound of rhythmic padding occasionally echoed along the riverbank. After 3 hours, as dawn broke, their training came to an end. At that moment, Oscar had yet to awaken, so Ma Hongjun knocked on his door to procure 2 recovery sausages, handing one to Zhu Zhuqing. Exhausted, she realized that without Oscar's recovery sausages, enduring the day's training would be a formidable challenge. After washing up and enjoying breakfast, everyone reconvened on the training field, oblivious to the events that had transpired the previous night, including Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing's joint training. However, Ma Hongjun noticed that Dai Mubai, having just eaten, walked with a slight tremor in his legs, seemingly fatigued from the previous night's revelry. Chapter 45, Combined Training. For Verses 4, Part 1, the 8 members of Shrek Academy stood in formation. The master arrived shortly thereafter, scrutinizing the 8 students before focusing on the visibly weary Dai Mubai, remarking, Dai Mubai, did you not rest well last night? It was evident that the master sensed something amiss with Dai Mubai. Taken aback, he replied, I'm doing reasonably well. Yet his voice carried a hint of tension, markedly different from his usual demeanor. The master furrowed his brows, then addressed the group with a serious tone. Today marks the first day of Mahongjun's combined training. His physical conditioning is exceptionally advanced, with a burden exceeding yours by more than double, thus he will not participate in training this afternoon and may engage in free practice. Upon this announcement, the others cast envious glances at Mahongjun. The master continued, since Mahongjun is present today, we shall commence a small team battle. Formatted as 4 against 4. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Oscar will form one team, while Mahongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Lang Shuanger, and Ning Rongrong will comprise the other. At this moment, Dai Mubai protested, Master, this seems rather unfair, doesn't it? All 4 of us are spirit elders while they are merely great spirit masters. How can we possibly train against them? The master did not respond directly but instead glanced at Ma Hongjun, asking, do you believe you would lose to them? Ma Hongjun shook his head and replied, no. The master was quite satisfied with this response and turned to Dai Mubai and Tang San, saying, the 4 of you are prohibited from employing your 3rd soul skill. And Tang San, you are also barred from using your hidden weapons. Each team will have 1 incense stick's worth of time to prepare, and the countdown begins now. The team that loses this afternoon must run an additional 2 laps. The master spoke sternly. After this, he took out an incense stick, lit it, and started the timer. The 8 individuals split into 2 groups, with Tang San organizing one side and Ma Hongjun managing the other, while Fei Bai stood at opposite ends of the training ground. Ma Hongjun gazed at Lang Shuanger, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, stating, in the absence of their 3rd soul skills, our chances of victory are quite substantial. Brother Jun, please enlighten us on what course of action we should take. We shall heed your guidance, Lang Shuanger responded. All 3 turned their attention to Ma Hongjun, awaiting his directives. I have a preliminary strategy in mind. If you find it feasible, we shall proceed accordingly. Ma Hongjun had been contemplating tactics since the announcement of the battle, and now had formulated an initial plan. Brother Hongjun, please share your thoughts. We will follow your lead, Ning Rongrong chimed in. Examining our formations, both teams possess unique advantages. Let us first consider Dai Mubai's side. Dai Mubai is a formidable assault-type soul master. Tang San specializes in control, Xiaowu is also an assault type, and Oscar provides support. Their strengths lie in their powerful offensive capabilities and the ability to control the battlefield, especially with Oscar's 1st soul skill, allowing them to engage in prolonged combat. As Ma Hongjun elaborated on the advantages of the opposing team, the 3 listened intently, seemingly unable to find any flaws in his analysis. Zhu Zhuqing inquired, what about us? Ma Hongjun smiled and remarked, am I not here? Both Shuanger and I belong to the assault category, while Zhuqing excels in agility, and Rongrong serves as our support. We have 2 strategies for battle. We can either focus on Oscar first, depriving them of their support, or we can engage in a rapid confrontation to resolve the conflict as swiftly as possible. With Rongrong's 2 soul skills, the disparity in soul power levels will be significantly mitigated. It is inevitable that their primary target will be you, Rongrong. Ma Hongjun expressed his belief that Tang San was astute enough to prioritize eliminating Ning Rongrong. Should she fall, their team's chances of victory would diminish considerably. Perhaps this was the master's deliberate arrangement. Before long, a brief period passed, and the master promptly declared the commencement of the practice session. In the center of the training ground, He delineated a circle with a diameter of approximately 30 meters to serve as the battleground. Any participant who stepped outside would be deemed eliminated and unable to continue. The two teams positioned themselves on opposite sides, roughly 10 meters apart. Tang San stood at the center, flanked by Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, with Oscar situated behind them. On the opposing side, Ma Hongjun occupied the center, with Lang Shuanger and Zhu Zhiqing slightly behind him, and Ning Rongrong at the rear. Let the battle begin. It will conclude once one team emerges victorious, the master announced. As the clash commenced, Dai Mubai took the lead, followed closely by Lang Shuanger and Zhu Zhiqing, who launched their attacks simultaneously, while Ma Hongjun remained still. At the very moment the battle began, Ning Rongrong activated her first and second soul skills, enhancing the strength and speed of Ma Hongjun and his companions by 30%. Feeling the surge of power, Zhu Zhiqing charged forth, her target being Dai Mubai, and she wasted no time unleashing her first soul skill, the Nether Shadow Strike. Lang Shuanga followed suit with her first soul skill, sending two ice pillars hurtling towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's soul ring illuminated as he activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger Barrier, to counter their assault. Meanwhile, Xiao had already dashed to Ma Hongjun's front, her waistbow drawn. But her second soul skill proved ineffective against him. She could only rely on her first soul skill as the third was currently unavailable. Although Xiao had attained the level of Soul Master, Ma Hongjun had also progressed significantly. As her waistbow came at him, Ma Hongjun glanced ahead and noticed that Tang San had vacated his previous position. He swiftly retreated to evade Xiaowu's attack, activating his martial soul and promptly positioning himself beside Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Tang San's first soul skill, Entanglement, manifested, revealing his target, Ning Rongrong. While Xiaowu's actions were merely a feint, Ma Hongjun swiftly grasped Tang San's blue silver grass and activated his second spirit skill, Phoenix in Flames. This amplified his fire attribute power by 100% and elevated his attack and defense by 50%. Frankly, the potency of this spirit skill was comparable to that of many soul sects' fourth spirit skills. Under the onslaught of Ma Hongjun's Phoenix in Flames, approaching him was utterly futile. Any attempt to close the distance would result in being engulfed by his flames. After all, Tang San lacked the ice and fire-tempering body, and thus had no immunity to the flames, nor had he awakened his blue silver grass. The blue silver grass was rendered ineffective against Ma Hongjun, indicating that Tang San's control-type spirit skills were futile against him. From a distance, Tang San realized that Ma Hongjun had discerned his strategy, prompting him to abandon his plan to ambush Ning Rongrong. He immediately called out, "Xiao Wu, return." Upon hearing Tang San's command, Xiao Wu swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, the battle between Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhiqing, and Lang Shuangao had taken a surprising turn. During their initial enrollment, the three had fought with the assistance of Ning Rongrong's support spirit skills, leaving the two at a distinct disadvantage. However, now Ma Hongjun witnessed an astonishing scene. Zhu Zhiqing and Lang Shuangao were relentlessly pushing Dai Mubai back. After Tang San and Xiao withdrew, Dai Mubai had no choice but to retreat as well. Yet, as he stepped back, he seemed unsteady, nearly stumbling. His condition was markedly different from before. He appeared fatigued, particularly in his legs, which felt unusually weak. "Oscar, pass me a recovery sausage," Dai Mubai urged urgently. In Chapter 46, titled Joint Training for VS4, Part 2, it was striking that after only 2 rounds of engagement, Dai Mubai requested a recovery sausage. Reflecting on Dai Mubai's earlier state, Oscar complied and crafted a recovery sausage. Only Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhiqing understood the reason behind Dai Mubai's condition. It was undoubtedly due to excessive energy expenditure. After consuming Oscar's recovery sausage, Dai Mubai regained some vitality, his confidence seemingly restored as he proclaimed, "Come, let us continue." For reasons unknown, when Dai Mubai uttered this phrase, Zhu Zhiqing felt a slight urge to retch. Swiftly resolving the battle was not feasible, as the opposing quartet had already surpassed the rank of soul respect. If Tang San could anticipate Ning Rongrong's ambush on their side, he would undoubtedly also foresee the need to protect Oscar. Thus, they would have to engage in a straightforward confrontation. Ma Hongjun cast a glance at Lang Shuanger and Zhu Zhiqing, then charged ahead with unyielding determination. Heading straight for Dai Mubai, Lang Shuanger possessed formidable freezing powers, which exerted a certain suppressive effect on Tang San's blue-silver grass. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's advance, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhiqing, the image of that day when Ma Hongjun had seized her in an inappropriate manner resurfacing in his mind. How could he allow anyone to lay a hand on his woman? Even if it was merely an accident, it was utterly unacceptable. He resolved to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson. Instantly, his soul power surged forth, although he could not employ his third soul skill. The intensity of his soul power as a rank 37 soul elder imposed a significant advantage over Ma Hongjun, who was merely at rank 30. But was it truly that simple? As Ma Hongjun drew near, Dai Mubai activated 2 of his soul rings. His second soul skill was unleashed. A pale white orb of energy hurtling toward Ma Hongjun. This was Dai Mubai's second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Ma Hongjun was the first to manifest his purple soul ring. With a single hand, he unleashed a fiery line of the phoenix. Still under the influence of his second soul skill, this fiery line resembled a towering pillar of flames as it surged towards Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave. The phoenix fire line crashed through Dai Mubai's defense, its momentum unabated. Realizing the dire situation, Dai Mubai immediately activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger's Barrier. However, the sheer power of the phoenix fire line was overwhelming. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai was sent flying, landing perilously close to the edge of the designated area, nearly stepping out of bounds. How could this be? Dai Mubai thought, incredulous. He had previously sparred with Ma Hongjun, where their strengths had been evenly matched despite the absence of soul power. Yet, this was entirely different. He was a formidable soul master at level 37. At that moment, the master outside the arena interjected, "This is perfectly normal. Both of Ma Hongjun's soul skills are derived from thousand-year soul rings. And even a fourth soul skill from a soul master pales in comparison." Reflecting on Ma Hongjun's fiery attributes and their detrimental effect on Tang San's blue-silver grass, the master continued, "Except for Oscar, the 3 of you may utilize your third soul skills." Enduring the pain, Dai Mubai rose to his feet. The damage inflicted was significant, and he sought a recovery sausage from Oscar. It was noteworthy that Ma Hongjun's attack had the capacity to annihilate a thousand-year soul beast. Had it not been for the partial defense provided by his second soul skill and the protection from the first, he would have sustained grave injuries. After consuming yet another recovery sausage, Dai Mubai felt a slight resurgence of strength, though Oscar's restorative sausages were limited, and his condition was not vastly improved from the outset. However, the prospect of employing his third soul skill reignited his confidence. He promptly activated it, causing his body to swell with power, enhancing his attack, defense, and strength by a remarkable 100%, maintainable for half an hour. Concurrently, Tang San and Xiao Wu approached, ready to assist in the assault against Ma Hongjun. Zhu Zhuqing and Leng Shuanger were not to be outdone, summoning their martial souls behind Ma Hongjun. As Ma Hongjun's second spirit ability was activated, both his strength and defense surged by 50%, complemented by Ning Rongrong's 30% enhancement to power and speed. Even if one were to increase their prowess by 100%, it would matter little. Just as Dai Mubai was about to charge forward, Xiao Wu darted to the forefront. Tang San unleashed his first spirit ability, directing it straight towards Leng Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing. Although he could not control Ma Hongjun, he exerted a degree of control over the other two. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing was ensnared, and the unique mandala serpent venom of the blue-silver grass first spirit ability exhibited a paralyzing effect. Meanwhile, as Leng Shuanger was just beginning to be restrained, an icy aura emanated from her form, causing the blue-silver grass to freeze. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the control over the two individuals. Upon noticing Xiao Wu rushing towards him, Ma Hongjun immediately sensed that something was amiss. Was Xiao Wu about to employ her third soul skill, perhaps to teleport? Ma Hongjun swiftly prepared to retreat, but at that moment, Xiao Wu appeared before him, seemingly ready to employ her waist bow. In the next instant, Xiao Wu vanished from his sight. Ma Hongjun unleashed 3 lines of phoenix fire, aiming directly at the rear. As Xiao Wu made her entrance, the phoenix fire had already reached its target. With a thunderous roar, 1 line of phoenix fire struck Xiao Wu squarely in the back. Tang Xin called out to Xiao Wu. She had initially intended to feign an attack on Ma Hongjun, but her true objective was to teleport using her third spirit ability to confront either Zhu Zhuqing or Leng Shuanger, who were under Tang San's control. Within a mere 5 meters, Ma Hongjun was already prepared. Xiao Wu was hit and collapsed instantly. Ma Hongjun's first spirit ability was not to be trifled with. "Oh, it seems I may have been a tad too forceful," Ma Hongjun murmured. However, Xiao Wu was, after all, a spirit elder, and this time, Ma Hongjun had employed 3 lines of phoenix fire, which were not as potent as a single line. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xin activated his third spirit ability, Spider Web Restraint, which instantly ensnared Ma Hongjun and his companions. Tang Xin rushed to assist Xiao Wu, inquiring with concern, "Xiao Wu, are you all right?" "Brother, I'm fine. "This attack cannot harm me," she replied. "Here, have one of my recovery sausages." Oscar offered her a sausage. Yet, the flames of Ma Hongjun blazed fiercely. Even Tang San's third spirit ability struggled against the intensity of Ma Hongjun's fire. Ma Hongjun hurriedly advanced, delivering a swift punch towards Oscar. Although he did not exert excessive force, the blow was sufficient to propel Oscar out of the ring. But would Tang San allow Oscar to escape so easily? A strand of blue-silver grass reached out towards Oscar, attempting to rescue him. However, Ma Hongjun was well aware of Tang San's tactic in his past life. He had witnessed how Tang San employed this very maneuver to extricate himself from numerous predicaments in both novels and animations. As Oscar soared out of the ring, Ma Hongjun also sprang into action, his fist enveloped in flames. By the time Tang San's blue-silver grass extended, Ma Hongjun had already positioned himself. His fiery hand grasped the blue-silver grass, causing Oscar to plummet outside the ring. Witnessing this scene, the master could not help but nod in approval. Marveling at Ma Hongjun's keen combat awareness, as he had anticipated Tang San's attempt to rescue Oscar and foreseen what Xiao Wu intended to do. Chapter 47, Ma Hongjun vs. Tang San. As the battle progressed, the master found himself increasingly unable to decipher Ma Hongjun, though he was equally perplexed by Tang San. Ma Hongjun seemed shrouded in greater mystery. It was as if he possessed profound knowledge of everyone, appearing to be more suited to the role of leader than even Tang San. Prior to Ma Hongjun's arrival, the master had been wholly focused on cultivating Tang San as the backbone of the team. Oscar's exit from the ring signified that the remaining four were devoid of support, relying solely on their own capabilities. Meanwhile, both Lang Shuanger and Zhu Qing were ensnared by Tang San's third spirit ability, rendering them incapable of escape. Even Lang Shuanger's two spirit abilities could not break free from this controlling skill in the immediate moment. Zhu Qing was in an even more precarious position. Having been affected by the paralyzing toxin of Tang San's blue-silver grass, her combat effectiveness had significantly diminished, leaving her feeling somewhat uncontrollable. This was an unavoidable circumstance for Ma Hongjun, as Tang San's control was indeed formidable. Now, they could only depend on themselves. Tang San remained uneasy about Xiao Wu's injuries. Being struck directly by Ma Hongjun's attack forced him to send Xiao Wu out of the ring to consume Oscar's recovery sausage. Initially, Ma Hongjun felt that his blow might have been too severe, but upon noticing Zhu Qing's poisoning, he reassured himself that it was not overly harsh. After all, Tang San had resorted to poison. Was it truly excessive for him to deliver a strike? In a sparring match, injuries were inevitable. As Xiao Wu was sent out, Ma Hongjun sensed Tang San's growing anger, understanding that the blow had struck Xiao Wu, which was undoubtedly his Achilles heel. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun resolved to launch an attack on Tang San, believing that this was the only way to rescue his controlled comrades. However, given Tang San's proximity, he unexpectedly took the initiative, leaving Ma Hongjun to realize that he would be too late to intervene. In light of this, he decided to pivot his strategy. After all, this was a friendly sparring session, and he was well within his rights to adapt his approach. Nevertheless, should his comrades face life-threatening peril, Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly exert every ounce of effort to save them. In this scenario, he turned his attention towards Dai Mubai. If he could not effectuate a rescue, it would soon be a matter of forming a 2-against-1 situation with Ning Rongrong and himself. Should Dai Mubai and Tang San join forces, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Just at that moment, Dai Mubai thought to himself as he observed Ma Hongjun charging towards him. Having long since prepared his third soul skill, and he too surged forward, as Ma Hongjun activated his Phoenix Fire Palm. The potency of his fire attribute surged by an astounding 100%, along with a similar enhancement in strength and defense. It could be said that this attack surpassed the combined might of his first and second spirit abilities. The master furrowed his brows, taken aback by the formidable prowess exhibited by a fire attribute spirit master. This appeared to be a unique spirit ability of his own design. To others, Ma Hongjun's skill was recognized as an original fire attribute ability. On the other hand, Dai Mubai brimmed with confidence regarding his third spirit ability, being a millennium-old technique, coupled with a significantly superior spirit power compared to Ma Hongjun. The clash of their fists resulted in a jarring impact, causing Dai Mubai to feel as though his arm might shatter, a searing pain radiating throughout his body. For a moment, he questioned whether he had utilized a counterfeit third spirit ability. Following this exchange, Dai Mubai was propelled backward. However, as a sole sovereign, his spirit power was indeed greater than that of Ma Hongjun. Despite the level disparity, the difference was not as pronounced, as Ma Hongjun practiced the blaze scripture. Meanwhile, Tang San had already eliminated Zhu Zhuqing and Lung Shuanger. As Dai Mubai soared through the air, Ma Hongjun unleashed 3 lines of phoenix fire. Having approached the edge of the circle, Dai Mubai was compelled to twist his body mid-air to evade the fiery assault. Yet, upon landing, he found himself inadvertently stepping outside the boundary. How could this be? I have lost. Dai Mubai struggled to accept this reality. Now, only Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Ning Rongrong remained within the circle. Rongrong, allow me, Ma Hongjun declared. The distance between him and Ning Rongrong was too great, 20 meters apart, while Tang San was less than 5 meters away, likely to strike at Ning Rongrong first. Thus, he urged her to exit the circle to minimize her injuries. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong stepped outside, leaving only Tang San and Ma Hongjun in the arena. This scene bore a resemblance to their initial entrance examination, albeit with a difference. Ma Hongjun had progressed from level 25 to level 30, while Tang San had reached the pinnacle of level 31, now possessing the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. Tang San's ability to absorb a 2,000-year spirit ring from a higher level did not elevate his spirit power beyond level 31. He merely reached its zenith. In comparison, the enhancement of actual combat power still belonged predominantly to Tang San, as the 8 spider lances could amplify all of his states by 50%, augmenting his speed and bestowing formidable poison, thereby enhancing his overall combat capacity. As Tang San prepared to face Ma Hongjun once more, he felt a surge of confidence. The master had merely stated that concealed weapons were prohibited, not the use of the 8 spider lances. Go for it, Jungu. Sangu, give it your all. Xiao San, it's up to you now. Each of them cheered for their remaining teammate, though the essence of teamwork had faded, leaving only a one-on-one duel. The master could have called off the match, yet he recalled Flender's frequent boasting about his disciples, claiming they surpassed Tang San significantly and had easily defeated him during the entrance examination. Were it not for this, he might have halted the combat. However, he now wished to discern the gap between his disciple Tang San and Ma Hongjun. He intended to identify any shortcomings and address them. Recognizing that fire attribute spirit masters were inherently the nemesis of blue silvergrass, and battling against Ma Hongjun would provide invaluable experience fighting fire attribute spirit masters. Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly refuse to concede, and neither would Tang San. Having been bested by Ma Hongjun previously, Tang San was determined to triumph over him once more. It seemed that Tang San had realized that his blue-silver grass was countered by Ma Hongjun's fire attributes, thus he approached Ma Hongjun employing the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. With Tang San's ascension to Soul Master and a breakthrough in his Xiantian skill, his speed had further increased compared to before. Ma Hongjun, unwilling to be outdone, transformed his hands into a fiery red hue, his feet treading upon the flames without leaving a trace. With a resounding clash, the two figures collided swiftly, only to separate once more, each retreating a few paces. Ma Hongjun perceived that Tang San's offensive prowess had significantly improved since his arrival at the academy. As Ma Hongjun unleashed his blazing palm, Tang San was compelled to resort to the mystic jade hand in response. The two clashed once more, the sound of their combat echoing through the air. Ma Hongjun's blazing palm was immensely powerful, each strike more formidable than the last, leaving Tang San with no choice but to utilize his crane-catching dragon technique to counter Ma Hongjun's force. While Tang San's mystic jade hand was indeed formidable, its nature differed from the raw aggression of Ma Hongjun's blazing palm. The latter was a fierce assault, whereas the mystic jade hand lacked comparable striking power. After enduring 2 of Ma Hongjun's powerful strikes, Tang San had to rely on crane-catching dragon to neutralize Ma Hongjun's onslaught. However, Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of Tang San's intentions. He unleashed a direct stream of flames with his blazing palm, which Tang San found exceedingly difficult to counter. With a resounding crash, Tang San was propelled backward by Ma Hongjun's flames. A large hole burned through the fabric of his chest. Tang San felt as though he was completely restrained by Ma Hongjun's myriad of attacks. However, he could not afford to lose. In the next moment, 8 spider legs extended from behind Tang San. It had arrived, his external spirit bone. Xiao exclaimed with delight. Chapter 48. Tang San is on the verge of despair. Ma Hongjun once again cast his gaze upon Tang San's 8 spider lances, and in the blink of an eye, the 8 spider legs had already elongated to a length of 1.5 meters. They then unfurled once more, with the robust joints extending an additional 1.5 meters, revealing their most formidable points. Tang San could not help but emit a low growl as the 8 spider legs unfurled from his back, spreading out on either side of his form. The purple glow shimmered like amethyst, as if 8 arms were safeguarding his body at the center. when Xiaowu mentioned the term external spirit bone. The others turned their attention to her, for while they were familiar with spirit bones, the concept of an external spirit bone had never crossed their minds before. "I'm not certain. It was my brother who informed me of this term," Xiaowu remarked, glancing at the master. The master, with a serious demeanor, explained. While everyone may be aware of spirit bones, they are typically only found in exceptionally powerful spirit beasts that meet certain unique conditions upon their demise. Such bones usually manifest in 10,000-year-old spirit beasts, with a probability of 1 in 1,000. The chance of an external spirit bone materializing is even less than 1 in 10,000, making its rarity second only to that of a 100,000-year spirit bone. It is a type of spirit bone that can be absorbed in addition to the 6 primary spirit bones of the human body. The conditions for its acquisition are exceedingly arduous. You have likely witnessed Xiao San absorbing his 3rd spirit ring. His fortune in obtaining an external spirit bone is truly remarkable. However, you will soon understand its specific functions. The master succinctly elucidated the concept of the external spirit bone before redirecting his attention to the 2 individuals within the circle. Since the day he arrived, he had already instructed Tang San on the cultivation of the 8 spider lances, and now, after 7 days, there should be some progress. The significance of such bones being second only to the 100,000-year spirit bones is a notion best understood by Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Hailing from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the Star Luo Empire, respectively, they seem to harbor silent concern for Ma Hongjun, according to the master's words. It appeared as though Tang San was destined for victory. When it comes to the understanding of the 8 spider lances, Ma Hongjun might possess greater insight than Tang San himself. Given his awareness of the evolution process of the 8 spider spear and the extent of Tang San's consumption of arachnid spirit beasts, particularly the near extinction of the man-faced demon spider, in essence, it is akin to the divine mark of the spear, albeit it devours fire attribute spirit beasts. Once prepared, Tang San did not forget to caution Ma Hongjun, saying, "Jungu, you must be careful. My 8 spider spear is highly toxic. Come at me. Do not hold back. Let me witness your true strength." Ma Hongjun exclaimed with excitement, a fervent battle spirit igniting within him. Due to Ma Hongjun being a couple of months older, Tang San could only address him as brother. Even Oscar did not receive such an honor, merely being referred to as Little Ao. While Dai Mubai was simply called Boss Dai, Ma Hongjun understood that to earn a title of respect, strength was of paramount importance. Otherwise, despite his age being the greatest among them, he might merely be referred to as the fatty. Tang San propelled the 8 spider lances forward, swiftly closing the distance to Ma Hongjun. His speed markedly increased. Ma Hongjun once again activated the state of his 2nd soul skill, the flame of untraceable movement. As the 8 soul bones relentlessly pierced toward him, he had no choice but to continuously evade. Tang San recalled the words of his master, with the presence of the 8 spider lances. He had the opportunity to contend with soul masters whose levels differed by no more than 10 ranks. This meant that at his current level of 31, he had a chance to triumph even against a soul master of level 40. Presently, Ma Hongjun was merely at level 30. And with the emergence of the 8 spider lances, Tang San brimmed with confidence as Ma Hongjun skillfully dodged with his enhanced agility. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the lethal poison contained within Tang San's 8 spider lances. Even the slightest contact could lead to his downfall. Yet, surrender was not in Ma Hongjun's nature. He evaded the onslaught of the spider legs with remarkable agility under the guise of his fiery presence. Initially, Tang San employed only 3 of the spider legs, later escalating to 4, but Ma Hongjun managed to dodge with a deftness that surprised all. Suddenly, Tang San murmured, "It should come to an end." The number of attacking spider legs had surged to 6, their speed becoming increasingly ferocious. The master echoed, "It's over." Had he lost? Zhu Zhuqing whispered, her heart heavy with the thought of defeat, especially at the hands of that individual. However, Ma Hongjun would never concede so easily. His eyes shimmered with a hint of golden light, transforming dramatically. What was this? All eyes were fixed upon his gaze. A soul bone. Another external soul bone. As Ma Hongjun activated it, he deftly evaded the onslaught of Tang San's 6 spider legs with apparent ease. "Master, is this also an external soul bone?" Oscar inquired. The master, though uncertain, could only surmise that it was indeed an external soul bone, nodding in affirmation, pondering how Flender had managed to find such a remarkable disciple. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was harnessing the full potential of his eye bone, which not only amplified his power, but also bestowed a unique ability. When utilizing the eye bone, his opponent's attack speed appeared to diminish by at least 30%, as if everything had slowed down. Initially, he had been oblivious to this capability, having stumbled upon it while searching for fire attribute soul beasts. This ability often allowed him to anticipate his adversary's moves and seemed to grow stronger alongside the evolution of the eye bone. Possessing such an advantage proved particularly beneficial in close combat. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's adept use of his soul bone, Tang Xin abandoned all restraint, unleashing the full force of his 8 spider legs in a relentless assault against Ma Hongjun. Upon activating the Eagle Eye, Ma Hongjun no longer solely relied on evasion, having acquired ample space to strike. As he deftly maneuvered, the second spirit ring illuminated, unleashing 3 fiery phoenix lines. Witnessing this, Tang San promptly utilized the 8 spider lances to shield himself. With a thunderous crash, the 3 phoenix flames struck, sending Tang San flying. Yet the 8 spider lances remained unscathed. The damage inflicted upon Tang San appeared minimal, as the 8 spider lances absorbed the majority of Ma Hongjun's assault. Tang San refrained from employing his spirit abilities, for it seemed that none of his 3 skills held efficacy against Ma Hongjun. Even with the 8 spider lances at his disposal, he found himself unable to counterattack, leading him to ponder whether fire attribute spirit masters possess such an overwhelming advantage over him. Could his blue-silver grass martial soul still be cultivated for use? Tang San, continuously suppressed by Ma Hongjun's martial soul attribute, found himself grappling with these thoughts. Rising to his feet, he lifted his head, contemplating that there was but one way to triumph over Ma Hongjun. Subsequently, his right hand began to tremble slightly, as if something were on the verge of emerging. Ma Hongjun observed Tang San's movements, realizing that Tang San was about to employ the Haotian hammer. Concerning the Haotian hammer, combined with Tang San's unique hammer technique, Ma Hongjun questioned whether his current strength was sufficient, feeling uncertain about his chances of victory against Tang San's formidable weapon. At that moment, the master suddenly interjected, declaring that the morning's joint practice had concluded. Upon hearing this, Tang San jolted back to reality, nearly revealing the Haotian hammer in his grasp, and reluctantly conceded. We have lost. Chapter 49, The New Training Regimen. With Tang San's admission of defeat, Ma Hongjun retracted his eye bone. Although it lacked direct offensive capability, its supportive effect proved superior to typical attack soul skills. Xiao San, your soul bone resembling a spider's leg is quite impressive. Its attacking speed is remarkable. It seems you have not fully adapted to or integrated it yet. If you were to achieve complete integration, I might not be able to evade it, Ma Hongjun remarked. Jun Ge, your evasion skills are exceptional. You emerged unscathed, Tang San replied helplessly. Despite not having entirely fused with the 8 spider lances, he had exerted his utmost effort. He truly wished to utilize the Haotian hammer to determine a victor against Ma Hongjun, yet he had indeed lost. At that moment, the master approached Ma Hongjun and inquired, Ma Hongjun, could you once again unleash your eye bone? Certainly. As the eye bone activated once more, the master scrutinized it closely, deep in thought. Another external soul bone. It is astonishing that both you and Tang San have acquired such a rare artifact, with less than a 1 in 10,000 chance. I suspect this external soul bone has altered the probabilities of its emergence. From which soul beast does this originate? The master probed further. The 4,000-year-old golden flame eagle. Ma Hongjun replied. The golden flame eagle is an excellent soul beast. Its eyes and talons are its most formidable attributes. It is no wonder this soul bone was formed. If my conjecture is correct, this golden flame eagle soul bone should enhance your vision. However, it appears there was an additional effect when you activated your eye bone just now, the master contemplated. Jun Ge, what other effects does it possess? It felt as though you could effortlessly evade my attacks after activating your soul bone, Tang San inquired, genuinely curious about where he had faltered. Moreover, he had a higher soul power level than Ma Hongjun and possessed various techniques such as the Xiantian skill. He could not fathom it. Despite Ma Hongjun being a fire attribute soul master, the other members of Shrek Academy gathered around, and Ma Hongjun promptly responded, I cannot say for certain. But it seems that upon activating my eye bone, I can perceive my opponent's attacks more clearly, as if the entire world has slowed down. For instance, during your recent assault, Xiao San, when I utilized my eye bone, your speed appeared to diminish by at least 30%, granting me ample time to evade. Unlike your soul bone, mine is entirely supportive and external. The master remarked, your external soul bone is particularly well suited for close combat, and is quite commendable. Not inferior to Xiao San's. Hearing this, Tang San managed a bitter smile. While it was said to be on par with his own soul bone, he had still lost. The master continued, The outcome of today's joint practice is not paramount. What truly matters is that you identify and rectify the issues that arose during your training. The 8 participants listened attentively as the master, remaining an impartial observer, highlighted numerous deficiencies, including some in Ma Hongjun's performance. Through this combat practice, the master pointed out various shortcomings, and since physical training awaited them in the afternoon, Oscar distributed rejuvenating sausages to everyone. Once the combat practice concluded, the master began targeted training based on these observations, which was considerably more relaxed. Before long, the morning had elapsed, and everyone departed for the dining hall, leaving only Tang San and the master on the training ground. Observing Tang San's downcast demeanor, the master inquired, "Xiao San, you seem troubled." "Master, why is there such a significant gap between Mahongjun and me? His soul attribute completely counters my blue-silver grass, rendering my control skills ineffective. Is my blue-silver grass so vulnerable to fire attribute soul masters?" Tang San began to doubt his martial spirit and capabilities, especially since Ma Hongjun had bested him twice, even when employing an external soul bone. The master chuckled, "Xiao San, your concerns hold some merit, yet they are not entirely accurate. Ma Hongjun possesses a top-tier phoenix martial spirit, and his fire attribute soul power is exceptionally potent, categorizing him among the elite. Furthermore, his second soul ring is a 4,000-year-old ring, enhancing his flame potency by 100%. It is entirely normal for your blue-silver grass to struggle against such overwhelming firepower. However, fire attribute soul masters like Ma Hongjun are rare exceptions. You must leverage your strengths. We shall devise methods to address your deficiencies." Yet, upon hearing the master's words, Tang San pondered his own advantages. After a lengthy contemplation, he realized that he seemed to possess no advantages before Ma Hongjun, lacking in speed, strength, and attack soul skills. Even the impact of his hidden weapons appeared minimal against Ma Hongjun's defenses. It seemed as though the heavens had sent Ma Hongjun to temper him. However, recalling his other martial spirit, Tang San regained a flicker of confidence. His second martial spirit was certainly no match for Ma Hongjun. "Thank you, teacher," Tang San said, before joining the others for lunch. An hour later, the 7 members of Shrek embarked on extreme training, while Ma Hongjun made his way to the riverbank. This time burdened by a weight of 100 kilograms. He gradually waded into the water, engaging in weighted swimming as part of his new training regimen. With the additional weight, his total load reached 300 pounds, and he swiftly sank upon entering the water. Instinctively, Ma Hongjun thrusted his limbs vigorously, determined not to succumb to the depths. After several desperate strokes, he found that his efforts could not halt his descent. Just as he was about to be completely submerged, he activated his martial spirit and propelled himself upwards, breaking the surface. For the first time, he could barely endure for 30 seconds. His stamina was lacking. It was not that he did not wish to persist, but the exertion was overwhelming. Unlike on solid ground, where the air offered him some buoyancy, in the water, he faced immense resistance and the necessity of keeping his body afloat. It appeared that 100 kilograms was still a stretch. Should he consider reducing the weight? No. He resolved to accelerate his training, for weighted swimming was an excellent method. This time it was 30 seconds, next time it would be 31. As long as he made progress each time, that was sufficient. With this thought, Ma Hongjun took a brief respite before plunging back into the river. Meanwhile, the other members of Shrek were busy traversing between Soto City and the academy. Though fatigued, they persevered. However, by the time the afternoon wore on, Ma Hongjun was seen reclining on a large rock by the riverbank, sprawled out in exhaustion. He was utterly drained. Feeling incapacitated, his energy expended was at least threefold compared to the morning's training. Throughout the afternoon, he had lost count of how many times he had submerged and resurfaced, diligently engaging in this rigorous training. Ultimately, he discovered his limit for weighted swimming. He could only maintain his position on the surface for 36 seconds. As the time drew near, Ma Hongjun reluctantly rose, activating his fire attribute soul power to swiftly dry his body, clothes, and weighted gear. Once everything was dry, he removed the equipment. Though utterly fatigued, he decided against further training. The evening was reserved for cultivating soul power and mental fortitude. So there was no need to consume Oscar's recovery sausages. A nutritious dinner would suffice, allowing his body to recuperate naturally. He could not become overly reliant on Oscar's sausages. Fortunately, with the arrival of the master, the training regimen had intensified, and the quality of the Shrek cafeteria meals had improved significantly. While not exquisite, they were adequately nourishing. Upon entering the cafeteria, he found the other 7 members of Shrek already engaged in their meal. "Why are you so late? Come, sit and eat." Oscar, ever the most enthusiastic, beckoned. Exhausted, Ma Hongjun sat down and began to devour his food ravenously. It was evident that everyone was fatigued and hungry, consuming their dinner as if caught in a tempest, and soon after, they returned to their dormitories for training, speaking little. Upon returning to his room, Ma Hongjun chose not to practice the fire scripture but instead focused on enhancing his mental power through the methods outlined in the Fire Goddess Eye. Thanks to the eye bone, utilizing both techniques concurrently yielded amplified results, and the Fire Goddess Eye also contained specific practices for elevating mental power. His mental fortitude was steadily improving, and as he practiced, he spent the night. By 4 in the morning, Ma Hongjun opened his door, only to find no sign of Zhu Shiqing. Ma Hongjun had initially believed that Zhu Shiqing could not endure any longer. Upon stepping out of the village, he beheld a graceful figure practicing by the riverbank. To his surprise, Zhu Shiqing had arrived quite early. She truly was a diligent and tenacious girl. As Ma Hongjun approached, Zhu Shiqing ceased her training and remarked, "You're here. How long have you been here, Zhu Shiqing?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "Perhaps half an hour," Zhu Shiqing replied. He was taken aback by her early arrival, having come before 3 o'clock. If she had dedicated several hours to cultivating her soul power in the evening, it was evident that her rest had been limited to less than 5 hours. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Zhu Shiqing, when it comes to cultivation, one must strike a balance between exertion and relaxation. While challenging one's limits, it is equally vital to attend to one's health. How long did you sleep last night?" In truth, Ma Hongjun himself had scarcely rested, dedicating nearly all his time to honing the fiery divine eye, which contained methods for cultivating spiritual energy. Once he entered a state of focus during his training, the cultivation would proceed automatically, albeit at a slightly slower pace than active practice. It could be said that during his cultivation, he was simultaneously resting, resulting in a minimum of 8 hours of sleep. However, Zhu Shiqing lacked such a method of cultivation and had to rely solely on her willpower to rise and train. Indeed, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Zhu Shiqing stifled a yawn, feeling a twinge of drowsiness. "I suppose I slept for about 4 hours last night," Ma Hongjun remarked. "That is insufficient. You should ideally rest for no less than 6 hours, preferably 8. Anything less than 6 hours could be detrimental to your health." "Oh, then I shall retire early tomorrow and arrive promptly at 4, Zhu Shiqing replied. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself in complete agreement with Ma Hongjun, trusting his words implicitly. "Now, let us continue our training," Zhu Shiqing suggested. "Zhu Shiqing, hold on a moment. This method of training is rather slow in yielding results. It is quite similar to the regimen you followed during the day. We ought to adopt a different approach," Ma Hongjun proposed. "What training method do you have in mind?" Zhu Shiqing inquired with curiosity. Casting a glance at the statuesque Zhu Shiqing, Ma Hongjun asked, "Can you swim?" "Swim? I know a bit. But can it really be more effective than our current situation?" Zhu Shiqing questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, the understanding of physical training among the populace in this world is rather limited. Swimming engages various muscle groups, with different strokes targeting distinct areas. And it also serves to enhance endurance rapidly. In fact, swimming with weights can be several times more effective than conventional running training. Is it truly that beneficial? However, I only know one stroke. I am not proficient in the others, Zhu Shiqing admitted. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "Rest assured, I possess a myriad of different poses to teach you at a leisurely pace. However, for now, we must focus on using the posture you are most accustomed to in order to maintain your balance on the water." Persisting? What difficulty could there possibly be? Zhu Shiqing replied. Ma Hongjun shook his head and replied, "Of course it is difficult. Yesterday afternoon, under the burden, I could only endure in the water for a mere 36 seconds before I succumbed. Even you could only manage 36 seconds. That seems rather swift, doesn't it?" Zhu Shiqing remarked. After all, Ma Hongjun possesses the greatest physical strength among all the Shrek students. Upon hearing Zhu Shiqing's words, Ma Hongjun felt an unsettling dissonance. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. He said, "After all, yesterday was my first attempt at training. Sooner or later, I shall persistently remain afloat on the surface. I believe you can achieve it as well." Zhu Shiqing nodded, seemingly sharing in Ma Hongjun's odd feeling. Suddenly, a faint blush crept across her cheeks in the darkness. Perhaps others could not perceive it, but Ma Hongjun's vision was exceptionally acute. Even in the night, it resembled daylight, for he was like an eagle, with keen eyesight that excelled even in the dark. Ma Hongjun, instead of teasing Zhu Shiqing, began to impart the essential precautions for entering the water. having conducted numerous experiments the previous day and thus possessing a measure of experience. As Zhu Zhuqing immersed herself in the river for the first time, she immediately felt the challenge posed by her 20-kilogram weight. After swimming for nearly 3 minutes, she could no longer endure and leapt onto the shore. Jungu, how long did I last? Zhu Zhuqing inquired upon reaching dry land. In the darkness, while observing the drenched figure of Zhu Zhuqing, she seemed indifferent to her appearance, as the night obscured details. However, for Ma Hongjun, the sight was unmistakably clear. Suppressing his excitement, he remarked, "Quite commendable. You managed to endure for 3 minutes. Keep it up. Jungu, you couldn't have possibly lasted only 36 seconds, could you?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned skeptically, as she had persevered for 3 minutes, making it implausible for Ma Hongjun to have fared worse. Ma Hongjun remarked, "I have increased my burden to 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms? Zhu Zhuqing could hardly fathom such a weight. After all, her own burden was merely 20 kilograms, and the disparity was immense. Were she to attempt to bear 100 kilograms now, she would undoubtedly plummet immediately, unable to remain afloat on the surface of the water, perhaps even struggling to take a single step. "Brother Jun, I cannot possibly compare to you," Zhu Zhuqing said. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Soon enough. You too shall be able to bear a weight of 100 kilograms. Let us continue." The two plunged into the water simultaneously, the air filled with the resounding splashes echoing along the riverbank. Chapter 51. Master, this is a bit excessive. While Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing were engrossed in their training, a lady clad in white nearby observed the scene. She murmured, "Jungu and Zhuqing are not including me. I must grow stronger and not be outdone by others." After uttering these words, the white-clad lady returned to her dormitory. Within 5 minutes, she emerged once again, this time equipped with weighted gear. She swiftly made her way to where Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing were training. "Jungu, Zhuqing, may I join your training?" asked Ling Shuanger. Her dormitory was adjacent to Zhu Zhuqing's, and she had just awakened from a brief slumber. Pondering why Zhu Zhuqing had ventured out at such an hour, she recalled that Ma Hongjun was also practicing. Initially, she thought little of it, but after tossing and turning, unable to sleep, she resolved to investigate. Though the moonlight obscured details, she discerned that Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed training together. Ambitious as she was, she too desired to grow stronger and did not wish to fall behind anyone, hence her decision to join Ma Hongjun's training squad. In truth, she had long wished to witness Ma Hongjun's early morning training sessions and to participate, yet had hesitated to voice her desire. However, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's presence, she felt an inexplicable void within her heart. Upon Ling Shuanger's arrival, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing immediately leaped ashore. "Shuanger, you've come. Welcome to my training team." Ma Hongjun greeted with a smile. "Thank you, Jungu. I have long wished to train alongside you," Ling Shuanger replied with a grin. "Could you enlighten me on how this training works? Must one enter the water?" "There are 2 methods. One can train in the water, or one can train while submerged. However, the latter yields the most effective results," Ma Hongjun explained. Feeling somewhat shy, Ling Shuanger said, "I too wish to train in the water, but I cannot swim." "Jungu, could you teach me?" "Shuanger, you cannot swim yet?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. "Did I not grow up in the frigid snow city? It is perpetually covered in ice and snow. Where would I have the opportunity to learn?" Ling Shuanger retorted. "No worries, you can begin learning now," Zhu Zhuqing reassured her. "I will teach you, but you must remove your weighted gear first. Otherwise, you will surely sink the moment you enter the water," Ma Hongjun added. "Thank you, Jungu," Ling Shuanger exclaimed joyfully. The two splashing now transformed into a trio. Fortunately, Ling Shuanger's capacity to learn was remarkable. Within an hour, she could manage basic swimming, and by the 3rd day, she was proficient in the water. Thus, a month slipped by quietly, and the trio's training remained their secret. Each night before bed, Ma Hongjun would inquire of Oscar for 2 recovery sausages, which could sustain them for 12 hours, allowing Zhu Zhuqing and Ling Shuanger to partake after their morning training. Ma Hongjun, however, abstained from consuming the recovery sausages, opting to conserve some energy for the morning collective practice, saving his full exertion for the afternoon. After a month of rigorous training, the trio made significant progress. Zhu Zhuqing and Ling Shuanger learned various techniques from Ma Hongjun, exercising different parts of their bodies. Swimming proved to be one of the best forms of exercise with minimal risk of injury. Throughout the month, Zhu Zhuqing improved her endurance under 20 kilograms of weight, extending her initial 3 minutes to approximately 7. Meanwhile, Ling Shuanger, under 25 kilograms, transformed from a novice to a proficient swimmer. managing to sustain herself in the water for around 6 minutes. The most remarkable improvement, however, was observed in Ma Hongjun. Within a week, he shed the title of 36 seconds man, surpassing the 1-minute mark. By the end of the month, he could reach 2 minutes. One should not underestimate this increment of over a minute, as every second gained represented a triumph over his limits. With this newfound endurance, Ma Hongjun felt his body growing stronger, particularly in terms of stamina. He initially believed that with continued effort, he could soon seek the third soul ring. One day, while he persevered in the water, 8 onlookers arrived, Master and the other 7 students from Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun swiftly leapt ashore and inquired, Master, why have you come here instead of engaging in your usual back-and-forth exercises? Everyone turned to gaze at the drenched Ma Hongjun as the master spoke. With such an excellent training method at hand, it is only fitting that we share it with all. Henceforth, everyone shall adopt Ma Hongjun's training regimen. During this period, he had been instructing the other 7 members of Shrek, and 2 of them exhibited remarkable improvement. Although they managed to complete their training tasks with the others daily, these 2 found the training increasingly effortless. It seemed that after his intensive training sessions, they had yet to reach their limits. Astonishingly, within a month, their endurance surpassed that of their peers. Upon his inquiry, Zhu Zhuqing and Leng Shuanger revealed that Ma Hongjun had been providing them with special training. Ma Hongjun, you are quite inconsiderate. Tomorrow I expect 2 recovery sausages. I thought you had sold them. Oscar exclaimed. You should have disclosed this method sooner. Dai Mubai murmured in discontent, reflecting on how Zhu Zhuqing's rate of improvement had far surpassed his own over the past month. The very thought of Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun sneaking away in the dead of night for private training sessions irked him, especially since she had given him the cold shoulder for an entire month, not uttering a single kind word. Ma Hongjun understood that this method could not be concealed from everyone. He said, since all of you are here, let us cultivate together. The master responded, Ma Hongjun, please elaborate on your cultivation method. Ma Hongjun replied, my cultivation method is as follows. Ma Hongjun articulated his method of swimming with added weight. Upon hearing this, the master nodded in agreement, remarking that this technique resonated with the training approach he had contemplated long ago, though he had not had the opportunity to validate it at the time. In retrospect, it appears to be a sound method of cultivation. Thank you, Ma Hongjun. Let us all train together, he encouraged, adding that the method required some refinement. The master then shared his insights. However, Ma Hongjun felt that some of these suggestions seemed somewhat superfluous and, in some cases, even a waste of time. Nevertheless, he chose not to engage in debate, recognizing that unity within Shrek was paramount under the current circumstances. Yet, he pondered to himself whether this was truly the method the master had conceived previously. Was it indeed from his mind that the idea of using a basket filled with stones for training emerged? Had he not created the weighted equipment, they would still be burdened with merely carrying stones on their backs. Ma Hongjun could only express his disdain, remarking that the master had crossed the line into shamelessness. Many moons later, the master released another training manual, which detailed his method of swimming with weighted burdens, an extreme technique that Ma Hongjun was the first to validate. However, the very next day after the manual's release, the master appeared to have been assaulted by a mysterious figure, leaving him bedridden for a fortnight. This incident sparked a monumental conflict in a certain region of the mainland. Subsequently, the content of the training manual was amended to credit Ma Hongjun as the original discoverer of the method, with the text revised merely to document it for future reference. Chapter 52. Do you believe in Douluo? The arrival of the other 7 members of Shrek Academy enlivened the tranquil stream. The master diligently recorded each individual's training data. While everyone experienced a novel cultivation technique that day, the alteration in their training regimen significantly accelerated their progress. After another fortnight, all had shown remarkable improvement. Over the course of a month and a half, Zhu Zhuqing and Leng Shuango had ascended to the 28th level, while Ning Rongrong reached the 27th. The increase in their soul power being particularly evident. Their greatest gains, however, lay in the enhancement of their physical strength, stamina, and overall resilience. During this period, Ma Hongjun had increased the weights for each person, with the exception of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who received an additional 5 kilograms, while the others bore an extra 10. Remarkably, over the past half-month, Dai Mubai had joined Ma Hongjun in his morning training sessions. Perhaps compelled to avoid witnessing any private interactions between Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing had consistently ignored him, leaving him at a loss. Initially, she had been somewhat aloof but occasionally exchanged a few words with him. Now, her silence was palpable, and her gaze seemed to convey a hint of disdain. As another fortnight passed, Dai Mubai could no longer endure the tension. One dark and stormy night, when most of Shrek Academy had succumbed to slumber, he knocked on Zhu Zhuqing's door. "Zhuqing, please open up. I don't know what I've done to offend you, but I beg you to let me explain," he implored, desperation lacing his voice. His affection for Zhu Zhuqing was genuine, yet he remained perplexed by her coldness. He knocked again, but received no response. After waiting in vain, he rapped on the door once more, still met with silence. Concerned, he thought to himself, "Zhuqing is my fiancée. Could she be in danger? Surely I can enter without issue." With that, he placed a hand against the wooden door and gently pushed it open, revealing an empty room. Where could Zhuqing be at this hour? He wondered, anxiety creeping into his heart, recalling his past misdeeds with other women. The thought that Zhuqing might be in peril momentarily plagued him. Shaking his head, he murmured, "My Zhuqing would never be in such trouble." He then knocked on the door of Lang Shuanger, but received no response there either. Have they gone off to train again? He pondered, hastening to the usual training spot by the stream, yet found no sign of them. Feeling increasingly agitated, he resolved to head towards the academy. Upon entering Shrek, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter and chatter, voices he recognized all too well. A man with fiery red hair cascading nearly to his shoulders strolled in alongside two women. It was none other than Ma Hongjun. His appearance had transformed significantly, shedding his previous mohawk for a more disheveled look after spending over 5 months in this world. Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuanger could hardly bear to witness his unruly hair, prompting them to venture to Soto City after their afternoon training. Indeed, they had gone to refresh Mahongjun's look, and he now stood slightly taller than Zhu Zhuqing, reaching a height of 1.7 meters, bidding farewell to his former pudgy image. Initially reluctant, Mahongjun had been persuaded by Lang Shuanger, who insisted on a makeover, dragging Zhu Zhuqing along for good measure. After their grooming session, the trio indulged in a delightful meal in Soto City, returning somewhat later than anticipated. Observing their jovial return, Dai Mubai felt a pang of discomfort but masked it with a facade of calm, secretly monitoring their interactions. "Brother Jun, what game are we playing?" Lang Shuanger inquired. "Just wait and see. I've devised a game I call Funghao Douluo Poker," Mahongjun replied, having made a few adjustments, such as designating the jokers as the ultimate Douluo of level 99, while the others ranged from ordinary individuals to titled Douluos. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Mahongjun curiously, having noticed him purchase peculiar cards upon their arrival in Soto City, leaving her intrigued about his intentions. Subsequently, he cut the cards into uniform rectangles, inscribing them with an array of strange numbers and symbols, including soul power levels. Mahongjun felt that since they had come to Soto City today and would not be training the following morning, it would be appropriate to take a well-deserved rest. Therefore, he decided to create the playing cards from his past life for some amusement. "Where shall we play this card game?" inquired Zhu Zhuqing. After enduring such intense training, she too desired a moment of respite. In truth, she had long felt on the verge of exhaustion, yearning for a break, but seeing Mahongjun and Lang Shuanger persisting, her indomitable spirit compelled her to endure as well. "Let us go to my room," Mahongjun suggested, "for it is located at the far end of the dormitory and is the most spacious. Allow me to explain the rules of the game. This card game is called Funghao Douluo. It is played with 13 cards, including the jokers. The rules are similar to those of Do Diju, albeit under a different name, which may not be particularly appealing, but we shall proceed with it. The two highest-ranked limit Douluos at level 99 can trump any card when played together. Moreover, 3 soul masters of varying ranks can include another soul master. For instance, if I, a soul king, team up with an ordinary person, our combined strength surpasses that of 3 soul zones accompanied by a 99-level limit Douluo, Mahongjun elucidated. "Wait, what are you saying, Jun? How can 3 soul zones and a 99-level Douluo be outmatched by 3 soul kings and an ordinary person?" Lang Shuanger protested. "Those are the rules. We only consider the first 3. The Douluo who is being assisted can be regarded as having 0 combat power," Mahongjun replied. "No, your rules are flawed," Lang Shuanger insisted, with Zhu Zhuqing nodding in agreement beside her. Mahongjun, feeling helpless, remarked, "Just wait a moment. Once you play for a while, you will understand. Let us converse as we play, shall we?" The trio soon entered Mahongjun's room, which was impeccably tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors, prompting them to regard him with newfound respect. However, as they closed the door and settled at the table, a thunderous crash resonated through the air. The door of Mahongjun's dormitory had collapsed. Dai Mubai, in his martial spirit form, charged in, bellowing, "What are you all doing?" His voice was so powerful that it echoed throughout the Shrek Academy, even reaching the entire village. After all, it was a roar imbued with the might of his martial spirit, and it was anything but quiet. The very room trembled, causing items to tumble down. Faced with the furious Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun quickly explained, "We are merely engaged in a game called Do Di Zhu, or rather, Do Feng Hao Douluo." Can you believe it? Chapter 53, Dai Mubai's secret. At this moment, Dai Mubai was seething with rage, and his temper flared, rendering him incapable of comprehending Ma Hongjun's words. He retorted vehemently, "I believe you, not at all." With that, Dai Mubai concentrated his soul power and advanced toward Ma Hongjun, threatening to wreak havoc in the room should he unleash his fury. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to retaliate, Zhu Zhuqing interposed herself in front of him. "Dai Mubai, what are you doing?" she shouted with equal fervor. "Bamboo Ching, I." Dai Mubai abruptly halted, his claws poised just above Zhu Zhuqing's head. He then regained his composure and inquired, "What are you all up to?" "Of course, we are playing a game. It's rather peculiar, Dai Boss. It seems you have a particular grudge against Jun Gu," remarked Lung Shuanger, who stood nearby. Ma Hongjun said, "Boss Dai, if you wish to fight, we can head to the playground. It is spacious, and I will accompany you to the end. However, please refrain from destroying my dormitory here." At that moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar also approached, along with Flender and the Master, who came to see what was happening. After an explanation, Dai Mubai felt quite ashamed and promptly apologized. They were all from the same academy, training together daily, and this was deemed merely a minor misunderstanding. When Flender instructed everyone to disperse, Dai Mubai suddenly spoke up, "Everyone, wait a moment. I have something to tell you." "Boss Dai, what else is there to say?" "I was just having a lovely dream. Perhaps I could catch up on it when I return," Oscar yawned. Dai Mubai truly sensed a crisis. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "You may not know this, but I have another identity. I am the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Qing is my fiancé. Iwao, Boss Dai. You are a prince, but why are you here with us?" "And Zhu Qing is your fiancé?" Oscar asked, perplexed. Not only Oscar, but everyone looked at Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing with astonished expressions, realizing why Dai Mubai had always seemed to pay special attention to Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai continued, "This relates to the competitive system within the royal family of the Star Luo Empire." In fact, Flender had known about Dai Mubai's identity for quite some time, but was curious about the reasons behind it, observing him intently. "Indeed, the royal family's martial spirit is the White Tiger. With your surname being Dai, we were speculating about your connection to the royal family. It turns out you are genuinely a member of the royal lineage," the Master remarked. Dai Mubai nodded slightly and turned to Zhu Qing, saying, "Our families have a close relationship, intertwined through generations of marriages. I have been betrothed to Zhu Qing since childhood. Due to family rules, I must compete with my elder brother, Davis, for the position of heir to the throne. The loser will face eradication or confinement to prevent internal strife within the family. Zhu Qing has come to Shrek to grow stronger alongside me in preparation for future competition. Does failure truly mean eradication or confinement?" Tang Sin inquired. "Yes, failure could signify death. Time is running short for both Zhu Qing and me," Dai Mubai replied with a wry smile. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "What a ridiculous rule. Why not just not return? Would they really seek out the Heaven Do Empire?" Despite Xiao Wu's lighthearted tone, the reality was that not returning meant relinquishing one's home and status, something Dai Mubai naturally would not be willing to accept. Ma Hongjun recalled that during the final matches of the prestigious Soul Master competition, when they encountered the Xingluo Royal Academy, Dai Mubai had revealed a secret to ensure their team would give their all. Now, with Dai Mubai's premature declaration, Ma Hongjun felt as though he was proclaiming to everyone that Zhu Zhuqing belonged to him, as if to emphasize that she had come specifically for him. However, it was Dai Mubai who spoke while Zhu Zhuqing remained silent and indifferent. In the early days of her arrival, she might have exchanged a few words, but now she was utterly disenchanted with him. "In truth, it was my fault for Zhu Qing. For years ago, I came to Shrek because I could no longer endure the brutal competition and the oppression from my elder brother, Davis, whose schemes had led to the demise of my second brother. I chose to escape to Shrek, leaving Zhu Zhuqing alone in the Xingluo Empire. I regret it, Qing. You have suffered over the years. I will train diligently, and one day we shall return together to reclaim what is rightfully ours." Dai Mubai mustered the courage to express his feelings in front of so many people. If it weren't for the impending sense of losing Zhu Qing, he might not have resorted to disclosing such a secret. The master added that it was rumored the royal family of the Xingluo Empire and the Yuming Spirit Cat clan possessed a powerful martial soul fusion technique that enabled them to fight above their level, which was incredibly formidable. Despite Dai Mubai's admission of guilt, Zhu Shiqing remained indifferent. Had he trained earnestly over the years, perhaps she would have forgiven him by now. However, 2 months ago, she had witnessed Dai Mubai indulging in revelries at night, a thought that lingered in her mind. Bored. I am not your fiancée. Did I ever agree to that? Zhu Shiqing declared before walking out. Shiqing, let me explain. Dai Mubai called after her. Zhu Shiqing ignored him and continued on her way, prompting Dai Mubai to chase after her. Alas, Dai Mubai is truly pitiable. Will Shiqing ever forgive him? Xiao remarked. Tang San commented. It is evident that Dai Mubai genuinely cares for Shiqing. I believe she will forgive him in time. All right, everyone, return to your rest. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lang Shuanger, please check on those two to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Flender instructed. You all should return and rest. Remember to keep Dai Mubai's identity confidential, he added. After the group departed, Ma Hongjun contemplated for a moment before addressing Flender. Director, please wait a moment. Is there anything else? Flender inquired, turning back. After 2 months of training, I believe I am ready to seek a spirit ring, Mahongjun replied. His mental strength and physical prowess had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the spirit master realm, surpassing even some spirit kings. Are you certain you can search for a spirit ring? Flender asked. Yes, I am confident. I can certainly absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring this time, Mahongjun affirmed. Very well, I will consult Zhao Wujie, and soon we shall go. Xiao Gang, you should accompany us to assist Ma Hongjun in finding a suitable spirit ring, Flender decided. Should we bring everyone along? The master queried. After a moment of consideration, Flender replied, our target spirit beast will be over 10,000 years old. It would be unsafe to bring them. We shall go with just a few of us, and their training can be entrusted to other instructors. All right, no problem. I will ensure that Ma Hongjun finds a suitable spirit beast, the master assured. Once everyone had left, Ma Hongjun surveyed the disarray around him, tidying up briefly before resuming his training, leaving the damaged door to be repaired another day. Chapter 54. You deserve a beating. Seeing the door kicked in, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of anger. Even the most temperate person would want to give Dai Mubai a good thrashing, and he was no exception. However, just as he was about to take action, Zhu Shiqing stepped in front of him, and Dai Mubai's loud shout summoned others, including Flender. At that moment, he realized he had lost the opportunity to strike. If only I could land a few punches. Although Dai Mubai and I had spent 4 years together at the academy, I had only been in this world for a little over 5 months. I still addressed him respectfully as Boss Dai, out of consideration for him being a character from a novel and for the decent treatment he had afforded the original Ma Hongjun. Moreover, I had never truly pursued Zhu Shiqing, nor had I ever taken action. On the night Dai Mubai met with those twin sisters, I even advised Zhu Shiqing against going. If I genuinely wished to court her, I would have taken her along to witness Dai Mubai's escapades, but I did not. The last time Zhu Shiqing was in danger, I was the first to rush to her aid. Perhaps Dai Mubai's character is not entirely lacking, but he seems to have lost his wits when it comes to Zhu Shiqing. The more I thought about it, the more distracted I became. 2 hours passed without sleep. If I don't deal with him now, will I wait until the new year? Am I made of clay? Ma Hongjun swiftly donned his attire and made his way to Dai Mubai's room. As he passed by Zhu Shiqing's chamber, he noticed that her door was also damaged, leading him to ponder whether Dai Mubai might be responsible. At that moment, Shiqing was absent from her quarters. He activated his eye of insight to peer into the room and saw Zhu Shiqing lying beside Lang Shuanger. After a brief glance, Ma Hongjun departed and approached Dai Mubai's door, knocking gently. Dai Mubai, wide awake, responded, "Come in." After a fleeting exchange, Ma Hongjun vanished, leaving Dai Mubai aware of his presence. Contemplating Zhu Shiqing's intention to sever ties with him that day, he recalled the hour he spent pleading for her attention, only to be met with silence. A tempest of frustration brewed within Dai Mubai, all of which he attributed to Ma Hongjun's actions. Memories flooded his mind of the moment Ma Hongjun had saved Zhu Shiqing, particularly the placement of his hand. It had been months since he had touched Zhu Shiqing's hand, which left him feeling unforgiving. Over the past few months, he had sensed a distinct change in Zhu Shiqing's gaze towards Ma Hongjun, reminiscent of the admiration she had once held during their time in the Douluo Empire. During their morning training sessions in the past month, Zhu Shiqing had taken to addressing him as Jungo, which only added to his discomfort. Consequently, Dai Mubai decided to step outside, following the trail of events. Upon seeing Dai Mubai emerge, Ma Hongjun immediately accelerated, swiftly making his way 2 kilometers outside Shrek Academy. Indeed, he dared to step out. Ma Hongjun observed Dai Mubai approaching closely behind him. What exactly have you done to Zhu Qing? Why are you treating me this way? Dai Mubai demanded sharply. Ma Hongjun chuckled. I have not done anything to her. Rather, you should inquire what you have done to her. Dai Mubai, clearly skeptical, retorted. You are deceiving me. It is precisely because of you that Zhu Qing is changed in this manner. Are you harboring intentions towards her? Let me make it abundantly clear. Zhu Qing is my fiancée. If you dare to lay a hand on her, it will be tantamount to courting death. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened as he said, Do you not cherish our time as classmates? Classmates? Dai Mubai retorted fiercely, No one shall stand between me and Zhu Qing, not even you. Zhu Qing was akin to his Achilles heel. The bond of their shared schooling meant little in comparison to his feelings for her. Dai Mubai seemed to believe he had the upper hand over Ma Hongjun, for his influence at Shrek Academy had remained formidable over the years. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. That was over 5 months ago, and Ma Hongjun was no longer the same person he once was. Since you have stated it so, I can hardly be polite. From this moment on, I am determined to pursue Zhu Qing, Ma Hongjun declared. You cannot do that. Dai Mubai was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's boldness. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Why can't I? She is my fiancée. Zhu Qing belongs to me. Dai Mubai retorted loudly. Yours? Zhu Qing has already rejected you tonight, and besides, the opportunities are equal for everyone. Ma Hongjun replied. Dai Mubai, losing any semblance of respect, questioned whether he was truly a good person. Had he not retreated to Shrek, spending his days in frivolity, would he have been worthy of Zhu Qing? Although Ma Hongjun was not without his flaws, frequently visiting such establishments, he did so out of necessity, for he could have perished from the dark fire otherwise. Since arriving in the Douluo continent, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Dai Mubai was incensed. He immediately summoned his martial spirit and proclaimed, It seems I must teach you a lesson, so you understand who the true leader of the academy is. You've become quite arrogant lately. With that, Dai Mubai unleashed his third spirit ability, the White Tiger King transformation, charging directly at Ma Hongjun. On that day of combined training, fatigue had led to his defeat, yet now, unconfined by the arena and in peak condition, he was determined to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson. As Dai Mubai initiated his third spirit ability, Ma Hongjun quickly activated his own, saying, You deserve a beating, you know? With that, he unleashed his second spirit ability, the Fiery Palm, and in that instant, his eye bone activated, utilizing every available means. Employing the flame-free trace technique, he swiftly closed the distance to Dai Mubai. Boom. Dai Mubai had assumed he could withstand Ma Hongjun's assault, but he soon realized that Ma Hongjun surpassed him in both speed and strength. After all, he was a peak level 37 assault-type spirit master. Enduring the pain, Dai Mubai attempted to retaliate, yet Ma Hongjun effortlessly evaded every strike. It dawned on him that Ma Hongjun's external spirit bone played a significant role. How infuriating. He had believed the gap between them was negligible, especially since they both followed the same cultivation methods. How could Ma Hongjun be so vastly superior? After all, his spirit power was 7 levels higher than Ma Hongjun's. The difference should not have been so pronounced. Under the cover of night, Dai Mubai's cries echoed relentlessly. After a grueling 20 minutes, Ma Hongjun finally relented, his anger significantly abated. He gazed at the battered Dai Mubai, who lay on the ground in agony. Ma Hongjun understood that he could no longer continue the fight, for further conflict might lead to loss of life. I will kill you, Dai Mubai uttered, his voice tinged with a raspy intensity. Ma Hongjun remarked, Then why don't you get up? Otherwise, how can you muster the strength to fight? Consume this, and you will instantly regain your vigor. He produced a recovery sausage from Oscar, one of the 2 prepared for the morning's training. Dai Mubai, eager to recuperate, accepted it without hesitation and consumed one. His strength returned significantly, but little did he know that as soon as he stood up, Mahongjun's fist was already on its way. What if he didn't recover and was struck down? Suddenly, the stillness of the night was pierced by a wail. Chapter 55. A familiar place. The master's discovery. The following morning, Shrek Academy proceeded with their usual joint training. Each member entered the training ground with a spirited demeanor. Yet one individual was notably absent, Dai Mubai. The master surveyed the group and was just about to inquire when Oscar interjected. Master, it seems Dai Laodao was unwell last night and requested a day off. Unwell? The master pondered, for as a soul master, Dai Mubai was quite robust. And falling ill was a rare occurrence. I shall go check on him, the master declared and set off to investigate. As the master sought out Dai Mubai, the others, driven by curiosity, were also on their way when they spotted Dai Mubai approaching from a distance, appearing indeed somewhat under the weather. Oscar was perplexed. Just the night before, Dai Mubai had nearly crawled to his door, consuming 3 recovery sausages before managing to stand and return. Despite his inquiries, Dai Mubai had remained tight-lipped about the cause. Upon Dai Mubai's arrival, he exhibited a rather lackluster demeanor, as if he had not slept at all, and his gait was even more unsteady than before, as though he might collapse at any moment. Dai Lauda, what has happened to you? Tang San inquired, steadying him. I couldn't sleep last night, so I ventured out to train. Unfortunately, I encountered a Soul King-level robber, and we engaged in a skirmish, resulting in some minor injuries. However, I've consumed Oscar's sausage, and I am feeling much better now, Dai Mubai replied, resolutely omitting the fact that he had been thoroughly thrashed by Ma Hongjun the previous night. As the leader of Shrek, it was rather embarrassing to admit that he had been bested by a subordinate. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of his heavy-handedness from the previous day. After delivering a blow, he was rewarded with a restorative sausage. Another strike followed, accompanied by yet another indulgence and recovery. In truth, he had no intention of being so forceful. He merely wished to impart a mild lesson, but once he began, he could not restrain himself. His relationship with Zhu Qin was not as complicated as it seemed. Despite his explanations, Dai Mubai remained unconvinced, even disclosing his pursuit of Zhu Qin. Although Ma Hongjun had contemplated pursuing Zhu Qin in the past, he recognized her as Dai Mubai's fiancée and understood that she held feelings for him. Otherwise, she would have eagerly accompanied him to confront Dai Mubai that fateful night. Yet he chose to protect Dai Mubai instead, urging Zhu Qin to refrain from going. It was Dai Mubai, in a fit of passion, who had lost his reason. Many in such circumstances would similarly succumb to irrationality. As he observed the cold, expressionless countenance of Zhu Qin, who refused to glance in Dai Mubai's direction, Ma Hongjun found himself in a quandary. Should he pursue her or not? The sight of Zhu Qin's alluring figure reignited a flicker of desire within him. After all, he was a man, and having expressed his feelings, how could he not pursue her? Nevertheless, he vowed not to chase her deliberately, allowing things to unfold naturally. What was meant to be his would inevitably come to him, for if Zhu Qin's heart was truly set on Dai Mubai, any attempts at flattery would be futile. Love cannot be forced, and his primary objective remained to enhance his own strength. Once he attained power, the question of which goddess to pursue would be irrelevant. Strength is the cornerstone of existence in this world. With this realization, Ma Hongjun felt a profound clarity wash over him. Free from guilt as long as his conscience remained clear. Seeing Dai Mubai in poor health, the master instructed him to rest while the remaining 7 continued with their joint practice. As the day of training concluded, Flender informed Ma Hongjun that he would venture into the Star Do Forest the following morning to seek his 3rd spirit ring. With 8 students at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun's absence left only one behind, necessitating a transition for the other instructors to lead their training. At dawn, as the first light broke, the group set off, with everyone wishing Ma Hongjun success except for Dai Mubai, who remained hindered by his injuries. From a distance, he watched as Ma Hongjun departed with Flender, Zhao Wujin, and the master, murmuring to himself that it would be best if Ma Hongjun did not return, for now was his chance to win Zhu Qin back. Leaving the academy, they journeyed on foot. A day later, the 4 re-entered the Star Do Forest. Xiao Gang, what kind of soul beast do you think would be suitable for Hongjun this time? Flender inquired as they emerged from Shrek. The master replied, Ma Hongjun requires a soul beast over 10,000 years old, which is quite challenging. It must also possess a fire attribute, necessitating a deep venture into the forest. I have a few candidates in mind, but it will depend on luck. The master continued, soul beasts over 10,000 years become increasingly rare, making it difficult to find a suitable spirit ring. Prepare for a prolonged search. With good fortune, it may take 3 to 5 days, but with ill fortune, it could extend to a month or more. Upon hearing the master's words, Flender patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder, saying, do not be anxious. We will assist you in finding the right soul beast. I'm not in a hurry. We can take our time, Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. As they ventured deeper into the Star Do Forest, they bypassed the outskirts without pause. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at the location where Ma Hongjun had acquired his first 2 soul rings. Due to Ma Hongjun's prior hunts and battles with soul beasts, the presence of soul beasts in the area had notably diminished. Flender noticed this anomaly and remarked, how could it be that there are no soul beasts over 1,000 years old here? Have they been hunted? Indeed, it seems so. Could it be that dozens of soul masters have come together to seek their third soul ring? Zhao Wujin conjectured. If it were the Blaze Academy, it would be quite plausible, considering their students all possess fire attributes, the master analyzed. Suddenly, the master halted, gazing at a volcano. This appears to be a volcano, he stated. Indeed, it is a volcano, albeit a small one without any signs of erupting lava. However, there is hot magma flowing within, which does not leak out. Zhao Wujin observed. The master replied, there may be a suitable soul beast for Ma Hongjun within. Ma Hongjun, puzzled, asked, you mean there is a soul beast inside this volcano that would be suitable for me? Although he had perused many texts at Shrek, his knowledge in this area paled in comparison to the master's. Flender echoed, Shao Gang, are you certain there are 10,000 years soul beasts inside? Let us encircle this volcano and see, the master suggested. Ma Hongjun had visited this place numerous times without ever discovering a soul beast of that caliber. What could the master have found? Fortunately, the volcano was not large, and they completed their circuit in under an hour. At a lava vent taller than a person, the master came to a stop. Analyzing the situation, the master remarked, based on the magma that has never leaked and the surrounding conditions, this place resembles a description I once read in an ancient text. If the description holds true, it may conceal a unique fire attribute soul beast, possibly exceeding 10,000 years, or perhaps not. Both scenarios are possible. Similarly, Ma Hongjun was unaware of the situation within. The last time he ventured to slay the soul beasts and seize the fire attribute energy, he had never contemplated delving into the depths of these creatures' lairs. The fire scale beast was merely a soul beast dwelling in the periphery. To truly discern the circumstances, one must penetrate the heart of the volcano. Allow me to explore. Flender proposed first. Let us venture inside as well. As a fire attribute soul master, I should be relatively unharmed by the flames within, Ma Hongjun remarked. The master interjected. It is best if we go together. This volcano is not large, and as I mentioned earlier, the soul beasts within have likely surpassed merely a millennium at most. Zhao Wujia boomed. With such a limited age, there is no cause for fear. Let us proceed together. Flender nodded in agreement, stating, in that case, let us enter as one. Both he and Zhao Wujia were soul saints, distinguished figures among their peers, even with the presence of the master and Ma Hongjun. They harbored no trepidation against a millennium soul beast. Moreover, they unconditionally trusted the master's judgment. The quartet arrived at the territory once inhabited by the fire scale beast. Zhao Wujia took the lead, directly summoning his martial soul, the mighty golden bear, which emanated an overwhelming aura of power. The fire scale beasts, which barely reached a century in age, felt the formidable pressure and fled in panic. Some were so intimidated that they cowered on the ground, paralyzed by fear. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and the fire scale beasts dared not retaliate. As they entered the cavern filled with flowing lava, the temperature surged dramatically, prompting the four to unleash their martial souls to shield themselves. The path was a winding, treacherous descent, with fiery red magma occasionally cascading from the rock walls. Fortunately, the fire scale beasts had long inhabited this locale, carving out a passageway that the four followed deeper into the abyss. Flender and Zhao Wujia, both soul saints, possessed formidable soul power, while Ma Hongjun, as a fire attribute soul master, thrived in this environment with utmost ease, more so than Flender and Zhao Wujia. The greatest challenge lay with the master, whose martial soul could not manifest, relying solely on his soul power for protection. As they ventured further downward, the surrounding temperature escalated, making breathing increasingly arduous. The master spoke, I can no longer endure this depth. You must continue without me. Flender, understanding the master's limitations, promptly replied, Zhao Wujia, you and Shao Gang should wait outside. The conditions here are indeed strenuous. Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Very well. I will remain with the master while you draw out the soul beast. Having descended merely 100 meters, the temperature inside had already exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. Were it not for their cultivation levels, ordinary individuals would have already succumbed to the oppressive heat. Ma Hongjun also surveyed the surrounding situation, continuing his descent alongside Flender for several dozen meters, until the activity range of the fire lizard ceased. The path became increasingly rugged and irregular, devoid of any evidence suggesting the presence of soul beasts. As they ventured deeper, the temperature rose, and the surrounding magma became more abundant, posing a risk of accidental descent. After traversing approximately 100 meters, Ma Hongjun and Flender came to a halt, seemingly having reached the very bottom, entering a space roughly the size of a basketball court. At the deepest point of this chamber lay a pool formed by magma, which converged from all directions. Surely the soul beast master spoke of isn't in there. Ma Hongjun remarked. He understood that even fire attribute soul beasts have their distinctions. And the temperature of this magma was such that not even the most formidable fire attribute soul beasts would dare venture into it. For instance, an ordinary low-level fire attribute soul beast like the fire lizard would undoubtedly be instantaneously incinerated within this magma pool. Even Ma Hongjun, with his fire attribute soul power, refrained from claiming he could withstand the searing magma. Yet, upon his arrival at the magma pool, the divine spear mark on his chest began to stir, as if something within was drawing it in. Flender stated, "There are soul beasts within. As Gang mentioned, it would be quite challenging to lure them out." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Let me give it a try." With that, Flender's 4 soul rings glowed, and he unleashed 10 exceptionally sharp blades of air towards the magma. In an instant, they plunged into the molten substance, creating a splash of fiery magma. However, after the commotion subsided, the pool remained eerily tranquil. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun noticed something on the opposite side of the magma pool with his keen eyesight. He discerned an object resembling a leaf, radiating a brilliant crimson hue. It almost melded seamlessly with its surroundings. Without exceptional vision, it would have been nearly impossible to perceive. Ma Hongjun immediately activated his fire eye and eye bone, gazing once more at the peculiar sight. To his astonishment, he discovered a plant thriving amidst the molten lava. Although he could not ascertain its nature, he was certain it was extraordinary. "Dean, I shall investigate," Ma Hongjun declared, and in an instant, the wings of the phoenix unfurled. "Be cautious. Return at the slightest hint of danger," Fland remarked. Ma Hongjun soared into the sky and responded, "All right." He directed his flight towards the entity that resembled a plant, arriving directly above it. Below him lay a remarkable plant with 9 slender, fiery red leaves radiating outward. What he had previously observed was merely one of those leaves. At the very center of the leaves bloomed a flower, somewhat akin to a lotus, yet distinctly different. For it was rare for a lotus to possess such leaves. Upon discovering this treasure, Ma Hongjun found himself in a quandary. This was likely a celestial herb. He recalled from his readings that harvesting celestial herbs often entailed specific requirements. For instance, some demanded the use of metallic tools, while others required the prior removal of certain parts before extraction. He felt utterly uncertain about the proper procedure. Perhaps Tang San would know. At this moment, Tang San's temperament was not such that he would covet his possessions. Ma Hongjun was in a state of inner turmoil when suddenly he heard Flander's voice calling out, "Ma Hongjun, hurry back." Without hesitation, Flander activated his martial soul and rushed forward, but alas, it was too late. As Ma Hongjun turned his head, he beheld a great spout of magma erupting from the pool below. He swiftly sought refuge from the molten surge, eager to avoid its fiery touch. Once he had evaded the onslaught, Ma Hongjun's gaze fell upon a fire dragon, its girth comparable to that of a barrel, appearing before him, one half suspended above the magma pool, while the other half submerged beneath its seething surface. Upon closer inspection, Ma Hongjun quickly discerned that this was no ordinary fire dragon, but rather a fire serpentine dragon, far exceeding the age of 10,000 years. "Master, you have truly deceived me," a silent exclamation of frustration echoed in his mind. Could it be merely 10,000 years? Surely, it must have surpassed several tens of thousands. Or perhaps even a century. Chapter 57. The Peril of Death. The emergence of the fire serpentine dragon prompted Flander to refrain from immediate aggression. Cognizant that if the creature bore no malice, an offensive approach could incite conflict. Thus, he held his ground, allowing his martial spirit to manifest, hoping to instill a sense of caution in the formidable beast. He understood the importance of avoiding confrontation with such a powerful soul beast whenever possible. "Esteemed fire dragon, we have inadvertently trespassed upon your domain. We humbly request your pardon for our intrusion." Flander addressed the fire serpentine dragon. With a resounding roar, the dragon's voice reverberated throughout the volcanic landscape, shaking the very air around them. In the distance, Master and Zhao Wujia sensed the tremor of the dragon's call, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. The sound of a dragon's roar indicated the presence of a true dragon below, one of fire. It was well known that even a fire dragon with merely 10,000 years of cultivation could rival the strength of a 100,000-year soul beast. A fact Master understood all too well. "Hurry to assist them. This is a fire dragon. Its power may rival that of the Titan Great Ape," Master urged. Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback, recalling the helplessness he had felt when facing the Titan Great Ape over 2 months prior. Now, he faced yet another soul beast of equal caliber. Was this fortunate or unfortunate? What are you dawdling for, Zhao Wujie? Master hastily reminded him. But master, if I go, what will you do? Zhao Wujie inquired. Do not concern yourself with me. You must ensure their safety. I will find a secure location and await your return. Master, now at the 29th level of soul power, knew he could not withstand the intense heat below, and any attempt to venture down would only complicate matters further. Very well. Master, take care, Zhao Wujie responded, activating his martial spirit as he plunged into the depths of the volcano. Meanwhile, Master began to retreat, increasingly aware that something was amiss. Should a calamity indeed occur, the responsibility would rest squarely upon his shoulders. He strained to recall the ancient tome he had perused long ago, found within a relic. The text had described the potential for a fire attribute soul beast, or even a fire attribute plant soul beast, to inhabit such volcanic environments. Yet, how could such a formidable fire dragon manifest? Doubts about the reliability of his sources began to cloud his thoughts. As he hastily made his way outward, he noted an eerie silence enveloping the area. Typically, the vicinity was teeming with fire-scaled beasts, yet they lay cowering in fear from the dragon's roar, allowing him to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, after witnessing the dragon's roar, turned his attention back to Flender. Ma Hongjun sought to seize this opportunity to escape, aiming to reach Flender's side at the very least. However, just as he was about to make his move and unleash the flames of no trace, he suddenly felt an instability beneath his feet, and with a sudden effort, he nearly lost his balance in midair. Upon glancing down, he discovered that his feet were ensnared by a plant that previously resembled an ethereal herb, its slender leaves reaching out to bind him. Flender, sensing the looming danger, also felt uneasy yet refrained from taking action. He continuously reminded himself to remain calm and not act impulsively. The crimson, translucent leaves began to wrap around Tang Yu's legs and continued to extend upward, seemingly intent on enveloping Mahongjun entirely. Meanwhile, the fire dragon did not show any intention to intervene, merely observing Flender while allowing the fiery soul beast to ensnare Mahongjun. Feeling the intense heat emanating from the fire attribute plant soul beast, Mahongjun realized that passivity was not an option. He swiftly activated his second soul skill, the blaze technique, summoning all his strength to break free from its grasp. With unwavering determination, he unleashed his second soul skill, amplifying his power to its zenith, while simultaneously activating his first soul skill. A fiery line, akin to a phoenix, surged forth towards the enigmatic fire attribute plant soul beast. With a thunderous roar, Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line struck the core of the beast, causing the surrounding stones to shatter, revealing the true form of the fire attribute plant soul beast before him. What had once been merely the size of a palm had now expanded to the height of a man. Moreover, the speed with which it ensnared Ma Hongjun had increased significantly. Observing Ma Hongjun's actions, Flender understood that a peaceful resolution was no longer feasible. He immediately took to the air to assist him, yet the fire dragon seemed to be in league with the fire attribute plant soul beast, intercepting Flender with ferocity. I'll aid you, Flender, Zhao Wujie proclaimed, activating his martial spirit true form, his soul rings illuminating as he unleashed the full might of the great strength diamond bear. Seizing an opportunity, Flender attempted to slip through, yet they had underestimated the strength of the fire dragon. With a swift motion, it unleashed a torrent of flames. In an instant, both men were hurled backward, crashing against the fiery red rock wall. Fortunately, having activated their martial spirit true forms, they were shielded from the scorching flames. But the force of the fire dragon's attack was overwhelming. It felt as though their insides were being tossed about tumultuously. This is unbearable. This fire dragon is far too powerful, rivaling even the Titan Great Ape, Zhao Wujie remarked. Flender's face contorted with struggle, while Ma Hongjun found himself ensnared tightly at the waist. As his prized disciple, he could not abandon him, yet the fire dragon stood as an insurmountable barrier. Nevertheless, he resolved to make another attempt. We must press on, Flender urged. At this moment, Ma Hongjun had been struggling for an extended period, but to no avail. This was not Tang San's blue-silver grass, which feared Ma Hongjun's fire attribute soul power. Instead, he was bound by a formidable fire attribute plant soul beast, seemingly invigorated by the very flames he wielded. The next moment, Flender and Zhao Wujie's assaults remained ineffective. As if the fire dragon's sole purpose was to thwart their efforts to rescue Ma Hongjun, displaying no interest in engaging them directly, Ma Hongjun exerted all his strength. Aware that escape was futile, and shouted, "Dean, Teacher Zhao, you should leave." Though he yearned for salvation, he recognized that the two were no match for the fire flood dragon. Nevertheless, they refused to abandon him. "You are my disciple. I will never give up on you," said Flender, activating his martial soul's true form despite his injuries. With a clash, he was once again knocked to the ground, his hand severely wounded. "Teacher Zhao, please take my master away. Hurry," Mahongjun reluctantly implored, addressing Flender as master for the first time rather than Dean. "Zhao Wujin, you cannot take me. If you do, we shall be enemies. I can still fight. If I must die, then let us die together," he cried out with the strength he could muster. Zhao Wujin glanced at Mahongjun, gritted his teeth, and said, "I am sorry." He then scooped up Mahongjun and ran. As they fled, the fire elemental plant soul beast suddenly grew larger, swiftly entangling Mahongjun once more. Was this the end? Despair washed over him. He had only been in this world for less than half a year, and the regret was overwhelming. Just then, the entwining leaves brushed against his chest, and a brilliant light erupted from that very spot. "Is there hope?" Mahongjun exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 58. Illusory Fire Lotus. Zhao Wujin sprinted at full speed with Flender on his back, who continued to berate him. "What good are you if you cannot even save your own disciple?" A few months prior, Mahongjun's potential demise might not have weighed so heavily on him. But this time was different. He had witnessed Mahongjun's transformation and future prospects. He had uttered the phrase, "Once a teacher, always a father." Flender, who had never married and would never do so, saw Mahongjun as his only true successor. To see him perish before his eyes ignited Flender's anger, prompting him to scold as they hurried away. Upon reaching the surface, the master awaited them. "What transpired?" he inquired, observing their disheveled state. "Xiao Gang, what did you discover about the soul beast? Didn't you say it was only a little over 10,000 years old? How could there be two, one of which is a fire flood dragon?" Flender questioned the master vehemently. The master sighed. "I had no idea the situation was thus. However, ancient texts do describe a fire elemental plant soul beast. How could a fire flood dragon exist? But it has appeared now. What shall we do?" Flender pressed. At that moment, Zhao Wujin, who had just used his martial soul's true form, was left in a weakened state, his combat prowess diminished. The master placed a hand on Flender's shoulder and said, "Flender, grieve not. Hunting soul beasts is inherently perilous, and I do not wish for such outcomes." Flender, still seething, retorted, "Grieve? Why grieve? Mahongjun is not dead. He will be fine." He pushed the master's hand away, anger still coursing through him as he pondered why he had allowed Mahongjun to go forth. If he had taken the risk instead, perhaps things would have turned out differently. The more he thought, the more guilt consumed him, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Xiao Gang, have you perused that ancient text? Does it contain any further information? Is there still hope for Hongjun?" The master reflected, but the text only mentioned the fire elemental plant soul beast without specific details. He could only shake his head. "That is all I know. Please, describe the current situation." Now, they could only devise a strategy for salvation, despite their conflict. Flender inherently trusted the master. The situation unfolded thus. When Mahongjun approached, the fire flood dragon emerged, flanked by 9 fiery, crystalline leaves resembling a lotus. It was these leaves that ensnared Mahongjun. As Flender described the plant soul beast's attributes, the master contemplated its nature, retrieving a book. "I believe I have seen this soul beast before." After flipping through the pages, he presented it to Flender and Zhao Wujin. "Is this it?" "Indeed," Zhao Wujin replied. Flender observed, "There are some differences. This one has only 3 leaves, while that one has 9, yet they share other similarities." The master's expression darkened, his lips twitching as he stammered, "How could I have overlooked this?" The ancient texts refer precisely to this soul beast. Flender sensed impending doom. The master's demeanor was not a harbinger of good news. "What is it?" he demanded. The master spoke. "This is a soul beast exceeding 90,000 years, known as the illusory fire lotus. Its 9 fiery, crystalline leaves signify its age, with one leaf sprouting every 10,000 years, bearing little resemblance to typical lotus leaves." 90,000 years? Does Mahongjun stand any chance? What of the fire flood dragon? "Neither Flender nor I can contend with it," Zhao Wujin questioned. The master shook his head. "In truth, there is no fire flood dragon. It is an illusion conjured by one of the leaves. The illusory fire lotus does not possess great offensive strength. Its power lies in its ability to consume. It must devour fire element soul beasts or soul masters, manifesting 70% of the consumed entity's abilities and creating their illusion as a means of attack. Each leaf can consume one soul beast. and the fire flood dragon is likely one it has previously devoured, taking on its form to confront you. This fire flood dragon could easily overpower you. It is at least a 50,000-year-old soul beast. Flandra interjected, "You mean the illusory fire lotus has set its sights on Ma Hongjun, intending to transform him into its illusion? Indeed, it is drawn to Ma Hongjun's phoenix martial soul. This unique martial soul is its preferred target, which is why it is interested in him. Leaving you with an opportunity to escape," the master analyzed. "That explains the fire flood dragon's behavior. I thought we were finished," Zhao Wujin remarked. "Does this mean there is no hope for Hongjun?" Flandra said, his head bowed. Initially encouraged by the master's words, despair now enveloped him. The master reiterated, "Even a 50,000-year-old fire flood dragon has been consumed and transformed into an illusion. Alas, it is Mahongjun's fate." Flandra gazed at the small volcano, astonished to discover the potent soul beast concealed within. Indeed, one could not underestimate any part of the Stardow forest. Clenching his fist, Flandra declared, "I vow that I shall make it my life's mission to slay the illusory fire lotus." Zhao Wujin added, "Count me in, among the Shrek disciples. Mahongjun is the one I hold in highest regard. The illusory fire lotus must perish. Incorporate me into your ranks, at worst. We shall once again unite the formidable triangle to avenge Mahongjun." Although he trembles at the sight of that harbinger of death, witnessing the sorrow of his dear brother, coupled with his own misjudgment, renders him complicit in this vendetta. After all, only when the triangle is complete can they unleash their utmost power. Marking the most opportune moment for action, acknowledging the grim reality of Mahongjun's fate, the trio does not linger. Flandra, grievously injured, requires urgent medical attention, and Zhao Wujie, likewise wounded, remains in a weakened state, necessitating their swift departure. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as they leave, a cataclysmic transformation unfolds deep within the volcano. The fiery dragon has vanished. At this moment, Mahongjun's form is ensnared by the illusory fire lotus, seemingly being consumed. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern that the phantom lotus is, in fact, struggling. It longs for escape, striving to free itself from Mahongjun's grasp. As if an immensely powerful force binds it, rendering it unable to break free. Strangely, Mahongjun exhibits no discomfort. Rather, he appears to revel in this extraordinary experience. Chapter 59. The Devourer becomes the devoured beneath the volcano. Mahongjun hovers above the lava pool, radiating a brilliant crimson glow, particularly pronounced at the heart of his being. A faint silhouette of a red spear manifests at his chest, and the fiery luminescence converges upon this spectral weapon. The illusory fire lotus grows anxious. It merely seeks to engulf this human, blessed with the phoenix spirit, and become an integral part of his ethereal essence. Yet, as its delicate leaves envelop the area around his heart, they are unexpectedly ensnared by a formidable pull. As a soul beast with over 90,000 years of existence, it possesses the intellect of an ordinary human. Realizing escape is futile, it conjures the fiery dragon once more around Mahongjun, its gaping maw seemingly intent on consuming him. However, in the next instant, the fire dragon withdraws slightly, as if wary of being drawn in by Mahongjun's allure. The dragon begins to gather fiery energy within its mouth, disregarding the fact that a portion of its being is still entwined with Mahongjun. It senses imminent danger and, if necessary, would sacrifice a millennium of cultivation without hesitation. The illusory fire lotus, each leaf representing a millennium of cultivation, risks losing a fragment equivalent to 1,000 years of power. Just as the fire dragon prepares to unleash its assault, Mahongjun feels an overwhelming heat radiating from his chest, as if it were on the verge of exploding. In an instant, a crimson beam erupts from his chest, manifesting a red spear before him, which swiftly plunges into the heart of the illusory fire lotus. Mahongjun opened his eyes, gazing at the Zhurong divine spear that had emerged from his body, resembling a mere specter. Yet, it was evident that this spear bore a distinct aura. Though its overall form remained intact, both the shaft and the tip were marred, riddled with numerous chinks. One could only speculate the harrowing trials the Zhurong spear had endured, as its battered state suggested it had survived a fierce battle. No wonder it required the energy of fire. It was, in fact, striving to mend itself. In the very moment it pierced the lotus, the fiery dragon began to gradually dissipate, while the resplendent crimson leaves entwined around his body slowly vanished, as if they were about to relinquish their hold on Mahongjun. Upon activating his martial soul, Mahongjun unfurled a pair of resplendent phoenix wings. Yet, in the next moment, the vibrant crimson leaves adorning his form began to wither, their hues gradually fading. Moreover, the leaves of the illusory fire lotus also dulled, while the fire flood dragon vanished entirely. Intriguingly, the divine spear, during its consumption, retained a single slender leaf, which remained unaffected. Once separated from Ma Hongjun's body, the divine spear exhibited formidable devouring prowess, causing the 8 delicate leaves of the illusory fire lotus to wither rapidly, resembling dried grass, in less than 30 seconds. Ma Hongjun was unfamiliar with the illusory fire lotus and remained unaware that each delicate leaf signified a soul beast of a millennium-esque cultivation. As the 8 slender leaves withered, the final leaf began to succumb as well. Yet, upon its decay, a dark soul ring emerged above the lotus. Uniquely, this black soul ring was imbued with a faint crimson halo. Should I absorb this soul ring? Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of hesitation, judging by its appearance. It undoubtedly exceeded a millennium, and the presence of the crimson aura indicated that this fire attribute botanical soul beast had surpassed 90,000 years, nearing a century mark. At the moment the soul ring manifested, the Zhu Rong divine spear did not immediately return to Ma Hongjun's body. Instead, it withdrew from the illusory fire lotus and plunged into the vast magma pool. Upon entering the magma pool, the molten lava began to recede gradually, and the surrounding temperature surprisingly diminished within a mere 5 minutes. The magma below sank by at least 10 meters, transforming from its molten state to resemble black stone, solidifying. Subsequently, the divine spear erupted from the stone, surging directly toward Ma Hongjun's chest, reintegrating into his being once more. Ma Hongjun eagerly tore open his clothing, casting his gaze upon his chest. The mark remained unchanged, its color as consistent as before, showing little variation. He could still channel the residual fire attribute energy, indicating that consuming such a vast amount of vitality posed no challenge for the divine spear. The mark of the divine spear not only aided him in overcoming the immediate peril, but also bestowed upon him a millennium-old soul ring. "Thank you," Mahongjun expressed, aware that without the divine spear's mark, he would have surely perished today. Although he was uncertain of the name of the plant-type soul beast, he could surmise some of its abilities. Judging by the soul ring, it was a soul beast over 90,000 years old, nearing 100,000. A creature that even the combined might of Zhao Wudre and Flender could not contend with, underscoring its formidable power. Now that the danger had subsided, Ma Hongjun found himself in a quandary. Should he absorb the soul ring or not? Reflecting on the recent events, it seemed that the divine spear had deliberately left behind a slender leaf before hunting it down to form the soul ring, perhaps a token of gratitude for itself. Was it a means of securing a portion of its own reward? Moreover, even in the face of danger, the mark of the divine spear would provide assistance, after all. It was a legacy left for him. With this realization, Ma Hongjun's resolve solidified. Such an exceptional opportunity was rare and precious. He decided that he must absorb the soul ring. The fire attribute energy in this space appeared to have been entirely consumed by the Zhurong divine spear, losing its previous intensity, likely returning to a normal temperature within a few hours. Approaching the black soul ring, Ma Hongjun settled into a meditative posture. Although the most powerful soul beast had perished, nearby soul beasts would surely hesitate to venture close for some time. Consequently, this location would enjoy a period of complete tranquility. Even without a guardian, Ma Hongjun felt assured in absorbing the soul ring. Ma Hongjun began to adjust his state, for this soul ring was over 10,000 years old, and he needed to attain his optimum condition before proceeding. After approximately half an hour, he commenced the process of controlling the soul ring as it entered his body. At this moment, Flender and his companions had already ventured several kilometers away from the volcano, entirely oblivious to the changes occurring within it. Had they remained nearby, they would undoubtedly have noticed the transformations of this minor volcano. The two primary soul beasts residing here, the fire-scale beast and the fire-spitting lizard, had been disturbed, as the geothermal essence they had thrived upon had inexplicably vanished. This unfamiliarity compelled them to venture deeper into the volcano. However, after a certain depth, all soul beasts halted, deterred from proceeding further. It seemed they instinctively understood that an immensely powerful presence awaited them within, and thus they refrained from entering. It was precisely because of their trepidation that Ma Hongjun could safely absorb the soul ring. Chapter 60. Soul Bones and the unique third soul skill beneath the several hundred meters of volcanic terrain. Time passed unnoticed. Surrounding Ma Hongjun were 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black. This configuration signified that he had successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. The energy contained within this soul ring appeared to have just reached the limits of what Ma Hongjun's body could endure. It remained uncertain whether the divine spear had orchestrated this phenomenon or if the delicate leaf-like plant soul beast had merely possessed energy equivalent to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. As Ma Hongjun did not experience any spiritual impact from soul beasts exceeding that age, he attributed this success to the mark of the divine spear. Upon completing the absorption, a fiery red soul bone materialized before him, floating gracefully in the air. After retracting the soul ring, Ma Hongjun proceeded to absorb the soul bone that had fallen from the soul beast. The conditions for the formation of a soul bone were exceedingly rare, typically. The probability of encountering one was merely 1 in 1,000. However, as the age of the soul beast increased, particularly beyond 10,000 years, the likelihood of soul bone formation saw a slight enhancement. Moreover, it was a certainty that a soul bone would manifest from a 100,000-year soul beast. The soul beast that Ma Hongjun absorbed bore a faint crimson halo upon his soul ring, indicative of its nearly 100,000 years of age. This significantly heightened the likelihood of it shedding a soul bone. Before him lay a right arm bone, aged over 90,000 years, which spoke volumes of his extraordinary fortune. This unexpected boon prompted Ma Hongjun to immediately absorb the soul bone. Although it fell short of the coveted 100,000 years, it remained exceedingly precious. The right arm bone, under his control, gravitated towards his right arm, gradually merging with it. After a span of approximately half an hour, the entire bone assimilated into his body. However, mere assimilation did not equate to complete absorption. It merely marked the commencement of the absorption process. Once the soul bone infiltrated his right arm, Ma Hongjun felt an immense surge of energy emanating from it. Unlike the energy derived from soul rings, which posed a potential fatal risk if mishandled, the energy from the soul bone was inclined towards transformation, presenting negligible danger to life. Hence, on the continent, even a lowly soul beast could absorb soul bones aged thousands or even tens of thousands of years. As the soul bone's power began to reshape his physique, particularly his right arm, he experienced a marked increase in strength. At that moment, Ma Hongjun felt as though he could effortlessly lift a weight of 1,000 jin with a single hand. Time passed unmeasured as he absorbed the soul bone, until he sensed an impending presence encroaching upon his vicinity. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a gathering of numerous soul beasts across the molten pool, including fire-breathing flame lizards and fiery scale beasts, totaling around 40 to 50. They regarded Ma Hongjun with trepidation, hesitant to approach. Rising to his feet, Ma Hongjun scanned the assembly of soul beasts, noting that none surpassed the millennium mark, as he had previously hunted all those aged over 1,000 years. As he stood, he became aware that his garments had grown somewhat ill-fitting. The absorption of the soul ring and soul bone had indeed altered his physique. His height had surpassed 175 centimeters. His form appeared exceptionally well-proportioned, not overly robust nor diminutive, but rather a comfortably balanced physique, coupled with his fiery red hair. Ma Hongjun exuded an even greater charm. Although he did not undergo a transformation as striking as Tang San's awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor, he nonetheless experienced a significant metamorphosis. A closer inspection would still reveal his identity. Observing the soul beasts, Ma Hongjun activated his martial spirit and soared outward. Some, sensing his formidable aura, retreated, while others, undeterred by fear, charged toward him. One such beast, an 800-year-old flame lizard, unleashed a torrent of fire in his direction. Seizing the opportunity to test the efficacy of his third soul skill, Ma Hongjun's black soul ring glowed, and from his hand emerged a single, lustrous, crimson leaf akin to the illusory fire lotus. This leaf surged forth to intercept the flame, dispersing it effortlessly, before swiftly ensnaring the flame lizard. Indeed, his third soul skill possessed the ability to exert control, but was it truly as simple as mere control? As Ma Hongjun soared through the skies, he dragged along the fiery flame lizard until he was nearly out of the mountains, at which point he finally released it. The flame lizard, now free, appeared somewhat weakened. This was one of the effects of Ma Hongjun's third soul skill, Entwining Devour, albeit with certain limitations, much like the phantom fire lotus. It could only consume soul energy of the fire attribute. This meant he was unable to absorb soul energy of other attributes, and could only exert control over beings of different elemental affinities. Nevertheless, it was still a soul ring of over 90,000 years. And although its energy had been absorbed by the divine spear, it retained a residual energy of 10,000 years. This, however, did not represent the full extent of his soul skill as capabilities. It was a unique soul skill, yet to be considered complete. Even Ma Hongjun had never heard of such an extraordinary soul skill existing in the Douluo continent. While the concepts of devouring and entanglement might be easily accepted by others, they were not deemed particularly remarkable. Ma Hongjun named this soul skill Fire Leaf Mirage, as it pertains to a plant-type soul beast of the fire attribute. This skill seems somewhat unrelated to his Phoenix martial soul. However, its uniqueness lies in its ability to absorb a fire attribute soul beast into these crimson, translucent leaves. Or rather, into the soul ring itself. Once within the soul ring, he can release a phantom that materializes as the soul beast, possessing approximately 70% of the original beast's capabilities. The condition for absorption is that it cannot exceed the age limit of his third soul ring. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware that the duration of his third soul ring approached a staggering 10,000 years. Consequently, this soul skill enabled him to devour a soul beast of approximately 90,000 years and subsequently acquire 70% of its prowess for combat, much like the fire dragon he had encountered. Therefore, if Ma Hongjun could consume a fire attribute soul beast that met his expectations, his third soul skill would grant him the power to contend even with a soul Douluo. However, given his current strength, to attempt devouring a soul beast whose capabilities had been diminished by 30% would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. At present, the 800-year-old fire-breathing lizard could not fulfill his requirements. Ma Hongjun had already slain numerous fire attribute soul beasts in this locale, yet he refrained from annihilating them entirely, thus sparing the 800-year-old fire-breathing lizard. Nevertheless, he recognized that this area was no longer suitable as a gathering place for fire attribute soul beasts. He pondered the fate of the Dean and Zhao Wujia. They must have sustained severe injuries and might even believe him to be deceased. Yet, this circumstance presented an opportune moment for him to venture forth and explore the world on his own. Ma Hongjun mused to himself. Chapter 61, A Fateful Encounter? Although Ma Hongjun was deeply concerned about the injuries sustained by Flender and Zhao Wujia, his worry proved futile as he lacked the healing soul abilities to provide assistance. Once they returned to the academy, however, they could seek the aid of teacher Xiao Xian, who possessed a soul skill with certain healing properties. Or perhaps venture to Soto City in search of a healing soul master. The thought of Flender charging towards him recklessly stirred profound emotions within Ma Hongjun, as it was a testament to Flender's willingness to sacrifice his life, while he may have been somewhat stingy in matters of significant importance. Flender would never exhibit such frugality nor cowardice. As for the duration of Flender's absence below, it remained uncertain. They might have already returned to the academy. Ma Hongjun still finds this experience somewhat surreal. Encountering such an extraordinary soul beast has endowed him, a soul master of the offensive type, with control abilities. Upon reflection, a soul master's capabilities cannot merely be categorized by offensive or control types. It is often determined by their most proficient skill set. Take Shui Binger, for instance. Ma Hongjun recalls having read a novel in which she is described as the first person to render Tang San mute with her prowess. However, now that he is present, she can no longer claim that title. Shui Bingo identifies herself as a control-type soul master. Her first soul skill, Instant Freeze, is indeed a control ability. Yet her second and third soul skills pertain to defense, with subsequent skills also exhibiting offensive traits. Thus, it can be asserted that she possesses a spectrum of soul skills across offensive, defensive, and control categories. Therefore, in this world, it is entirely normal for a soul master to exhibit diverse abilities within their soul skills, and Ma Hongjun's manifestation of a fire-based control skill is not particularly remarkable. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujin and Flender lie in bed, being treated by Tang San. After completing his tasks, Tang San quietly closes the door to allow them to rest. Once outside, he speaks. Teacher, the Dean and Teacher Zhao are not in life-threatening danger. With a month's rest, they will recover. However, is it true that Ma Hongjun has perished? Tang San struggles to accept that someone as talented as Ma Hongjun has vanished without a trace. The master sighs, stating, under such circumstances, survival is utterly improbable. Tang San, you must remember to assess your capabilities when hunting soul beasts and absorbing soul rings in the future. Otherwise, even the most remarkable talents may not survive to realize their potential. Ma Hongjun's demise serves as a profound lesson for us all. What manner of soul beast could it be that even two soul saints cannot contend with? Tang San inquires, puzzled. If you had perused my compendium of anomalous soul beasts, you would understand. This creature is known as the illusory fire lotus, the master explains. Tang San responds, I have read that book. But how many slender leaves does the illusory fire lotus possess? 9, and it has consumed a 50,000-year-old fire flood dragon, which both Flender and Zhao Wujin were defeated by. The master reveals, does that not exceed 90,000 years? Tang San remarks, if it is indeed a soul beast of that age, Ma Hongjun would have found survival exceedingly difficult. Tang San's expression turns somber as he reflects. What a pity. Brother Hongjun possessed such formidable talent. And I was no match for him. How could this happen? Little San, the blame lies with me. My misjudgment led to Ma Hongjun falling victim to the soul beast. I have already conferred with Flender and Zhao Wujin. We are resolved to hunt down the illusory fire lotus in vengeance for Ma Hongjun, the master asserts. Count me in. I too wish to avenge Brother Hongjun, Tang San declares, recognizing Ma Hongjun as the second person he deeply admires in his life. Especially since he had bested him twice despite being at a lower level of soul power. The master expresses his comfort. I believe that Ma Hongjun, in the depths of the underworld, will be touched to have a friend like you. However, you must strive to improve. That illusory fire lotus, aged over 90,000 years, is equally suited to you. I hope that when we embark on the hunt, you will be able to absorb it and not squander this precious soul ring. I understand. Tang San replies, feeling somewhat uneasy about the master's words. The news of Ma Hongjun's demise spread throughout Shrek, eliciting a spectrum of emotions amongst the populace. Some mourned while others reveled in secret delight. Each individual exhibited signs of sorrow. Yet there were those whose outward expressions belied a profound inner joy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. With Ma Hongjun remaining within the Douluo forest, endlessly wandering in search of a suitable fire-attributed soul beast. However, despite the passage of time, he had yet to encounter a single fire-attributed soul beast over a millennium old. It seemed as though such soul beasts were notably scarce within the forest. Where could one possibly locate a fire-attributed soul beast? As he pondered this predicament, Ma Hongjun sensed a presence rapidly approaching him. What could it be? Straining his eyes, he peered ahead and discerned a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, pursuing a bird-type soul beast alongside a girl of 11 or 12 years. Upon closer inspection, the martial soul of the man struck a familiar chord in Ma Hongjun's memory. Had he not seen it before in the martial soul literature he had perused? Was this not the martial soul of the sharp-tailed swift? Given the posture of the pair, it was unmistakably the same martial soul. Perhaps the man was tempering his speed to accommodate the girl trailing behind. He was merely keeping pace with the wounded bird-type soul beast, which was exhibiting a noticeable decline in speed. If they maintained their pursuit, they would surely succeed in slaying the creature. Could it be her? Observing the scene from 200 meters away, the girl appeared to possess a graceful figure and striking beauty, rivaling Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, with only a slight edge and slenderness. If she belonged to that esteemed family, perhaps he could lend his assistance, while uncertain if it was indeed by Qinxiang. Her age and martial soul strongly suggested it was likely her. Notably, the soul beast they pursued was merely 500 years old, indicating they sought to acquire a second soul ring. As the duo approached his location, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ma Hongjun. He leapt agilely into the branches of a large tree, concealing himself. Moments later, the bird-type soul beast indeed veered in his direction. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun sprang into action, unleashing his fire palm technique. The bird-type soul beast, unprepared for the sudden onslaught from the front, was unable to halt its advance. With a resounding impact, the encounter unfolded. With a powerful strike, Ma Hongjun sent it crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Alas, he had forgotten that his right hand had just been enhanced by a soul bone aged 90,000 years. This single blow not only shattered it but also expelled its soul ring, signifying that this soul beast had met its demise at Ma Hongjun's hands. The soul ring could only be absorbed by him. No one else could claim it. It seems that Ma Hongjun has inadvertently caused more trouble than he intended. His good intentions have resulted in adverse outcomes. In the past, his efforts would have merely left the avian spirit soul severely wounded, but now, owing to the enhancements provided by the soul bone on his right hand, his strength has significantly increased. What he perceived as the same force he once exerted has, in reality, escalated considerably. Just as the soul ring of this avian spirit emerged, both the middle-aged man and the young girl appeared in response. Observing the soul beast they had pursued for so long being struck down by a mere boy, the girl, with a hint of indignation, exclaimed, "Is this the soul beast you required? We have been chasing it for ages. How could you seize my soul beast soul ring?" Her voice bore an edge of impending tears. Chapter 62. The thought of abducting by Qinxiang the girl appeared somewhat pitiable, as if she had searched extensively before finding such a suitable soul beast. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man regarded Ma Hongjun with evident hostility. His fists clenched as though he were contemplating a confrontation. However, upon noticing the boy's youthful countenance, he furrowed his brow in immediate concern. Was he truly alone in the Douluo forest, or had he set a trap alongside others? My apologies. I merely intended to assist you in subduing the soul beast, but I inadvertently killed it with a slight exertion. Mahongjun explained. He was familiar with this particular avian spirit beast, known for its swiftness yet lacking in both offensive and defensive capabilities. It was already injured. And with Ma Hongjun's considerable strength, a single strike had proven fatal. Assist us? How could you call this help when you dispatched it in an instant? The girl retorted, her voice tinged with grievance. Ma Hongjun said, if you wish, I can assist you in locating another soul beast. I have spent several days in the Douluo forest, and I have encountered a suitable soul beast in a particular location. However, the middle-aged man interjected, there is no need. We shall search for it ourselves. Xiang. Let us depart and seek another soul beast for you. The young girl protested, but father, can we truly leave it at that? Her tone was laced with reluctance. The young man before her appeared to be only slightly older, yet she sensed her father's lingering reservations. Ma Hongjun also overheard the middle-aged man addressing the young girl. And the two characters Xiang confirmed that she must be Bai Qianxiang. Had he not arrived at this moment in time, in a decade or so, this young woman would become the unfortunate wife of his former self, destined to be one of the most lamentable figures in the Douluo continent. The girl disregarded the middle-aged man's words and turned to Ma Hongjun, saying, then please lead us. We have searched for 5 days to find a suitable opportunity. I hope you will not deceive me. Xiang, this young man's origins are unclear. What if someone is lying in wait for us? The middle-aged man whispered into the girl's ear. We cannot simply let this go. Father, you are a soul king at level 52. What is there to fear? The girl replied. Ma Hongjun chuckled. It's not far from here. How about I bring you there? Just wait for me here. The Mingji family was known for their extreme speed, but their inherent offensive power was rather low. Ma Hongjun could somewhat surmise the concerns of the middle-aged man. Perhaps influenced by the young girl, the man remained uneasy, stating, young man, you are alone in the Douluo forest. Where are the family members or mentors who brought you here? Can I not come alone? Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. Alone? The middle-aged man hesitated. The person who had accompanied Ma Hongjun had already departed, leaving him truly by himself at that moment. Ma Hongjun perceived the middle-aged man as rather timid in these times. It is the bold who thrive while the timid languish. It is no wonder that Tang San found it so effortless to reclaim the Min clan in the future. The esteemed leader of the Min clan, Bai He, despite being a soul Douluo, could scarcely muster even 120 gold soul coins. And he had to wait for the arrival of the people from the Pa clan to provide the remaining 20 coins. This situation, however, is merely one aspect. Ultimately, it relates to the connection between the Min clan and Tang San's family, given that he is the maternal uncle. The Min clan possesses a certain dignity. With approximately 200 soul masters, they refrain from seeking soul master subsidies from the Spirit Hall, which has led to their dire financial straits. Unlike other soul masters who can participate in soul battles, the Min clan faces challenges in this regard. Although their speed is commendable, their attacks are comparatively weaker, making it exceedingly difficult to earn money through betting on soul battles. Ma Hongjun simply turned around and declared, if you desire a suitable soul beast, come forth. If you are timid, consider my words unspoken. The young woman, originally a prodigy of her clan, possessed a proud spirit, and she sensed that the striking red-haired youth before her was not a villain. Thus, after Ma Hongjun departed, she took a bold step forward to follow him. The middle-aged man behind her shook his head in resignation but continued to trail them, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Should any anomaly arise, he would promptly activate his martial spirit to escort his daughter away. Ma Hongjun's pace was not particularly swift, and the young girl trailed closely behind him. What is your name? Ma Hongjun inquired directly. Bai Qianxiang, and you? Bai Qianxiang responded with a smile. Indeed, it is Bai Qianxiang, he stated. I am Ma Hongjun. At such a tender age, you are already in search of your second spirit ring. It seems your talent is quite commendable. Bai Qianxiang proudly lifted her head and declared, of course, I am the most gifted of my generation in our clan, and I still have 5 months until I turn 12. Your talent is indeed impressive. Ma Hongjun replied with a smile. He was aware of Bai Qianxiang's remarkable abilities, yet she lacked the fortuitous circumstances. Should she acquire her second spirit ring and cultivate for a year and 5 months, she would be just shy of 13 and likely reach the 24th or 25th level. With such progress, she would undoubtedly gain admission to Shrek Academy, and should she then consume a high-quality herb from Tang San, her achievements could become extraordinary. Perhaps her fate would not be confined to a life on the Douluo continent. And what about you? Bai Qianxiang asked. I suppose my talent is also quite decent. Perhaps just a smidgen stronger than yours. You may call me Jungu or Hongjun-gu, Ma Hongjun chuckled. Bai Qianxiang recalled how Ma Hongjun had effortlessly slain that spirit beast with a single palm strike. Just how much stronger is a smidgen? Why should I call you Jungo? Bai Qinxiang inquired with curiosity. Ma Hongjun chuckled. I am a year and 3 months older than you. Calling me brother is hardly excessive. And I have already attained the rank of Soul Master. For some inexplicable reason, conversing with Bai Qinxiang felt different than speaking with the likes of Xiaowu, Zhu Xing, and Ling Shuanger from Shrek Academy. It was as if an innate protective instinct stirred within him. Could this be fate? Was it destined for Ma Hongjun to repay his debts to Bai Qinxiang himself? You are not yet 13, and you have already become a Soul Master? Inquired the middle-aged man. I am a 33rd rank Soul Master. Hailing from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun formally introduced himself. The man's brows furrowed in surprise. Shrek? Is that the obscure academy in Soto City? Are you familiar with our academy? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, taken aback. After all, Shrek had indeed produced a number of elite students. So it was not entirely surprising that someone had heard of it. I heard about that academy from a friend. A few months ago, he took his son to enroll at Shrek, only to find that the place was not only dilapidated but also had exceedingly high admission standards. The boy, who had just turned 13 and possessed a spirit power level of 21, was ultimately rejected and had even been swindled out of 10 gold soul coins for the registration fee, the middle-aged man recounted. Of course, our academy only accepts geniuses. Ordinary individuals are certainly not capable of gaining admission, Ma Hongjun replied, casting another glance at Bai Qinxiang. However, you are still not yet 12 this year. So you may well meet Shrek's enrollment criteria in the future. At that moment, a thought crossed Ma Hongjun's mind, a desire to take Bai Qinxiang away. To bring her to Shrek. What might the future hold? Chapter 63. Encountering danger, I truly am alone. Ma Hongjun harbored such thoughts, yet he hesitated to proceed. For Bai Qinxiang, at present, was the proud young lady of the Min family. The notion of Shrek Academy held no allure for him. He preferred to remain within the confines of his family to cultivate his skills. Bai Qinxiang pondered that her grandfather was a Soul Douluo. Could an ordinary academy instructor possess such formidable strength? Hence, having a Soul Douluo elder within the family, well versed in the intricacies of their martial soul cultivation, was undoubtedly more advantageous than attending any academy. While the prowess of Shrek remained uncertain, Bai Qinxiang was confident that her family would provide ample guidance, rendering external institutions unnecessary. The middle-aged man spoke with a hint of pride. May I inquire how to address you, uncle? Ma Hongjun asked, for Bai Qinxiang's father remained an enigma. With her memories predominantly filled with those of her grandfather, Bai He, the middle-aged man replied with a smile, I am Bai Yu, a level 52 agility attack Soul King. While responding to Tang Yu, he also remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings for any potential ambush. Ma Hongjun could hardly be oblivious to Bai Yu's concerns. He chuckled and reassured, Uncle Bai, there is no need for worry. I am truly alone. Just take a look around. It is utterly impossible for there to be an ambush. However, as Ma Hongjun uttered these words, Bai Yu's expression shifted dramatically. You are indeed not alone, he declared, swiftly moving to stand beside Bai Qinxiang. His vigilance heightened as he surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, Ma Hongjun also sensed that something was amiss. He became acutely aware of the presence of others. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been rendered speechless. Centered around them, disturbances erupted simultaneously from all directions. And in an instant, 4 figures emerged from the thicket, while above them soared a Soul Master, wings flapping elegantly as they flew. Ma Hongjun had truly been oblivious to his surroundings, for he was indeed alone. However, it became evident that he had unwittingly led Bai Qinxiang and her father into an ambush. Despite having visited the Stardow Forest several times, he had never encountered such a situation before. A mere Soul King at level 52, surrender your spatial soul guide and relinquish all valuable items, proclaimed the Flying Soul Master, his voice resonating with authority. As he spoke, 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, illuminated around him, confirming his status as a Soul Emperor. The other 4 members of his group followed suit, revealing their own soul rings, which included 1 Soul King, 1 Soul Sect, and 2 Soul Masters. It was indeed a predicament to be robbed by such formidable foes. Bai Yu watched Ma Hongjun with a wary gaze, while Bai Qinxiang wore an expression of sheer terror. As the pampered young lady of her family, she had never witnessed such a scene, and panic began to set in. Her gaze towards Ma Hongjun was tinged with indignation. I am not allied with them, Ma Hongjun asserted, though it seemed futile to explain under the circumstances. Bai Yu felt a sense of helplessness. If he were alone, he could easily escape even against a Soul Emperor. Yet, with Bai Qinxiang at his side, who was merely at level 20 with only a single soul skill, the situation was dire. The adversaries were also flying soul masters. He could flee, but what of his daughter? Ma Hongjun, are you truly one of them? Bai Qinxiang questioned once more, her thoughts betraying her hope that such a handsome young man could not possibly be a villain. Ma Hongjun chuckled. How could I possibly be one of their lot? One of the burly men interjected. Boss, could you entrust this red-haired lad to me? It has been ages since I've indulged in such a tender young gentleman. Meanwhile, a rather lascivious-looking man hovering in the air suddenly caught sight of the enchanting Bai Qinxiang and leered. That proposal is quite agreeable. I shall take charge of the girl. You three will also have your share later. Bai Qinxiang had never encountered such a scene and instinctively hid behind Bai Yu. Uncle Bai Yu, now you can believe I'm not with them, Tang Yu reiterated. At that moment, Bai Yi also hoped that Ma Hongjun would side with them. At least there would be a chance for salvation. Ma Hongjun, if you truly are not one of them, I have a favor to ask. Bai Yu seemed to have made a momentous decision. What is it? Ma Hongjun inquired. I will remain to hold them off. You take Xiang and escort her to the Min family. Our clan will surely reward you handsomely, Bai Yu declared. Ma Hongjun was undoubtedly aware of Bai Yu's intentions. He was willing to exchange his own life for the safety of his daughter, Bai Qinxiang. Could it be that Bai Qinxiang's father was absent in the narrative due to this very matter? However, that notion seems flawed, as without his intervention, they might never have encountered these individuals. Yet, upon hearing the words of the burly man, Ma Hongjun felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He immediately declared, Uncle Bai Yu, Xiang, this predicament is partly my fault. Do not worry, I shall handle these individuals. At that moment, all 5 men burst into uproarious laughter. Incredulous that a mere 12 or 13-year-old red-haired boy dared to proclaim he would deal with them. It was, without a doubt, one of the most ludicrous statements they had ever heard in their lives. Bai Yu shared a similar sentiment. He believed that regardless of Ma Hongjun's prowess, a mere soul master could not hope to contend with 5 formidable opponents. After all, there were 2 soul masters, a soul sovereign. Along with a soul king and a soul emperor, such aspirations were undoubtedly the musings of a dreamer. Ma Hongjun disregarded their mockery, a smile gracing his lips. And in the blink of an eye, he sprang into action. With remarkable swiftness, he materialized before the burly man who had expressed a desire for him. A soul master of the soul sect, adorned with 1 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple soul ring. Employing the unparalleled speed of his fire without trace technique, he executed a powerful palm strike. The mockers, still caught in their laughter, were utterly unprepared as his palm struck the man's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, 3 of Ma Hongjun's soul rings ignited, 2 purple and 1 black, as fiery, translucent leaves pierced the earth, extending towards another soul king. The remaining 4 soul masters instantly adopted a serious demeanor, realizing that this youth had effortlessly dispatched one of their own. The lecherous-faced soul emperor, enraged, bellowed, You dare to kill my 3rd brother. You will pay dearly for this. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's swift strike had not only eliminated an adversary, but also relieved Bai Yu, who now understood that Ma Hongjun was not allied with them, though the threat still loomed. You 3, deal with the 2 remaining. I want the woman alive, commanded the lecherous soul emperor, who then rushed towards Ma Hongjun. His 4 soul rings glowing ominously, signaling his intent to unleash his 4th soul skill. However, just as he prepared to attack, one of his companions shouted, Second brother. What's wrong? Upon glancing back, the soul emperor saw that another of his brothers had become ensnared. You still have time to escape, Ma Hongjun remarked coolly. Lamenting the absence of any fire attribute soul masters among them. With his 3rd soul skill, he could have incapacitated one. Nevertheless, even without that advantage, he could still control a soul king. His 3rd soul skill was a millennium technique. It leaves resilient enough to restrain most soul kings. Regrettably, he could only control one at a time. If he could control multiple foes, the battle would be considerably simpler. Chapter 64, Confrontation with a level 61 soul emperor with one of their soul kings under his control. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was fully revealed, showcasing 3 soul rings and the phoenix martial spirit. The sight of 2 purple and 1 black soul rings commanded respect, drawing the attention of all present. There was no time to fret over their fallen comrade, and even the soul emperor abandoned his intent to employ his 4th soul skill. Bai Qinxiang and her father gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment. 2 purple? Plus a phoenix martial spirit? The lecherous soul emperor gasped. Boss, could it be that this kid is merely pretending? That's impossible, interjected one of the soul respect masters. The soul emperor, observing Ma Hongjun's soul rings, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. They were mere ordinary soul masters, with their first soul rings typically being white. Reaching the rank of Soul Emperor was an achievement only attained through the passage of time. Hearing his subordinates' words alleviated the Soul Emperor's apprehension. Indeed, this had to be a ruse. How could a mere soul respect master possess such a formidable configuration of 2 purple and 1 black soul ring? Fourth brother, you make a valid point. Even if his 2 purple and 1 black rings are genuine, I am a Soul Emperor at level 61. Equipped with 2 purple and 1 black ring. I fear nothing. You all go rescue the second brother. This kid is mine to slay, declared the lecherous Soul Emperor. Meanwhile, the Soul Emperor remained ensnared by Ma Hongjun's control. As long as he maintained his grip, the captured Soul King would not escape, unless he happened to be an exceptionally powerful Soul King. However, this particular combination of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple rings was unlikely to be exceptionally formidable. Though the struggle could take some time, Ma Hongjun proclaimed, Uncle Baiyu, you shall contend with those 2 soul respecters, while I shall handle this Soul Emperor. Although the sharp-tailed swallow martial spirit possesses a disadvantage in attack potency, a Soul King of over level 50 can certainly manage 2 soul respecters. Baiyu nodded in agreement. Very well, I will deal with these 2 soul respecters. Once I have subdued them, I will assist you. He believed that Ma Hongjun was merely stalling for time. Given Baiyu's remarkable speed, if he could swiftly eliminate the 2 soul respecters, it would shift the battle to a 2-on-1 scenario. He had previously witnessed Ma Hongjun dispatch a Soul Master in a single strike, a testament to his formidable speed and combat prowess. Perhaps those 3 soul rings were indeed genuine. Ah, the audacity of this reckless youth. Let him experience the might of a Soul Emperor, he mused. With that, the Soul Emperor activated his 3rd soul ring, unfurling a pair of wings and soaring swiftly towards Ma Hongjun from the air. This aerial approach undoubtedly rendered him a target. 2 purple soul rings illuminated around Ma Hongjun, enhancing his physical state to its pinnacle, while simultaneously activating his Eye of Fire and Eye of the Phoenix. Facing a Soul Emperor, he knew he had to exert his utmost effort. As the Soul Emperor charged towards him, he became a target in the sky. Ma Hongjun unleashed a single hand, releasing a stream of Phoenix fire, its power immense. Concurrently, his Phoenix wings unfurled, propelling him toward the Soul Emperor. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's Phoenix fire, the Soul Emperor felt a twinge of disdain. He activated his 4th soul skill once more. With a sweep of his wings, he sent forth several blade-like gusts aimed at the Phoenix fire. The Soul Emperor's martial spirit was a beast martial spirit, specifically the Gale Demon Wolf. It was no wonder he had felt such a desire upon seeing Bai Qinxiang. This unique trait was inherent in his martial spirit. For instance, the renowned and eccentric Feng Xiaotian had similarly harnessed the power of a mutated martial spirit, forsaking his role as a respected academy leader for the chaotic dance of sweet fire. As the blade-like winds collided with Ma Hongjun's Phoenix fire, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and the combined assault of Ma Hongjun was immediately nullified. The 2 soul skills of Ma Hongjun are formidable. However, they cannot rival the soul power intensity of a Soul Emperor at the 61st level. The same soul skill employed during the Soul Master phase and that utilized during the Soul Emperor phase represents 2 distinct concepts, while the soul skill remains unchanged. The enhancement of one's own soul power is evident, with a disparity of 3 major levels. Being able to contend with the might of a Soul Emperor's 4th soul skill is already a considerable achievement for Ma Hongjun. Following this, the figure approached with hands resembling those of a wolf, fists transformed into wolf heads, launching an assault towards Ma Hongjun. Is this a challenge to engage him in close combat? Ma Hongjun's hands instantaneously transformed into a vibrant crimson, enveloped in flames, perfectly complementing his eye bone, rendering him exceptionally adept in close combat. Furthermore, his strength is not to be underestimated. As the 2 clashed in midair, Ma Hongjun discerned that the power of this Soul Emperor was not as formidable as it initially appeared. They exchanged blows in the sky, and fortunately, the Soul Emperor's strength was not overwhelmingly potent, allowing Ma Hongjun to evade his attacks through his agile movements. He was also able to counterattack, utilizing the unique properties of his eye bone. Is this truly the extent of Jun Ji's prowess? At this moment, Bai Qinxiang seemed to gradually temper her previously lofty pride, realizing that there existed such extraordinary talents in the outside world. Not only was he gifted, but he also possessed an undeniable charm, leaving her starry-eyed as she gazed at Ma Hongjun. In the Douluo continent, this age is precisely when young girls begin to experience the stirrings of affection. Filled with dreams and fantasies, watching Ma Hongjun's battle left her momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, her father, Baiyu, effortlessly dealt with 2 soul sages. Although both were around level 38 or 39, their combat prowess was quite formidable, making it difficult to ascertain a victor in the immediate moment. Another Soul King continued to struggle, and seeing that she could offer no assistance, Bai Qinxiang cautiously picked up a dagger. Inching closer to the Soul King under Ma Hongjun's control, the Soul Emperor was relentlessly assaulted by Ma Hongjun, with neither speed nor strength appearing to be in his favor. Ma Hongjun, who adeptly wielded the fiery palm technique, primarily utilized his right hand for attacks. After all, his right hand had absorbed a soul bone over 90,000 years old, bestowing him with extraordinary power capable of contending with a typical Soul Emperor. It was no wonder he could easily crush a soul beast over 500 years old with a single strike. However, the strength of the Soul Emperor was not his strong suit. Nonetheless, as a Soul Emperor, he possessed formidable traits, albeit unused. He found himself unable to contend with Ma Hongjun, who consistently anticipated his moves and skillfully countered his attacks, striking back in the next moment. At that juncture, he also noticed the dagger-wielding Bai Qinxiang, prompting a swift decision. He did not intend to employ his 5th and 6th soul skills. After distancing himself from Ma Hongjun, he rushed towards Bai Qinxiang with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, both Ma Hongjun and Bai Yu recognized his intention. "Qinxiang, flee!" Bai Yu shouted urgently. Both Bai Yu and Ma Hongjun surged forward, determined to rescue Bai Qinxiang, fearing that if the Soul Emperor closed in, it would spell disaster for her. Ma Hongjun surged forward with unwavering determination. Upon spotting a Soul Emperor approaching her with an overwhelming aura, Bai Qinxiang momentarily found herself bewildered, her body trembling as she failed to instinctively employ her first soul skill to escape. It was evident that her practical combat experience was woefully insufficient. However, Ma Hongjun could not bear the thought of Bai Qinxiang being harmed. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Fiery Wraith, with astounding speed, followed by the simultaneous release of 3 fiery lines resembling phoenixes. The Soul Emperor, recognizing the threat, deftly maneuvered to evade the onslaught. Ma Hongjun's intention was not solely to strike the Soul Emperor, but rather to utilize the 3 fiery lines to impede the Soul Emperor's movements. Chapter 65. Bai Yu on the brink of death. Ma Hongjun's primary skill is a ranged attack soul technique. Despite facing some obstacles, the Soul Emperor nearest to Bai Qinxiang is not significantly hindered. After all, he is also a Soul Emperor, belonging to the Agile attack class. His speed is commendable. Even with Bai Yu utilizing his 5th soul technique, which creates afterimages, it appears ineffective, as the distance between them is substantial, at least 100 meters. Farther than the distance from Ma Hongjun to Bai Qinxiang. Initially, they were quite close, but Bai Qinxiang took the initiative to attack, thereby increasing the distance. Bai Yu, unable to reach in time, shouted loudly to Bai Qinxiang, "Xiang, evade quickly and use your first soul technique." Bai Qinxiang, roused by his call, promptly activated her first soul technique, but it seemed too late. The Soul Emperor's fist, like that of a wolf, lunged toward Bai Qinxiang with unrestrained force. Just then, her first soul technique unfolded, manifesting 4 afterimages around her, alongside her actual form, making a total of 5. The Soul Emperor's fist struck one of the illusions. However, apart from Bai Qinxiang, only one person could discern her true form amidst the illusions, thanks to the aid of the Fire God's Eye, which allowed a clear distinction between the real and the illusory. Yet, the Soul Emperor's speed was remarkable. After dispersing the illusions, he immediately targeted another. In that moment, the Soul King controlled by Ma Hongjun began to show signs of strain, his fiery red tendrils appearing on the verge of rupture. This soul technique is particularly effective against fire attribute soul masters. And its true strength lies not merely in control but in the fact that managing a Soul King for around a minute is already impressive. As the Soul Emperor shattered one of Bai Qinxiang's illusions, he directed his assault toward her actual form. Bai Qinxiang attempted to flee, but it was too late. Her father, Bai Yu, was merely 20 meters away. For speed-oriented soul masters, every second counts, as even a fraction of a second can determine the outcome of a battle. The Soul Emperor was evidently one step ahead. Despite Bai Qinxiang reaching her peak speed, she remained merely a level 20 soul master, lacking even a second soul ring. How could she possibly withstand the assault of a level 61 agile attack Soul Emperor? As the wolf-like fist approached, Bai Qinxiang felt a surge of panic. Yet, she had her own means. The disparity between them was indeed considerable. Suddenly, she sensed a gust of wind, and the wolf-like fist halted just 5 centimeters from her face. In the next instant, a red figure flashed past. Bai Qinxiang vanished from her spot, while the Soul Emperor seemed unable to advance, ensnared by the fiery tendrils that bound him. Simultaneously, the Soul King managed to break free, Though Ma Hongjun could not rush in immediately, the Soul King would soon escape. So he directed the tendrils toward the Soul Emperor. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to ensnare the Soul Emperor's feet. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Despite appearing to be a flurry of actions, Baiyu, slightly delayed in realizing the Soul Emperor's intentions, saw that his daughter was safe and immediately charged at the Soul Emperor. Although the tendrils had bound the Soul Emperor's feet, his hands and wings remained operational. The Soul Emperor unleashed a barrage of wind blades toward Baiyu. In the air, Baiyu deftly dodged, the blades slicing through the air around him without touching his form. After evading the onslaught, Baiyu noticed the Soul King following closely behind and promptly retreated to join Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang. Xiang, are you all right? Baiyu inquired, somewhat awkwardly, as the red-haired youth still clung to Bai Qinxiang. My apologies, Ma Hongjun quickly released the seemingly fragile Bai Qinxiang. Once freed, she still bore a look of terror, having just escaped a perilous situation. After a moment, still shaken, she stammered, I'm fine, thank you. Meanwhile, the Soul Emperor used his wind attribute cutting ability to sever the tendrils constraining Ma Hongjun, freeing himself from control. The four regrouped, eyeing the trio of Ma Hongjun from a distance. Their third member, a Soul Master, had been eliminated at the onset of the battle, an unforgivable blow. The Soul Emperor remarked, this Soul King's martial spirit is the sharp-tailed swallow. Although he is a Soul King, his offensive capabilities are lacking, while he possesses speed. The three of you can certainly defeat him. As for that young girl, she poses no threat. The real challenge is the Soul Master. I will distract him. Once you eliminate the Soul King, we can deal with the red-haired youth together. The Soul Emperor, with a rather unscrupulous appearance, issued his command. After 10 rounds of combat with Ma Hongjun, he recognized that Ma Hongjun was no ordinary Soul Master, possessing peculiar techniques that were quite enigmatic, making it apparent that he could not easily subdue him. However, while he could not kill Ma Hongjun, he could wait for his comrades to take down the other Soul King. Having hunted in the Stardow Forest for years, they were incredibly familiar with one another and had encountered more powerful adversaries, surviving thanks to their leader's calm strategic analysis. Ma Hongjun, I reiterate, take Xiang and leave. I will hold them off, Baiyu said, his expression grave. Although Ma Hongjun's abilities were commendable, he had already exhausted 3 of his soul techniques, while the Soul Emperor had yet to unleash his 5th and 6th. No matter how one viewed it, Ma Hongjun was no match for them. As he spoke, Baiyu positioned himself between Ma Hongjun and Bai Qinxiang. With his martial spirit activated, he commanded, leave immediately. The farther you go, the better. I cannot hold out much longer. Father, I want to leave. If we go together, Bai Qinxiang said, her eyes welling with tears. Baiyu scolded. Are you still not leaving? Do you wish for me to die here in vain? Remember, you are the genius of the Min family, the young lady destined to revive our clan. Ma Hongjun understood that Baiyu was truly determined to fight for enough time for his daughter to escape. It was not an easy task to flee, the Soul Emperor declared, and without hesitation, the 3 charged forward. Baiyu shouted fervently, leave now. If you do not depart, I, Baiyu, shall no longer have a daughter like you. After Baiyu's words, Bai Qinxiang suddenly turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, Brother Hongjun, what should we do? She was engulfed in confusion. She genuinely did not wish to flee. Even in death, she wanted to remain with her father. Unable to bear the thought of witnessing his demise, Ma Hongjun smiled as he patted Bai Qinxiang's head, reassuring her, rest assured, with me around, you will all be safe. Chapter 66. The illusory fire god's spear. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Bai Qinxiang felt an inexplicable unease. After all, Ma Hongjun was only slightly older than her, while those before them possessed soul powers far exceeding his own. Just as she was about to speak, she watched as Ma Hongjun stepped forward, his body instantly enveloped in flames, resembling a being of fire. It appeared as though something was about to emerge from his right hand. Then, the flames that surrounded him seemed to surge towards his right hand, and it was as if the soul bone in his right arm had manifested there. To her astonishment, he conjured a fire-red spear that measured at least 2 meters in length. This was his soul bone skill, known as the illusory fire god spear. It appeared that the soul bone had transformed into this spear, yet in truth, it was also an embodiment of illusion. Perhaps due to the divine spear's piercing encounter with the body of the ancient soul beast over 90,000 years ago, the condensed soul bone bore a resemblance to the Zhu Rong divine spear. When he acquired this soul bone, he was taken aback by the unexpected nature of its skill. And at that time, the Zhu Rong divine spear had imparted to him a unique technique of spear fighting. The illusory spear technique, or the fiery illusory spear technique, seemed to be custom-tailored for him. This skill, passed down from the Zhu Rong divine spear, was essentially an ordinary spear technique. Through the conveyed information, Ma Hongjun also learned about the origins of his fiery scripture and several martial techniques. They appeared to be derived from the most rudimentary and basic martial arts of that era, representing a downward adaptation. It was this information that enlightened Ma Hongjun, revealing that it was not that the Zhu Rong divine spear withheld higher-level techniques from him. Rather, those techniques were utterly incompatible with the Douluo continent. Ultimately, the Douluo continent was too primitive to bear such advanced concepts. Thus, even the simplest knowledge possessed by the divine spear had to be altered for use in this realm, for those were originally crafted for celestial beings. Yet, even in its modified form, Ma Hongjun's array of martial techniques and skills was undoubtedly among the highest echelon on the Douluo continent. Perhaps the Zhu Rong divine spear deliberately altered the soul bone in hopes that he would soon grasp these concepts, especially considering its severely damaged state, which appeared as though it could shatter with the slightest movement. Thus was born the soul bone skill, the illusory fire god spear, accompanied by 36 forms of the illusory spear technique. Witnessing Ma Hongjun's transformation, Bai Qinxiang gasped in astonishment, her cherry lips parting in surprise. Move back at least a few hundred meters. Do not act as you did before, Ma Hongjun instructed. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinxiang promptly retreated. Recognizing the wisdom in his words, she could not afford to be attacked or captured as she had been previously. Why aren't you moving? Bai Yu inquired, observing Ma Hongjun as he followed closely behind after his transformation. Ma Hongjun chuckled, haven't you also stayed back? Besides, I have no intention of leaving. With a tremor in her voice, Bai Yu expressed her concern. A prodigious talent like you should not accompany us on this perilous journey. Indeed, it is a soul bone skill, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Observing Bai Qinxiang's departure, the other four chose not to pursue her. And Bai Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. You could actually depart. There is no necessity for you to involve yourself in this affair, Ma Hongjun remarked. Do you believe that without revealing my soul bone, they would remain here instead of pursuing your daughter? Haha, you are indeed correct. Although my companions and I cannot utilize the fire attribute soul bone, it would certainly fetch a handsome price, enough to sustain us for a lifetime. Will you voluntarily relinquish it, or shall we procure it ourselves? Said the lecherous-faced soul emperor. Ma Hongjun remained silent, his eyes gently closed. In the past few days, during his leisure moments, he had taken to practicing the fire gun technique with a wooden stick while hunting in the starry forest. Though his practice was brief, he had managed to grasp the initial forms of this illusionary marksmanship. Observing Ma Hongjun's closed eyes and his lack of response, the Soul Emperor grew increasingly irate and commanded, let us attack together. At any cost, we must slay him and seize that soul bone. If we succeed in this endeavor, we shall never have to endure this life again. With a swift motion, the four of them unleashed their martial spirits, converging upon Ma Hongjun. Bai Yu, unwilling to remain passive, charged ahead, sensing that Ma Hongjun was in a state of contemplation. Seeking death, do you obstruct my fortune? The Soul Emperor, leading the charge, expressed his annoyance. He activated his sixth soul skill, which, being of the agility type, augmented his speed significantly. With a resounding crash, Bai Yu was sent flying by the force of the sixth soul skill. They believed that no one could thwart their pursuit of wealth. Having dispatched Bai Yu, the four encircled Ma Hongjun once more, yet they hesitated to advance, witnessing his continued stillness. Despite their long history in this line of work, they had never encountered someone possessing a soul bone. Its power had only been spoken of in whispers. In that moment, Ma Hongjun's soul rings glowed anew, and two of them illuminated as he activated his second soul skill, the Phoenix in Flames, enhancing his abilities across the board. His eye bone and fire god eye also ignited, and suddenly, he opened his eyes, revealing fiery red orbs that radiated intensity as they fixed upon the Soul Emperor. The sharpness of his gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in the Soul Emperor, compelling him to involuntarily retreat a step. Upon closer inspection, the Soul Emperor discerned that Ma Hongjun's eyes appeared to possess yet another soul bone, seemingly from the head region, offending a youth endowed with two soul bones. Especially one with a phoenix martial spirit, incited a flicker of fear within the Soul Emperor's mind. At that juncture, Ma Hongjun brandished the illusionary fire god gun, his feet moving swiftly as he charged towards the Soul Emperor, leaving no trace of flames behind. How can I be afraid? Impossible. Witness my sixth soul skill, he declared, activating all six of his soul rings as he surged toward Ma Hongjun with renewed vigor. The adversary's sixth soul skill was indeed a rapid assault. Yet through the lens of his eye bone, Mahongjun perceived this speed as relatively slow. Anyone could seem sluggish to him, appearing 30% slower within the scope of his vision. After ascending to the rank of Soul Master, this disparity had increased to 35%. With a deft motion, Mahongjun thrust the illusionary fire god gun forward, directly confronting the adversary's sixth soul skill, breaking through their attack with relentless determination. The impact resounded as he pierced through the Soul Emperor's heart. However, Mahongjun too felt the backlash, being affected by the might of the sixth soul skill, which left him slightly shaken. Yet, bolstered by the 50% defense enhancement from his second soul skill, the damage was not substantial. Mahongjun swiftly retracted his weapon, preparing to launch an assault on the Soul King. The three companions, witnessing their elder brother, a Soul Emperor of the 61st rank, being vanquished in an instant, felt a surge of satisfaction and lost all will to fight. They sought to flee, but Mahongjun's fire god's spear extended forward, unleashing a fiery phantom that pierced through the air. Following that, two more phantoms surged forth, targeting the three who sought escape. A thunderous sound echoed as the weapons passed through, and the three fell to the ground, lifeless. Remarkably, this entire sequence unfolded in a mere span of seconds. And the soul-bone skill honed over 90,000 years did not disappoint. Chapter 67, An Invaluable Soul Ring. The soul bone possessed by Ma Hongjun has existed for nearly 90,000 years, approaching a century mark. Moreover, after undergoing intentional modifications by the Zhurong Divine Spear, its potency is comparable to that of a skill from a 100,000-year-old soul bone. The attack that vanquished the other three was a technique from the Phantom Spear method, utilizing a soul power concentrated strike, which naturally boasts remarkable strength. It is precisely for this reason that he could so effortlessly dispatch that 61st level Soul Emperor, who appeared to be at least in his 60s or 70s, and was considered quite ordinary among Soul Emperors. All of this transpired in less than 30 seconds, leaving Baiyu utterly astonished, rendered speechless. The speed of Ma Hongjun, coupled with the extraordinary abilities of his soul bone, is nothing short of perfection. He finds no flaws to criticize, only envy lingers in his heart. Once Ma Hongjun accomplishes his task, he gazes into the distance at Bai Qinxiang and calls out, "It's safe now, Xiang. You may return." Ma Hongjun also retracted his soul bone abilities, exiting the state of his martial spirit, and began to rummage through the corpses of these individuals. Since he sought to engage in acts of murder and pillage, he was also aware that he could fall victim to others. Although Ma Hongjun was not wealthy, he was not impoverished either, possessing over 10,000 gold soul coins. However, who in this world would ever disdain having insufficient funds? After his search yielded little of value, it became evident that these individuals were lamentably destitute. Only the Soul Emperor possessed a spatial soul guide, while the other four carried a mere pouch each, which collectively contained just over 300 gold soul coins. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun began to inspect the Soul Emperor's soul guide. Its capacity was limited, merely 2 cubic meters, filled mostly with trivial items. The amount of gold soul coins was also minimal, estimated to be just over 1,000. What is this? Ma Hongjun made an unexpected discovery, extracting what appeared to be the desiccated hide of a certain soul beast from the soul guiding device. It bore various intricate patterns and unfamiliar symbols, rendering it utterly inscrutable to him. Could this possibly indicate the location of hidden treasure? Surely, engaging in such dealings within the Stardow forest would not yield such meager spoils. Baiyu observed Ma Hongjun as he meticulously examined the items, unable to resist the urge to touch the coin pouch at his waist, the sound of its emptiness ringing in his ears. This was all he possessed, predominantly composed of silver and copper soul coins, amounting to scarcely a few gold soul coins. Bai Qinxiang, not far away, immediately noticed the injured Baiyu and approached him with concern. "Uncle Baiyu, are you all right?" Ma Hongjun inquired as well. Baiyu managed a wry smile, responding, "I'm fine, truly. However, I may not be able to assist Xiang in her search for a soul ring. Might I trouble you to escort us out of the Stardow forest? Once we return to our clan, only Xiang's grandfather can help her find a soul ring." He refrained from further inviting Ma Hongjun for assistance, feeling a sense of embarrassment as he lacked both funds and anything of value that might pique Ma Hongjun's interest. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "It's merely a soul beast that has existed for 500 or 600 years, and it's not far from here. Since I inadvertently eliminated your predetermined soul beast, I assure you, I will help you find another one. The question is, can your current condition withstand the journey?" Baiyu, unlike him, had genuinely endured the sixth spirit ability of that Soul Emperor, potentially injuring his internal organs. "It's nothing. I can still hold on." It's imperative to assist Xiangxiang in seeking her soul ring, Bai Yu replied. Dad, are you truly all right? Bai Qinxiang inquired with concern. Bai Yu smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. This minor injury is manageable. Let's proceed. With that, Bai Yu rose to his feet, appearing as though he was unaffected. Since Bai Yu was determined to go, Ma Hongjun refrained from further comments. The trio set off once more, though this time Ma Hongjun moderated his pace. While Bai Yu's injury was not life-threatening, it must still be quite uncomfortable. As they walked, Ma Hongjun remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. He could not afford to be as careless as before. Additionally, should they encounter other soul masters seeking soul rings, he could inquire if any possessed healing capabilities. It was not uncommon for groups to venture into the Douluo forest in search of soul rings. After approximately half an hour, the trio encountered another group of soul masters also on the quest for soul rings. Following a brief exchange, they confirmed the presence of a healing soul master among them. Ma Hongjun provided 10 golden soul coins as payment, enabling the other party to employ their second soul skill on Bai Yu twice, significantly aiding in his recovery. While he could not be completely healed, he was now able to move freely within the Douluo forest. Sustaining injuries in such a perilous place without timely treatment from a healing soul master could prove quite troublesome. Of course, for the audacious, one might seek aid from passing healing soul masters. The boldness of the earlier inquiry stemmed from the presence of 2 teachers accompanied by 5 students, who had ventured into the Douluo forest in search of soul rings. Generally, the teachers and students from academies are quite commendable, with exceptions like the Zhonghui Academy being rare. With Bai Yu's father receiving treatment, Bai Qinxiang felt considerably relieved. The trio quickened their pace, and after half an hour, they finally arrived at the location Ma Hongjun had mentioned. Is this the soul beast you spoke of, Ma Hongjun? Bai Yu inquired, gazing at a barren cliff in the distance where, at a height of 100 meters, a nest could be discerned among the cracks in the rocks, an observation that would have easily been overlooked without Ma Hongjun's keen eyesight. He had traversed many places over the past few days, and this was one of his prior observations. Indeed, what do you think? This soul beast is quite suitable for Xiangxiang, Ma Hongjun replied. Beside the nest, a bird-like soul beast was dozing. Bai Yu's gaze remained fixed on the slumbering soul beast. Approximately 600 years old, as he exclaimed with excitement. It's a nest of the golden feather bird. Truly a golden feather bird. Father, I am familiar with this martial spirit. It is an exceedingly rare soul beast. Acquiring its soul ring would not only enhance our speed, but also rectify our attacking deficiencies. Bai Yu smiled, precisely. Although it only modifies one soul skill, absorbing its soul ring will eliminate the attacking disadvantage you face at the Great Soul Master stage. Ma Hongjun remarked, that's quite commendable. I never anticipated that the soul ring of the golden feather bird could provide such assistance to your martial souls. You have witnessed the shortcomings of our family's martial soul, which follows an extreme speed approach. However, over the past decade, our family has undergone transformations and discovered that certain soul beast soul rings can rectify our offensive weaknesses while still maintaining exceptional speed. The golden feather bird is one of those. Bai Yu continued, indeed, a few years ago, an elder brother of mine acquired a soul ring from a golden feather bird as his second soul ring. After reaching the 27th level, he participated in the Great Soul Arena, returning with substantial earnings. Bai Qinxiang expressed her excitement. Absolutely. The wealth he amassed during his time as a great soul master significantly benefited our family. Unfortunately, after he ascended to Soul Ancestor, his third soul skill proved inadequate, leading to more defeats than victories. Bai Yu reflected, those were remarkable years. Chapter 68, Roasting the Golden Feather Bird Flock. The golden feather bird is not particularly large, yet its flight speed and offensive capabilities rank among the finest within avian soul beasts. A 600-year-old golden feather bird was dozing, and Ma Hongjun leaped into action. He refrained from manifesting his martial soul, opting instead to stealthily ascend the mountain. The golden feather bird remained oblivious to his approach. But as Ma Hongjun closed within 10 meters, he soared upward as if gliding through the air. Simultaneously, his martial soul activated, and the soul rings glimmered as 2 lines of phoenix flames erupted forth. At that moment, the golden feather bird finally sensed the danger. Yet its instinct was not to resist. The phoenix martial soul inherently possesses a suppressive force over these avian soul beasts. In an instant, the lines of phoenix flames struck the bird's wings. Upon impact, the golden feather bird plummeted alongside the rocky mountain terrain. Although Ma Hongjun's agility is commendable, it is insufficient for sustained flight. After gliding, he began to descend. A pair of phoenix wings unfurled, taking to the skies. The golden feathered bird, its wings crippled by Ma Hongjun, plummeted from a height of 100 meters in a freefall. With a resounding thud, it collided with the earth, while stones, dislodged in the fall, struck the body of the golden-feathered bird, eliciting a piercing cry of anguish. Concurrently, within the mountains, the calls of the golden-feathered birds echoed, signaling the presence of their kin. Mahongjun hurriedly exclaimed, "You take this golden-feathered bird away. I shall confront this group of golden-feathered birds." "Brother Jun, can you manage it?" Bai Qinxiang shouted loudly. "From now on, refrain from questioning a man's capabilities. Quickly find a place to absorb the spirit ring," Mahongjun replied. And with a powerful flap of his phoenix wings, he soared towards the flock of golden-feathered birds. In that moment, Baiyu, having heard Mahongjun's words, manifested his martial spirit and delivered a devastating blow to the 600-year-old golden-feathered bird, rendering it on the brink of death. "Xiangxiang, let us depart. We can leave this to him without concern," Baiyu stated. "But with so many spirit beasts, can Brother Jun truly manage?" Bai Qinxiang questioned. "If Mahongjun were in peril, they would have perished long ago. Trust me, he will prevail. Most of these golden-feathered birds are merely 100 years old, with scarcely any 1,000-year-olds among them. Now, let us hasten," Baiyu urged. Dragging the now unconscious golden-feathered bird, Bai Qinxiang followed closely behind, and soon they vanished into the depths of the forest. Surrounded by over 20 golden-feathered birds, Mahongjun stood firm, and for a moment, it seemed that they dared not attack him. Mahongjun wields the Phoenix martial soul, and as his soul power escalates, so too does his ability to exert dominion over soul beasts of varying ranks. The lifespan of these golden feather birds ranges from a mere 300 to 400 years to a maximum of 1,600 years. Initially, it was the oldest among them that dared to withstand the pressure exerted by the Phoenix martial soul, charging directly towards Mahongjun. However, Mahongjun, disinterested in prolonged conflict, deftly evaded in midair. Observing that Bai Qinxiang and the others had retreated a sufficient distance, he resolved to make his own exit. With the activation of his second soul skill, a surge of searing flames erupted from his center, enveloping his surroundings. While he possessed the capability to slay this flock of golden feather birds, he refrained. After all, he would eventually need to hunt numerous fire attribute soul beasts, and it was wise to refrain from total annihilation. Consequently, he spared the fire attribute soul beasts under a millennium in age that resided within the volcanic landscape. Although formidable, the golden featherbirds, like most avian creatures, harbor a fear of flames, particularly those of an intense nature such as Mahongjun's, which manifested as a veritable cloud of fire in the sky, nearly encircling the 20 or so birds. In the next moment, Mahongjun surged forth from this fiery cloud, swiftly darting into the depths of the forest, making it difficult for the golden feather birds to track him. Simultaneously, the birds ignited, scattering in various directions. Some clung to the rock faces while others plummeted to the ground in turmoil. Typically, ordinary flames would not singe the feathers of the golden feather birds. But Mahongjun's flames were anything but ordinary, especially with the potency of his second soul skill doubled. Under such circumstances, the notion that his fire would not incinerate them would be utterly implausible. However, the extensive release of the phoenix flames exacted a heavy toll on Mahongjun's soul power, depleting him by at least 50%. Mahongjun promptly retracted his martial spirit and proceeded towards the direction where Bai Qinxiang and the others had departed. At that moment, the Golden Feather Bird clan was in a state of chaos, utterly unable to attend to Mahongjun. After all, if the flames enveloping the Golden Feather Birds were not extinguished, they would soon find themselves transformed into a charred feast. After Mahongjun departed, his eyes opened wide, revealing the location of Bai Qinxiang and the others. By the time Mahongjun arrived, the golden-feathered bird's yellow soul ring had already manifested, and it was seated cross-legged on the ground, prepared to absorb the soul ring. Baiyu stood guard a few paces away from Bai Qinxiang, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Upon seeing Mahongjun return, he immediately inquired, "Mahongjun, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Mahongjun replied. The clan of the golden-feathered bird is relatively small, with a lifespan of no more than 1,600 years. You may remember this location in the future should you require a second or third soul ring. You can return here. Baiyu expressed his gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your assistance this time. I have little to offer in return. But should you ever find yourself in need of my family's support, please do not hesitate to ask, and I will certainly do my utmost to assist you." Mahongjun pondered for a moment and said, "Indeed, I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Are you aware of any gathering places for fire attribute spirit beasts within this Stardew forest? A gathering place for fire attribute spirit beasts? Are you contemplating your fourth spirit ring?" Baiyu questioned, intrigued. Ma Hongjun remarked, "It can be said that my fire attribute soul beast appears to be rather elusive." Bai Yu responded, "In the Douluo forest, I have indeed not paid much attention to fire attribute soul beasts. They are quite difficult to locate. However, I am aware of a place where such soul beasts are abundant." "Where is this place?" Ma Hongjun inquired, for Bai Yu belonged to the esteemed Sinchi clan, which possessed considerable knowledge of the continent's dynamics. Although he was well-versed in the original text, he was only acquainted with the locations mentioned therein, and the information and resources available within Shrek Academy were rather limited. He might consider consulting Flender and the Master, but having ventured out, he would certainly need to return and join them in their training, leaving no time for exploration. "The location of the Fiery Academy," Bai Yu stated. "The Fiery Academy? Are there truly many fire attribute soul beasts there?" "After all, it is merely an academy," Ma Hongjun questioned, as he had pondered this issue previously. Recognizing their need for a substantial number of fire attribute soul beasts, Bai Yu continued, "Though I have not visited, I have heard that the Fiery Academy is established amidst a cluster of volcanoes, housing hundreds of large and small volcanic formations. This place serves as a natural training ground for fire attribute soul masters, covering an area approximately 1/5 that of the nearby Sunset Forest, predominantly populated by fire attribute soul beasts, making it a veritable paradise for them." "Such a place exists? I must certainly pay a visit," Ma Hongjun declared. Chapter 69. Farewell. Shifts in mindset on the Douluo continent. There exist vast soul beast forests as well as smaller-scale congregations of soul beasts. For instance, the Douluo forest is a large gathering site, while the Sunset Forest can only be considered below average in scale. The volcanic cluster near the Fiery Academy, on the other hand, can be regarded as a minor soul beast gathering site, and such sites are likely plentiful across the continent. The Fiery Academy would not have chosen an ordinary location for its establishment. After all, its members are all fire attribute soul masters, indicating a distinct purpose. With the presence of these volcanoes, a naturally conducive training environment is provided, undoubtedly saving significant costs in construction while simultaneously supplying the soul beasts necessary for the Academy's members to advance. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. "Thank you, Uncle Bai Yu." Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude, recognizing the significance of this information. Bai Yu replied, "It is I who should be grateful. Had it not been for your presence, both Shixiang and I might have already fallen victim to treachery." Ma Hongjun chuckled, "It is indeed my fault. I am the one to blame for this." He continued with sincerity, "As I have always said, should there come a time in the future when you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to brave any peril to repay the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me and Xiangxiang." Bai Yu replied earnestly. Ma Hongjun was at a loss for words, but merely nodded slightly. Bai Qinxiang's absorption rate was remarkably swift. Within less than an hour, her second soul ring had manifested successfully. A soul ring of 600 years was still within the grasp of a 20th level soul master. And as long as no complications arose during the absorption, the risks remained minimal. After a while, Bai Qinxiang retracted her martial soul along with the soul ring, exclaiming, "I did it." Her joy was evident as she rose and said, "At last, we can leave this place." "Indeed, let us return home," Bai Yu responded with a smile. Turning to Ma Hongjun, Bai Qinxiang inquired, "Brother Jun, will you join us in our departure?" "Of course," Ma Hongjun replied. Searching for soul beasts in the Douluo forest was an aimless endeavor, relying solely on luck and consuming precious time. It was far more prudent to leave sooner. However, he was still contemplating whether to head to Shrek Academy first or to the vicinity of the Ember Fire Academy. The trio made their way out together. A day later, at a town outside the Douluo forest, Bai Qinxiang asked, "Brother Jun, will you not visit our family?" Ma Hongjun chuckled, "No need. I have my own matters to attend to. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He felt an inexplicable urge to do something. Perhaps due to his knowledge of the original story and the future of Bai Qinxiang, which stirred a sense of reluctance within him. He promptly retrieved a 2-cubic soul guide and presented it to Bai Qinxiang, saying, "Xiangxiang, since you have already addressed me as Jungu, and I see that you lack a soul guide, consider this a gift from an elder brother to his sister." "Jungu, is this a spatial soul guide?" Bai Qinxiang exclaimed with excitement, having long desired such an artifact, yet her family possessed only a handful, all held by the elders. Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "There are only 2 cubes inside. I hope you won't mind." Bai Qinxiang was unaware of the origin of this soul guide, crafted by a certain soul emperor, while Bai Yu was well aware, but chose to remain silent. "Brother Jun, how could I possibly disdain it? Are you certain you wish to bestow such a precious item upon me? Bai Qinxiang remarked, somewhat embarrassed. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Of course, I already possess one. This shall be yours. Bai Qinxiang's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently accepted the soul guide device he handed her, placing it into her waist pouch. In the next moment, she lunged toward Ma Hongjun, brushing her lips lightly against his cheek. Thank you. You must come find me, she said, turning away shyly. Upon seeing her father, Bai Yu, covering his eyes, her embarrassment deepened. Xiang, Uncle Bai Yu, until we meet again. After a brief pause, Ma Hongjun's voice reached her ears. When Bai Qinxiang turned back, all she could see was the fiery red silhouette of Ma Hongjun disappearing into the distance. Thank you, she murmured softly. She then picked up the soul guide device he had given her, her pretty face still tinged with a blush. Father, please stop covering your face and hand me my belongings. I now have a place to store them. Our Xiang has grown up. I find Ma Hongjun to be quite a decent fellow. He studies at Shrek Academy. Perhaps you should consider enrolling there next year? Bai Yu suggested with a smile. Handing over her belongings, Bai Qinxiang's expression dimmed slightly. Father, I do not harbor such thoughts. A person as remarkable as he must surely be surrounded by many beautiful girls. I would not dare go. What is this? Bai Qinxiang exclaimed as she extracted a heavy pouch from the soul guide device Ma Hongjun had gifted her. The sound of metal clinking echoing in the air. Upon opening it, she found it filled with golden soul coins. So many. There must be at least 500 gold soul coins. Did Junke give me this? Turning around, she discovered that Ma Hongjun's figure had completely vanished. Did he forget to mention the gold soul coins inside? Bai Qinxiang pondered. The 500 gold soul coins were worth more than their entire family's wealth combined. Causing her hands to tremble slightly as she held them. Since he has given them to you, you should accept them, Bai Yu replied. Not disclosing that the coins were taken from the fallen. He understood the family's struggles. These 500 gold soul coins could at least afford them a more comfortable year. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun had already exited the town, having intentionally left behind the 500 gold soul coins. His arrival had altered not only his own destiny, but was gradually reshaping the fates of those around him. Uncertain if he would ever encounter Bai Qinxiang again, he acknowledged that he was no longer the same Ma Hongjun from the original tale. Truth be told, his feelings for Bai Qinxiang were not rooted in genuine affection. Rather, they stemmed from a sense of longing for the original narrative. Little did he know, in the mere span of 2 days spent together, his presence had etched itself deeply into Bai Qinxiang's heart. Ma Hongjun retains the mindset of someone who has traversed through time, with the ultimate goal of becoming stronger. Only by attaining sufficient strength can one aspire to marry even a goddess, or someone like Guyuna. Without adequate power, one is rendered insignificant. That day, he had also issued a bold statement to Dai Mubai. Though it was said in a fit of anger, having spoken it, Zhu Shiqin would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Otherwise, what would distinguish him as a man? Although Ma Hongjun harbors lofty aspirations, he is neither a rigid individual nor a Puritan who dismisses romantic entanglements in the pursuit of strength. After all, Ma Hongjun is an ordinary man, and it is implausible to expect that he would abandon all desires upon entering another world. What man does not yearn for multiple partners or entertain some degree of fantasy? Thus, while Ma Hongjun's goal is to become stronger, he remains appreciative of the beautiful scenery along the path of his journey. Consequently, he departed from the small town outside the Star-Do Great Forest, heading directly towards Soto City. Chapter 70. Back to Shrek. Meeting Flender 4 days later, in Soto City. At Shrek Academy. Under the blazing afternoon sun, although one of the Shrek students was absent, their training continued unabated. The 7 students, clad in weighted gear, stood by the small river outside Shrek Academy. They practiced together in the morning and engaged in weighted swimming in the afternoon. It had been over 10 days since the news of Ma Hongjun's incident, yet the sorrow of his passing lingered heavily in the hearts of his peers. Each time they donned their weighted training gear and approached the river, memories of Ma Hongjun flooded back to them. I see no reason for us to remain in such sorrow, Dai Mubai spoke up. We did not wish for Ma Hongjun's misfortune, but he is no longer with us. And I doubt he would want us to wallow in despair. Zhu Shiqin replied, let us continue our training. With that, she was the first to leap into the water, followed closely by the others. Dai Mubai shook his head and joined them, feeling somewhat unsettled. It seemed as if they were perpetually mourning Ma Hongjun. During these past 10 days, he had endeavored to win Zhu Shiqin's favor, yet his efforts seemed fruitless, as she remained indifferent to him as ever. Furthermore, despite enlisting the help of Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Lang Shuang'er, his attempts yielded no significant results. This left Dai Mubai feeling quite vexed, however. He consoled himself with the belief that now that Ma Hongjun was gone, he no longer had a rival. In time, Zhu Zhuqing would surely come to her senses. Dai Mubai plunged into the water, joining the other 6 as they swam forward. They had progressed beyond merely enduring in the water and were now engaging in long-distance endurance or short-distance explosive training, as Ma Hongjun had previously advised. Under the burden of their weights, only by maintaining their position in the water could they advance to this second stage of practice. Over the past days, they had developed the capacity to swim considerable distances, achieving what Ma Hongjun described as the second phase of training. As before, the master meticulously recorded their distances and times in the water. Judging by their progress, it was evident that Ma Hongjun's method was significantly more effective than mere weighted running. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a red-haired youth was observing them from several hundred meters away. This young man was none other than Ma Hongjun himself, who had actually returned 3 days prior. However, instead of heading straight back to Shrek Academy, he had ventured alone to the Soto City Great Soul Arena, where he participated in 6 individual matches over 3 days, achieving 6 consecutive victories. He had also placed bets on himself, earning over 10,000 gold soul coins before finally returning to Shrek. According to the master's training schedule, it was estimated that there were still 2 weeks left, and Ma Hongjun had devised his own training plan, opting not to reunite with his companions immediately. Ma Hongjun steadily made his way towards Flender's office, which also served as his bedroom. Even before he pushed the door open, he was greeted by a strong scent of medicine wafting from within. Creaking open the door, he heard Flender's calm voice inquire, "Is it Zhao Waoqi or Xiao Gang? Come in." Upon entering and observing Flender resting with his eyes closed, Ma Hongjun announced, "Dean, it's me. I have returned." "Returned? Who has returned?" As soon as the words left his lips, Flender abruptly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of Ma Hongjun. Yet, in an instant, he shut them again, maintaining a composed demeanor as he murmured, "Just another illusion. How could he possibly have survived?" However, the next moment, Flender suddenly sat up, fixing his gaze upon Ma Hongjun at the door. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was certainly not a figment of his imagination. "Dean, this is not an illusion. I truly have returned," Ma Hongjun affirmed. After half a month of recuperation, Flender had significantly improved in health. Rising from his resting place, he gazed at Ma Hongjun and asked, "You are truly alive? This is not some trick, is it?" "Dean, how could I deceive you? I have even gained a 3rd spirit ring through this ordeal," Ma Hongjun responded. Ma Hongjun unleashed his martial soul, radiating a fervent power of fire. Flender distinctly felt the potency of Ma Hongjun's martial soul, finally confirming that this was no mere illusion. Ma Hongjun had truly returned. "Thank goodness, you are alive. Why didn't you come back sooner? You've made us worry sick," Flender exclaimed, unexpectedly embracing Ma Hongjun. "Dean, I was delayed by some matters for a few days, but I am back now," Ma Hongjun replied. "Yes, it's good to have you back," Flender said. "Dean, how's your injury?" Ma Hongjun inquired with concern. Flender responded, "It's nothing serious. This minor injury is manageable. That rascal Tang San surprisingly possesses some medical skills. With his treatment, I should be fully recovered in about 10 days. "And what of teacher Zhao Wujie?" Ma Hongjun asked. Flender chuckled. "That fellow Zhao Wujie is tough as nails. His injuries were far less severe than mine, and he has already recovered a few days ago." "Have you now acquired your 3rd spirit ring? Is it the Phantom Fire Lotus?" Flender questioned. "Phantom Fire Lotus? Is that the spirit beast that ensnared me?" Ma Hongjun pondered. "Indeed, it is that very spirit beast. It was ultimately located in a book by Xiao Gang. That beast has surpassed 90,000 years in age. How did you manage to escape its grasp?" Flender inquired. At that moment, I was flailing about, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, it seemed my martial soul had a restraining effect on it, and in the end, it consumed my soul power, transforming into a spirit ring that I could absorb. Ma Hongjun explained. Though he recognized that his explanation was somewhat implausible, he had no choice but to articulate it this way. He could hardly divulge the function of his Zhu Rong divine spear. "Another martial soul? It appears your martial soul is indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, what matters is that you have returned," Flender remarked. "Dean, I wish to remain incognito for the time being. I would like teacher Zhao Wujie to assist me in my training on the small mountain across from the academy," Ma Hongjun stated. "You want Zhao Wujie to help you train?" Flender asked, puzzled. "Yes, I intend to leverage teacher Zhao Wujie's 3rd spirit skill, which enhances gravity, for my training," Ma Hongjun candidly revealed. The gravity enhancement skill was exceptionally powerful and might not be suitable for others in the academy at this time. However, having absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring, Ma Hongjun's body was sufficiently robust to undertake such training. Why haven't you informed everyone of your return? Flender questioned, somewhat perplexed. Mahongjun remarked, I see that everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation remains undiminished. However, the methods of cultivation that suit others no longer resonate with me. After I devote some time to my own practices and achieve results, I shall return. Fland replied with a smile, very well. It would indeed be delightful to surprise everyone upon your return. Go ahead. I will call upon Zhao Wuji to assist you in your training, as I am sure he would be more than willing to help. Ma Hongjun returned without a care, and the once despondent Flender instantly perked up, his spirits lifted. I must express my gratitude to the dean. I shall take my leave to await teacher Zhao, Ma Hongjun remarked with a smile. Today marks the launch of my work. And as you may have surmised from the comments on the final chapter yesterday, I am immensely grateful for the unwavering support of my beloved readers, as well as the attentive care of the wonderful editor who has guided this book. Each reader of Douluo has their own unique perspective. My aim is to craft a distinct portrayal of Ma Hongjun, who embarks on a journey of traversing into a world that mirrors our own. It is through his own endeavors that he attains his desires, though our protagonist's fortuitous advantages shall not be overlooked. Many contend that Ma Hongjun should not pursue Zhu Shiqing, or argue for a single heroine. Yet, others posit that if one travels to the past, how can one not engage in any tales with these characters? I find this perspective quite valid. Often, we are mere spectators, contemplating the narrative. If we were to immerse ourselves in the world of Douluo, would we not yearn to share experiences with the divine heroines of the original tale? I certainly would, and if given the chance, I would seize it. Stories can indeed unfold, and multiple heroines are certainly permissible. I shall strive to avoid writing in a mindless manner. I hope that Ma Hongjun's love story develops organically. What is meant to be will manifest. How could one ever dismiss an opportunity that presents itself so readily? Without further ado, I commit to a minimum of 5 updates today, with aspirations for more. Moving forward, I shall ensure at least 2 updates daily. Exceptional performance will yield even greater abundance. In conclusion, I humbly request your initial subscriptions. Your support is the driving force behind my writing. Thank you all. Chapter 71. Ma Hongjun's madness upon exiting the academy. Ma Hongjun made his way to a small hill directly opposite the institution, diverging from the training grounds of the other 7 members of the Shrek 7 monsters. The hill was less than a kilometer from Shrek Academy, though it stood only about 50 to 60 meters tall in the flat expanse of the plains. It was no insignificant elevation. Ma Hongjun ascended to the mountain summit and sought a relatively open area amidst the dense woods. Having erected his tent, he designated this place as his training ground for the foreseeable future. Subsequently, he produced a small knife and selected a suitable branch. Murmuring to himself, he remarked, It turns out that the soul beast, the Phantom Fire Lotus, will be replaced by this for the practice of the Phantom Fire Spear technique. He meticulously whittled the straight branch into a wooden spear, approximately the same length as his soulbone skill, the Phantom Fire Spear. This would serve as his instrument for training in the Phantom Fire Spear technique. His soulbone skill merely transformed the Phantom Fire Spear into a tangible form. Yet to truly unleash its power, mastery of the Phantom Fire Spear technique was essential. Ma Hongjun would not be foolish enough to directly employ the genuine abilities of his soulbone for practice, especially considering the presence of a formidable individual nearby. There exists the possibility that Tang Hao might covet his soulbone, potentially leading to his severed arm being taken by force. Ma Hongjun is well aware of the adage that possessing something of value can invite peril. It is not that he doubts Tang Hao's character, rather, he is acutely aware of the wisdom from his past life. One must always guard against potential threats, uncertain of when Zhao Wujin would arrive. Ma Hongjun tidied up the approximately 30 square meters of open space before picking up his crafted wooden spear to commence his training. Ma Hongjun had just begun his cultivation when he heard the resounding voice of Zhao Wujin. I thought Flandra had deceived me. It turns out you truly are alive. Zhao Wujin initially doubted Flandra, but upon seeing the real person here, he confirmed that Ma Hongjun had indeed survived. Fortune smiled upon me, and I managed to escape by a stroke of luck. I owe you my gratitude, Teacher Zhao, Ma Hongjun remarked. Zhao Wujin replied, Well, just don't hold it against me for not battling alongside Flandra. Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, Teacher Zhao, you were absolutely right in what you did. How could I possibly blame you? You rascal, now you know how to speak eloquently, Flender remarked. Zhao Wujia mentioned that you asked me to come here to assist you in your training. Ma Hongjun remarked, Indeed, I wish to utilize your 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement, to aid in my cultivation. Zhao Wujia, taken aback, replied, No one has ever made such a request of me before. His 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement, could at least double the weight of his opponent, thereby controlling and restricting their speed and limiting their offensive capabilities. To his surprise, Ma Hongjun had conceived of employing his soul skill for cultivation purposes. I believe the third soul skill is merely the beginning. Perhaps your fifth soul skill, gravity compression, could also serve a similar training function. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Zhao Wujia's two soul skills, primarily designed for attacking opponents, could likewise be repurposed for body training. Though he appeared somewhat fierce, he also had an endearing quality about him. Yet, he was the kind of robust man whose external demeanor belied an inner delicacy. One could not judge solely by appearances. After careful contemplation, Zhao Wujie grasped Ma Hongjun's intention and replied, "Very well, let us give it a try." Since it was his first experience with Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, Ma Hongjun did not don the 100-kilogram weighted gear. After all, accepting gravity and enduring weight are two distinct concepts. When burdened, the entire body would be subjected to gravitational forces, while weight merely tests the body's limits, not allowing every part to be equally exercised. Gravity enhancement seemed to be the most suitable method for cultivation. "Teacher Zhao, please rest here after you employ your soul skill." Ma Hongjun directly took out a reclining chair and placed it on the ground beside his tent. He then brought over a stone to serve as a table, retrieving the prepared fruits and snacks from the soul guide device. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujie chuckled and said, "You truly are the most considerate one here. Just say the word, and I shall immediately employ my third soul skill." Ma Hongjun immediately stepped into the center of the open space and said, "Teacher Zhao, I am ready." Zhao Wujie activated his martial spirit and promptly employed his third soul skill. This third soul skill can last for a maximum of half an hour. Should you require it again after that time, I shall return to use it, Zhao Wujie stated. Ma Hongjun felt the immense power of Zhao Wujie's enhanced gravity, sensing that his own weight had more than doubled. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao," he expressed gratefully. Within Zhao Wujie's gravitational range, Ma Hongjun embarked on a new round of cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie reclined comfortably on a lounge chair beside Ma Hongjun's tent, relishing the moment as Ma Hongjun exerted himself under the weight of the gravity. Thus, during the day, Ma Hongjun trained under Zhao Wujie's intensified gravity, while at night he honed his spear techniques and soul power. Day after day, unbeknownst to him, half a month slipped by, and Ma Hongjun had diligently practiced under Zhao Wujie's gravity-enhanced soul skill for a fortnight. Remarkably, this short span had elevated his soul power by one level. He was now a level 34 soul master, his physical strength further augmented. Within the gravitational field, every inch of Ma Hongjun's skin and every cell was rigorously exercised, and under Zhao Wujie's influence, he deemed this the most exquisite method of body refinement. On that particular morning, Zhao Wujie visited Ma Hongjun's quarters once again. "Kid, aren't you planning to join the others?" he inquired. "Yesterday afternoon. The master concluded their first phase of training and intends to rest for 7 days before commencing a new training regimen." Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "Since there are still 7 days remaining, I might as well indulge myself during this time. Teacher Zhao, would you be willing to employ your fifth soul skill on me?" Having previously withstood a burden of 100 kilograms, Ma Hongjun had fully utilized Zhao Wujie's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, over the past fortnight. Zhao Wujie paused momentarily and responded, "Are you certain you wish for me to use my fifth soul skill? This is not a matter to be taken lightly. Rest assured." "Teacher Zhao, my body can handle it," Ma Hongjun assured him. Zhao Wujie cautioned, "In that case, be careful. If you experience any discomfort, inform me immediately, and I shall cease the effects of the soul skill." Seeing Ma Hongjun nod in agreement, Zhao Wujie activated his martial spirit once more, and 5 soul rings illuminated around him as he unleashed the fifth soul skill, gravity compression. In an instant, Ma Hongjun was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure emanating from all directions, as if this force sought to crush him utterly, eliciting a muffled groan of anguish. Zhao Wujie hastily inquired, "This is untenable. I must withdraw the soul skill." "No, there is no need to withdraw. This is quite beneficial," Ma Hongjun replied with great difficulty, relying solely on his physical resilience to withstand the immense pressure surrounding him, without utilizing an ounce of soul power. After an indeterminate passage of time, the effects of Zhao Wujie's soul skill faded, and Ma Hongjun felt as though an eternity had passed, the release from that pressure granting him a profound sense of liberation. The fifth soul skill of the immutable king was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. Ma Hongjun practiced for a moment and said, "Teacher Zhao, let us continue." Zhao Wookie chuckled, "You, my boy, are a bit excessively zealous in your training, but I find it quite agreeable." He once again utilized his fifth soul skill on Ma Hongjun's body. Chapter 72. Ma Hongjun in the realm of spirits during Ma Hongjun's fervent training. The 7 little monsters of Shrek Academy began their 7 days of rest. Due to Ma Hongjun's heavy equipment and his initiative to commence training at 4 in the morning, coupled with advanced training methods, the overall training progress of all Shrek students was significantly enhanced. The Master's first phase took 3 months, and everyone made remarkable improvements, advancing at a pace much faster than that depicted in the original narrative. Dai Mubai leveled up to rank 38, while Oscar reached rank 32. Tang Sen experienced the most significant advancement, potentially due to the absorption of soul rings and bones beyond his rank. He remarkably improved by 2 levels in 3 months, attaining rank 33. Xiao Wu also ascended to rank 32, while Leng Shuang and Zhu Zhuqing both peaked at rank 28. And Ning Rongrong reached the pinnacle of rank 27. Yet, while everyone else began to rest, Ma Hongjun continued his training. 7 days swiftly passed, and on the morning of the 8th day, Ma Hongjun packed his belongings, ready to fully return to Shrek Academy and embark on the upcoming month-long journey of soul fighting. The day dawned particularly bright, with a clear sky. Although still morning, the sun already radiated a hint of warmth. In the Shrek training ground, the master stood with his arms crossed, waiting for the 7 little monsters to assemble. Once they were in position, he spoke softly. "It has been 3 months since I began teaching you. With the guidance and support of your teachers, you have laid a solid foundation. However, I must emphasize that merely this is far from sufficient to become an exceptional soul master. Thus, starting today, I will commence the 2nd phase of your training. I have heard from Flender that you have all previously visited the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and your next training location will be there. This training has no time constraints. You may end it whenever you obtain the Silver Soul Badge. I will arrange accommodations for you at the nearest end of the arena. All expenses will be your responsibility. However, if you possess sufficient skills, your earnings at the Great Soul Arena will be quite substantial." Upon hearing the master's arrangements, everyone felt a weight lifted. Engaging in combat was far more enjoyable than mere training. Moreover, fighting was indeed a thrilling endeavor. There is one more requirement you must remember. Obtaining the Silver Soul Badge is not limited to one-on-one battles. You must also secure the Team Battle Silver Soul Badge. You will compete under the name of the Shrek 7 monsters. Could we possibly change the name? Long Shuanger inquired. The master paused. Change it to what? Isn't Shrek 7 monsters quite fitting? In a hushed tone, Long Shuanger suggested, what about Shrek 8 monsters? We have progressed so rapidly thanks to Mahongjun's methods. I believe it would be a fitting tribute to him. The group fell into silence, with only Dai Mubai speaking up. There are only 7 of us. How can we call ourselves 8 monsters? The deceased are gone. Let us not dwell on the past. The master concurred. Dai Mubai is correct. Ma Hongjun's methods have indeed benefited our training. As long as we remember him, that suffices. Dai Mubai smiled. Indeed, master speaks wisely. Surely Ma Hongjun in the realm of spirits would not wish for us to linger in sorrow. Just as Dai Mubai finished speaking, a familiar yet strange voice echoed. I, who dwell in the realm of spirits, have returned. How is everyone? Who is mimicking Ma Hongjun's speech? Xiao Wu exclaimed. Ma Hongjun. The master gasped. The 7 immediately turned, and not far away stood a red-haired youth, appearing before them. After a month apart, Ma Hongjun seemed to have changed. He had grown taller, and his long hair flowed elegantly, making him appear even more handsome. Is that really Ma Hongjun? Am I seeing things? Oscar rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye, glanced at Ma Hongjun, and declared, "It is indeed Ma Hongjun. Wonderful. Brother Jun, you are truly unharmed." Cold Shuang was the first to rush forward. Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all surged forward, leaving Dai Mubai and the master momentarily stunned. Wasn't he dead? Dai Mubai pondered. The master was equally incredulous, murmuring, to have survived that, it must have been a soul beast over 90,000 years old. They enveloped Ma Hongjun in a warm embrace, their camaraderie evident despite the short time they had spent together. Observing their fervent joy, Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly and joined them, feeling compelled to partake in the moment. The master, however, remained stationary, murmuring to himself, Little San has found a new benchmark to surpass. In his eyes, Ma Hongjun seemed to serve as a stepping stone for Tang San's advancement. A polished gem for him to aspire to, albeit a rather harsh reality. Brother Jun, didn't they say you were dead? Zhu Zhuqing was the first to inquire, having mourned his loss for quite some time. Among the group, her fondest memories were of Ma Hongjun, despite his checkered past, which she found oddly acceptable. It seemed only natural to her. After all, Ma Hongjun's absence could have led to his demise, and she harbored a similar instinct for survival. During her journey to Shrek, she had faced relentless pursuers who were far stronger than she. Without a strong will to survive, she would not have made it to Shrek. Sometimes, Zhu Xing pondered. Had she known Dai Mubai would transform in such a way, her initial desire for survival might not have been so fervent. Under such duress, she might have abandoned the effort altogether, or perhaps never ventured away from her family. In response to their enthusiasm, Ma Hongjun laughed. I am still quite young. I have plans to woo several beautiful wives in the future. How could I possibly perish so easily? You rascal, Ma Hongjun, how many do you intend to pursue? But that is indeed the true you, Oscar chuckled. Hearing such words, the girls momentarily fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Should they playfully reprimand Ma Hongjun? It seemed inappropriate to chastise someone who had just returned from the brink of death. Amidst the awkwardness, Tang San took the initiative to ask, Brother Jun, how did you escape from a soul beast over 90,000 years old? What? Hongjun, you were captured by a soul beast over 90,000 years old? Oscar exclaimed, shocked. They were all aware that Ma Hongjun had encountered danger, but none knew he had faced a creature of such formidable age. Yet, Ma Hongjun preferred not to elaborate further, simply stating, there is nothing peculiar about it. Didn't Xiaowu escape from the Titan giant ape as well? My evasion from a soul beast of that age seems quite normal, does it not? Instantly, Xiaowu's expression shifted, she thought. Could it be that Ma Hongjun also transformed into a 100,000-year phoenix? Is that ancient soul beast a companion of his? Chapter 73. The second phase begins as Ma Hongjun's words left his lips. The others felt that his escape was a stroke of good fortune, much like Xiaowu's. After all, if Xiaowu could elude the grasp of the Titan great ape, then Ma Hongjun's narrow escape from a soul beast of over 90,000 years seemed hardly improbable. It simply indicated that their luck was exceedingly splendid. Ma Hongjun, your return is most timely. We should henceforth be known as the Shrek 8 monsters, Dai Mubai remarked with a smile as he approached. Indeed. Let us be called the Shrek 8 monsters, Oscar echoed loudly in affirmation. The master then joined them, gazing at Ma Hongjun and saying, Ma Hongjun, I must apologize. It was my oversight that placed you in such peril. I hope you can forgive me. The group then dispersed, instinctively arranging themselves in a line. With Ma Hongjun at the center, Ma Hongjun said, Master, I understand that it was not your intention. During this outing, I have also recognized my shortcomings. There is something I would like to trouble you with. What is it? The master replied, slightly taken aback. Ma Hongjun remarked, I wish to peruse your esteemed collection of books to supplement my knowledge. Although he was aware of the master's somewhat unimpressive character, he acknowledged his considerable erudition, which was widely recognized as unparalleled across the Douluo continent. However, within the confines of Shrek Academy, the master's teachings were largely restricted to combat and training, with such knowledge only imparted to Tang San. Ultimately, Tang San was merely a testament to the master's experimental endeavors. To become a truly great soul master, one must possess not only formidable soul power, but also a profound understanding of various subjects. It is more beneficial to teach someone how to fish than to simply give them fish. The master had seldom imparted knowledge regarding martial souls and soul beasts. He would only provide explanations or insights when the occasion arose. Ma Hongjun did not wish to remain an uninformed soul master. He aspired to be self-reliant when the time came for him to stand alone. Such knowledge was indispensable. Do you wish to see these? The master inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, Very well. All the books here are available for you to peruse. Thank you. Ma Hongjun replied. The resources at Shrek were exceedingly scarce, and he found it nearly impossible to procure any books of substantial value externally. Such treasures remained closely guarded by various influential factions. Beyond his reach, the master then gestured with both hands, and a medium-sized leather case appeared on the ground. Within this case lies a collection of precious books I have gathered, along with notes from my previous readings. Ma Hongjun deftly stowed away the leather case. The master then inquired, Ma Hongjun, have you acquired your third soul ring? Regarding this matter, Ma Hongjun had nothing to conceal. With a single movement, he activated his martial spirit, and 3 soul rings gradually emanated from his being. 2 purple and 1 black materialized once more, and concurrently. The master observed the faint red hue of Ma Hongjun's third soul ring, exclaiming in astonishment, Is this the soul ring of the Phantom Fire Lotus? Ma Hongjun inquired. Are you referring to that soul beast? The one that ultimately exerted control over you, resembling a lotus with 9 delicate petals? The master elucidated. Ma Hongjun chuckled. It is indeed the soul ring of that spirit beast. The master felt his heart racing. A soul sovereign possessing a soul ring over 90,000 years old was beyond comprehension. Tang San interjected, a soul ring exceeding 90,000 years? According to the theories posited by my master, there exists only one possibility. Curiosity piqued, Oscar and others leaned in. The master remained silent, prompting Tang San to continue. There is only one possibility. This soul ring is a gift willingly sacrificed by the 9,000-year-old spirit beast itself. Xiaowu, perplexed, struggled to comprehend whether Ma Hongjun was a human or a transformed spirit beast, considering that a transformed spirit beast does not need to hunt for the first 6 soul rings. From this perspective, it seemed impossible for Ma Hongjun to be a transformed spirit beast. She had not anticipated that a spirit beast would genuinely offer itself as a sacrifice to a human. After all, absorbing a soul ring of over 90,000 years directly would grant an individual of level 80 considerable strength, though one would ideally require a soul power of 90 to ensure safety. Upon noticing the master was about to speak, Ma Hongjun promptly interjected, Master, what were you just discussing regarding the Shrek 7 monsters and the 8 monsters? What shall we do next? The master, seemingly aware of Ma Hongjun's reluctance to delve into the matter, refrained from further mention of it and instead responded, I was just outlining the training plan for the second phase. Since you have returned, I shall reiterate my previous instructions. Thereupon, the master commenced to once again articulate his expectations to the group. Upon hearing this, Mahongjun realized, much like the original narrative, that the only distinction now was the presence of 8 individuals, which meant that one participant would inevitably be excluded from each battle. Once the introductions were complete, all the students returned to prepare their belongings. Concurrently, everyone expressed concern for Mahongjun, inquiring about his experiences over the past month. While Mahongjun shared what he deemed appropriate, he refrained from mentioning anything that he considered irrelevant. An hour later, the 8 of them finished their arrangements and set forth from Shrek towards Soto City. This journey included not only the 8 students and the master, but also the 2 vice presidents, Flender and Zhao Wuji, as their presence was vital for training. With them accompanying the group, it ensured safety along the way. Upon learning that the master had decided the students would be responsible for their own accommodations, Flender could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Managing their own lodging in Soto City alleviated the financial burden on the academy. He, Zhao Wuji, and the master could reside in Flender's establishment within Soto City, thereby enabling them to monitor the students' practical progress daily. The battles at the Soto City Grand Sol Arena took place in the evening, and the 11 of them chose a modest hotel near the arena for their stay. Although it was unassuming, its proximity to the arena came at a premium, costing twice as much as other ordinary hotels, yet the 8 students were financially secure. For instance, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Mahongjun, Xiaowu, and Oscar had all attained the rank of Soul Ancestor, qualifying them for a stipend of 100 gold soul coins. Similarly, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Leng Shuang were not lacking in funds either, thus they could easily afford their stay. After settling in, the master entrusted the 8 of them to Tang San's room. You may now freely form teams to decide which battles to participate in, he informed them. Let me explain the current rules of the Grand Sol Arena. Typically, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches commence first, while team battles are separate and scheduled for later in the evening. You need not worry that the preliminary matches will interfere with the subsequent team battles. Additionally, apart from the team battles, you must engage in at least 1 more match daily. 2 matches is the minimum requirement. Should you wish to participate in 3, I have no objections, provided your soul power is sufficient to secure victories, ultimately earning you the Silver Soul Badge. The master reiterated. We understand, came the collective response. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong spoke up first. According to the master's instructions, I aim to obtain 2 Silver Soul Badges. Beyond the team battle, I can only participate in 2-on-2 matches. How should I form my team? Ma Hong smiled and said, you can team up with Zhu Zhuqing or Leng Shuanger. Since you are both below level 30, your combined abilities will ensure an effortless victory, regardless of which one you choose to partner with. Chapter 74, Ice Dragon and Fire Phoenix in the original narrative. Ma Hongjun recalls that the best partner for Ning Rongrong, according to the master, was himself. However, due to Ning Rongrong's disdain, she ultimately chose Zhu Zhuqing. Now, having attained the rank of Soul Master, Ma Hongjun finds himself on a different plane of power compared to Ning Rongrong, thus she may not consider him her optimal choice. Nevertheless, he remains confident that even if he were to face 2 Soul Masters alone, he could assist Ning Rongrong in overcoming the challenges ahead. Let us form a team, he proposed. Observing that Lung Shuang'er remained silent, Zhu Zhiqing took the initiative to speak. Fate seemed to conspire to unite these two individuals. Zhu Zhiqing suggested, and Ning Rongrong, with a smile, took her hand, saying, Zhu Qing, you are the best. Partnering together for a 2-on-2 battle under level 30 poses no challenge for us. Oscar, serving as a support role, also required a partner for the 2-on-2 competition. After pondering for a moment, he found himself torn between teaming up with Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun. The decision was quite perplexing, prompting him to ask, Master, who should I pair with? You may choose either Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun, the master replied. Oscar was at a loss for words. He had sought the master's guidance, only to have the decision tossed back to him. Dai Mubai had initially intended to team up with Zhu Zhiqing, but was surprised when she proactively joined forces with Ning Rongrong. He then stated, Oscar, join me as a teammate. Dai Lauda, you are the best, exclaimed Oscar, embracing Dai Mubai excitedly. Tang San teamed up with Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong with Zhu Zhiqing, and Dai Mubai with Oscar. Thus, fate left Ma Hongjun without a partner. However, this time Ma Hongjun had someone in mind. Earlier, Lung Shuang'er had refrained from approaching Ning Rongrong, as she wished to partner with Ma Hongjun for the 2-on-2 battle. After a considerable pause, Ma Hongjun finally spoke, Brother Jun, how about we form a team? Although you exceed level 30, rest assured, I will not hold you back. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, Frost, do not underestimate yourself. Although you are merely a great soul master, even an ordinary soul sovereign would find it difficult to contend with you. Although Cold Frost was just a great soul master, her exceptional martial spirit truly set her apart, making it challenging for standard soul sovereigns to match her. The master remarked, your groupings are impeccable, but we must devise a name for your team and for each of you individually. Thus, the 8 members of Shrek each acquired their unique titles. Mahongjun, who had previously been known as the fire god Zhu Rong, reconsidered and decided that such a name was too specific, as it could potentially be recognized by others in this world. Therefore, he opted for the name Fire Cloud Evil God. The others were named Evil Demon White Tiger Dai Mubai, Sausage Specialist Oscar, Thousand-Handed Azura Tang San, Gentle Bone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, 7 Treasures Glazed Ning Rong Rong, Netherworld Spirit Cat Zhu Qing, and Cold Moon Ice Frost Cold Frost. Subsequently, the master provided each person with a mask, and they returned to their respective quarters. To maintain their optimal condition, they all remained in their rooms to cultivate their soul power, awaiting the arrival of night. As darkness fell, the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City began to bustle with activity, with throngs of people converging from all directions. The soul duels were the most beloved form of entertainment among the populace, drawing countless spectators daily. In this chilly atmosphere, one could revel in the ultimate enjoyment, while even the less affluent citizens could witness the duels of soul masters. The Grand Soul Arena offered specially priced tickets for the common folk, making it accessible for families who could afford basic sustenance. However, these tickets only granted access to view the standard duels. The truly spectacular matches were considerably more valuable. Furthermore, the Grand Soul Arena also facilitated betting, filled with endless possibilities. Some individuals could amass wealth overnight, while others might lose everything in an instant. Consequently, the Grand Soul Arena became a clandestine battleground for the wealthy and nobility. At this moment, the commencement of the Grand Soul Duel was imminent. The 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 duels were about to begin, and following these contests would be the most exhilarating team battles. The 11 members of Shrek arrived at the Grand Soul Arena, specifically at the 13th Branch Arena. According to their prearranged plan, they registered using their Iron Soul Badge. Under the Master's guidance, those participating in both the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches indicated their intention to compete in both events during their registration in various sections. The staff at the Grand Soul Arena meticulously organized the schedule to ensure that the timings for both duels did not overlap. Among the Shrek 8, aside from the 2 auxiliary Soul Masters, the remaining 6 participated in the 1-on-1 duels. Some began with 1-on-1 matches, while others commenced with 2-on-2 battles. For instance, the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu was slated to compete in the first match against the 4-time champions, the Cat and Mouse duo. This trio secured a swift victory in a remarkably short time, with Tang San's control through the blue silver grass and Xiao Wu's stunning teleportation captivating the audience. Meanwhile, another arena was simultaneously hosting a 2-on-2 battle. Ma Hongjun and Lung Shuang'er formed the Ice Dragon and Fire Phoenix combination, a name that was temporarily adjusted. Merely hearing this name is already sufficiently intimidating. The moment they unveiled their martial souls, they had nearly secured victory, as this combination is truly extraordinary. Their opponents, known as the Wing Twins, consist of a male and female duo, both possessing avian martial souls. As the formidable fire phoenix soul of Ma Hongjun and the frost giant dragon soul of Lung Xuanger emerged, the opposing spirits were immediately subdued. However, as yet another team boasting a 4-match winning streak in the Great Soul Arena, the winged twin pair was determined to secure their 5th victory, launching into the fray with their 3rd soul skill that allowed them to soar through the air. This aerial ability had been pivotal in their consecutive triumphs, granting them significant advantages. Yet, this time they faced Ma Hongjun, who, with a powerful flap of his wings, ascended swiftly. Lung Xuanger unleashed 2 icy pillars towards the duo, moving with remarkable speed, compelling them to evade. However, as they maneuvered, Ma Hongjun positioned himself perfectly. With a decisive punch, the 37th level male soul master plummeted from the sky, his soul dissipating midair. Upon landing, he was rendered unconscious. Witnessing this, the 35th level female soul master rushed over to assess her comrade's condition and, upon realizing he was unharmed, promptly conceded defeat. Confronted with such overwhelming souls, a sense of helplessness permeated the atmosphere. Thus, Ma Hongjun and his companions concluded this bout in record time, with the battle virtually over as soon as it began. Although the audience was momentarily bewildered, the sight of the Phoenix and Frost giant dragon souls was a visual feast, for they represented the pinnacle of soul mastery. In that instant, Ma Hongjun and Lang Xuango captured the attention of many, receiving numerous invitations following their performance in the Soul Arena. Chapter 75. Who is the core of the team? Ma Hongjun and Lang Xuanger also declined these so-called invitations, which were extended by the wealthy or noble elites of Soto City. Most likely, they were drawn to the duo's exceptional talents, hoping to leverage them for wagers in the Grand Soul Arena or to manipulate the outcomes of the battles under their control. These betting pools are often orchestrated by influential figures, with ordinary individuals contributing a significant portion of their stakes to them. Today, the Shrek 8 monsters experienced a stroke of good fortune, triumphing in both the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 soul battles. The prowess of Mahongjun, Dai Mubai, and Tang San is undeniably formidable. Generally speaking, it is quite challenging to encounter worthy opponents at the Soul Master level. After Xiaowu ascended to Soul Master, she acquired the remarkable soul skill of teleportation, albeit limited to a mere 5-meter range. However, in conjunction with her first soul skill, this enables her to engage in battles beyond her level with relative ease. After all, her first soul skill, the waist bow, is also a skill that evolves. For instance, at her current level of 32, the enhancement provided by her waist bow has escalated to an impressive 122%. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing and Lung Xuanger, both possessing 28 levels of soul power, can be regarded as exceptional talents among the Master Soul Masters. With all victories secured, the Shrek 8 monsters commenced their journey with a perfect start. However, their battles were not yet concluded, as the final team match awaited their participation. Once gathered, Oscar's contribution became evident as he distributed recovery sausages to each member. As they repeated the phrase regarding his smaller sausages, the group found it less distasteful and instead viewed it as a timely blessing. Flender, Zhao Wujie, and the master exchanged approving glances at these 8 young prodigies, the eldest being merely 15 years of age, and were thoroughly pleased with their accomplishments in the arena. The master spoke first, stating, "It is time to engage in the team battle. Since you have already participated in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches earlier, your entry should be deferred. However, remember that you will face a team of opponents with soul power exceeding 30 levels. Emphasizing cooperation is paramount, far surpassing the importance of individual prowess." Dai Mubai responded, "Master, we have been training together daily. Do you still not trust us?" He then suggested, "Xiao San, as a control-type soul master, you should take charge during the battle. We will follow your lead." Tang San hesitated, recalling that in their training sessions, he had never bested Ma Hongjun when they practiced as a team. He replied, "Perhaps it would be better for Junge to be the focal point. I shall provide support." Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Tang San's unexpected decision to assume the role of a support, positioning himself as the soul of the team. Upon hearing Tang San's declaration, the master was momentarily stunned. He had always focused on nurturing Tang San to become the core of the team. The training sessions were deliberately designed to allow Tang San to take a leading role, creating opportunities for him with great care. Little did he know that Tang San would relinquish this position to Ma Hongjun, which seemed to contradict the very path he had set for him. At that moment, Flender spoke up, expressing his support for Ma Hongjun's appointment. As a mentor, he felt compelled to advocate for his disciple. Within the Iron Triangle, the master was the focal point, and it was rare to find such an outstanding student with the potential to excel in this capacity. Ma Hongjun's overall strength surpassed that of Tang San, and he had consistently emerged victorious during training. Naturally, Flender would champion his disciples' cause. I concur, said Lung Shuanger. Both Jun and San are suitable, but I believe Jun is more fitting in this instance. Ning Rongrong added, and upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing nodded in agreement. I firmly believe my brother is entirely capable, Xiaowu voiced her discontent. Xiaowu, let's allow Jun to take the lead, Tang San interjected. I'm indifferent. Either way is fine. Master, it's up to you to decide, Mahongjun stated, eager to gauge the master's stance. Very well. Let Mahongjun take the lead in the first match. The team is still in its infancy, and real combat differs from training. We shall see how Mahongjun performs. And if necessary, we can make adjustments, the master concluded. As soon as the master finished speaking, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically, appearing to be in discomfort as he clutched his chest. Dai Mubai, are you all right? The master inquired. Feigning distress, Dai Mubai replied, during the one-on-one earlier, a level 39 soul master struck me, and now I feel a bit of pain. I may need to rest for a while and might not be able to participate in the first team battle. He thought to himself. In a battle against opponents above level 30, let's see how you fare without me. Indeed, upon witnessing Ma Hongjun stepping into the role of team leader, Dai Mubai had been concocting this scheme. He could not allow Ma Hongjun to establish any authority within the team. His return ignited an unprecedented sense of crisis within Dai Mubai. The master remarked, then Dai Mubai, take this match off. After all, we will have one person unable to participate in each match. We can rotate accordingly. At this moment, Ma Hongjun likely understood Dai Mubai's intentions, which were evidently aimed at undermining him. As astute individuals, neither Flender nor the master could be oblivious to this. Flender promptly approached Ma Hongjun, placing a hand on his shoulder and asking, are you ready for this battle? Ma Hongjun chuckled. Dean, a true man never admits defeat. We are certain to emerge victorious. Ah, I admire your confidence, but let us speak of victory only after we have achieved it, Flender replied, leaning closer to Ma Hongjun and whispering, young man, I have wagered 5,000 gold soul coins on this team battle. Should we lose, you shall see how I will deal with you. Rest assured, Dean. I will take responsibility, Ma Hongjun asserted with unwavering confidence. Having vanquished several formidable opponents in the Stardow Forest, he regarded an ordinary team of over 30 levels with indifference. Moreover, he was accompanied by a cadre of exceptional teammates, ensuring their success. Then, Ma Hongjun instructed, Bamboo Ching and Shuang Er, you two will provide support from the rear and protect Rong Rong and Oscar. I, along with Xiao Wu and Tang San, will engage the main adversary directly. You four need only assist us, but this is merely a preliminary strategy. We shall adapt as circumstances evolve. Hearing this, the master paused in surprise, pondering the unconventional tactic. Are you suggesting a direct confrontation with just three of you? Ma Hongjun, this strategy deviates significantly from our prior practice. Are you underestimating the challenge? The master queried skeptically. Ma Hongjun responded with a smile. Master, how could I possibly underestimate our opponents? Our priority is to safeguard Rong Rong and Oscar. Whether we are on the offensive or providing support, every opportunity for victory is paramount. We must identify and seize the moments for attack, ensuring an effortless triumph. With Tang San's control, we can both advance and retreat. There is no need for excessive caution. Yet, I merely express my thoughts. Our approach will ultimately depend on the adversary, and we must remain adaptable rather than rigid. Chapter 76. The essence of elites. The master was correct. Teamwork is vital in a group battle. However, Ma Hongjun felt that after 3 months of training together, they had developed a degree of synergy. Ultimately, it is this tacit cooperation, coupled with the ability to adapt in the heat of battle, that serves as the cornerstone of victory. Any meticulous plans made prior to encountering the opponent may prove futile, akin to mere theoretical discussions devoid of practical application. Ma Hongjun did not wish to impose too many arrangements. He had merely spoken casually, suggesting that a rough plan would suffice. The master, uncertain of how to respond, acknowledged the validity of Ma Hongjun's words and replied, very well, you may proceed. After this battle, we shall reconvene to reflect and learn from our experiences. It seemed he harbored reservations about Ma Hongjun's approach. The 8 members of Shrek donned their masks simultaneously, and, aside from Dai Mubai, the other 7 made their way to the players' lounge. This space was significantly larger than the one-on-one and two-on-two arenas, and upon their arrival, they found no fewer than 34 soul masters awaiting them. Here, They learned of their team's entry order, which placed them second to last. Upon their arrival, none of them ventured out to observe the ongoing matches. After all, 6 of them had already engaged in 2 battles, resulting in a considerable depletion of their soul power. Even with Oscar's restorative sausages, it was improbable to fully recover their energy in such a short span. Thus, they took the opportunity to sit quietly in a corner of the lounge to recuperate. The 7, adorned with masks, caught the attention of several soul masters in the lounge, as the combination of 3 men and 4 women was quite rare. Particularly, the 4 female members of Shrek each possessed distinct characteristics. As Ma Hongjun and his companions quietly cultivated their energy while awaiting their turn, a towering figure over 2 meters tall approached them. This man appeared to be in his 30s, his upper body bare, seemingly displaying his dark, muscular physique. It was evident that he was a power-type soul master. He approached Zhu Zhuqing and Lung Shuanger, exclaiming, "You 2 ladies possess quite commendable figures. Why hide your faces? Remove your masks and let me have a look." Although Zhu Zhuqing and Lung Shuanger were young, their figures were remarkably alluring, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, who outshone Lung Shuanger in this regard. However, Lung Shuanger had her own advantages. Standing half a head taller than Zhu Zhuqing, her physique appearing exceptionally well-proportioned. The development of their figures even evoked envy from Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Beneath their masks, their ages were entirely indiscernible. Mahongjun secretly cursed his luck, as this scenario seemed to echo in his mind, yet he could not recall who the adversary was. He only remembered that this would be their first encounter in a team battle, but the specifics of the opposing team eluded him. In response to the provocation, Zhu Zhuqing and Lung Shuanger simultaneously retorted, "Get lost." Instantly, the burly man's countenance shifted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He slowly raised his hand and proclaimed, "Little girl, don't push your luck. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" The man appeared ready to resort to violence. Realizing that he had been designated as the core of the team, Ma Hongjun felt compelled to step up for his teammates, particularly for Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuanger. As the burly man finished speaking, Ma Hongjun promptly stood up and positioned himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing and Lung Shuanger. Despite the fact that the opponents were significantly larger than him, size did not necessarily equate to strength. Ma Hongjun spoke softly. "Did you not hear them tell you to leave?" The burly man glared fiercely, declaring, "You seek death." With a powerful sweep of his right hand, he lunged at Ma Hongjun. In response, Ma Hongjun moved with the momentum, delivering a strike with his palm, employing the force of the fiery palm technique. With a resounding impact, the burly man was sent sprawling backward, crashing into a chair in the lounge. Ma Hongjun remained standing there, utterly motionless. How infuriating. "Just wait until I deal with you." The burly man, enduring the excruciating pain in his palm, summoned his soul power, preparing to unleash his martial spirit. "Stop." Before he could activate his martial spirit, a neutral voice interjected. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, swiftly approached and positioned himself between the two. "Are you not aware of the rules here? Any disputes must be settled on the soul arena." Upon seeing this middle-aged man, the burly man immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, "Apologies, Supervisor Ao, I shan't lay a hand on him." Supervisor Ao then turned his gaze to the 7 members of Shrek, stating, "You must be the newly registered Shrek 8 monsters. How fortuitous. Your opponents are indeed them. Any grievances you have can be resolved on the soul arena." He then directed his attention back to the burly man, saying, "Guangxi, this is my final warning. Should I catch you causing trouble on my territory again, do not expect me to be lenient." All right, it won't happen again, I assure you. There will be no next time." Guangxi, the burly man, wore a grin that seemed incongruous with his imposing physique, appearing quite exaggerated. After speaking, he turned his attention to Ma Hongjun and his companions, declaring, "Just wait and see. I shall ensure you remember for all eternity that your greatest regret will be on the soul arena." With that, Guangxi turned and departed. Ma Hongjun recalled their adversaries. The first opponents of the Shrek team, the Frenzied Battle Squad. The Frenzied Battle Squad remained unchanged, yet the members of Shrek had transformed. They had gained a new member. Lang Shuanger lost Dai Mubai and altered Ma Hongjun. Once the Frenzied Rhinoceros departed, Supervisor Ao turned to Ma Hongjun and remarked, "Not bad, lad. You managed to bring down one of their members despite the onslaught from the Frenzied Rhinoceros. However, do not underestimate them. He is the captain of the Frenzied Battle Squad. All members of their team are above level 35, and they have registered with us for 7 days, achieving 7 consecutive victories. Should they secure 3 more victories, reaching a total of 10, they will ascend to the Copper Fighting Spirit. Even within the Copper Fighting Spirit, the Frenzied Battle Squad can be considered an elite team. So, you better take care of yourselves. If it proves too challenging, concede once you take the stage. The Frenzied Battle Squad strikes with lethal intent. Supervisor AO offered this counsel with a sense of concern. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude to Supervisor AO for the reminder, asserting that they were indeed a specialized elite team. Well, I shall observe your performance, Supervisor AO remarked, giving a thumbs up before departing. As soon as he left, the lounge erupted into discussions. This team appears exceedingly youthful, with 4 female spirit masters among them. I fear for their fate, one voice lamented. Indeed, provoking the Berserk Squad is tantamount to courting death, another chimed in. Is it merely about removing a mask? Surely, they wouldn't risk their lives over such a trivial matter. I recall another team that dared to challenge the Berserk Squad. What transpired? They were utterly dominated from the outset. Out of 7 members, 4 were incapacitated, 2 severely injured, and 1 perished. That team, too, was formidable. But this so-called young team from Shrek seems doomed, a third added. Absolutely. This first match will likely be their last, echoed another voice. The murmurs continued, all heard by Shrek's members. Apart from Ma Hongjun, the other 6, including Tang-san, were serious expressions, seemingly apprehensive about the impending battle. An update was delayed slightly. It was initially intended to update 4 chapters, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the update may occur after midnight, comprising 2 to 3 chapters. Please bear with me. Chapter 77. Be confident, little San. As Ma Hongjun turned around, he noticed that his teammates also bore expressions of discontent. At that moment, the master was absent, and all eyes were drawn to him, for he was the cornerstone of the entire team. It seemed they were silently inquiring, what shall we do now? They understood the situation, yet could not hold Ma Hongjun accountable. It was that reckless Xie who had provoked Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuanger. What astonished Ma Hongjun was that Tang San wore a similar expression as the others. He felt compelled to say, Xiao San, even if I am here, you are still one of the protagonists. You possess so many formidable abilities. What is there to fear? Remarkably, Tang San truly appeared to embody that sentiment. Ma Hongjun, wishing to gauge the sentiments of his comrades, spoke with a serious demeanor. I never anticipated that our first battle with the Spirit Legion would present us with such formidable adversaries. Are we destined for either death or injury? Should we continue the fight, or would it be more prudent to concede defeat? The essence of Ma Hongjun's message is twofold: either engage in battle without fear or concede defeat outright. If a team lacks even a single courageous heart willing to fight, then what purpose does it serve to take the stage? At this moment, Tang San finally spoke up. That formidable Su was indeed extraordinary. He had become the captain of the battle team, leading his comrades to 7 consecutive victories, instilling fear in other groups, and thereby demonstrating their team's prowess. So, Xiao San, do you choose to fight or not? Ma Hongjun inquired. Naturally, we shall fight, Tang San responded, finally revealing a hint of confidence. Since my brother has chosen to battle, I shall do the same, Xiao Wu declared. So shall I, fearless against them. Everyone nodded in unison, affirming their determination to fight and refusing to concede defeat in this encounter. Ma Hongjun was aware that everyone in Shrek was no pushover. So he spoke up. I had a feeling that everyone would choose to fight. This guy is indeed formidable. His arrival might not be to cause trouble. Oscar inquired, could it be that he is here to test the strength of our team? There is a possibility, Mahongjun replied. This rampaging rhino's martial spirit likely resembles that of a rhinoceros, a power-type soul master with commendable defenses. When we launch our assault, Xiao San, you should immobilize him first. Then we can assess their opponents and devise a strategy to defeat them one by one. Given that this was a team battle, Mahongjun had no intention of seeking glory for himself. With his current fighting prowess, he could easily handle the rampaging squad alone. However, in a team setting, collective effort towards victory was paramount. His role was to guide everyone towards triumph at critical moments, essentially safeguarding the path to victory. Turning to Tang San, Mahongjun asked once more, Xiao San, are you capable? If not, leave it to me. Even in a head-on clash, I can handle him. Tang San assured him. Rest easy, Jungo. I will do my utmost to control him. Mahongjun chuckled. Xiao San, be more confident. Eliminate the word try. You can do it. All right. I will keep it under control, Tang San assured. After half an hour of training, there had been only 5 matches in their region, and with the first 3 concluded, it was almost their turn to compete. Rong, are you feeling a bit nervous? Oscar inquired of Ning Rong. Not at all. With Jungu around, we've never lost. I have no worries or anxieties, Ning Rong responded with a smile, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun's red figure ahead, who emanated a sense of assurance as if nothing could go awry with him present. "Oh, I feel it should be fine too," Oscar added, though he found himself increasingly perplexed by Ma Hongjun since the day he had made a conscious change. Yet, regarding Ma Hongjun's strength, Oscar had unwavering faith, after all. During every joint practice, Dai Mubai had no advantage over him. It was evident that Ma Hongjun's combat prowess had safely surpassed Dai Mubai, the strongest among the Shrek Seven. And at that time, Ma Hongjun had only been at level 30. Now, having ascended to Sole Sovereign, his power would undoubtedly be even greater. At that moment, the Shrek Seven and the Frenzied Battle Team arrived at the preparation area, where they beheld all the members of the Frenzied Battle Team. The imposing figure of Guangxi led the way, followed closely by two middle-aged men of similar age, likely brothers, whose appearances were rather ordinary compared to Guangxi. Behind them walked a flamboyantly dressed woman, her figure striking yet clad rather revealingly in a strapless top and a sheer skirt that hinted at her allure. As she passed, she cast flirtatious glances at Ma Hongjun and the others, but they paid her little mind, clearly not fond of such ostentatious displays. Following her were two slender youths and a middle-aged man, appearing quite unremarkable. Both teams scrutinized one another, though the masked Shrek 7 made it difficult for their opponents to gauge anything from them. The grand team battle in the Soul Arena was renowned for its excitement. With the highest number of participating Soul Masters, many who might struggle in one-on-one or two-on-two scenarios could shine in a 7 versus 7 match. As they stepped onto the battle stage, the Shrek 7 caught a whiff of the metallic scent of blood lingering from previous matches. The arrival of the Frenzied Battle Team sent ripples of excitement through the audience, with fervent cheers echoing throughout the arena. "Crush them! Beat them mercilessly!" Such cries resonated, revealing the loyal fanbase of the Frenzied Battle Team, or perhaps the spectators who had placed hefty bets on them, as no one wished to part ways with their golden soul coins. On the other side of the battle stage, Flender, the Master, Zhao Wujia, and Dai Mubai were keenly observing. Yet, Dai Mubai felt a pang of guilt as he watched his teammates below, a sense of unease washing over him. The Master remarked, "So it's them. This first battle won't be easy." Flender, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Xiao Gang, don't worry. With Hongjun here, victory is certain." Not only had he wagered 5,000 golden soul coins, but Ma Hongjun had also asked him to place an additional 5,000, amounting to a total of 10,000. He firmly believed in Ma Hongjun's triumph. The Master was about to speak further, but chose to remain silent upon witnessing Flander's confidence. Flander's faith stemmed not only from Ma Hongjun's prowess, but also from his conviction that Ma Hongjun would not foolishly squander 5,000 golden soul coins. Especially given the odds of 1 to 5, a victory would yield a staggering 25,000 golden soul coins, elevating Ma Hongjun's financial prowess. The host of the match was the previous supervisor, who began to introduce the teams. In the fourth team battle, we have the Frenzied Battle Team facing off against the Shrek 8. The Frenzied Battle Team is well known, having achieved 7 consecutive victories. We shall see if they can continue their winning streak today. The supervisor glanced towards the opposing side of the battle stage, stating, as for the other team, the Shrek 8, they have only just completed their registration today. Unfortunately, they faced the Frenzied Battle Team in their first match. I can only wish them good luck. Perhaps due to their masked appearance, the audience predominantly supported the Frenzied Battle Team, resulting in a chorus of boos directed at the newcomers. As the supervisor's introduction concluded, both team captains assumed their formations. Compared to the previous one-on-one and two-on-two matches, this 7 versus 7 battle stage was significantly larger, with a diameter exceeding 40 meters. Even with 14 participants, it did not feel crowded. At the forefront of the Frenzied Battle Team stood only Guangxi, flanked by the two grim-faced middle-aged men. The flamboyant woman took her position at the center, still exuding charm, which captivated the onlookers, inciting a commotion wherever her gaze lingered. Finally, the two slender youths and the middle-aged man took their places together. The Frenzied Battle Team, led by Guangxi, was well-positioned for both offense and defense. The Shrek 7 arranged themselves in a 3-2-2 formation, with Ma Hongjun at the forefront, flanked by Xiao Wu and Tang San. Behind them stood Zhu Zhuqing and Leng Xiaoer, while the last two, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, were positioned closely together, Oscar adopting a protective stance over Ning Rongrong, which only served to irritate her further. Ma Hongjun did not regard Tang San merely as a pure control-type soul master. He possessed a plethora of martial skills, which he could display prominently without hesitation. The host observed that both teams were fully prepared, and the audience's excitement reached its zenith. He promptly announced, The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I declare the fourth team battle of the Soul Arena has commenced. During this countdown, both sides had already unleashed their martial spirits. Yet one individual refrained from doing so, Ma Hongjun. Instantly, the entire arena was ablaze with dazzling brilliance, as beast martial spirits transformed their bearers, with soul rings illuminating their respective ranks. Among the Shrek Seven, while Ma Hongjun chose not to reveal his martial spirit, the others displayed optimal configurations of soul rings. In stark contrast, the opposing team fared poorly, aside from a striking woman boasting the ideal combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The remainder possessed at least 1 white soul ring. The most disheartening were the 2 gloomy middle-aged men behind the ferocious rhinoceros, who exhibited a mere 2 yellow and 3 soul rings. Normally, one might consider the combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple unimpressive, yet it is, in fact, the quintessential configuration, one that ordinary soul masters find exceedingly difficult to attain. This starkly highlights the terror of Ma Hongjun's possession of 2 purple and 1 black soul ring, allowing him to withhold his soul ring from view. The contrast between the 2 faction soul rings was striking, although the ferocious rhinoceros had mentally prepared for the encounter. Witnessing 3 soul venerables and 3 great soul masters on the opposing side, along with several top-tier martial spirits, was nonetheless alarming. The most surprising were the frost giant dragon and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, had it not been for the presence of 3 great soul masters on their side. The ferocious rhinoceros might have contemplated surrender. However, the sight of Ma Hongjun in the center, still without revealing his martial spirit and soul rings, stirred greater unease within him. Had Ma Hongjun displayed his martial spirit and soul rings, it was likely that the ferocious rhinoceros would have conceded outright. The previously one-sided shouts of the audience faded, as they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of Shrek's martial spirits and soul rings, which were beyond the reach of ordinary soul masters. Even Director Ao sighed deeply, swiftly retreating with remarkable speed. Once Director Ao departed, the ferocious rhinoceros turned to Ma Hongjun, who was closest to him, and inquired, "Why do you not unleash your martial spirit?" He had previously tested the waters and recognized that the red-clad Ma Hongjun was indeed formidable. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Is it necessary to employ martial souls to deal with you?" In that fleeting moment, the auxiliary soul masters on both sides sprang into action simultaneously. The 7 treasures glazed tile, with its first declaration of power and second of speed, resonated. "I possess a grand sausage, and I possess a mushroom sausage." Ning Rongrong and Oscar almost concurrently activated their soul skills. With Ning Rongrong's enhancement, the strength and speed of the 5 individuals before him surged by 30%. The opposing team mirrored this, as the last middle-aged man, over 40 years of age, illuminated 3 soul rings upon himself, wielding a silver disc in his hand. He proclaimed, "Disc of Fortune, manifest the light of defense. Disc of Fortune, unleash the ring of attack." 2 circles of luminous rings, identical in hue to his soul rings, were instantaneously released, enveloping his 6 teammates before him. In stark contrast, upon witnessing the augmentation from Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures, glazed tile martial soul, the expressions of the opponents grew somber, weighed down by a palpable sense of trepidation. It was well known that the 7 treasures glazed tile was a renowned martial soul across the entire continent, instilling a deep-seated fear within them. Upon observing the hesitation of his opponent, Ma Hongjun realized that such trepidation in the heat of battle was a grave misstep. This contest of spirit should not prove as formidable as initially perceived. Without delay, he sprang into action. As the adversary wavered, Xiao whooped Ma Hongjun, and Tang San led the charge. Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, Blue Silvergrass, ensnaring the foe with deft precision. Empowered by Ning Rongrong's speed augmentation, Ma Hongjun's fire without trace reached an unprecedented velocity. Like a crimson specter, he darted through the enemy ranks, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the last middle-aged man wielding the wishful disc martial spirit. As customary, the first target was the auxiliary soul master. With a resounding thud, the auxiliary soul master fell to Ma Hongjun's fist, instantly severing the support effects of the 6 remaining members of the frenzied battle team. "Well done," Flender proclaimed with pride. "You've effectively neutralized their support, truly a testament to my tutelage." Even the master had to concede Ma Hongjun's commendable performance, though credit must also be attributed to Tang San's control. Had he failed to restrain the frenzied rhinoceros, Shrek would have found itself in dire straits. Now, bereft of their auxiliary, the frenzied battle team faced further adversity, Their initial apprehension was exacerbated by the loss of support, leading them to a psychological defeat. Ma Hongjun advanced from the rear, while Xiaowu, Ling Shuanger, and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward in unison. Oscar promptly provided Ning Rongrong with a flying mushroom sausage, stating, "If danger arises, we shall consume this. They lack flying-type soul masters." In truth, this was precisely the outcome Ma Hongjun desired, as he relied on the captain's arrangements. Each member must learn to navigate the battlefield autonomously and make optimal choices for the team. For instance, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, though unable to attack, could adapt to safeguard themselves. As their comrades pressed forward, they proactively countered the opponent's assaults, refusing to rely solely on their teammates for protection. However, with the trio's onslaught bolstered by Tang San's control, the opponents were unable to reach Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The frenzied battle team found themselves instantly encircled, unable to assist one another. Moreover, thanks to Ma Hongjun's training methods, the Shrek team had experienced significant improvement over the past few months, far surpassing their original capabilities. With Ning Rongrong's support, the frenzied battle team was utterly defenseless. The enchanting woman, wielding a spider martial spirit, aimed to eliminate Ma Hongjun first, unleashing torrents of spider silk in an attempt to ensnare him, akin to Tang San's tactics. However, as the silk approached, Ma Hongjun grasped it with his fire palm, and the intense flames instantly melted the strands, rendering her control abilities ineffective against him. Chapter 79, The Master's Concern. Fire inherently counters spider silk. Even the opponent's third soul skill could not withstand Ma Hongjun's flames. The enchanting woman was taken aback. Once a pure control-type soul master loses their ability to control, their combat prowess dwindles to that of a mere support-type soul master. Realizing she was no match for Ma Hongjun, she retreated and turned her attention to Tang San. Knowing their captain, the frenzied rhino, was on the verge of breaking free from the opponent's control. If the captain could escape, she believed there was still hope. The red-haired youth could handle the captain, allowing her to deal with the control-type soul master. Tang San understood that his first soul skill would not hold the frenzied rhino for long and promptly activated his third soul skill, web binding. The control intensified, and the frenzied rhino found itself ensnared once more. This time, Tang San also engaged, targeting the captivating woman who sought to confront him. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, Lang Shuanger, and Xiaowu each faced an opponent, seamlessly alternating their engagements in a well-coordinated manner. While Tang San dealt with the enchanting woman, Ma Hongjun refrained from unleashing his full strength, perceiving this as an opportunity for practice. Yet, the opposing team had a clever individual who decisively abandoned the confrontation with Ma Hongjun and charged toward Ning Rongrong. However, his speed paled in comparison to Ma Hongjun's. As Ma Hongjun charged forward, he struck him down with a single palm. Meanwhile, the frenzied rhino could no longer contain its power, unleashing all its strength. Breaking free from Tang San's web binding, 3 soul rings illuminated, but then it retracted its martial spirit rings. Instead of attacking immediately, the frenzied rhino looked towards Supervisor Ao and declared, "Supervisor Ao, I report that he certainly does not possess soul master level capabilities." The frenzied rhino's assertion halted the battle. The frenzied rhino has already been tested upon registration. There is absolutely no issue with their soul power, Supervisor Ao replied sternly. Yet, the frenzied rhino remained unconvinced, insisting, "Have you ever witnessed a soul master of that level exhibit such formidable speed and strength, effortlessly dismantling her third soul skill? He has even utilized his martial spirit. Is it possible? If he were truly a soul master of a higher rank, it would be patently unfair to our frenzied battle team. Then, what if he is a true soul master?" Supervisor Ao retorted coldly. The frenzied rhino exclaimed, "We concede immediately." Such an interruption to the spirit arena was unprecedented. Even in the event of fatalities, the battles had never been paused. Nevertheless, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. "Release your martial spirits, reveal your soul rings." At this moment, Supervisor Ao furrowed his brow, as if conceding that the frenzied rhino had a point. Despite the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's martial spirit, the rapid defeat of an auxiliary soul master without releasing his martial spirit, followed by the effortless dismantling of a soul master's third soul skill, and subsequently overpowering a 36th level soul master, raised suspicions. Could a soul master of that level achieve such feats without releasing their martial spirit? Supervisor Ao pondered, believing it impossible. "Release your martial spirits and soul rings. If you are indeed a soul master, victory is yours. If you surpass that level, you ought to understand the regulations of the spirit arena," Supervisor Ao stated, his expression darkening. "Ma Hongjun, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "In truth, I refrained from releasing my martial spirit for fear of startling you all." Upon finishing his words, he unleashed his martial spirit, causing 3 soul rings to illuminate simultaneously, 2 purple and 1 black, before the assembly of the sect. The thousands of spectators and staff present in the arena fell into an almost instantaneous silence. "I am indeed a soul master. The only distinction lies in the color of my soul rings," Ma Hongjun stated nonchalantly. Oscar quietly whispered to Ning Rongrong, "Haha, Ma Hongjun is putting on airs again. How dare you speak of Brother Jun like that?" Ning Rongrong immediately reprimanded. "Rongrong, could it be that you harbor feelings for Ma Hongjun?" Oscar inquired, his voice tinged with concern. "What are you thinking?" "I merely admire Brother Hongjun, especially his unwavering dedication to training," Ning Rongrong clarified. Oscar sighed in relief, saying, "That's a relief." Simultaneously, Master let out a sigh, stating, "The color of Ma Hongjun's soul rings is a persistent dilemma. If those with ulterior motives from the martial soul palace were to discover it, trouble would surely ensue." "Why do you say that, Xiaogang?" Flender exclaimed in surprise. Having not paid much attention to the matter, Master explained, "I believe you are aware of the benefits Ma Hongjun reaps from absorbing soul rings beyond his level. There are 2 or 3 individuals at the martial soul palace who have been researching how to achieve such feats. Ma Hongjun has not only surpassed his level but has done so by several tiers. What do you think the martial soul palace will do? Does that mean Ma Hongjun is in danger?" Flender questioned. Master nodded. "Indeed, but I am uncertain, and it also depends on the intentions of the martial soul palace." "Why didn't you mention this sooner? This could spell disaster." Flender chastised himself as well. Master, appearing resigned, remarked, "It only just occurred to me. It is my fault. I always believed there was no issue, and I never instructed Ma Hongjun to conceal his soul rings. It was he who had the awareness to do so. And it was only because I, along with Zhao Wujie, was there to protect him that he felt secure. But if the martial soul palace takes action, it could be catastrophic." Flender, aware of his own limitations, understood that if the martial soul palace intervened, he and Zhao Wujie would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. "Flender, rest assured, this time, even if it costs us dearly, we must protect Ma Hongjun. What does it matter if it's the martial soul palace?" Zhao Wujie declared. "Oh, all we can do now is take things one step at a time. It is possible that Ma Hongjun's information has already reached the higher-ups of the martial soul palace." Master continued. At that moment, Supervisor Ao, standing at the edge of the arena, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Is he truly a soul master? Such soul rings are extraordinary." The frenzied rhinoceros also expressed disbelief, asking Supervisor Ao, "What should we do?" Only then did Supervisor Ao regain his composure, his voice trembling as he stated, "It is indeed 3 rings. There is no mistake. He is a soul master. As previously discussed, you have lost. The Shrek 7 monsters have emerged victorious." Meanwhile, a figure clad in black quietly slipped away from the audience. Flander's eyes brightened as he said, "Follow me. I have spotted a suspicious individual." Instantly, Zhao Wujie and Master followed suit, leaving Dai Mubai alone, who muttered to himself, "So, letting him leave requires no effort on my part. I wonder if he will end up being dissected by the martial soul palace." In truth, the entire battle had not lasted long when the frenzied rhinoceros expressed his doubts. He had already resolved to concede. Clever as he was, he recognized that he could not triumph against a soul master and would inevitably lose. Had the opponent been above a soul master, they might have had a chance, but he merely sought to make an effort. However, upon considering that the opponent might be a formidable figure concealing their soul rings, he chose to withdraw quickly to avoid retaliation, fully aware of the consequences of offending a powerful individual compared to losing a match. On the Shrek side, they were celebrating their initial victory in the arena, with Mahongjun and his teammates not overthinking the situation. After all, this was not the first time Mahongjun had showcased such a soul ring configuration in the Grand Arena, and he had always remained unscathed. Little did he know, he was currently nestled in the tranquility preceding an impending storm. Chapter 80. Ultimately, he was targeted having secured victory. The 7 promptly registered their points and collected their rewards before departing the Soto Great Soul Arena. However, Mahongjun's revelation of the Phoenix martial spirit and the unusual soul ring configuration drew considerable attention, with all eyes fixated upon him. While the 2 purple rings were somewhat acceptable, the 3rd black ring was utterly perplexing. This marked Mahongjun's debut of a 10,000-year black soul ring in the Grand Arena. During his previous 6 competitions, his soul rings had remained unexposed. Achieving victory without utilizing his martial spirit raised no suspicions at that time. With the day's battle concluded, they completed their tasks without lingering and proceeded to find Flender and Master to return. Where are Dai Lao, the Dean, and Master? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Dai Mubai shrugged, saying, I'm not entirely sure. A while ago, their expression seemed rather grim, and they left, instructing us to return directly after concluding our business. Could it be that they left immediately upon learning of our victory? Xiao Wu speculated. Our teacher and the Dean must have their own matters to attend to. Let us return first, Tang Xin suggested. Ma Hongjun remarked, everyone performed admirably today. This evening, I shall treat you all to a lavish feast, with plenty of food and drink. In addition to the rewards from the battle spirit competition, Ma Hongjun had also wagered 5,000 gold soul coins, yielding a profit of 25,000 coins at a 1-to-5 odds ratio. His financial prowess had significantly increased. Wow, it's rare for Hongjun to treat us. Let us hurry, Oscar exclaimed, recalling the last time they had dined with Flender, which had left Ma Hongjun financially drained. Excitedly, the group departed the Grand Spirit Arena, eager to find a fine establishment to indulge Ma Hongjun. Moments later, Flender was the first to chase after a departing figure clad in black, with Zhao Wujin and the Master following closely behind. Upon exiting, Flender noticed that the black-clad individual seemed aware of their pursuit and quickened their pace, skillfully evading capture through the bustling streets of Soto City. The black figure exhibited remarkable speed, akin to a reconnaissance-type spirit master specializing in agility and stealth. Although Flender was swift in his own right, navigating the intricacies of Soto City posed a considerable challenge. After approximately a quarter of an hour of pursuit, Flender halted before a commonly seen structure, and shortly thereafter, Zhao Wujin and the Master arrived. What is the situation? Where did that black-clad individual go? Zhao Wujin inquired. Flender remained silent for a moment, intently observing the building before the Master spoke up. Is that the Spirit Hall? Flender nodded, stating, however, their speed is commendable. I nearly caught up several times, but they ultimately managed to enter the Spirit Hall. Once inside, they would be unable to intervene. Soto City is the second largest city in the Baloch Kingdom, situated not far from the Spirit City, and houses a significant branch of the Spirit Hall, managed by a soul saint. They could not recklessly storm in without justification. What shall we do? Zhao Wujin asked. The Master replied. The Spirit Master likely entered the Spirit Hall out of desperation, realizing they could not evade Flander's pursuit. Now, both parties are aware of each other's presence. Yet we remain uncertain whether their target is Ma Hongjun. This could very well be a misunderstanding. Xiao Gang, since you have raised this concern, we must exercise caution. Your training in the second phase may require adjustments. The Master continued. Indeed, we must consider alterations. Let us confer upon our return. If their objective truly is Ma Hongjun, we may have inadvertently alerted them, and they could act soon. What actions might they take? Simply abducting Ma Hongjun? Zhao Wujin queried. Well aware of the Spirit Hall's dual nature, housing both virtuous and malevolent individuals, he had previously incurred the wrath of the Spirit Hall, which had led to a perilous chase. However, he had only offended an individual rather than the entire organization, which had allowed him to survive. Had he enraged the Spirit Hall as a whole, even his strength as a soul saint would have been insufficient against their collective might. The Master responded, I cannot ascertain how the Spirit Hall will proceed. It depends on who is orchestrating the actions. It could range from recruitment to direct abduction for research purposes. Yet, as long as there are no grievances with the Spirit Hall, I believe Ma Hongjun stands a greater chance of being recruited. As the trio deliberated, they made their way to the hotel where Ma Hongjun and the others were staying. Upon arrival, they found the premises deserted. Flander's expression turned grave. He was genuinely concerned for Ma Hongjun's safety. Previously, he had been unable to protect him, but this time, he was determined to ensure Ma Hongjun's security. Where could these rascals be? Have they gone off to celebrate with drinks and feasts after the battle? Zhao Wujin remarked. The Master placed a reassuring hand on Flander's shoulder, stating, there is no need for excessive worry. The Spirit Hall is unlikely to act prematurely. Flander's anxious state, fueled by concern, momentarily clouded his judgment. You're right. Let us split up and search for them, he decided. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall branch in Soto City, the black-clad individual was panting heavily, as expected of Flender. His speed is remarkable. Were it not for my own speed as a Soul Emperor and my familiarity with this route, I would have been captured long ago. As he muttered to himself, an elderly man, approximately 60 years of age with white hair, approached him and asked, Have you been exposed? Did that young man uncover your identity? The black-clad man quickly rose and replied respectfully, Sir, I have gathered information. although he concealed his face during the battle. I was still able to recognize him. Here are the details I compiled for your review. He presented several sheets of paper filled with notes. However, the elderly man did not even glance at the documents and instructed, "Organize this properly and return. Someone above seems interested. Be careful in your writing." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," the black-clad man responded. The elderly man continued, "Remember to be swift. You have already been discovered." "Should we take action now?" the black-clad man inquired. The elderly man, with a serious expression, replied, "We should relay the information and await instructions from above." "Understood. I will need a moment to organize everything," the black-clad man affirmed. In that time, his notes detailed every aspect of Mahongjun's journey. From his arrival at Shrek Academy with Flender to the events of the recent battle. In the narrative, the significant experiences of Mahongjun are encapsulated within this context. Though certain truths elude him, as the majority of information is gleaned from the villagers residing in the village of Shrek Academy. Chapter 81, The Battle Spirit 1 month later. An hour passed. In the hotel, within Mahongjun's quarters, the 11 members of Shrek had gathered. Notably, Mahongjun and his companions had indulged in some libations, each feeling somewhat inebriated to varying degrees, including Mahongjun, who felt a slight but yet retained clarity of mind. In contrast, Oscar found himself in a rather unfortunate state. Currently slumped over the table, snoring, and it was primarily Mahongjun and Tang San who had to assist him back to his seat. Among them, one individual remained entirely unaffected, Ning Rongrong, whose extraordinary capacity for alcohol consumption was akin to drinking plain water. Fortunately, Master Flender had located them in due time. Otherwise, it is likely that all but Ning Rongrong would have succumbed to the effects of intoxication. Mahongjun seemed to be acutely aware that among them, his capacity for alcohol was the least robust. Perhaps it was his diligent training that had transformed his constitution. Otherwise, he would surely be in the same predicament as Oscar. Observing how comfortably everyone was indulging, Zhao Wujin pursed his lips, seemingly beset by a craving for drink. He promptly remarked, "You all are quite well, gallivanting without bringing us along, leaving us to fret over your well-being." Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Oscar appeared to awaken from his stupor, somewhat dazed, and responded, "Let us drink. We are all brothers here. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Let us revel." Witnessing the state of his companions, Flender felt reluctant to speak, yet given the circumstances, it seemed that only Oscar was truly inebriated. Thus, he recounted the events they had discovered that day with candor. After finishing, Flender turned to Mahongjun and said, "Hongjun, I take full responsibility for this matter. In truth, your earlier thoughts were indeed correct. Had the Spirit Hall dispatched formidable experts, we would have found ourselves quite helpless." Mahongjun thoughtfully remarked, "Dean, I believe there is no cause for concern. They may even attempt to win me over. We simply need to be cautious in the shadows. After all, once they set their sights on you, no amount of concealment will suffice. It may be best to continue as we are, unbothered by them." Ning Rongrong interjected, "If you truly feel uneasy, Junda can accompany me to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even the Spirit Hall would hesitate to act against you there." At that moment, Ning Rongrong brimmed with confidence in her sect, especially given their possession of 2 formidable titled Douluos. While this was a viable option, venturing to Ning Rongrong's sect was merely a contingency plan. Flender responded, "In truth, Mahongjun is not overly concerned. Let us wait and observe. The Spirit Hall may not necessarily take hostile action. We should decide after assessing their subsequent moves." The master concurred. "Mahongjun makes a valid point. Flender, I believe you need not worry excessively." Flender nodded in agreement. "Very well. Everyone should rest. The 3 of us will forego my little inn and stay next door to Mahongjun." "Agreed. That was my thought as well," Zhao Wujia added. "Xiao Gang, arrange 3 rooms. I, along with Hongjun, have matters to attend to." Flender instructed. "Leave it to me, but the master may find it a bit challenging," Xiao Gang replied. The hotel was rather costly, charging 2 gold spirit coins per day. Requesting 3 rooms for them was indeed expensive. After all, he was only at level 29, with his primary income being 10 gold spirit coins from the Spirit Hall. Unlike certain proud clans who would refuse money out of vanity, he saw no reason to decline assistance. However, with 3 rooms costing 6 gold spirit coins per day, he found it beyond his means. In truth, the master was rather impoverished. Flender cast a glance at Mahongjun, who understood the implicit message and promptly produced a pouch of gold spirit coins, stating, "Master, here are 200 gold spirit coins. Please use them to secure a month's lodging." Ma Hongjun was acutely aware that this second phase of training was limited to merely 1 month, as it was ultimately for his own benefit. Moreover, the financial burden was not substantial. After all, Flanders, with his notoriously frugal nature, would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with even a dime. The master, without any pretense, remarked, "Very well, do exercise caution as you venture out." In Ma Hongjun's estimation, when it came to shrewdness, Yu Xiaojiang was certainly not on par with Flanders. Once Ma Hongjun and Flanders stepped outside, everyone else retreated to their respective quarters. After exiting, Flanders and Ma Hongjun made their way directly to the Great Spirit Arena to redeem their winnings of 25,000 gold spirit coins each. Given the odds of 1 to 5, the arena's management was lamenting their misfortune. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they had incurred a loss of 5,000 gold spirit coins, yielding not a single coin in profit. "Hongjun," Flanders said with a beaming smile, "given your substantial winnings last time, along with this round, shouldn't you return a portion to me?" Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, "Dean, that was a gift from you. So I owe you nothing. Just look at Tang San's 24 bridges under the moonlight, which was also a gift from the master." Flender shot him a disapproving glance and shook his head in resignation. "Never mind. How did I end up with such an ungrateful disciple?" Ma Hongjun laughed. "Haha. I too have a miserly soul sage teacher. However, your cultivation still requires enhancement. Strive to become a miserly Douluo, and we need not worry about the spirit hall." For the next month, Ma Hongjun and his companions' battle spirit plans remained unchanged, and no one from the spirit hall approached them. Whether it was Flender or Zhao Wujia, one of them was always nearby. The Shrek 8 monsters participated in 27 group battles within that month and emerged victorious in all, facing little to no competition. The combination of Dai Mubai and Oscar achieved a record of 17 wins and 10 losses. After all, Oscar was a support type. And when faced with two formidable attackers at levels 38 and 39, even Oscar's sausages couldn't always turn the tide. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing fared better, with a record of 23 wins and 5 losses out of 27 battles. The other two combinations, Tang San and Xiao Wu, recorded a perfect 27 consecutive victories. While Ma Hongjun and Lang Shuang are also achieved the same feat in individual matches, the records were as follows: Dai Mubai, 27 battles, 25 wins, and 2 losses. Tang San, 27 battles, 26 wins, having faced a level 39 Fire Attribute Soul Master and suffered 1 defeat. Xiao Wu, 27 battles, 21 wins. Zhu Zhuqing, 27 battles, 26 wins. Lang Shuang 27 battles, 27 wins. Their soul power was among the pinnacle of the 20th rank, thus making victories more attainable. Throughout this month, everyone made progress in their soul power. Zhu Zhuqing, Lang Shuang and Ning Rongrong all advanced by 1 level. Zhu Zhuqing and Lang Shuang reached level 29, while Ning Rongrong attained level 28. Ma Hongjun has achieved an impeccable record of victories in his 27 battles within the Soul Arena. Although his individual contests differ somewhat from those of others, his adversaries appear to be Soul Masters of levels 38 to 39, encompassing control, assault, and agility types in rotation. According to the Master's analysis, had these opponents faced Dai Mubai, the number of victories would likely have diminished by at least 10 matches. Consequently, speculation arose that the Spirit Hall was deliberately orchestrating these matchups to assess Ma Hongjun's strength. However, among the opponents of the 30th rank, it is improbable for any Soul Master of level 40 or above to emerge, as these challengers are certainly no match for Ma Hongjun. Nonetheless, certain control-type Soul Masters, undeterred by fire, and those with unique soul abilities posed considerable challenges for Ma Hongjun. Yet, in the end, they too could not surpass him. Nor could any compel him to reveal his third soul skill. His ancient soul skill has become a mystery within the Grand Soul Arena, even leading to wagers regarding its nature. Chapter 82, Battle of the Sovereign, Part 1. After a month of soul battles, the once seemingly formidable Silver Soul Badge has now appeared less daunting. Given their current performance, it can be confidently stated that the Silver Soul Badge is within their grasp. Today marks the final day of the month. They merely need to await the conclusion of the battles for the points to be tallied. As they registered for their respective 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, the staff of the Grand Soul Arena sought them out. Before long, the Shrek 8 and their teachers gathered in an office within the Grand Soul Arena. Ma Hongjun sensed that he would finally encounter that team in this last match. After all, their first battle in Soto City was against the Imperial fighting team, and the timeline had not altered significantly. His arrival had not attracted much attention. The butterfly's wings had yet to stir vigorously. Once gathered, Ma Hongjun deduced that their opponents today would likely be the Imperial fighting team under Qin Ming. The master calmly reiterated the information regarding the Soul Arena and his previous discussions to everyone, then placed the newly acquired information on the table. Xiaogang, why did you agree to them so quickly? We should have waited until we arrived to discuss. Given that these are affluent families and noble elites placing substantial bets, the stakes must be enormous. If we negotiate carefully, we could secure greater benefits, Flender remarked. Flender was not only adept at persuasion but also an astute businessman capable of maximizing profits. From his analysis, there indeed existed such potential. In truth, the several thousand gold soul coins that he and Ma Hongjun wagered were hardly considered significant in the eyes of the Soul Arena. Moreover, after their consecutive victories, the odds had plummeted, far less favorable than during their initial win. When did you become so mercenary? The master retorted. Flender, slightly irritated, replied, if it weren't for you being my brother, I would have scolded you by now. You must understand that a penny can stymie even the greatest heroes. The master continued. In fact, our victory will yield considerable rewards, a bonus of 10,000 gold soul coins. Each child will receive 1,000, leaving the remaining 2,000 for the academy to support their third stage training. He then turned to the group and asked, do you have any objections? The 8 of them had no qualms. Ma Hongjun had won quite a bit recently, so he was indifferent. He was also eager to witness the Imperial fighting team in action. Flender sighed. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Then, you should study your opponents carefully. The master instructed. In the next moment, everyone began to scrutinize the information on the Imperial fighting team. The opposing team consisted of 7 members, all possessing silver soul badges. Captain, Yu Tianheng, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, a level 39 Assault-type Soul Master. Vice Captain, Du Guyan, with the Emerald Phosphor Snake Martial Soul, a level 38 Control-type Soul Master. Shimo, with the Black Tortoise Martial Soul, a level 38 Defense-type Soul Master. Shimo, with the Black Tortoise Martial Soul, a level 37 Defense-type Soul Master. Yufeng, with the Wind Chime Bird Martial Soul, a level 36 Agility-type Soul Master. Oslo, with the Ghost Leopard Martial Soul, a level 36 Agility-type Soul Master. Yi Lingling, with the 9 Heart Sea Tang Martial Soul, a level 35 Support-type Healing Soul Master. All 7 possessed the optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. This was the entirety of the information, devoid of any descriptions of soul skills. After reviewing the data on the Imperial fighting team, Ma Hongjun perceived a palpable tension in the atmosphere, as if they had all been impressed into silence by the contents of the report. Subsequently, they began a meticulous analysis of the opposing lineup, with Yu Tianheng standing out due to his top-tier martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling also garnered attention, while the Shimo brothers were noted for their elite martial souls. In terms of martial soul quality, they were fairly evenly matched, however. The opponent's overall soul power surpassed theirs significantly. In summary, securing victory in this battle would prove exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, in another lounge of the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Imperial fighting team was analyzing the information on Shrek's 8 monsters. They were particularly taken aback by Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Martial Soul and his 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. Although they still looked down upon Tang San's blue silver grass, the presence of a fire phoenix instilled a sense of apprehension in them. The main arena of the Soto Great Soul Arena was not very large. Its area was only slightly larger than the other sub-arenas. It was exceedingly quiet, as there were no open stands nearby, resembling a wholly enclosed environment. Surrounding them were private boxes, obscuring the view within, yet from these crystal compartments, one could clearly observe the entire spectacle of the fighting stage. The main arena was not accessible to the common populace. Only nobles or wealthy individuals could enter, all of whom would place substantial bets. To avoid conflicts and disputes, these nobles and affluent spectators remained hidden in their respective boxes, concealing their identities. Winning would not reveal who had triumphed, while losing would prevent any knowledge of who had claimed their money, thereby averting enmities among the aristocracy. The fighting stage itself was remarkably expansive, with a diameter exceeding 70 meters, illuminated under a myriad of lights, creating a dazzling and resplendent display. Suddenly, the already bright lights of the main arena intensified, ultimately focusing on the center of the fighting stage, forming a luminous circle of 2 meters in diameter. The floor beneath the light rose gradually, revealing a young woman of 18 or 19 years. She donned an elegant white gown, her long brown waves cascading gracefully, accentuating her slender waist and regal bosom, exuding astonishing beauty. She held a conical amplification soul guide and smiled gently. It is my pleasure to once again greet all esteemed guests. It is a privilege to host the grand battle of the Soul Arena for you all tonight. I hope you enjoy yourselves. This will be a spectacular event. Although our participants may only be Soul Ancestor level, they have all earned the honor of possessing Silver Soul badges. This was the Central Arena, a true VIP experience. To match the Imperial fighting team, the Soul Arena had preemptively awarded Shrek's 8 monsters Silver Soul badges. After a brief pause, she continued, "Now, allow me to introduce the competitors. Imperial fighting team. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Shrek's 8 monsters. Captain, Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Fire Phoenix." She announced the entire lineup, aiming to evoke anticipation in every spectator. With each martial soul she named, gasps of astonishment arose. Such an array of elite martial souls appeared simultaneously. Not only were there dragons and phoenixes, but also the black tortoise and white tiger. In an instant, all the noble guests were transfixed on the arena, fearful of missing this rare and monumental clash. Chapter 83, Battle Against the Imperial Fighting Team, Part 2. Now, let the contestants take the stage. As Douluo shouted loudly into the microphone, a brilliant white light enveloped her, and 3 soul rings, all of a golden hue, materialized around her. Behind her, a pair of white wings emerged, revealing her martial soul to be a white dove. Her 3rd soul skill bestowed upon her the ability to soar through the skies. At the moment she ascended into the air, the doors on either side of the battle arena swung open, allowing both teams to enter simultaneously and advance towards the main stage. The 2 teams, positioned to the left and right, halted 30 meters apart from one another. When the Royal Battle Team arrived at the arena, the positions of the participants shifted once more. Surprisingly, it was not Yu Tianheng leading the front line, but rather the Shijia brothers, who possessed the martial soul of the Xuanwu turtle. Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin stood in the 2nd row, followed by Oscar and Yufeng, with a slender girl in a veil at the very back. The arrangement of the Shrek team was also markedly different from before, with 3 individuals standing side by side in the front. On the left, the 32nd level assault type Xiao Wu. In the center, the 38th level Dai Mubai. And on the right, the 34th level Mahongjun. Initially, Mahongjun was known as an explosive soul master, not particularly suited for close combat during the battles. However, he had now evolved into a formidable presence in both melee and ranged attacks. Master, recognizing the significance of the opposing team's formation, took direct action to place the 3 in the forefront. Positioned centrally behind them was the 33rd level Tang San, flanked by the 29th level Lung Shuang. And at the rear, the 20th level Ning Rongrong alongside the 31st level Oscar, forming a 3-2-2 formation. It was evident that Master's strategy revolved around Tang San leading the charge in this confrontation. Upon entering the arena, the Shrek team leaders also took their places at the sidelines, lacking the privilege of being esteemed guests, and could only observe the unfolding events. When the Royal Battle Team made their entrance, Flender and Zhao Wujie instantly recognized Qin Ming. Flender's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing him. The tension he had felt moments ago dissipated. "Zhao Wujie, did you see? It's that kid," Flender remarked, his demeanor tinged with a sense of pride. "Indeed. It has been over a decade since we last crossed paths. I never imagined he would embark on this path," Zhao Wujie replied. Master looked quizzically at the 2. "Do you know the leader of the opposing team? What is the story behind this?" Flender chuckled softly. "For now, it's a secret. I'll enlighten you after the battle concludes." At this juncture, Douluo, observing that everyone had taken their positions, addressed the participants once more. "Attention. Soul Masters participating in the team battle. You now have 1 minute to summon your martial souls. You may only commence your attacks once I declare the start. And the match will continue until one side concedes, is entirely incapacitated, or falls from the arena." In the next instant, all 14 participants on the battle stage unleashed their martial souls, an overwhelming surge of battle intent soaring into the heavens. The astonished Douluo found herself compelled to ascend higher into the air. She had never witnessed such an intense display of soul power before. Although she had encountered more powerful soul masters, the strength below was undeniably formidable, with none among them being weaklings. Particularly, the martial soul of Mahongjun, along with the colors of his 3 soul rings, captured everyone's attention once more. Observing this spectacle, some nobles who had placed substantial bets on the Royal Battle Team now found themselves hesitating. What they had believed would be a surefire victory suddenly seemed uncertain. Even though the Royal Battle Team had been informed of Mahongjun's Phoenix martial soul and his soul rings prior to the battle, witnessing it firsthand was still a profound shock. sending tremors through their hearts. After all, the strongest among them only possessed a millennium-level soul skill, while Ma Hongjun alone wielded 2 millennium-level soul skills alongside one of 10,000 years. At this moment, Qin Ming regarded the 7 members of the Shrek team, aptly named the Shrek 8 monsters. Observing their martial souls, he felt a swell of joy within. The long-absent Shrek seemed to have undergone a transformation, now boasting 8 talented individuals. However, he kept his excitement hidden, merely focusing on the main battle arena. Begin, Douluo announced emphatically from the air. On the Shrek side, Dai Mubai let out a magnificent roar, activating his first soul ring and deploying his first soul skill, the White Tiger Barrier. His entire being was enveloped in a golden light, exuding an astonishing aura of determination. Dai Mubai was the first to launch an attack, confronting the Shurjia brothers head-on. As Dai Mubai initiated his assault, Ning Rongrong simultaneously activated 2 of her soul skills, instantly enhancing the speed and power of the 6 Shrek members by 30%, thereby bridging the gap in soul power between the 2 teams. With a resounding crash, Dai Mubai's attack collided with the turtle shell defense of the Shurjia brothers. It seemed he was eager to prove himself, especially with Zhu Zhuqing watching from below. In this moment, Mahongjun had yet to make a move. He could empathize with Dai Mubai's current feelings, akin to a basketball player striving to impress a crush in the stands, igniting a latent power and desire to perform among the boys. However, perhaps in his haste to demonstrate his prowess, Dai Mubai left an opening during his charge, allowing the Shurjia brothers to suddenly evade, revealing a glimmering blue light. The Shurjia brothers, broad-shouldered, completely obstructed the path of Yu Tianheng behind them. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng soared into the air, activating his first soul ring as the condensed Thunder Dragon Claw erupted forth. Clearly, this was a small collaboration among the 3 from the Royal Academy at the onset of the battle. A flash of blue and purple light darted past as the Dragon Claw approached Dai Mubai's chest. At this juncture, Dai Mubai could only brace himself with his arm against Yu Tianheng's attack, believing he was on the verge of success. Yet, just as he thought he had triumphed, Dai Mubai unexpectedly vanished before his eyes. In that instant, Tang San's blue silver grass had ensnared Dai Mubai's waist, gently pulling him back. Consequently, Yu Tianheng's initial soul skill was rendered ineffective, prompting Dai Mubai to pivot and deliver a sweeping kick directly towards the awaiting Yu Tianheng. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Xiaowu surged forward, their singular target being the soul support, Yi Lingling. Originally, Ma Hongjun harbored his own strategies for this battle. However, Master had firmly established the tactics, and Flender refrained from intervening. Thus, Master centered the strategy around Tang San, allowing Ma Hongjun to leverage his speed to eliminate Yi Lingling first. In an instant, Ma Hongjun emerged as the fastest member of the team, predominantly due to his fiery, elusive footwork. In fact, Yu Tianheng had long been aware of Ma Hongjun's trajectory, having been captivated by him from the outset. While attacking Dai Mubai, he remained vigilant of Ma Hongjun's movements. Dai Mubai intended to pursue Yu Tianheng, yet at that moment, the entire royal combat team began to retreat. On the sidelines, Qin Ming expressed his satisfaction with the team's performance. Having led them without a single defeat since their inception in the Soul Arena, the team had grown somewhat overconfident. However, after reviewing the information on Shrek Academy, this arrogance seemed to have been tempered, leading to discussions regarding their tactics. In their assessment, 3 individuals from Shrek warranted particular attention: the level 29 Ning Rongrong, who hailed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and possessed the unrivaled support spirit, the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, the level 38 Dai Mubai, whose White Tiger spirit promised formidable strength, especially when augmented by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and lastly, Tang San's Blue Silver Grass, which had never been a significant concern for them, despite the potential of the Ice Frost spirit, as its level 29 was deemed insufficient. Their primary concern remained Mahongjun, with his elite Phoenix spirit and formidable soul ring configuration, compelling them to treat him with utmost seriousness. As Mahongjun made his move, the opponent swiftly reacted, with Yu Tianheng, Yu Feng, and Osro simultaneously encircling him, seemingly targeting Mahongjun directly. The 3 launched a coordinated assault, while Xiaowu charged in, only to be met by the Shurjia brothers, who immediately separated to intercept her. With these 2 formidable defenders at the forefront, it was as if they had erected an impenetrable barrier. Ma Hongjun advanced as if he were a solitary soldier penetrating deep into enemy territory, initially expressing his dissent towards such an aggressive tactic. For what they could conceive, the adversary could also anticipate. While the strategies of Shrek appeared to be deciphered by their opponent, Tang San, upon witnessing Ma Hongjun ensnared, swiftly maneuvered towards Xiao Wu's direction. aiming to break through from the left flank. A successful breach on the left would undoubtedly alleviate the pressure on Ma Hongjun. Concurrently, Lung Shuang surged in from the right, while Dai Mubai maintained his assault trajectory, relentlessly confronting the formidable 38th level Shimo, employing his first soul skill to strike. At that moment, Dogu Yin also rushed to support Shimo, activating her first 2 soul rings, which enveloped her in a haze of red and blue. This ethereal mist seemingly elevated her physical attributes, allowing her to assist Shimo effectively. However, amidst this chaos, the sound of impacts reverberated as Ma Hongjun unleashed 3 fiery phoenix strikes upon his assailants. Naturally, he would retaliate. Osro and Yufeng were immediately struck and forced back, while Yu Tianheng, wielding his dragon claws post-transformation, employed his formidable soul power to withstand Ma Hongjun's first soul skill. Osro and Yufeng, being agility-focused attackers, lacked substantial defensive capabilities and sustained only minor injuries, quickly rising to aid Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng promptly instructed, "Hasten to assist Yin Yin. I shall handle things here." Meanwhile, Tang Xin summoned an abundance of blue-silver grass, ensnaring Dugu Yin with his first soul skill, while his second skill emerged from the ground, firmly binding Shimo's legs. Dai Mubai's actions, however, were perplexing. His attacks were feeble, remaining entangled with the 38th level Shimo. This prompted both the Master and Flender to discern a peculiar trend. Why was the White Tiger transformation not employed? Yet, Flender, momentarily unconcerned with this inquiry, turned to the Master, stating, "Xiao Gang, Ma Hongjun initially questioned your strategy. It seems he was not entirely mistaken, as the opponent is evidently aware of his capabilities and has taken precautionary measures." The Master, radiating confidence, replied, "Flender, you fail to comprehend. With Hongjun's prowess, he can likely withstand simultaneous assaults from multiple soul masters. By drawing their attention, our other members will gain an advantage against the opposing soul masters, particularly as Ma Hongjun entangles Yu Tianheng, alleviating pressure from Xiao San and the others." "Ah, so it is," Flender mused. "You should have mentioned this earlier. If Hongjun is merely luring the enemy, why not leverage his immense strength for a direct assault? Is that not more efficient?" Zhao Wujie interjected, "Indeed, Master. Observe the current situation. Tang San has not broken through, and Dai Mubai remains stalled." The Master, contemplative, pondered the intricacies of the battle. According to his strategy, a breakthrough by Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu should have been feasible. Yet, the battle appeared to have reached an impasse. Following Osro and Yufeng's support, both Shimo and Dugu Yin extricated themselves from Tang San's soul skills, leaving the battlefield seemingly unchanged. Suddenly, the crowd was roused by Yu Tianheng's thunderous roar as 2 of his soul rings illuminated, summoning arcs of lightning around him. This was Yu Tianheng's second soul skill, Thunder Fury, delivering an unrelenting assault infused with pure electric power. In an instant, all arcs of lightning surged towards Ma Hongjun. Lang Shuanger cried out for Ma Hongjun to exercise caution. The entire arena's attention fixated on this formidable onslaught, capable of overwhelming even the most seasoned soul masters. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, rendering Ma Hongjun unable to evade. In desperation, he activated his second soul skill, which provided a 50% boost to his defenses. A resounding boom echoed as Yu Tianheng's second soul skill struck Ma Hongjun directly. Confronted by the electricity, Ma Hongjun felt as though he were being electrocuted, his body on the verge of combustion. Yu Tianheng, witnessing his success, suddenly perceived that even the most illustrious soul rings paled in comparison. Flender, empathizing with Ma Hongjun's plight, lamented, "Xiao Gang, this seems rather detrimental to Hongjun." The Master, at a loss for words, aimed for a cohesive strategy centered around Tang San, unaware that Ma Hongjun's overwhelming strength proved too formidable for Tang San to manage effectively. Even after the thunderous assault, Ma Hongjun remained steadfast, surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity and vibrant flames. When the effects of Yu Tianheng's attack subsided, the flames enveloping Ma Hongjun showed no signs of abating. Ma Hongjun declared, "Let us continue. Allow you to taste the flavor of flames." The previous strike was indeed formidable. Yet for his body, capable of absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring, and having cultivated under Zhao Wujie's enhanced gravity and pressure, it posed little threat. His physical strength and defensive capabilities had once again escalated, particularly as he had promptly activated his second soul skill, augmenting his defenses by 50%. This attack was insufficient to inflict significant harm upon him. At most, he would sustain minor injuries. Moreover, Ma Hongjun perceived that the power of lightning seemed to possess a fortifying effect on his physique. Yu Tianheng gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment, exclaiming, Are you a monster? That didn't even hurt. To which Ma Hongjun replied with a smile, Are you foolish? Our team's name is the Shrek 8 Monsters, after all. At this juncture, he disregarded the master's plans, preparing to take decisive action in the match. After all, he had staked all 60,000 gold soul coins in this battle, while Flender had wagered 50,000. Flender, noting Ma Hongjun's audacity in placing such a substantial bet, interpreted it as a sign of confidence in victory. Thus he too was inclined to engage in this high-stakes gamble, especially given the 3-to-1 odds. Should they win, they would reap thrice their investment. In Chapter 85, the Huangdo team surrendered. Upon realizing that his second soul skill had not significantly harmed Ma Hongjun, Yu Tianheng promptly withdrew, and the Huangdo team regrouped. Once assembled, Yu Tianheng remarked, This individual with the Phoenix martial soul is extraordinary. He could withstand my second soul skill. Everyone, exercise caution. Douluo interjected. That control-type soul master with the blue silver grass is impressive as well. His ability to control is formidable. No wonder the teacher advised us to be wary of him. Yi Lung coldly surveyed the injured Osro and Yu Feng, inquiring, Do you require healing? The two simultaneously shook their heads, responding, No, the injuries are not severe. They do not hinder our combat capabilities. Osro asserted, Boss, we must devise a strategy. The opponent's soul power is inferior to ours. Should we aim to eliminate the 7 treasure glazed tile school members from the arena first? Once they lack support, our soul power can overwhelm them. Indeed, let me ponder. Yu Tianheng replied, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the Shrek team was also contemplating their strategy against Huangdo. The opponent's offense was spearheaded by Yu Tianheng, while their defense was bolstered by 2 top-tier soul masters, the Xuanwu turtle, making it challenging to breach their defenses. Hongjun, take this sausage to recover, Oscar suggested. Ma Hongjun, unreserved as ever, had indeed sustained a minor injury earlier. However, upon consuming the sausage, he immediately felt a resurgence of vitality. Under the stimulation of Yu Tianheng's second soul skill, the electric surge seemed to elevate his physical capabilities even further. This electricity acted as a catalyst, amplifying the results of his previous gravity training. Once Ma Hongjun had recovered, Tang San inquired, Brother Jun, what should we do now? During their prior victories, it had always been a collaborative effort led by Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Nevertheless, Tang San was acutely aware that Ma Hongjun possessed the upper hand in every aspect, and thus it was imperative to seek his counsel in this moment. Ma Hongjun remarked, according to the master's approach, we should feign an attack from the front while flanking to eliminate the soul master wielding the 9-heart begonia. This time, however, we can reverse our strategy. Brother Jun, how can we reverse it? Asked Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun gazed at Ning Rongrong and remarked, Rongrong, your 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul cannot possibly be inferior to the 9 hearts begonia, can it? To which Ning Rongrong proudly replied, How could it be? Our 7 treasure glazed tile is the foremost auxiliary martial soul. It can hardly be deemed weaker. Ma Hongjun chuckled, That makes perfect sense. Our soul power is inferior to theirs, and with Rongrong's enhancement diminished, the gap between our teams has narrowed. If they manage to knock Rongrong off the stage, our advantage will vanish, making it considerably easier for them to deal with us. We can use this to our advantage. It's a splendid idea, and we shall proceed accordingly. Tang San interjected. Almost simultaneously, the two teams re-engaged. This time, Tang San positioned himself slightly further back, while Ma Hongjun and his 3 companions formed a united front. Yu Tianheng remained at the forefront, flanked by 2 defensive soul masters, with 2 agile attack-type soul masters on one side, and Douluo still positioned towards the rear, serving to protect Yu Lingling. Let us make our move, Ma Hongjun whispered. Ma Hongjun charged towards Yu Tianheng, but in the next moment, Yu Tianheng surprisingly retreated, as 2 defensive soul masters stepped forward. To everyone's astonishment, Yu Tianheng made a swift turn and approached the 2 agile attack-type soul masters. Over there stood only Lung Shuang, and Xiao Wu, and it seemed that Yu Tianheng was targeting these 2. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai immediately rushed to assist. However, in that fleeting instant, Yu Tianheng unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Thunderous Fury. The effect of this skill allowed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master to enter a frenzied state for a limited duration, amplifying the power of lightning by 100% and boosting soul power by 50%. Unless the skill was actively deactivated, it would persist until the soul power was entirely depleted. Ma Hongjun initially aimed for Yu Tianheng, but upon noticing the simultaneous approach of 2 defensive soul masters, he resolved to breach their defenses. Ma Hongjun and Tianheng unleashed their soul skills almost simultaneously. Ma Hongjun activated both his first and second soul skills, sending two fiery lines of phoenix flames towards the Sher brothers. It seemed that Ma Hongjun's soul skill retained its previous potency, merely inflicting minor wounds on Osro and Yufeng. A thunderous sound erupted from both sides as Tianheng, in the state of his third soul skill, executed his second soul skill, targeting Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who was inadvertently caught in the crossfire. At the same time, Tianheng charged forward. However, at the moment he activated his soul skill, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Xin consumed the flying mushroom sausage, soaring into the sky and rendering Tianheng's second soul skill ineffective. They had not anticipated that all three opponents would ascend into the air at that critical moment. Ma Hongjun, with a swift and decisive strike, unleashed his Phoenix Fire line upon the armored defenses of two Soul Masters, truly underestimating the might of his assault, as the duo was forcefully repelled to the ground. Subsequently, he turned his attention towards Tianheng, who was still in a state of astonishment. In that moment, Ma Hongjun executed a seamless maneuver, employing his fire palm directly aimed at Tianheng. Tianheng, not one to be caught off guard, promptly raised his dragon-transformed right arm in defense. However, he miscalculated the ferocity of Ma Hongjun's attack, which sent him soaring through the air with a single blow. At the same instant, Ma Hongjun paid no heed to Tianheng's plight. The previous strike was sufficient to incapacitate him momentarily. With a flourish of his phoenix wings, Ma Hongjun ascended into the sky, launching another fire palm towards the wind-controlling Yufeng. The impact resonated loudly as Yufeng collapsed not far from Tianheng. In that critical moment, Ma Hongjun cast a glance at the struggling Tianheng and declared, "You have already lost." "Impossible," Tianheng replied, glancing back at his team, realizing they had ventured too far into enemy territory. They had assumed the Shurjia brothers could withstand the onslaught, yet the shocking reality was that both brothers had succumbed simultaneously, while their adversaries soared above. At this juncture, Tang San was elevated in the air, employing his entangling soul technique to subdue Lingling. The healer, utterly defenseless, had no opportunity to escape the grasp of Tang San's first soul skill and was swiftly eliminated from the arena. Thus, Lingling was effectively out of this soul battle. "No way, we cannot possibly lose," Tianheng insisted, rising to prepare for another attack. In response, Yin immediately commanded, "Everyone, return. Watch me." Ma Hongjun was acutely aware that Yin might resort to employing the venom of his third soul skill. However, he could easily provoke her into unleashing it. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun charged forward. Although Tianheng possessed remarkable speed, Ma Hongjun surpassed him, delivering another palm strike that sent Tianheng crashing into their designated area. It is noteworthy that Ma Hongjun's right hand had absorbed the essence of a soul bone aged over 90,000 years, thereby enhancing his strength to a degree rarely matched among soul masters of their rank. At that moment, several of Tianheng's ribs were on the verge of fracturing. Without Lingling's healing, he would undoubtedly struggle to unleash his full potential. Even summoning half of his strength would prove arduous, given the severity of his injuries. Originally, Yin intended to utilize her third soul skill, but with Tianheng now within the opposing control zone, employing it would inadvertently harm him. "We have lost," Tianheng lamented, compelled to confront this harsh reality. Although the final moments had yet to unfold, he understood that they had exhausted any chance of a comeback. Chapter 86, The Decision of Shrek, Part 1. Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Tianheng's swift concession at that moment. They still had at least 3 members retaining their full combat potential. However, Tianheng was indeed unable to summon much strength, likely due to the vast disparity in their abilities, leaving them without any advantage in both offense and defense. The members of the Huangdo team had no objections to Tianheng's decision. As Tianheng attempted to rise, he was met with a sharp crack, the unmistakable sound of a bone fracturing. Yin hurried over to support the visibly pained Tianheng and urgently called out, "Lingling, come quickly to treat Tianheng." Just as Lingling made her way onto the stage, the host interjected, "Members of the Huangdo team, you must consider carefully. Accepting treatment from an outside party will result in an automatic loss." Yin, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "We concede." "Lingling, hurry up." The sound of the fracture was all too real, and the audience in the private room wore grave expressions. While they could understand the Huangdo team's concession, given their comprehensive suppression by Shrek, many had placed substantial bets on the Huangdo team. The thrilling spectacle of the battle was overshadowed by their financial losses. How could they find joy in such a situation? Only a small fraction offered applause, while most kept their heads bowed, their faces reflecting discontent. Especially those who had wagered significant amounts, exceeding 1,000,000 gold soul coins. How could they possibly feel elated? Ma Hongjun stepped back, creating space. As Yilingling approached, she immediately summoned her martial spirit, the 9 Hearts Begonia. In the next moment, the 9 Hearts Begonia manifested delicately in Yilingling's hands. It was a pink begonia, adorned with petals of white and pink, its vibrant hues and graceful form captivating. The leaves and tendrils cascaded from either side of Yilingling's palms, swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a modest lady whose flowing hair veiled her face, filled with tender emotions and enchanting elegance. At that moment, a purple glow enveloped her, 3 soul rings illuminating around her. Petals of white began to fall from the 9 Hearts Begonia, gradually merging into Yu Tianheng's body, while also drifting into the bodies of other injured comrades. Instantly, a radiant white light emanated from Yu Tianheng, and within mere seconds, he rose once more. To the casual observer, his wounds appeared to have healed completely at that instant. However, Ma Hongjun understood that even the 9 Hearts Begonia, under the effect of Yilingling's 3rd soul skill, could not fully mend all of Yu Tianheng's injuries in one go. The 2 teams reformed their positions. And Yu Tianheng spoke, "You are formidable. This time, we have lost. Not only have you countered our strategies, but you too are quite impressive." Turning his gaze to Ma Hongjun, he continued, "May I inquire if your soul rings truly consist of 2,000-year ones and 1 10,000-year one?" Ma Hongjun nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, it is authentic. Otherwise, I would not possess such strength." It was genuinely true, which explained everything. Nevertheless, we shall not be disheartened by this setback. When we meet again, I am determined to vanquish you. Yu Tianheng spoke earnestly. Ma Hongjun chuckled, "Victory will always belong to us. It will remain unchanged no matter how many times we face it again." Yu Tianheng took a deep breath, glanced at the other members of Shrek, and turned away, saying, "Let us go." As they watched the royal fight team depart, Oscar exclaimed joyfully, "We won. Come, let each of us have a sausage to recover." He distributed the sausages he had prepared earlier, 1 for each person. In truth, this battle was relatively effortless, as the outcome had been determined after merely 2 rounds of offense and defense. In the first round, Shrek faced targeted attacks, while in the second, they employed Ma Hongjun's strategy, leading the royal fight team into a trap, eliminating their captain, Yu Tianheng, and simultaneously knocking out Tang San's opponent, Yilingling. Originally, Dong Guiyin had intended to use poison, but with Yu Tianheng positioned right in front of her, she could not attack him with toxins. And without Yilingling's support as a healing soul master, they had no choice but to concede. Thus, this battle was resolved rather effortlessly. Jun Gu is indeed the most formidable, and with San Gu's control, they swiftly eliminated the 9 Heart Begonia spirit. Otherwise, with her presence, achieving victory would have taken us much longer, Ning Rongrong remarked. The group approached the master, yet his face bore no trace of a smile. "Master, we won." Xiaowu was the first to speak. "Why aren't you happy, master?" Oscar chimed in. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on the master's face. Though he sighed inwardly, thinking, "It seems that during the battle, Xiao San has already grown accustomed to centering his strategies around Ma Hongjun. I wonder if my actions were correct. Perhaps I should discuss this with Xiao San later." "Excellent, you have triumphed in the competition. Today's battle was well executed, though there were some deficiencies. Dai Mubai, why did you not exert your full strength?" At the outset, Dai Mubai had been quite proactive, but upon noticing the opponent's deliberate focus on Ma Hongjun, he hesitated. However, being astute, Dai Mubai quickly responded, "I couldn't help it. It felt as if Hongjun could defeat their entire team on his own. Whether I joined in or not seemed irrelevant. Let us not discuss this now. We will talk about it later," the master said, uncertain of how to address the situation, as it was not the appropriate time for such discussions. Seeing the master's demeanor, Flender's original smile gradually faded, yet he felt immense joy within. Having wagered 50,000 gold soul coins and poised to win a total of 150,000, thereby increasing his fortune to over 200,000 gold soul coins. At that moment, the leader of the royal fight team, Qin Ming, approached, saying, "Greetings, Dean Flender, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects." He stepped forward quickly, kneeling before Flender. In that instant, he had shed the calm demeanor he exhibited earlier for the royal fight team, his eyes alight with excitement. "You rascal, I thought you had forgotten about us," Flender remarked. Zhao Wujia stepped forward to assist Qin Ming to his feet, saying, "Good lad, you are growing increasingly formidable. It won't be long before you surpass us old fellows." Qin Ming replied respectfully, "No matter when, you two will always be my teachers. I, Qin Ming, will forever be a disciple of Shrek Academy." Witnessing this scene, the members of Shrek, aside from Ma Hongjun, were left utterly astonished. Clearly, this individual had a connection to the royal fight team, and from his words, it was evident he had been a previous student of Shrek. Among the students, Oscar, having spent the most time at Shrek, was unaware that there had been such a figure in their academy's past. Flender placed a hand on Qin Ming's shoulder, saying, "You have been away for so many years, yet you remain the same. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Master. And these 7 you see are all our students, collectively known as the Shrek 8 monsters." Qin Ming, being a person of etiquette, promptly bowed to the Master, performing the disciples' greeting, recognizing the Master as a new instructor at Shrek Academy. "Greetings, Master." The Master turned slightly, seemingly unwilling to accept Qin Ming's gesture of respect. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, wondering why the Master appeared so proud. Beside him, Flender chuckled, "You are his nephew's teacher, thus he is of the same generation and naturally will not accept your deference." Qin Ming looked at Flender in confusion, while the Master's eyes revealed a hint of displeasure, as if he did not want Flender to disclose his identity and past. However, Flender grinned and said, "We are all of the same family. Why conceal it? You must know that Yu Tianheng is your nephew." "What? Yu Tianheng is actually the Master's nephew?" The Shrek 8 monsters gasped in astonishment, with Qin Ming equally shocked. As Ma Hongjun observed the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, he too began to display his acting prowess, feigning surprise. After all, he was privy to all the information. Yet in this moment, he had to play the role of one who knew nothing. No one had anticipated that the Master was affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Master's expression darkened as he melancholically remarked, "Flender, I have repeatedly stated that I severed all ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan long ago." After uttering these words, he promptly departed. Tang San wished to dissuade him, but the Master halted him, saying, "You all should go and calculate your points. Later, return with Flender. I have matters to attend to." Observing the Master's demeanor, Flender felt a twinge of regret, yet he believed that revealing this matter might help the Master confront his past rather than keep it hidden within. Finally, Flender turned to the Shrek 7 devils, stating, "You all heard Qin Ming's words. Indeed, he was once a student of our Shrek Academy and the first graduate. He is among the most distinguished individuals we have nurtured. The record for reaching level 30 the fastest was previously held by Qin Ming." Qin Ming, somewhat astonished, realized that these students surpassed his own talent from years past and cheerfully exclaimed, "Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. It appears that the academy is flourishing." Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Flourishing? These children will be the last batch of students at the academy." Qin Ming expressed his astonishment. "Is the academy's financial predicament still unresolved?" Flender replied, "It's not quite like that. The financial situation is manageable. The primary issue is that we have aged and lost the vigor of our youth. I hope that once these children graduate, we can embark on lives of our own." Mahongjun understood that Flanders was not in need of money at present. After winning this wager, his fortune undoubtedly exceeded 200,000 gold soul coins, making the sustenance of an academy like Shrek entirely feasible. Perhaps, just as he had mentioned, he felt somewhat fatigued, lacking that fervor and passion. Subsequently, Qin Ming spoke of his current occupation and the team he led, which was from the Tiando Royal Academy. As their conversation progressed, Flanders once again turned his gaze towards Mahongjun and the others, saying, "You should also settle your points. Zhao Wujie, Qin Ming, accompany me." In that moment, Flanders was not in a rush to settle the rewards from their bidding victories. After all, the Great Soul Arena would not renege on its promises. And he was keen to reminisce with Qin Ming first. As the Shrek 8 monsters walked, they continued to discuss Qin Ming and his team, acknowledging that the royal fighting team consisted of members from the Tiando Royal Academy, while also speculating about Qin Ming's level. The month-long soul battles had finally come to an end, and on this night, they had triumphed over the royal fighting team, achieving an impressive record of 28 consecutive victories in team battles. Each individual felt a surge of curiosity regarding their points, and aside from the points, there were also bonuses to be distributed on this final day of the month. Before the 8 could reach the point calculation area, Supervisor AO found them first, inviting them to a premium point redemption location exclusively for Soul Masters. This Supervisor AO presented a gold soul coin card to Mahongjun, stating, "This is the reward of 10,000 gold soul coins promised to you by the Great Soul Arena. This card is universally accepted at all financial institutions across the continent. Ma Hongjun was quite unceremonious, promptly accepting the golden soul coins, intending to hand them over to Flender later. Director Ao, can you calculate the points for me now? Ma Hongjun inquired. Director Ao immediately replied, of course, I can do that. He hastily instructed others to tally the soul fighting points for the Shrek 8 monsters accumulated over the past month. Today, a soul battle was clear in Director Ao's mind. Everyone performed admirably, yet the most remarkable was still Ma Hongjun, whose soul rings far surpassed those of his peers, rendering him nearly invincible at the soul sovereign level. Having defeated Yu Tianheng, who possessed the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit at level 39, few could claim the ability to defeat Ma Hongjun at this stage. Director Ao treated Ma Hongjun with particular courtesy, seemingly eager to foster a connection. Shortly, the points were calculated by the staff. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Leng Shuang all received silver soul badges. However, Ma Hongjun and Tang San, through their consecutive victories, both surpassed 5,000 points, with Ma Hongjun exceeding 6,000. This meant they both met the criteria for the Golden Soul Badge. They simultaneously received the Golden Soul Badges from Director Ao. Weighing the badges in his hands, Ma Hongjun remarked, everyone should be cautious from now on. Our future opponents will likely be teams with Golden Soul Badges. Tang San immediately chuckled bitterly. It seems having too many points isn't necessarily a good thing, but it does present a challenge for us. As the group exited the Grand Soul Arena, they were still in disbelief that they had transformed from Silver Soul Badges to a team boasting Golden Soul Badges within a month. At this moment, the master had found Yu Tianheng to boast about his disciple, Tang San, who was merely 13 years old and at level 32. Yet, Yu Tianheng's mind lingered most on Ma Hongjun, who was also 13, but at soul power level 34. Upon returning to the hotel, they spotted Flender and his two companions drinking in a corner of the restaurant. As the 8 approached, everyone had already removed their masks. And Qin Ming gazed at the remarkably young Shrek 8 monsters. Teacher, could this possibly be the Shrek 8 monsters we just battled? Qin Ming exclaimed in astonishment, finding them exceedingly youthful. Indeed, aside from 2 seasoned veterans aged 14 or 15, the rest are around 13, Flender boasted. Qin Ming remarked, no wonder you wore masks. I understand now. In the same age group, the Royal Battle Team pales in comparison to you. Senior, may I audaciously inquire about your current level? Dai Mubai asked. Qin Ming candidly replied, I have barely managed to cultivate to level 62. No wonder you're a senior. Everyone from the academy is extraordinary, Dai Mubai acknowledged. Enough of this mutual flattery. Let us sit down and eat. Today, your esteemed principal is treating. Feel free to order whatever you like. Don't mind me. Zhao Wujia stated with intentional levity. The moment arrived for Ma Hongjun to showcase his performance. Knowing Flender had considerable funds, he was determined to turn the tables after being taken advantage of previously. Picking up the menu, he promptly instructed the waiter, these and these, make sure to note them down. Seeing Ma Hongjun order only the cheaper items, Flender felt pleased, thinking his disciple was wise and saving money for his teacher. However, Ma Hongjun then added, forget everything I just ordered. I'll take one of everything else, and 2 barrels of the finest ale. Instantly, Flender's expression stiffened. Despite being wealthy, there is a saying that the richer one is, the more frugal they become, and Flender epitomized this. Chapter 88. The Decision of Shrek, Part 2. Flender certainly did not wish to splurge, and since Ma Hongjun had ordered expensive dishes, the total would easily exceed 100 golden soul coins. His demeanor was understandably less than cheerful, as everyone was aware of his notorious stinginess within the academy. Zhao Wujia burst into laughter, while Qin Ming interjected, how could I let the principal spend his money? Having just returned after so many years, I should treat both principals and all my junior colleagues. Please, eat freely, it's on me. Qin Ming, you truly are considerate. I was hoping to see Flender bleed a little financially, but it seems that will not happen, Zhao Wujia chuckled. Upon hearing that Qin Ming was treating, Flender's expression brightened considerably. He turned to Zhao Wujia, saying, you find joy in my embarrassment, don't you? How about we head back and practice a bit to enhance our soul power? Upon hearing Flender's suggestion, Zhao Wujia could not help but stop smiling. He was well aware of Flender's strength. He was a power-type soul master, while Flender was an agility type, capable of flight and possessing higher soul power than Zhao Wujia's level, making him no match for Flender. Qin Ming looked at the Shrek 8 and sighed. What a pity. If you juniors weren't part of Shrek, I would do everything in my power to bring you to the Royal Academy. At that moment, the Master's voice rang out, stating that even if they were part of Shrek, they could still be brought to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Everyone was taken aback as they saw the master enter and sit next to Flender. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Qin Ming probed tentatively. This time, Flender was displeased, saying, "Xiao Gang, do you mean to imply that Shrek is not good enough?" The master replied calmly, "I never said they should join the Heaven Do Royal Academy. I merely meant that the two academies could engage in mutual exchanges. Isn't that right, Teacher Qin? If it's not permissible, I could seek the Spirit Hall or other academies." "Master, is your next training plan to seek out other academies for a spar?" Mahongjun quickly inquired. The master nodded, affirming, "Precisely. Exchanges can foster your growth and allow you to witness the standards of soul masters from various academies." In truth, Mahongjun understood that upon learning Shrek had 8 members, the master had resolved to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition. Otherwise, he would not have trained them so rigorously. Qin Ming added, "It would be wonderful to exchange ideas, but I fear that if we go to Heaven Do, are you worried that these children are too outstanding and may not return?" The master interjected. Qin Ming nodded. Indeed. The leaders of the academies are always eager for talented students. If they go, they will undoubtedly employ every tactic to poach from Shrek. Upon hearing this, Flender felt quite pleased, realizing that Qin Ming was still considering his academy's interests. However, the master boldly stated, "Let me be direct. I want these children to participate in the grand event a year from now. Remember, Heaven Do Royal Academy has 2 slots, allowing these children to temporarily join as exchange students until the event concludes." Qin Ming was astonished. "Master, are you suggesting they represent Heaven Do Royal Academy at that grand event? If that happens, the Academy will certainly promote them as students of Heaven Do Royal Academy." The master smiled slightly, seemingly unperturbed. "Having an additional title as graduates of another academy isn't a bad thing." "No, I disagree." Flender suddenly slammed the table, exclaiming, "These children belong to Shrek. Master, do not forget that Shrek is the culmination of our efforts over the past 20 years. Mahongjun could discern that the master was genuinely indifferent to the matter at hand. However, for Flender, who had devoted 2 decades of his youth to the academy, this was an unbearable anguish. Was it merely to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition, or perhaps to validate his own worth? The master addressed Flender with pointed inquiries. First, can you provide a simulated training environment? Secondly, will you grant them the qualifications to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition a year from now, even if they join Tiendo? As long as our hearts remain with Shrek, does it truly matter? Lastly, what is the significance of establishing Shrek in the first place? These pressing questions rendered Flender speechless. The master continued, "Without a simulated training environment and proper registration, the academy is essentially a 3-no institution." At this juncture, he turned to Qin Ming and stated, "It is permissible for the children to join Tiendo, but we must have certain conditions met. The academy must accept all our current instructors, who will continue to teach them personally, free from any interference. Furthermore, when we wish to leave, the Tiendo Royal Academy must not obstruct us." Flender, taking a seat once more, raised his glass and drank deeply. Despite this, he was reluctant to allow Shrek to join Tiendo. Yet, he found himself at a loss against the master's valid points. Qin Ming nodded in agreement, indicating that there should be no issues, though he was also concerned about Flender's feelings. Just as Flender was about to announce his consent, Mahongjun stood and declared, "I disagree." Being well-versed in the unfolding events, he understood the implications and did not wish to witness Flender's sorrow. Upon hearing Mahongjun's words, Flender, who was on the verge of agreeing, hesitated. He felt a genuine sense of joy. After all, Mahongjun was indeed his most cherished disciple. Nonetheless, the master's expression darkened as he gazed at Mahongjun, stating, "This decision has been made by the higher-ups of the academy. As a student, you have no authority to interfere." He had endured for far too long, feeling that Yu Xiaojiang was excessively selfish, ultimately driven by the desire to prove himself, with the best means to do so being Tang San. His initial goal had always been the Advanced Soul Master competition. Mahongjun gazed at the master, his voice laced with coldness. "I am aware of your relationship with the dean, but how long have you been at the academy? Have you ever truly understood the dean's struggles? Have you considered his perspective? Moreover, I have devoted my entire life to Shrek Academy. The thought of attending the Heaven Do Royal Academy is simply unacceptable to me." The atmosphere grew tense, and Dai Mubai abruptly stood up, asserting, "Mahongjun, you must trust the master. He would never wish us harm. Furthermore, that prestigious Soul Master competition holds great significance for all of us." Flender's expression turned bittersweet as he sighed. "Hongjun, I appreciate your sentiments, but what Xiao Gang said carries weight as well. I have agreed to this matter. And I hope you can understand, Xiao Gang's intentions are for the greater good. The master turned to Ma Hongjun and asked, Flender has consented. Are you certain you will not reconsider? Ma Hongjun chuckled lightly, I certainly won't go. It's merely a simulated training environment and participating in the Advanced Soul Master competition. Even if I don't join the Tiando Royal Academy, we can still participate and possess what we need. The master, with a tone of disdain, retorted. Can you truly accomplish that? If you can, then I shall heed your words. If not, refrain from speaking recklessly. Chapter 89, the 6-month deadline I can. Ma Hongjun asserted confidently. Since I dare to speak it, I will surely accomplish it. The other 7 members of the Shrek 8 monsters remained silent, gazing at Ma Hongjun in disbelief. The confidence radiating from him made them feel that he truly could succeed. The master remarked, even if you could register and establish a simulated training environment right now, it would be too late. What will you do? Ma Hongjun chuckled. You need not worry about that. Since I dare to say it, I am certain I can accomplish it. He then turned to Flender and added, Director, trust me. I will undoubtedly succeed in this endeavor. We will establish a new Shrek Academy, albeit not in the city of Soto. The master interjected. Are you contemplating the acquisition of an academy? He continued, you must understand the considerable funds required to establish a well-rounded institution. Even if one were to acquire other academies on the verge of collapse, it would be utterly impossible without at least 1 million gold soul coins, Mahongjun remarked. In other words, even without joining Tiando, we still have a chance, and going to Tiando is not our only hope, correct? The master replied, indeed, there may be possibilities. But do we currently possess sufficient funds? Mahongjun tilted his head slightly and remarked, at this moment, I indeed lack sufficient funds, however. It is not to say that opportunities are entirely absent. In an instant, Flender seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope. He recalled the gold soul coins he had won from betting and, combined with Mahongjun's winnings, their total amounted to nearly 500,000 gold soul coins. If they ventured to a larger soul arena, with Mahongjun battling and him wagering, 1 million soul coins would not be an insurmountable challenge. Previously misled by the master, Flender now reflected carefully and recognized that there remained a glimmer of hope, even if it were but a thread of possibility. He was unwilling to relinquish the academy without a fight. Should they transform other academies into Shrek, simply taking over would resolve all issues seamlessly. Seeing this glimmer of hope invigorated Flender immensely. He said, Xiao Gang, I must admit I was remiss in my considerations earlier. Thankfully, Mahongjun has illuminated a path forward. Let us refrain from joining Tiando for the time being and deliberate for a while longer. If, after 6 months, neither Mahongjun nor I can alter our circumstances, then we shall join Tiando. The master pondered for a moment and responded, Flender, 6 months is a significant duration. The children could benefit from that time to cultivate in a simulated environment, ensuring greater security for their future participation in the Advanced Soul Master competition. The matter of joining Tiando cannot be postponed indefinitely. Isn't half a year too long? Mahongjun interjected. At that moment, Zhao Wujin spoke up. Although Tiando Royal Academy possesses merits, it is ultimately not our own territory. Even if we were to seek refuge there, unease would still linger. Let us wait for 6 months. Perhaps a breakthrough will arise. I concur with the Dean and Mahongjun, Oscar added. Let us allow ourselves some time and reassess in half a year. Both Lang Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing stood in agreement. Soon, Tang San and Xiao Wu also rose to express their support, with Tang San stating, Teacher, perhaps it would be prudent to heed the Dean's counsel, preparing for both outcomes. Should our situation remain unchanged in 6 months, we can act then. The master was taken aback by Tang San's stance. At this juncture, Qin Ming nodded in agreement, saying, What the teacher suggests is indeed correct. I am willing to contribute all my savings. With that, he produced a gold soul coin card and presented it to Flender, stating, This card contains 100,000 gold soul coins, which I offer as my contribution to the academy. Zhao Wujin then added, I too possess 10,000 gold soul coins for the academy's use. If we put our heads together, I am confident we can resolve our issues. Following this, everyone began to express their willingness to contribute financially, with Lang Shuanger and Zhu Zhuqing among those eager to assist. However, the most substantial contribution came from Ning Rongrong, the cherished jewel of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. She produced a card containing 200,000 gold soul coins, declaring, I will return home shortly to persuade my father to support our academy. There should be no issue with that. Instantly, all eyes turned to Ning Rongrong, the wealthy benefactor. And with her assistance, the problem seemed to find a resolution. Additionally, with the backing of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, success appeared assured. Observing this, the master conceded. It seems I have been short-sighted. I apologize to everyone. Flender, we shall adhere to your proposal of a 6-month time frame to strive for change. Flender replied, very well. But let this matter be entrusted solely to Mahongjun and myself. Keep your funds secure. We will handle it ourselves. He had made up his mind. Confident in Mahongjun's capabilities, being at the sole sovereign level, he was undoubtedly invincible in the arena. As long as they placed their bets wisely, winning would be a matter of odds. They could traverse various grand arenas, alternating between Tiando and Xinglua cities, and securing hundreds of thousands in winnings was entirely feasible. Thus, the issue of funding appeared to be the least of their concerns. Flender had no intention of accepting aid from others, had he been inclined to do so. Shrek would not be in its current predicament. As for Mahongjun, Flender did not regard him as an outsider. In his eyes, Mahongjun's resources were at their disposal. The most pressing concern lay with the academy itself, an advanced institution that was perilously close to closure. This uncertainty loomed large, especially with the Advanced Soul Master competition only a year away. Any academy capable of participating would undoubtedly exhaust every effort to compete. The Advanced Soul Master competition represented a pivotal moment that could alter the academy's fate. With outstanding results, fame would follow, ensuring a steady influx of students. With sufficient enrollment, how could the academy possibly falter? Thus, this conundrum was the most vexing, though the master refrained from voicing his apprehensions. Since we have devised a plan, let us dine now. Should we need to approach Tiando in 6 months, simply seek me out at Tiando Royal Academy, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. Qin Ming suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, transitioning into the next phase of their gathering, a meal. After dining, Qin Ming took his leave, as he needed to attend to his own team, who were disheartened following their recent defeat and required some encouragement. As all others retreated to their rooms for rest, Mahongjun and Flender exited the hotel together. Their time for battle had been brief today, and the grand arena likely had not yet concluded. They could now collect their winnings from the bets placed. The hotel was a mere 300 or 400 meters from the grand arena. And as they strolled along the street, Flender remarked, Mahongjun, I am grateful for your timely reminder tonight. We have secured a 6-month window. Do not hold Xiao Gang's decisions against him. He too has the best interests of everyone at heart. Who wouldn't want to participate in the Advanced Soul Master competition? I cannot allow you to be hindered in your future. Mahongjun remarked, Teacher, it seems you lack confidence. We will surely devise a solution. Flender also expressed his thoughts, articulating the most challenging aspects of the situation. Mahongjun was aware of the unfolding narrative. As long as Flender and the Master ventured to the Blue Tyrant Academy, all dilemmas would be resolved without spending a single coin. Teacher, let us set off tomorrow. Allow them to cultivate at the academy, and trust me, we shall undoubtedly succeed. Mahongjun asserted. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Now, let us collect our reward. Hongjun, you will eventually need this money for the academy. So why not hand it all over to me today? Flender proposed. Mahongjun chuckled. Teacher, you are being excessive. I shall provide it when the time comes. Flender replied with a smile. You rascal, you've learned this from me. You're becoming increasingly astute. Haha, you are my teacher after all. If I don't learn from you, who else should I learn from? Mahongjun laughed as the two of them re-entered the Grand Soul Arena to claim their rewards for the soul betting. Chapter 90. Visitors from the Spirit Hall. Mahongjun once again donned his mask and entered the Grand Spirit Arena with Flender. Upon their arrival, they encountered Supervisor AO, who appeared exceedingly cheerful, his smile radiant among the crowd, as if he had stumbled upon a fortune of several tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Upon spotting Mahongjun and Flender, he promptly extricated himself from the throng surrounding him. With a beaming expression, he inquired, Gentlemen, is there anything I can assist you with at this moment? Flender chuckled. It seems that you have garnered quite a substantial profit from this Grand Spirit Arena. Indeed. We have merely earned over 3 million gold soul coins, Supervisor AO casually remarked, his elation perhaps leading him to divulge a secret. However, realizing the inadvertent revelation, he quickly added, Please keep this under wraps. The success of your victory has attracted substantial bets from major financial conglomerates, allowing us to win such a remarkable amount, nearly equivalent to our annual revenue. Rest assured, we shall maintain confidentiality regarding this matter, but offering me only 10,000 gold soul coins is rather stingy, Flender retorted. With a wry smile, Supervisor AO replied, I possess no greater authority. The maximum I can issue is 10,000 gold soul coins. Nevertheless, should you have any requests in the future, please do not hesitate to approach me. I shall do my utmost to assist. Flender responded, since the past is bygone. Let us not dwell on it. We have no pressing matters. We merely wish to claim our betting winnings. Supervisor Ao, astonished, asked, Did you place a bet on yourselves? He recalled the encounter with the leader of the Shrek 8 monsters, the master, who had seemed rather troubled, as if confronted by a formidable opponent, leading him to believe that the wager was not substantial. Allow me to escort you, he offered. There are numerous individuals here to claim their betting rewards, and one might have to wait in line for at least half an hour. My guidance can save you considerable time. By the way, how much did you wager? Mahongjun remarked, I wagered 60,000 gold soul coins, while the teacher staked 50,000. Alas, this is all we possess. Otherwise, I would have bet even more. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Ao abruptly halted his steps, an awkward smile spreading across his face as he said, You certainly possess a remarkable confidence in yourselves to place such a substantial bet all at once. Combined, that totals 110,000 gold soul coins. A sum that even the average noble would hesitate to wager in a single instance. The potential profits we stand to gain rely heavily on the contributions of affluent nobles and tycoons from elsewhere. Supervisor Ao, could you please guide us to collect our winnings? Mahongjun inquired. Very well, follow me, Ao replied, albeit with a tinge of regret in his heart. If the bets had been a few hundred or 1,000 gold soul coins, it would have been inconsequential. However, such a significant wager might raise suspicions about him. Yet, having already committed, he had no choice but to proceed. Fortunately, the earnings from this Grand Soul Arena were substantial, and he would likely face little reproach. With a wager of 110,000 gold soul coins and odds of 1 to 3, the Grand Soul Arena was set to award 330,000 gold soul coins. Supervisor Ao, I wish to inquire whether the data from the Grand Soul Arenas across all cities is interconnected? Mahongjun asked, as he planned to accompany Flender to the Grand Soul Arenas of the major cities in the Tiando Empire to participate in soul fights and scout for nearby prestigious academies to potentially acquire. This was Shrek's path to success, and Ma Hongjun did not intend to directly lead Flender to the Lamba Academy. Firstly, Flender was not supposed to be aware of their triangular relationship, nor should he know that Lu Erlong had established the Lamba Academy. Secondly, they could venture to various Grand Soul Arenas in Tiando to gamble and earn money. Lastly, it would allow them to traverse the entire Tiando Empire in search of areas abundant in fire-attributed soul beasts. Supervisor Ao did not conceal anything and replied, The data is, in fact, not interconnected. The badges and documentation you obtain are valid at any Grand Soul Arena. Thank you, I understand, Mahongjun acknowledged. With Supervisor Ao leading the way, Mahongjun and Flender navigated through a throng of over 100 people and collected their winnings of 330,000 gold soul coins in less than 10 minutes. The following morning, the 11 members of Shrek departed from Soto City, heading towards Shrek Academy. As they drew near the academy's entrance, Mahongjun noticed a few individuals clad in Spirit Hall uniforms waiting there. The other 3 teachers from the academy were also standing by. Teacher, the Spirit Hall personnel have arrived, Mahongjun reported. Flender, leading the group, responded, I am aware. Those who are meant to come will inevitably arrive. I did not expect them to come directly to our academy. Regardless of their intentions, rest assured, with Teacher Zhao present, there will be no issues, Zhao Wujing declared, as he had previously offended some individuals within the Spirit Hall and was thus the least fearful of them. The master then spoke, Everyone remember, the arrival of Spirit Hall personnel does not necessarily mean they will resort to force, it all depends on my lead. Xiao Gang, you are most familiar with the Spirit Hall, so we shall heed your guidance. Observing the master's confident demeanor, Mahongjun pondered the significance of the Pope's decree he possessed. Perhaps it was the source of his confidence. Could it be that their target is Brother Hongjun? Tang San speculated. Surely not. Hongjun has not offended the Spirit Hall. Oscar interjected, oblivious to the events of that night, as he had been thoroughly inebriated. At that moment, the master took the lead, flanked by Flender and Zhao Wujing, while the Shrek 8 followed closely behind. The Spirit Hall personnel soon recognized the return of the 11 from Shrek. At the forefront stood a venerable elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, accompanied by 3 formidable-looking middle-aged men. From a distance, the elder called out, Director Flender, Director Zhao Wujing, Master, greetings to you. Flender responded, it is our esteemed Lord Alvin from the Spirit Hall in Soto City. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Is it him? The master murmured, his spirit lifting momentarily before seeming to drift into reminiscence. Do you know him? Flender inquired. Indeed. He is one of the long-term researchers of soul spirits within the Spirit Hall, directly under the Pope's command. I did not expect him to become the lord of the Spirit Hall in Soto City, the master replied quietly. Xiao Gang. Could it be that he was your classmate during your time at the Spirit Hall? Flender suggested, having some knowledge of the master's past. Indeed, if he has come personally. It is quite likely that he has taken an interest in Ma Hongjun, the master reflected, recalling his own days at the Spirit Hall, where a beautiful woman had collaborated with him on soul spirit research. Initially, he had not understood why an extraordinary prodigy of the Spirit Hall would be interested in such matters. However, after many events, he realized her research aimed to resolve the conundrum of coexisting twin spirits, a challenge she eventually overcame. It could be said that apart from him, there was another genius dedicated to the study of soul spirits with twin spirits. Flender asked, is it that individual? The Pope. The master replied quietly. It seems I must expedite Ma Hongjun's departure from here, Flender resolved. Chapter 91. The invitation from the Spirit Hall. Although Flender and the master's conversation was quiet, Ma Hongjun, being the closest student to them, overheard their exchange. As a mere 34th level Soul Zone, he could only be regarded as insignificant in the eyes of Pope Bibi Dong. How could he possibly capture her attention? Perhaps it was due to the nature of his soul spirit and soul rings. Initially, when he registered at the Spirit Hall, his soul spirit was the evil fire phoenix, and both of his soul rings were yellow. Now, having transformed into a 13-year-old, 34th level Soul Zone with 2 purple and 1 black soul ring, he would undoubtedly pique curiosity, especially among those dedicated to soul spirit research. However, how could the busy Bibi Dong possibly find time to seek him out? From what the master stated, it appeared that she had an interest in soul spirits. In truth, Ma Hongjun found this quite understandable. Their mutual attraction could not solely be attributed to cultivation, as their innate talents were vastly different, suggesting their connection lay in knowledge of soul spirits. Only in this realm could Bibi Dong potentially favor the master. Ma Hongjun raised his head, pondering. Yet another woman ensnared by the allure of a devoted scholar. Upon noticing that Bibi Dong had taken an interest, Flender's immediate instinct was to whisk Ma Hongjun away. However, the master interjected, there's no need for that. If it is indeed her, Hongjun should be safe. Moreover, this presents an opportune moment for us to engage in an exchange with the Wuhuan Hall Academy. As long as we secure her endorsement, Ma Hongjun will likely face minimal difficulties in the future when displaying such a spirit ring across the continent. What? You intend to engage with the Wuhuan Hall Academy? Flender exclaimed in astonishment. The master replied, there is nothing detrimental in this. In fact, I initially harbored this very notion. Ma Hongjun recalled that during the discussion between the master and Qin Ming, the Spirit Hall had indeed been mentioned. However, at that moment, when they uttered these words, there was little dissent among the group. After all, apart from Zhao Wudre in the Spirit Hall, who had some grievances, as well as Tang San and Xiao Wu, there were no other significant ties seen among the others at that time. Ma Hongjun was uncertain whether Xiao Wu was aware that the Pope was her enemy. In any case, Tang San was certainly oblivious to this fact. As discussions unfolded, the individuals from the Spirit Hall approached them, drawing closer, which caused Flender and the master to cease their conversation. Upon entering, Alvin strode directly forward and embraced the master, exclaiming, Xiao Gang, after more than 20 years apart. I never imagined I would find you here. Confronted with Alvin's exuberance, the master responded somewhat awkwardly, Alvin, I too was surprised to learn that you have become the Spirit Hall Master of Soto City. Alvin replied, having devoted a lifetime to the study of spirit arts. I have grown weary. I arrived in Soto City just last year. It's quite a coincidence that you are also at Shrek. Congratulations are in order. For few can attain the position of Spirit Hall Master in Soto City, the master acknowledged. Afterward, Alvin regarded Flender and Zhao Wujin earnestly, stating, esteemed deans, I hope you will excuse my uninvited presence. Flender interjected, speak plainly regarding your business. Alvin glanced at Ma Hongjun and then turned back to Flender, saying, Dean Flender, you are a forthright man, so I shall be direct. Recently, we have gathered information concerning your academy's performance in the Great Soul Arena, particularly regarding your captain Ma Hongjun, whose extraordinary spirit rings have captured the attention of our higher-ups. They wish to personally witness Ma Hongjun's spirit and soul rings. Flender asked, are you suggesting that you intend to take Ma Hongjun to your spirit city? Precisely, Alvin confirmed. Can you guarantee the safety of my disciple? Will he be subjected to any harm? Flender inquired with concern. Of course not. It is merely an observation. If you doubt me, you may consult Xiao Gang, Alvin assured. Flender, without seeking the master's opinion, spoke gravely. What if I refuse? Naturally, you are free to decline. However, Should Ma Hongjun agree to go, I can assist Shrek in registering in the Barak Kingdom, elevating it to a true advanced Spirit Master Academy. In that case, our Soto City Spirit Hall branch will extend its utmost support during your establishment, Alvin stated candidly. Zhao Wujin interjected, did you overhear our conversation last night? Alvin neither confirmed nor denied this, regarding Zhao Wujin as he said, Feisteen Zhao, although you have some grievances with the Spirit Hall, if Mahongjun visits us, we can put our differences aside. What say you? Flender erupted in laughter. Alvin, do you take me for a fool? Such generous benefits for merely a meeting? Xiao Gang, what is your opinion? Truthfully, the advantages Alvin presented were indeed tempting. However, he was unwilling to barter his disciple Ma Hongjun for them. The master proposed, we could accompany you. It should pose no issue. Alvin, could you negotiate with the Spirit Hall Academy for an exchange match with our academy? Alvin, amused by this suggestion, knew that the Spirit Hall Academy's formation was already taking shape. Each participant was at the Spirit Ancestor level, with 3 Spirit Masters reaching level 49. Poised to ascend to the Spirit King realm prior to the high-level Spirit Master competition. It was not that he underestimated Shrek Academy, but rather that the disparity in spirit power was insurmountable. Nevertheless, Alvin responded with a smile, Xiao Gang, in light of your reputation, arranging an exchange match would be effortless. So, what will it be? Please provide me with a response. Noticing Flander's inclination to decline, the master quickly interjected, Alvin, might we have some time to consider? Of course, Alvin replied with a smile, then turned to Ma Hongjun, asking, would you kindly summon your spirit and soul rings for my observation? Ma Hongjun did not refuse and replied, no problem. In the next moment, the fiery phoenix manifested, and his soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, appeared sequentially. Alvin's expression grew serious as he remarked, indeed, the presence of purple and black soul rings is formidable. After confirming this, Alvin continued, all right, thank you. You may retract your soul rings now. Deeply shaken, he acknowledged that the red-haired youth possessed a top-tier beast martial soul, the fiery phoenix, along with such impressive soul rings. At just 13 years of age, he had already reached level 34. Which explained why he had garnered the attention of that esteemed individual who sought to recruit him directly into the Spirit Hall. Dean Flander, Xiao Gang, I urge you to consider this carefully. It may be an opportunity that could alter the course of the child's life. We shall return tomorrow morning, hoping for your response. Alpha stated, very well, let us contemplate this. Please take your leave, Flander replied. Had it not been for the master's suggestion to deliberate overnight, he would have outright declined. After bidding farewell to the Spirit Hall personnel, the Shrek team finally returned to the academy, yet they faced a dilemma. Should they accept the invitation from the Spirit Hall? If they chose to go, it would likely involve everyone, along with the necessity of engaging with the Spirit Hall Academy. Flander harbored concerns that the Spirit Hall's involvement might lure away the talents they had painstakingly gathered. The members of Shrek each had their thoughts, remaining silent as they followed Flander to the academy's training ground. Once they gathered, Flander spoke, Hongjun, you were the one seen by the Spirit Hall. Will you go or not? I would like to hear your opinion. Teacher, if I go, will our academy be successfully registered and established, allowing us to participate in the Senior Soul Master competition? Ma Hongjun inquired. Faced with the Spirit Hall's invitation, he was uncertain of its merits, after all. One cannot fully gauge intentions based on the animated tales of his past life. A misjudgment could render him a target for others. At present, with the assistance of the Divine Spear, he could easily become a formidable figure. Why risk it? Flander shook his head, not necessarily. Our academy already has conflicts with the Balak Ministry of Education. Even if we establish the academy, it does not guarantee participation in the Senior Soul Master competition. Isn't it simply a matter of registration? Xiao Wu interjected. It is not that straightforward. Xiao Gang should be most aware of this. Let him explain, Flander replied. The master nodded, as his objective for training Shrek was to prepare them for the Senior Soul Master competition. Otherwise, what was the purpose of training in cooperative exercises and team battles? For quite some time, he had been gathering information about the Senior Soul Master competition and was well versed in the details. He began in the Tian-Do Empire. There are a total of 16 slots for teams to participate in the Senior Soul Master competition. Among them, the Tian-Do Royal Academy is entitled to 1 team, classified as a seed team, alongside 1 from Luo and 1 from the Spirit Hall. These teams do not need to partake in the preliminaries and may proceed directly to the finals. Therefore, in reality, only 15 teams from the Tian-Do Empire can compete. However, when considering the 4 kingdoms and 1 principality within the Tian-Do Empire, along with its provinces, There are over 50 senior Soul Master academies vying for these spots. Thus, participation in the Senior Soul Master competition requires passing through rigorous selection processes. The situation in the Tiandou Empire is more intricate than that of the Luo Empire, with slots divided among several factions. The 5 slots designated for the directly governed provinces of the Tiandou Empire face competition from 30 teams, which is relatively fair. As the discussion continued, the master's tone grew somber, and his expression darkened. Tang Sen quickly asked, "What about the Ballot Kingdom? Is the competition not unfair here?" The master sighed, "Indeed. It is inequitable. The remaining 10 slots are divided among the 4 kingdoms and 1 principality, with each receiving 2. However, these 2 slots are largely dictated by the 2 major empires. Only by aligning with them can one hope to compete in the Senior Soul Master competition. Does this mean if I agree to their terms and establish an academy in the Ballot Kingdom, we must adhere to their allegiance to participate in the Senior Soul Master competition?" Ma Hongjun pondered, realizing how convoluted the situation was. The master smiled and said, "That is why I previously suggested that attending the Tiandou Royal Academy is the best option. We could compete in the preliminaries under the banner of the second team from the Tiandou Royal Academy, vying for those 5 slots. This is our only opportunity." At this juncture, the master still advocated for Shrek to pursue the Tiandou Royal Academy. Thus, what Alvin proposed should be taken lightly. "Even if we go to Tiandou, we must not bow to the Baloc royal family," Flender asserted. The master chuckled. "So, are we going to Tiandou then?" Gang, recalling their previous agreement of 6 months, remarked, "The provinces of the Tiandou Empire, including the capital, Tiandou City, host numerous academies. Perhaps, as Hongjun suggested, we might take over one of them." Flender, buoyed by Mahongjun's support, was determined to seize any glimmer of hope. Finally, he turned to Mahongjun and asked, "What do you think? Should we accept the Spirit Hall's invitation? Let us decline for now. Our priority is to establish the academy. We must formulate a suitable reason for our refusal that allows us to avoid the Spirit Hall while minimizing potential offense," Mahongjun replied. Frankly, venturing to the Spirit Hall felt risky, especially after spending time with the master, who sometimes seemed to lead him astray. Given his connections with certain individuals in the Spirit Hall, he wondered if he would even return from such a visit. In his previous life, he had thought the master was not that kind of person. As the saying goes, do not harbor ill intentions, but remain vigilant. Even though he possessed abilities that rivaled an average soul emperor, the Spirit City was rife with experts. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. At this moment, the master spoke with a grave expression. "Hongjun, you must contemplate this carefully. This is a rare opportunity. Not attending may offend certain individuals, particularly Alvin. He may appear amiable, yet he is quite petty. Refusing him could have repercussions, and this is also a unique chance for everyone to learn and exchange ideas." The master was indeed using the opportunity for collective learning to persuade Ma Hongjun. However, before Ma Hongjun could respond, Xiao interjected, "Actually, I do not wish to engage with the Spirit Hall Academy either. Neither do I. As you know, I was initially meant to join the Spirit Hall Academy, but I ended up here. It feels inappropriate to go now," Long Shuanger added. Xiao's reluctance stemmed from her own circumstances, as the Spirit Hall would surely target her. And if they did, Tang San would undoubtedly come to her rescue. If Tang San intervened, then Tang Hao would certainly step in as well. This chain of events could lead to the disbandment of Shrek, which was one of Ma Hongjun's reasons for not wanting to go. Seeing Xiao Wu's unwillingness, Tang San also chimed in, "Teacher, since no one wishes to attend, then let us refrain. Remaining at the academy for training is not without its merits." "Then it is settled. We will not go to the Spirit Hall. Tomorrow morning, Hongjun and I will set off. As for Alvin from the Spirit Hall, Gang, you who were classmates with him will handle the matter of refusal." Flender spoke up, and the master let out a gentle sigh, saying, "Very well. Since no one is willing to speak further, I shall refrain as well. However, I cannot guarantee what will become of Alvin in the future. I can only do my utmost to advise caution. When you two, Flender, step outside, please be vigilant." Flender patted the master's shoulder and replied, "I have faith in you. There is absolutely no cause for concern." Chapter 93, Promotion by 3 Levels, a late night knocking at the door. Faced with Flender, the master offered an awkward smile and said, "I hope it unfolds this way. Everyone should return and rest. Hongjun, prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow morning. The academy will be on break for 3 days, after which Gang will arrange new training courses for you. Enjoy this time of relaxation," Flender remarked. As they walked a few steps together, Flender quietly added, Let us speak of your troubles. Perhaps we can discover a solution. As a good brother, he could easily discern the master's intentions. In Flander's office, the master expressed his frustration. Flander, why did you not dissuade Ma Hongjun? This is an excellent opportunity. Flander responded, Xiao Gang, is it truly such an opportunity? Are you intending to meet her? At this, it seemed that Flander had struck a chord. Did you not sever ties with her? Why seek her out again? How can you justify this to ere long? Flander posed 3 questions in quick succession, rendering the master momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, the master finally replied, It is not as you think. I merely have a matter to discuss with her. What matter could possibly warrant this? Do you genuinely believe there is a chance for reconciliation? You are no longer from the same world. Pursuing ere long is your most plausible option, Flander retorted. A hint of anger in his tone. The master countered, The reason for contacting her is not as you presume. Alas, I cannot articulate it clearly. You shall understand in due time. With that, the master rose to leave, but he turned back to Flander, advising, Exercise caution when you and Mahongjun depart. Alvin is not to be underestimated. Although his soul power may not match yours, his network of connections is vast. It is prudent to be cautious. With those words, the master exited, and the decision to forego the spirit hall had been made, leaving the master without recourse. In truth, aside from the desire for communication, the master wished to inquire with Bibidong about the cultivation of twin spirits. When he was at the spirit hall, Bibidong had not resolved the issues surrounding twin spirits. Yet now, as the Pope and a titled Douluo, it was likely that the matter had been addressed. For the sake of his disciple Tangsan's safety, he hoped to pose his questions when given the opportunity. The 8 members of Shrek had not returned to the academy for a month and needed to tidy their rooms. Tangsan, somewhat perplexed, asked Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, the teacher has good intentions. Is there anything wrong with going to the spirit hall for exchange and learning? Xiao Wu pouted. Oh, I simply do not wish to go. The academy is wonderful as it is. I would rather not venture far. Isn't it sufficient to cultivate here? Brother, look at your blanket. It is covered in dust. Allow me to help you tidy up, Xiao Wu said with a smile, quickly changing the subject. Tangsan felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Xiao Wu, I can manage it myself. Humph, we shared a blanket before, so what is the harm in me tidying up? If it were someone else, I would be unwilling, Xiao Wu declared. At that moment, everyone was busy organizing their belongings. Meanwhile, in Ma Hongjun's quarters, there was little left to pack. He was only staying for one night before departing again and had no intention of tidying up or resting. Although he found the master to be somewhat troublesome, the master's final remark lingered in his mind. Alvin could indeed do anything. Thus, he resolved to rapidly enhance his strength to confront any potential dangers that might arise. Closing the door, Ma Hongjun immediately began to channel the energy within the mark of the divine gun, which he had acquired from absorbing the flames of the fire-spitting lizard and the golden goose. He had not had the chance to absorb this power since breaking through to the soul rank. Sitting cross-legged, Ma Hongjun commenced his cultivation. Under his guidance, the pure fire attribute energy began to flow into his body, transforming into his soul power, much like the abilities he had cultivated through the fire scriptures. Ma Hong's soul power level was steadily increasing. As noon approached, he chose not to venture out to the cafeteria for lunch. Instead, he continued to cultivate within his room, persisting until the late hours of the night. As if it were a long-established routine, he opened his eyes at 4 in the morning, bringing his cultivation to an end. Ma Hongjun unfastened his garments and gazed at the faded mark of the divine spear upon his chest, barely discernible without a keen eye. After absorbing the pure fire attribute energy, his soul power ascended to the 37th level, signifying an elevation of 3 levels. Remarkably, this energy constituted merely 1/10 of what the divine spear had absorbed from the millennia-old soul beasts. Were all the fire attribute energy to be combined, it could potentially propel him to the rank of Soul King in a single endeavor. After all, 90% of this fire attribute energy was bestowed upon the Zhu Rong divine spear, and Ma Hongjun felt no regret. Without this divine spear mark, he might still be troubled by the malevolent flames. According to the original narrative, he would currently rank as merely a 28th or 29th level Great Soul Master, trailing behind among the Shrek 7 monsters. However, the divine spear mark elevated him to the foremost position within Shrek, instilling confidence even against Tang Sen wielding the Haotian hammer. It could be said that he had truly ascended to become the leader of the Shrek 8 monsters. At 4 in the morning, Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself, perhaps it is best to refrain from training today. I must depart early in the morning. I shall dedicate a little more time to the fire goddess I. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at his door. Jun Ge. Are you not going to train today? A single day cannot be wasted. Isn't that what you always say? The first voice belonged to Zhu Qing, followed closely by the second belonging to Lang Shuanger. Remarkably, both had arrived simultaneously to knock on his door. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of spirit and replied, "Let me tidy up. I will be out shortly." Upon finishing his words, he promptly donned the 100-kilogram weighted training gear. Opening the door, he was taken aback to find that the two visitors were not in training attire. "What brings you here?" Ma Hongjun inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Hee. Jungu, Jiqing and I came to have a chat with you, and we also wanted to express our gratitude for your assistance in our training during that period." The two of them bore 3 bottles of wine and an assortment of snacks, leaving Ma Hongjun momentarily bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. "Come on, Jungu. Stop dawdling. Let us head to the riverside, our usual spot," Lang Shuanger suggested. Ma Hongjun remarked, "Very well, I shall change into a new outfit." Upon finishing his statement, he promptly closed the door and adorned himself in a fresh ensemble. Subsequently, he accompanied the two ladies to the tranquil riverside where they regularly practiced. Chapter 94, The Revelation. I simply adore you in the stillness of the night. At 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 reflections emerged upon the surface of the river, illuminated by the moonlight. On the substantial boulder by the riverside, it could easily accommodate 6 or 7 individuals reclining comfortably. Mahongjun, Zhu Qing, and Lang Shuanger sat cross-legged together. Amidst them lay an array of fruits and delicacies, with 3 bottles of wine, 1 for each. The wine, brought by Zhu Qing and Lang Shuanger, was not of the strong variety, but rather exquisite fruit wines, crafted from superior fruits. In Soto City, each bottle commanded a price of 5 gold soul coins, a considerable sum, with each bottle containing merely 1 pound. Even a typical great soul master could scarcely afford such luxury, as the stipend provided by the spirit hall amounted to only 10 gold soul coins per month, allowing for the purchase of merely 2 bottles. "June, thank you for inviting us to cultivate together." Lang Shuanger was the first to speak. "It is nothing. Merely a small gesture," Mahongjun replied, savoring the fruit wine while indulging in the delectable treats. Since he began his cultivation yesterday morning, he had scarcely eaten, leaving him quite famished. The trio continued to eat, eagerly awaiting the dawn. In the past, they had focused solely on their training, never taking the time to appreciate the beauty of the sunrise. However, at this moment, a figure lingered at a distance, observing the scene with clenched fists, the sound of tension palpable in the air. Ma Hongjun immediately sensed something was amiss and swiftly turned around, only to see that figure hastily retreating. However, with his keen vision, he could discern clearly even in the darkness that the person was none other than Dai Mubai. "Brother Jun, what is happening?" inquired Zhu Qing. Ma Hongjun remarked, "It's nothing. It was probably just that dog from the village passing by. Let us continue our revelry." Although his words were not uttered loudly, they reached the ears of Dai Mubai, who was lurking at a distance. As if provoked by Ma Hongjun's comment, Dai Mubai stepped forward and called out from afar, "What are you saying, Ma Hongjun? Is that you, Dai Mubai?" Ma Hongjun replied, addressing him directly, "What brings the esteemed leader here?" "We did not summon you," said Lang Shuanger. Zhu Qing interjected, "Jungu, perhaps we should each return to our respective quarters for some rest." Ma Hongjun was taken aback by Zhu Qing's statement. He replied, "All right then, I am quite full and satisfied. It's about time for me to tidy up and prepare for departure." Zhu Qing seemed to have an inkling of Dai Mubai's intentions. After all, their previous training sessions had been similar. Moreover, during the team battles in the Great Soul Arena, Dai Mubai often, whether intentionally or not, caused trouble for Ma Hongjun. This was particularly evident in the matches where she did not participate, especially the final encounter against the Royal Fighting Team. In the initial phase, Dai Mubai exhibited remarkable prowess. Yet when Ma Hongjun found himself in a 1 versus 3 predicament, Dai Mubai's effort noticeably waned. Zhu Qing was not foolish. A couple of incidents could be deemed as mere coincidences, but after so many skirmishes, it became apparent that there was a deliberate targeting at play. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun possessed sufficient strength, consistently managing to navigate through adversities in previous battles with his formidable abilities. It appeared that Dai Mubai had reached his limit of tolerance. He approached Ma Hongjun directly and said, "Ma Hongjun, how many times must I tell you? Keep your distance from my fiancée. Did you not hear me clearly?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback when Dai Mubai unexpectedly made such a demand before his departure. Ma Hongjun inquired, "According to your wishes, what should I do? Must I maintain a distance of several meters from Zhu Qing? Or am I prohibited from speaking or working with her altogether?" Zhu Zhuqing, who was tidying up in the background, overheard Dai Mubai's remarks, which were clearly intended to provoke. She attempted to step forward but was restrained by Lang Shuanger, who subtly shook her head, as if indicating that the matter should be resolved among the men. Dai Mubai, too, was surprised by Ma Hongjun's response, which seemed to come out thoughtlessly. You cannot stand within 3 meters of Zhuqing, nor can you engage in conversation with her beyond discussions of cultivation. In essence, you must not harbor any romantic notions towards Zhuqing and maintain the appropriate distance between men and women. In truth, Ma Hongjun's words ensnared Dai Mubai in a trap, and Dai Mubai unwittingly stepped right into it. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Are you implying that this is a decision made on behalf of Zhuqing? Shouldn't there be a certain distance between us now? Dai Mubai replied. Of course, Zhuqing is my fiancée, and I must ensure her safety. I am well aware of your intentions. Do you not also wish to pursue Zhuqing? Your fiancée? Zhuqing does not acknowledge that. Moreover, it is only natural to have an admiration for beautiful girls, is it not? For instance, Zhuqing, Shuanger, Xiaowu. In Rongrong, having affections does not necessarily mean one must pursue them, Ma Hongjun retorted. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. Not acknowledge? How can Zhuqing disregard the decisions made by the royal family of the Luo Empire and the Zhu family? To deny it would be to openly oppose the Luo Empire and the Yuming Spirit Cat clan. If you involve yourself in this matter, you should consider whether you can afford to offend them. It seemed that Dai Mubai had decided to speak his mind today. Or perhaps he could no longer endure the situation. He then turned to Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, do you not agree with me? Zhuqing could no longer contain herself. She leaped from the boulder and approached Ma Hongjun, saying, Dai Mubai, how many times must I tell you that I cannot marry you? Please cease this commotion. Jungu is set to depart tomorrow to attend to matters for the academy, so do not cause further trouble. Besides, I would rather not be part of such a family, Zhuqing asserted. Dai Mubai was momentarily at a loss for words, but Ma Hongjun immediately interjected. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness, and Zhuqing has that right as well. As long as she is unwilling, no one can force her. Even if it is the Luo Empire or even a title Douluo. Dislike remains dislike, and have you ever considered the deeds you have done? Have any of them been worthy of Zhuqing? You, Ma Hongjun, how dare you report back to me behind my back? Yet, even if I were to do so, are you not guilty of the same? You scoundrel, Dai Mubai retorted. Ma Hongjun said, as for me, I acknowledge that I was not a virtuous individual in the past. However, I am not like you. There were circumstances beyond my control, and at that time, I was also single. Unlike you, who already has such a beautiful fiancée and still indulges in reckless behavior. If I had a fiancée as stunning as Zhuqing, I would certainly have acted differently. Furthermore, I have not reported you in any way, and Zhuqing can attest to that. Ma Hongjun, in his scathing self-critique, exhibited a complete lack of mercy. However, that was merely the former Ma Hongjun, not the individual he had become. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Dai Mubai was poised to sever their ties irrevocably. In a decisive move, Ma Hongjun boldly took the hand of Zhu Zhuqing beside him and declared, Dai Mubai, I too shall lay my cards on the table. My affection lies with Zhuqing. And what of it? Chapter 95. This is a night of revelation. As soon as this remark escaped from Ma Hongjun's lips, the atmosphere became thick with jealousy and awkwardness. In truth, he felt a twinge of impulsiveness after uttering those words. Yet, having spoken, he could not take it back. He truly found himself captivated by Zhu Zhuqing. However, expressing such sentiments at this moment felt rather inappropriate, and he realized, to his astonishment, that he had inadvertently taken hold of Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand. In a moment of instinct, Ma Hongjun attempted to release his grip, only to find that Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly tightened her hold on his hand. The abruptness of it caught Ma Hongjun off guard, leaving him astonished by Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. Suddenly, Lang Shuanger's spirits plummeted as she realized that Ma Hongjun harbored affections for Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, exclaiming, Zhuqing, see? Ma Hongjun's true intentions have been revealed. You can now discern the truth. He added, Ma Hongjun, release her hand at once. What if I refuse? Ma Hongjun retorted, gripping Zhu Zhuqing's hand firmly. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, Dai Mubai, what Jungu said holds true. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. My happiness does not lie with you, and yours may reside with those twins, or perhaps elsewhere, but certainly not with me. Jungu has treated us well, diligently honing his skills, and we have observed his methods since our arrival at Shrek. Which of our training equipment or techniques did not stem from his guidance? Where were you while he was training? Off courting those twins. excluding this month of soul battles at Shrek, and accounting for the 3 months of training. Let us say you spent 2 months training with us. In that time, you must have visited Suatua City at least 15 times. Don't presume I am unaware of your activities. You've met those twins on 5 occasions. Am I wrong? Zhu Xuqing asserted. Xuqing, how do you know everything? Have you been following me? Dai Mubai inquired. Even Ma Hongjun was taken aback, realizing that Zhu Xuqing had indeed tracked him on those 15 occasions. No wonder she occasionally seemed out of sorts during their early morning training sessions. Initially, Ma Hongjun thought it was due to inadequate practice. But now he understood it was because of Dai Mubai's escapades. It became apparent that while Zhu Xuqing had initially been resolute in her stance, she had not entirely relinquished her feelings for Dai Mubai. However, repeated disappointments had led her to this moment, where she sought to clarify her thoughts. Was today destined to be a day of revelations? Not only was Dai Mubai confessing, but Ma Hongjun was as well. And now Zhu Xuqing was prepared to unveil her truths. What more do you wish to explain? Zhu Xuqing countered. Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. Now regretting his previous actions. Xuqing, I acknowledge my mistakes. I will amend my ways. Please forgive me and grant me one final chance. Dai Mubai pleaded. Ma Hongjun remained silent, while Zhu Xuqing had been holding back a multitude of words, which might find release now. Zhu Xuqing spoke. There is no opportunity left. Your heart is too narrow. Junge has never wronged you. On the very first day I discovered you going out on a date. Junge even wanted to cover for you, but I insisted on going and discovered your situation. Yet, you have consistently targeted Junge. He has spoken of your discomfort in my presence, and the trio of Junge, Schwanger, and myself truly relished our cultivation together, finding joy in our shared experiences. I never anticipated that you would be such a person. Zhu Xuqing continued. Xuqing, I'm sorry for wronging you, Hongjun. I apologize to you as well. Dai Mubai suddenly admitted his fault. After speaking, he turned his gaze back to Zhu Xuqing, yet his eyes remained fixed on Ma Hongjun, who held Zhu Xuqing's hand. You claim there are no issues between you. Who would believe that? However, he could not voice this sentiment, as he was the one who had wronged Zhu Xuqing first. Dai Mubai spoke again. Xuqing, grant me one more chance, and I will prove myself. Zhu Xuqing shook her head and replied, You have exhausted all your chances. My tears have dried for you. There will be no more of you in my life. Let go of this hope. Have you not considered our family's union? Dai Mubai asked. Zhu Xuqing chuckled lightly and said, You were the one who gave up first. How can you blame me? From the moment you fled Douluo City, did you ever think of me? Did you consider how I would survive under the pressure of your brother and Zhu Zhuyun? I no longer wish to return to such a family. If you wish to go back, then do so. Dai Mubai lowered his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, as if he had regained his composure in an instant. He truly desired to eliminate Ma Hongjun, if it weren't for him. This outcome would not have transpired. It must be Ma Hongjun who deliberately let Zhu Xuqing discover my secrets. Otherwise, why would he have been present from the beginning? However, he could not take action now. Any move would completely obliterate his chances of reclaiming Zhu Xuqing, and currently, he was no match for Ma Hongjun. Suddenly, Dai Mubai lifted his head and spoke earnestly. Xuqing, thank you for revealing everything to me. I will certainly mend my ways. Hongjun, I apologize for misunderstanding you. I hope you do not hold it against me. Dai Mubai continued, Please, carry on. He then turned and walked away. As Dai Mubai departed, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Xuqing, and Ling Shuangge found themselves enveloped in an awkward silence. At that moment, Zhu Xuqing voluntarily released her grip. Junge, was what you said just now true? Zhu Xuqing inquired. Ma Hongjun, unreserved in his demeanor, responded to Zhu Xuqing's inquiry with a straightforwardness befitting a man, stating, It is true. Zhu Xuqing nodded, her expression suddenly turning grave as she replied, Junge, I wish to caution you. Although my relationship with Dai Mubai is no longer viable, I remain, in name, his fiancée within the royal family of the Douluo Empire and our clan. Should you desire to be with me, you may ultimately face the wrath of the royal family and my family. Do you still believe what you just declared? Ma Hongjun earnestly declared, Indeed, let those individuals come. Do you think I would be afraid? Zhu Xuqing inquired once more. Are you certain you do not regret this? Ma Hongjun shook his head and replied, No regrets. In the end, Zhu Xuqing smiled, her beauty more radiant than ever. However, she only allowed Ma Hongjun a fleeting glance before turning to Lang Schwanger and inquiring, Schwanger, have you finished packing? We should return and rest. Lang Schwanger seemed lost in thought, prompting Zhu Xuqing to call out again, Schwanger, are you all right? After a few seconds, Lang Schwanger snapped back to reality and replied, I'm ready. Let us go. As they departed, Both cast a final glance at Ma Hongjun before walking together towards the academy. Zhu Zhiqing appeared genuinely joyful. Yet Ma Hongjun noticed a hint of unease on Lung Shuang's face, as if she harbored some inner turmoil. He mused to himself, could it be that this girl has developed feelings for me? However, he was certain that Zhu Zhiqing had indeed come to care for him during this time, having completely moved on from Dai Mubai and no longer harboring any feelings for him. Chapter 96, An Irresistible Invitation. Upon returning to his room, Ma Hongjun felt thoroughly satisfied after his meal, even though it was still only 6 o'clock. A gentle hue of rosy light began to emerge in the sky. With over an hour left before the scheduled departure with Flender, Ma Hongjun had little to prepare. Instead, he chose to sit down and immerse himself in his cultivation, not wishing to squander the precious time, as he aimed to solidify his newly attained 37th level of soul power. As the eastern sun ascended higher, rays of light began to filter through the window. Ma Hongjun also opened his eyes, withdrawing the soul power he had been cultivating. Although he possessed the golden finger of the Zhurong divine spear, he understood that it is only through diligence that one can reap greater rewards. He opened the door, inhaling the fresh air outside, stretched lazily, and made his way directly to Flender's room. Ma Hongjun knocked on the door, but no one responded for a long while. Where could they have gone? At that moment, Oscar hurried over and said, Ma Hongjun, the people from the Spirit Hall have arrived. They are currently on the Academy's playground. And it seems a conflict has already ignited between the two parties. What's the big deal, Oscar? They are merely visitors. What is so strange about that? Ma Hongjun replied dismissively. The dean summoned me and urged you to leave the Academy immediately. Several individuals from the Spirit Hall have come, including 2 formidable Soul Douluo level experts. Oscar insisted. Have the Spirit Hall's representatives arrived so early? Ma Hongjun pondered. Oscar urged, you need not concern yourself with their intentions, they are after you. The dean has made it clear that your departure is imperative. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly and said, is it enough to simply leave? Departing is certainly not an option. If one wishes to navigate the Douluo continent, it is nearly impossible to avoid interaction with the Spirit Hall. Leaving today may allow one to evade them. But what of the future? Is it feasible to live in obscurity? Absolutely not. Ma Hongjun declared, I shall not depart. Their aim is me. If necessary, I shall pay a visit to the Spirit Hall, since they have dispatched 2 formidable Soul Douluo level experts. It is evident they are resolute in their intent to take me away. According to my conjecture, this is a scheme orchestrated by Pope Bibi Dong herself. Even if it were merely a casual remark, I am certain that her subordinates would exhaust themselves to fulfill her command. Ma Hongjun believed that, given Bibi Dong's current status, her words were likely nothing more than casual remarks. Just as Oscar intended to dissuade Ma Hongjun, he discovered that Ma Hongjun had already vanished from his side. Flender's office was not far from the playground. A mere 2 turns would lead them there. This time, the individuals accompanying Alvin were not the same as those from the previous morning, but rather 2 Soul Douluos who had already summoned their martial souls and soul rings. They appeared to be in their 60s, with robust physiques, and their soul ring configurations were optimal: 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. The aura of the Soul Douluos sent chills down the spines of both Flender and Zhao Wujing. Standing at the center, Alvin took a couple of steps forward and declared, I was well aware that you and that young man intended to leave. Fortunately, I arrived first. This is an invitation from His Holiness the Pope. It would be wise for you to surrender the individual, lest you face my wrath. The master, standing at the forefront, interjected, Alvin, is this truly your interpretation of an invitation? I doubt the Pope would instruct you in such a manner. Xiao Gang. The Pope's intentions cannot simply be speculated upon by us, Alvin retorted. The command given to me was to escort this young man to the Spirit Hall. At this moment, it seemed that Alvin was willing to resort to any means necessary to fulfill his mission. In truth, he found himself in a predicament. He had reported Mahongjun's situation to the Pope and received a reply from Bibi Dong. The content of her response indicated that, if the circumstances were indeed accurate and the other party was amenable, she could invite them to the Spirit Hall for her inspection. This implied that the Pope acknowledged the situation as genuine, allowing for an invitation, but it ultimately depended on the willingness of the other parties, suggesting that the invitation was neither obligatory nor significant. However, Alvin had already reported the matter, and the Pope's implication was that the meeting could occur or not, with the critical phrase being if the situation is factual. This signified that the Pope harbored doubts regarding the validity of his report. To substantiate his claims, he felt compelled to bring Ma Hongjun to the Spirit City, failing to do so after having reported the matter, especially when the Pope expressed interest in a meeting, would place the blame squarely on him. To avert any unforeseen complications, Alvin had made contingency arrangements. He had summoned 2 of his soul Douluo friends from the Spirit Hall to accompany him, ensuring that even if the opposition possessed 2 soul saints, they would be left with no choice but to surrender. The master clearly did not trust Alvin's words and replied, "The Spirit Hall must adhere to certain protocols when extending invitations. Alvin, your approach only serves to tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall. I suggest you depart." In the distance, Mahongjun observed, yet remained unyielding. Following him, Oscar and the other Shrek disciples arrived in succession. "It seems, Mahongjun, that you must venture to the Spirit City this time. I wonder if you shall ever return," Dai Mubai remarked, harboring a secret hope that Ma Hongjun would not return. "Whether I return or not is of no concern to you," Mahongjun retorted. At this moment, Master still possessed the authority to deter the Spirit Hall's agents, for he held the papal order. Yet, he appeared disinclined to reveal it. Alvin cast another glance at Flandre and inquired, "I shall ask you once more. Will you go or not?" Flandre burst into hearty laughter before adopting a grave demeanor and declared, "We shall not go." Alvin's expression darkened as he implored, "My dear brothers, I beseech you." The 2 soul Douluos nodded in unison, their spirits soaring, and they simultaneously charged towards Flandre and Zhaowuji. "Xiao Gang, do not hold this against me. At times, as subordinates, we must resort to such measures to fulfill our orders," Alvin stated. The 2 soul Douluos, possessing 1 less soul ring than Flandre and Zhaowuji, unleashed their martial spirits, initiating with their formidable moves. The resounding shockwave reverberated, causing half of the Shrek Academy's chambers to collapse in an instant, rendering the Academy on the brink of destruction. As Ma Hongjun was about to step forward, he was unexpectedly restrained by Zhu Zhuqing behind him. However, during this critical moment, everyone overlooked such nuances. "Do not go. If we are to go, we shall go together," Zhu Zhuqing asserted. Tang San also approached, placing his hand upon Ma Hongjun's shoulder, affirming, "Zhu Qing speaks the truth. We, the 8 members of Shrek, are united as one." At that moment, aside from Dai Mubai and the slightly hesitant Xiao Wu, the others nodded in agreement. Ma Hongjun now contemplates that although Tang San and his companions are formidable, they are undeniably loyal to those they consider friends. In the past, he too viewed others through a tinted lens, particularly regarding Tang San, but now he realizes he had misjudged, having forged a bond of friendship. He understands that one should not let past experiences or the opinions of others cloud their perception of an individual. Ultimately, only through personal interaction can one arrive at the most accurate conclusion. Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, "Thank you all, but this is not a journey to death. What are you worried about? It is merely a trip to the Spirit Hall. I can handle it myself. Moreover, with 2 soul Douluos coming for me, they are resolute in their intention to take me away. This is an invitation I cannot refuse." After turning around, Ma Hongjun summoned his soul power and dashed onto the playground, shouting, "Stop fighting. I will accompany you to Spirit City." Chapter 97. Journey to Spirit City. At that moment, infused with Ma Hongjun's soul power, his shout caused both soul Douluos, as well as Flender and Zhaowuji, to halt simultaneously. Flender immediately retracted his martial spirit and approached Ma Hongjun, asking, "Hongjun, are you certain you wish to go?" Ma Hong smiled and said, "Teacher, do you think we still have a chance to refuse? Last time, Flender fought valiantly for him in the Stardow Forest, and it seems he is prepared to do so again. He cannot always rely on his teacher to fight for him. Some experiences are essential to undergo personally, and there is no escaping them, especially since the opponent has already pushed them to this extent. Facing 2 soul Douluos, there may be a chance against one, but against 2? It's better to refrain. Even if they all combine their strength, they might not stand a chance against the adversary. Furthermore, even a trip to Soul City may not pose significant danger. The most probable outcome would be his enrollment in the Spirit Hall or the Spirit Hall Academy. However, that should not be a task for the exalted Bibi Dong. As the saying goes, meeting the king is easy, but dealing with troublesome spirits is another matter. The master of the Soul Hall in Swoto City, Alvin, undoubtedly represents those troublesome spirits, while Bibi Dong embodies the king. As long as one is unwilling, no one can take them away. Flanders said, "Indeed, we might as well fight together." Zhaowuji had joined in, clutching his chest with one hand. Feeling the aftermath of a previous attack, the master quickly approached, saying, "What are you talking about? Do you want the entire academy to be annihilated? It's just a trip to Soul City. You all act as if you're going to your doom. Flander and I will accompany Mahongjun." Flander sighed deeply, realizing the importance of strength, and resignedly said, "Xiao Jiang, let us do it your way." Alvin, We agree to accompany you to Seoul City, Flender stated. Alvin smiled. Dean Flender. It should have been this way from the beginning. There was no need for that earlier altercation. It only harmed our goodwill. By the way, the promise I made earlier still stands. You can officially establish your academy in the Barak Kingdom. Meanwhile, Alvin felt a sense of relief, fortunately. He decided yesterday to invite 2 old friends, Seoul Douluos, otherwise he would have been at a disadvantage today. Flender, had I known it would come to this. You and Ma Hongjun should have left yesterday, Zhao Wujie remarked. Flender shook his head, saying, given the circumstances. Do you think leaving yesterday would have made it any better for you? Not leaving was the right choice. Flender never anticipated being cornered by 2 Seoul Douluos. If one of their iron triangle, the killing horn, were present, he wouldn't fear even the arrival of another Seoul Douluo-level expert. Alvin, I think we should forego the registration, but our academy is indeed facing financial difficulties. Would you consider providing a sponsorship of about 80,000 or 100,000 gold soul coins? Flender suggested with a smile, realizing that securing gold soul coins was still advantageous. Alvin was momentarily taken aback. 100,000 gold coins was quite a hefty request. I don't have 100,000, but I can manage 20,000 gold soul coins. I hope you won't find it lacking. Flender replied, 20,000 is fine. It's better than nothing. By the way, when shall we depart for Seoul City? At this moment, Flander's mercantile nature emerged. Since they could not avoid going to Seoul City, he would not forfeit any opportunity. The sooner, the better. How about we leave in half an hour? We should arrive by noon tomorrow, Alvin suggested. All right, let us make arrangements. We'll depart in an hour at the latest, Flender agreed. Afterward, Flender, Zhao Wujie, and Ma Hongjun moved towards the other students and teachers. Flender, I don't have much to prepare. I'm unsure how long we will be away. So after we leave, Zhao Wujie can lead everyone in training, the master stated as they walked. Zhao Wujie replied with a smile, don't worry. I know how to train everyone. The master, surprised, asked, do you have a good method? Zhao Wujie scratched his head and, seeing Ma Hongjun shake his head, quickly said, well, we'll just stick to the previous approach. You can teach them when you return. The master had hoped Zhao Wujie would propose a new training method, but maintaining the original approach was acceptable, albeit with an increase in weight for their training. Let us add 5 kilograms for each person. At this moment, the trio had approached Tang San and the others, overhearing the master's request. Increase by 5 kilograms? Master, that's too harsh. That's already our limit. Oscar protested first, noting that their growth in the auxiliary system was slower than others, even when it came to physical training. The master retorted fiercely. Do you want to try 10 kilograms instead? Oscar quickly replied, Master, enough. 5 kilograms is the perfect arrangement. The master smiled slightly, since 5 kilograms is perfect. Let us make it 10. Let us challenge your limits. You're too ruthless, master. Oscar, fearing further weight increases, promptly fell silent. The others echoed his grievances, lamenting the excessive increase. The master remarked, what is this? You're barely at half of Ma Hongjun's weight. He has already reached 100 kilograms. What? Jun brother has reached 100 kilograms? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Incredible! No wonder he can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, Xiao added. The 100 kilograms was a weight Ma Hongjun had privately increased, known only to a select few. So, is adding 10 kilograms really too much? The master asked. At that moment, everyone fell silent, having believed Ma Hongjun was only at 70 kilograms. They thought increasing further would become increasingly difficult. 70 kilograms was already beyond their reach. And now to learn he had suddenly increased to 100 kilograms left them bewildered. However, this 100 kilograms was before Ma Hongjun absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. He had yet to increase it further, or else he would have improved even more. Subsequently, Flender, the master, and Zhao Wujie briefed the other teachers on the training plan moving forward. Ma Hongjun bid farewell to the other 7 members of Shrek, one by one. However, the matters concerning Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Shuqing did not circulate among the other members of the academy. They remained unaware. Nonetheless, the others were not oblivious and sensed that the relationship between Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shuqing had transformed into something extraordinary. Moreover, it appeared that Lang Shuanger was preoccupied with her thoughts, while Dai Mubai seemed increasingly dissatisfied with Ma Hongjun. All of this left the other 4 in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. An hour later, Flender, the master, and Ma Hongjun set off for Wuhuan City, accompanied by Alvin. Ma Hongjun had always believed that he would only visit this place during the finals of the Advanced Soul Master competition. However, he unexpectedly found himself compelled to go there earlier, which only intensified his yearning for formidable power. After all, in this world, it is not the weak who dictate the terms. Everything hinges on the strength of one's fist, for only those with might possess a voice. Despite having the divine gun mark and a shortcut to power, Ma Hongjun understood that these alone would not instantaneously elevate him to greatness. It was through relentless effort that one could attain strength. Indeed, the more one strives, the more formidable one becomes. The journey, orchestrated by Alvin, was quite well planned. They traveled in a special carriage provided by the Spirit Hall, which was exceedingly comfortable and remarkably swift. By noon the following day, as the sun blazed overhead, they arrived at the foot of Spirit City. The towering walls of Spirit City loomed large, and from a distance, one could see the guards stationed at intervals of 30 meters along the ramparts. Beneath the city gates, not only were there soldiers but also soul masters clad in Spirit Hall uniforms, scrutinizing those who sought entry into the city. It was said that this city harbored the highest concentration of soul masters on the continent. If one were to drop a brick, it would likely strike 10 individuals, 9 of whom would be soul masters. Alvin, as the branch leader of the Spirit Hall and a soul sage, successfully guided their 3 carriages into Spirit City. With noon upon them, he escorted Ma Hongjun, Flender, and the master into a luxurious, mansion-like hotel within the city. I have arranged 3 exquisite rooms and a meal for you. Please take your time to dine and rest. I shall inform His Holiness the Pope, he announced. Flender interjected. Alvin, is there truly any need to rush? Alvin reassured him. There is no cause for concern. I merely need to report. As for when we shall meet, that is contingent upon the Pope's schedule. Flender's expression darkened. Are we to wait indefinitely if the Pope does not wish to see us? Alvin chuckled. Rest assured, it will not be long. It's only natural to be patient. After these days of travel, you all deserve some respite or perhaps a leisurely stroll through our Spirit City. Alvin, please proceed to inform the Pope, the master suggested. Once Alvin departed, a formidable soul Douluo remained, seemingly observing Ma Hongjun and the others. Entering Spirit City was no simple feat. One required the guidance of the Spirit Hall or proper documentation from other Spirit Hall branches. However, exiting was considerably easier. Allowing one to leave freely yet re-entering without the proper credentials could prove exceedingly troublesome. The management of Spirit City was indeed stringent. After enjoying their lunch, Ma Hongjun and his companions retreated to their rooms for rest. Days passed, and they found themselves waiting for 4 days without receiving a summons from Pope Bibidong. When they inquired of Alvin, he merely stated that the Pope was quite busy and requested their patience. It seemed they were in a state of limbo, uncertain when they would finally meet Bibidong. On the morning of the 4th day, Ma Hongjun rose early, having completed his morning routine. With the Pope's continued absence, he decided to explore Spirit City. Accompanying him were Flender and the Master. Although a soul Douluo trailed them, as long as